Gizmy, good morning. Good morning. Well, you're here to major, so you got to do the early media days. That's just the rules. But how are you feeling? You know, you're at a major, at Cologne major. There's like a double whammy. You get a huge event, and there's also a major. So what's your feelings coming in?
It's great. It's great. First time in Germany.
Yeah.
So it's been great already. Yeah, first major as well. Lots of firsts here. So yeah, we'll hopefully do well. Hopefully get some wins in. And other than that, I'm just enjoying with my team, doing the media day. Yep.
Yeah. So in terms of preparing for the event, how are you feeling? Are you nervous? You're excited? What's the most dominant feeling you're feeling at the moment?
Well, we've done all the prep we need to do in terms of the game, and that's the most important thing. All the confidence comes from that. Mm-hmm. So we've done all of that. So I'm feeling pretty confident overall. Obviously, when I get into the game, there'll be a bit of nerves, like there'll naturally be. But we've been working on a lot to kind of suppress that, play with the pressure, and embrace it. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah. What about you personally? When you realized you were coming here to the major, what was kind of the first few thoughts that went through your head?
I'm getting sticker money.
Yeah, were you happy with the changes that came through?
No, bro. Like, what's happening? What's first major? What's happening? Come on, boys.
They changed it just for you.
Yeah.
But, you know, coming into the event, can you tell us a little bit about what Monte have been up to ahead of the tournament for anybody that hasn't been following you guys? And, you know, what can we expect and what have you guys been doing on the lead up to the major?
Well, you can expect a lot of creative ideas, probably. We've been, obviously, we have some strong fundamentals. We play under a strong system, both on both T and CT side. That me and my coach Kakafu has been working on, legend over there. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, well, I'm very confident that we'll be able to show some good games here, some good quality Counter-Strike, and hopefully it'll be entertaining for the viewers to watch.
No. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. But I guess we'll go talk to Kakafu now. And Kakafu, coming into Germany, I mean, his first time here, but obviously not yours. So how does it feel to be playing in the homeland, you know, like with the squad standing behind them for a major?
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm from Austria, not from Germany.
Oh, my goodness. So that's a big mistake. How does it feel to be in a country where you speak the same language?
Yeah. No, but I mean, obviously, like my roots are coming from big, right? Everybody knows me from the time we played the Cologne final 2018 here. That was a huge success. So I'm always happy to be here. I get a lot of support from the German fans. It's also very, very close by. So I hope for a lot of Austrians also in the arena if we make it. So very happy to be here.
Yeah, well, looking forward to seeing you guys. But we heard Gizmy was talking about some of the preparation you were making, some of the practice you guys were putting in. So what was the main thing you focused on leading up to the major here for Monte?
I mean, the main thing is that you know, our basics and especially our communication is on point.
Yeah.
We had our first Tier 1 tournament in Astana for like 2 weeks ago. So we're very new to this like LAN environment with the team. We have very young players to, you know, be on the big stage. So a lot of about communicating and how we want to present ourselves at the tournament. And that's going to be the main factor. And that's what we train for.
Okay. And, you know, you got a bunch of young players here as well. You know, Gizmy talked about his first time in Germany, even never mind a major. So in terms of the preparation for you, realizing you've got a young squad with young players who are inexperienced, was there a different level of preparation that goes into that, you know, trying to prepare their minds?
I think it's a lot of the same a lot of the times. It's not too much about the mind game, because the more you put focus on that, the more they will think about it, right? So it's more about, okay, let's keep it at the same level. Let's keep it like very casual. Let's try to really replicate what we did at the like smaller tournaments, at these like Draculans and, you know, the BC Masters and stuff. So we try to just replicate what we did good in the smaller tournaments also here. So we don't do any like big changes, so they're not getting like nervous.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you go into the game, it might be a different story, but you can go. There we go. Look at that. All moving pieces here. And, you know, I like that. It's the chaos of media day. But for you, you know, it's been, you know, going to a big event and then you go off, you do these Tier 2 of tournaments, smaller tournaments. So is it just great to be back at an event of this scale for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different vibe, right? You walk around, you see like the biggest names, right, in the hotel lobby, and you just feel that this is where you want to be, and this is like the end goal, and you want to keep on being here. And that's, I think, where everybody is like working for, to if you want to make the spot, that you keep it, and then you keep on working hard for it to be here regularly and be a contender.
Over the years at majors, there was always the same story. Like the top teams would always play against each other leading up, and then coming into the major, you would get some of these tier 2 underdogs who would come in and they pull off big upsets. But I think over the recent majors, we've started to realize that these tier 2 teams are really sick. Like the upsets aren't that surprising anymore. But you guys have had a chance to go down and you've been playing in these tier 2 circuits. So from your opinion, like what is the main strength of these smaller teams that are coming up that you've noticed?
I mean, the first thing is that we play way more games, right? We have way more data on our official games. We have a lot of maps played, and I think that's, in my opinion, like probably the biggest thing. And it's also like that we don't have to travel that much. Also, like now maybe hopefully more, but the bigger teams just need to travel a lot. They have a lot of different obligations also outside of the game, right? A lot of like media stuff to do. So I think one of the strength of the tier 2 teams is like more maps, more data on ourselves, and just lesser travel days. So that means also more practice, right? And obviously the pressure to perform is like there when you reach it, but in the beginning it's more okay. Let's freely show what we can, and don't look at the outside what they think. So that's, I think, the biggest ones.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and Entschuldigung for calling you German. I appreciate it. I'll see you around the social media day. We'll talk to Afro now. Every time I go to a player in this team, it's like such a different nationality. It's like a nice mix. But for you, like coming into this team, what has been the biggest sort of transitional period for you? Like, what have you changed as a player since your previous rosters coming into Monte?
Yeah, obviously I'm getting older, and it means that also I know myself better. Mm-hmm. Also, I'm surrounded by very nice people.
You look the Gizmo, that's good. There you go. He seems like a nice guy.
No, but so it's just that I'm getting more space in the team, I feel like, and I'm listened to a lot, which is very nice for me as an OPer. I need to have my space and feel confident about what I do. And in this team, it's the case, so I'm obviously performing better.
And obviously every player is going to have their own individual practice routine leading into a major like this, but coming into the Cologne major, what was the main thing you were prioritizing practicing coming into this?
Honestly, just practicing the fundamentals, because you can't really practice like the special moves, because it really depends on the opponents you're going to play. But I think we didn't take it too different as the other tournaments to not, build up on the pressure. Mm-hmm. So I think we just take it as another tournament, but obviously like coming back from Astana, where we didn't have the best showing, I think we are very hungry about like showing a very good face. So yeah.
So after Astana, looking at yourself as an individual, is there anything you noticed in Astana that you wanted to improve on coming into the major?
Can't say.
Can't say, yeah. Okay, interesting. Obviously a great chance here in Monte. I think you guys have surprised everybody with the level you've been able to get to at certain points throughout this year. But you guys have been mainly playing at these tier 2 events, these smaller events. So has that been a struggle or a strength for you guys, do you think?
I mean, playing the tier 2 tournaments obviously gives you a lot of experience, because you play a lot of games, as Kakafu said, I've heard, and it's very nice also because the tier 2 tournaments are evolving a lot. So now it's like almost tier 1 environment. So obviously, you get used to the pressure, get used to the environment, which is good, and also the only thing very different in tier 1 tournaments is obviously you play against tier 1 teams, tier 1 coaches, tier 1 analysts. So it's a bit harder to play your own system, your own things, because then obviously they understand very well how to counter what you do.
Yeah, I spoke to a couple of OPers, ones that play in North America, etc. And they were talking about how when they're playing in their own regions or against these weaker teams, they don't get punished as much for playing like common angles. So for you, when you go from the tier 2 tournaments to playing the tier 1 events, is there anything different specifically for the APRO?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm getting punished or anything. I don't feel like that. I feel like I'm more getting avoided, which is very different than when you play tier 2 or tier 3 teams, because they just play their own system. But in tier 1, they just understand that, maybe they just want to avoid me because I'm playing active or something, or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's how it feels, yeah.
It always feels like they're just going somewhere else wherever you go. Yeah. Is there anything that you go into the game and work out, like how can you be a little bit more unpredictable and a little bit more dynamic when it comes to changing your positions?
Yeah, can say.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep in the secrets. I like it. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys perform here at Monte. Definitely a surprising team at certain points throughout this year already. So let's see how they do at the major. I'm gonna I was looking for a Zulu because I can't believe. I'll say to you after. I can't believe you're a French player. Did you ever think you would be playing with so many UK players on your team?
No, I hate them actually, but it's how it is.
That's fair enough. There we go. I've started the infighting already at Monte. Well, we'll keep that in consideration for the pickups. Hey, how are you guys doing? You just did social media content. Seemed pretty fun. But one of the things you said, Bimas, was that Gizmi doesn't care about money. The first thing I asked him today was like, what was the first thought that went through your head when you qualified for the major? And he went, sticker money. So, coming into this team, it seems like you all guys have like such a good vibe. So overall, like, what does this team feel like compared to some of the other teams you've played on in your career so far?
Yeah, probably one of the best things is the vibes in the team. We're all very good friends, like not only in the server, but outside as well.
Yeah.
And the banter is great. We have 2 UK guys. We have a Frenchie. It cannot get better than this. The vibes are.
The German.
Yeah. And the German.
Well, he's not even German.
Yeah, I called him Austrian today.
Yeah.
Sorry, German today. He said I'm Austrian.
I mean, all Austrians don't like to call themselves German, but for me it's the same. I don't mind who I've named, but it's just a joke.
Well, we spoke to after I asked him, do you ever think as a Frenchman you'd be playing with 2 UK players on your team? He said, no, I hate them. So anything you want to say back to him?
We all hate each other, so.
But in a loving way. But and Zoo obviously coming to a major. It's Cologne as well. It's like a double whammy of like big events. So what's been your general feeling like leading up to the tournament?
I mean, it's obviously incredibly exciting. I think this is going to be one of the best majors of all time. Being in the Cologne Cathedral, it's always legendary. So just looking forward to getting started. Like, it's just every day is getting closer and it's just waiting until it happens,
Well, for your career has been quite the journey so far. I mean, you were like Endpoint, then you went to like Seoul. We were playing with the Portuguese guys. There was like a weird roster over there. So did you think when that team kind of fell apart that you might have to sit back for a while? What was like your feelings after Seoul?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I knew like after Seoul I would have to like basically drop down a level, and it's what happened. Like when I joined Monte, we was like top 90 in the world. So to make it already to a major is like in like 1 or 2 seasons, 2 seasons I think. So it's been quite an amazing like team to rebound in.
Yeah, and coming into this tournament, I was asking a couple of the other players like of their preparation. So like for you, Bimas, coming into a major, you're one of the more experienced players on the team. You played some big organizations, but it still feels like we're yet to see your full potential, like as an individual player. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm only 22. Future is ahead, and yeah, I really do believe that I'm improving each year, and all parts of my game, like communication and taking initiative is one of the primary ones that I am improving way more. I used to be way more quieter before. So yeah, experience helps in that.
Yeah, and going back to like the phase days and like when we first seen you really break out as a player and people were super excited about you, what is like your biggest change as a player, do you think, overall, like in the server and then outside of the server since those days?
More vocal, yeah, and as I mentioned already, I believe, yeah, I'm just talking more, taking more initiative, being not only the guy that shoots hard, but trying to help the team in other parts of the game. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we guys can walk and we can rejoin your team. I believe it's this way.
I think we are above them.
Oh my goodness, we've gone too far out of the building. Okay, we have to go find him. Yeah, this building is an absolute maze. It's my first time in here, and it's like I feel like I'm in some old prison room or something.
Down in the media room, it looked like a dungeon. So
yeah, I was like, where have they taken these players? Like the torture chamber downstairs. But coming to this event is like you have a lot more media obligations, everything. You guys have been going to like tier 2 events. Can you tell me what that's like? For maybe like a perspective of a player going to these other tournaments. What is like the big difference between here and there?
I mean, it's just doing it in the first place. Like in the tier 2 tournaments, you might have like an interview after the game, but you're not gonna have like in the calendar like scheduled media. So it's more on the fly though.
Yeah. I mean, you Azu, like, I feel like coming into this tournament, the fact that you're playing with another UK guy, it's like, and I heard you guys mention Mezzi during the social media as well. Like, I used to watch him back at ESL Premiership and like these smaller teams. You knew it was like definitely the the best player, but you didn't really ever see a world in which anybody from the UK was going to suddenly become a part of the best team of all time. So for you, like, is there actually a level of inspiration from Messi, like seeing that, okay, like it's possible for like UK players, like no matter what, if they start these smaller teams, they just suddenly you could get an offer from Vitality, and you can like work your way up to the very, very top of Counter-Strike. Has that been a motivation for you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely like the UKCS has always been like a joke. So now that the top one team, like without a doubt, as a UK player, I think it's an amazing inspiration for not just us, but like all everyone in the United Kingdom. So
yeah, and he, you know, similar career story to you. Like he played in the endpoint roster, went into some smaller tier 2 teams like internationally. So, I mean, obviously that's got to be the goal for you someday in your career as well.
Yeah. I mean, if I can do what Messi did, I'd be happy. So
yeah. I mean, luckily there's so many teams in the major, right? So a lot of the fans only follow like the top tier teams. So for you guys as Monte, like how would you describe your team to like someone who's never seen Monte play, who's never like seen your players on the server? How would you describe your team?
They're very explosive. We can play very passive. We can also just rush B3 rounds in a row. I feel like we can be very what's the word? We can be
very unpredictable.
Unpredictable, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
Big things are happening. We're here in Cologne. We're here for the major as well. And you guys have a pretty good streak lately. I want to ask you, what is happening inside of the team? Why are we seeing Legacy that is just out of this world? You're kind of like peaking at the right time, just ahead of the major. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm very happy with everything is happening. The last results were very nice for us. We got so happy in Atlanta to get the 3rd place, to put the medal, like it was a good feeling for us. And also in CAC, like getting the trophy was amazing. My MVP over there. So yeah, I'm very confident with my guys. Yeah. We are very excited to play Cologne.
I will soon go to that MVP that you just mentioned. Mr. Lato is there waiting for me patiently. But before we go there, I want to ask you not about the teams or players that like specifically impressed you in stage 1. Obviously, you must have watched the stage 1, but Opers. You were an Oper. Anyone that you particularly was thinking like, damn, this guy's actually pretty good. What Oper would you highlight from the stage 1? Maybe they made it through or didn't, doesn't matter.
Yeah, to be honest, I was watching one guy, not in the major, but in the past.
Okay.
Greeks from Big. For me, he's a very good player. He grew up a lot. I remember that he was playing in Heroic, and now in Big, he's playing very good. I already played some Faceit Pugs with him, and it's always fun to play. Like, we always won together. Okay. Always good things. So yeah, for me, he's a guy that is playing very good. He's playing very nice.
What are in your opinion, the goals for Legacy for this major? Are we talking stage 3, or are you even aiming for top 8 finish, or something even higher than that? Because you are talking always in these interviews about growing the team, obviously like integrating art into the team, and you've had a coach change recently as well. And this growing part is going well so far. So what's the goal for Legacy and Sadzin in general for Cologne?
I don't want to jump like 3 steps, but
jump, brother, jump.
But to be honest, for us the goal is reach the playoffs. Like in the Austin, we was 1 game to get and we lose to Motorsports. It was bad feelings, but for us it's reach playoffs. But of course we have to win the first game on stage 2, 2nd and 3rd, and get to stage 3. So I think I don't wanna jump, getting bad karma, you know, game by game. I think we have to think about your first game and grow in the tournament.
I'm baiting you for the answer. You go game by game, especially in best of ones. Obviously, this is kind of painful. And in stage 2, we will still have best of ones. In stage 3, we are not going to have best of ones anymore. Are you more comfortable in best of 3s or best of ones as a team against, let's say, a better team? Some players actually prefer to play best of ones because it's like they're underdog and stuff like that. For you personally, are you more of a best of 3 player and a team?
Yeah, I think we have to be prepared to play best of 1, best of 2, best of 3. So yeah.
Best of 2 is a wild thing.
it was old that I remember that tournaments that like have. Yeah, when you play.
It used to be in some online leagues. You had to play like a back-to-back. Yeah. It was like best of 1 back-to-back. It could have ended 1-1, and then you split the points, which was wild back in the days. But you know, we're past that. We're in best of 1s and best of 3 territory. So for you, probably best of 3 is something where you're feeling more comfortable. Is that right?
Yeah. I think
think best of 3 always better, but like I said, you have to be prepared for a best of 1. Major is like that, stage 2 will be. So yeah, we have to be ready to all the maps.
Thank you very much for this, and I wish you good luck. I will see you. How are we doing? Like this or like this? Like this. All right. This is better. The dab was good.
Boys, listen to me right now, okay? Cut this fucking tilt shit out, alright? I know we fucked some rounds, but we need to fucking connect together, okay? These fucking rounds right now, these last few rounds, our connection has been absolutely fucking dog shit, okay? Yep. I've got Johnny tilting, I've got Justin tilting. Boys, stop fucking tilting. Get it together.
Привет, привет.
Oh, they should be 12 and 8 with that second.
Oh, come on! Oh, Peria range, and that makes it nice and easy for save Peria. That is ludicrous.
Welcome to IEM Cologne.
The bomb plant, I think he just got it. Oh, he's got it now. Retake underway. They spray down to just the last, and G2 squeeze a 14th round.
But I think it's too late. They're gonna run at him. Oh, he got it!
But we're good.
Yeah.
We're gonna fuck them, yeah? Let's go.
Fuck you. I love him so much.
Over 10 years of history have been carved into the walls of the cathedral. Cologne has seen many players try, but sadly, most fail to get their name on this very trophy. And some of those players still remain today. Some inside the server, some outside the server, just like our all-rounder, Stiko, because you tried a couple of times to get your name on this very trophy. What are your memories?
Yeah, memories are fading away slowly. One time I was actually standing in for Cloud9 at this very event, and one time it was with Apex. We came here, beat BIG, and then packed our bags because we went home. Honestly, at the first day, or like first couple days of stage 1, I was actually, my muscle memory was started packing because I was like, well, 3 days in Cologne, that's it, we're going home. But no, I got promoted to the broadcast, so I stay here all the time.
That's how long the event is, right? Sadly for some teams here in stage 2, elimination already beckoning. I want to ask about that Bait versus GamerLegion in that lower bracket. Are you surprised to see those names there?
Yeah, 0-2 is tough start for both of these teams. Both in stage 1 played pretty decent Counter-Strike, but here they're just unable to pull it off. GamerLegion feels like they're falling apart in the most sense, and Bait also didn't manage to convert on that best of 1 greatness that they're known for. So I'm surprised that I see these two teams battling it out, and one of them will have to go home today.
FlyQuest versus Pain as well, that other elimination match in that 0-2 pool. Are you more surprised, less surprised to see those names there?
FlyQuest not really, Pain a little bit, but something is not clicking there either, both on the server and off the server. You heard probably about the drama with the veto system, and they kind of failed to pick the side, and they had to start Overpass D side. And because I actually mentioned it, like it got into their heads and it was tough to call for the in-game leader. So, you know, it's weird how weird mistakes are happening, and they're happening again.
Well, if they want to bounce back, they're going to have to start that redemption arc now. It's truly do or die time at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. Day 2 of Stage 2 at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and things are certainly heating up. My name is Freya Spears, joined by Ash and Yanko for the first couple of best of ones today. Yanko, there's nothing quite like waking up knowing you got best of threes on the horizon, and it's kind of only just hit me that we're clawing ever so slowly closer to that arena as well.
Yes, indeed, right. Well, first we have Stage 3 waiting in the wings and the best teams in the world joining us, but I think you could already see sort of the level of Counter-Strike rise from Stage 1 to Stage 2. Surprisingly few upsets, I think as well, for the most part, right? The favorites taking care of business, perhaps, you know, 9Z being already in the 2-0 bracket, catching a few people off guard.
That's pretty impressive. We should bring up the Swiss bracket to see exactly how they managed to make that feat possible just yesterday. A couple of names I was mentioning with Stiko earlier, obviously in that 0-2 pool, on the brink of elimination today. But just in terms of your favorite moment, your favorite match maybe from yesterday, Ash, what sticks out for you?
I think the foot bait game was probably the best game that we saw. It was very close. It came down to a low buy in the end, so that was nice. And also the BetBoom Spirit game looked like it was going to be a banger, and then donked all over them, and that kind of ended pretty suddenly. So.
Yeah, Spirit, no hiccups without a coach behind them, or actually, should I say, with Yabic behind them.
on his name.
Yeah, exactly, and I think also the Monte G2 game. I mean, that was an incredible series. What was it? Triple overtime, quadruple overtime.
Yeah.
In the end, that it took to see who the winner is, and that game just had everything. You know, high pressure moments, individual prowess, and it was a peak major entertainment.
So you're saying 9Z, that is the biggest surprise for you to be in that 2-0 pool?
Yeah, I think out of the 2-0 teams, you have to say so. But seeing as how in the in the 1-0 game they had Astralis, which I think I don't know. That's the thing with Astralis. We weren't really sure which Astralis we were going to get, and 9Z showed some really good games. Obviously in Astana, making the playoffs there, so did great work in the best of ones. We'll have the toughest of tasks today against Team Spirit.
Yeah, might have had a little bit of a smoother route, but I don't think plain sailing is going to be on the horizon for 9Z versus Spirit later on today. Pick'ems though, that's what everybody always asking.
Are
they in the bin?
Every day.
Are they in the
We
bin?
don't have to.
Well, you kind of loved it when we got to do it, you know, and you were getting your 5. It's kind of over. It's kind of over already.
It's over for a lot of people. Like everyone missed on the 0-3s.
But the thing is, FlyQuest is 0-2, and they picked Dust 2 against 9Z and Legacy. What's going on there? They're ruining our pick'ems. I'm not sure what's happening, because I mean that's fantastic for both of them. So yeah, complete disaster there. Monte against Big first game. We thought Big, you know, maybe there's some momentum happening from the last stage, have that insane comeback against NIG. They say nope, there's no momentum there, boys. Lose to Monte straight away, and everyone's instantly lost there. So yeah, the 0-2 is not looking so good.
And I was giving props to you, Freya, and to Chad for the tactic of the two teams that played each other, put them in the 0-3. Well, they both managed to win a game. Yesterday, Monte almost in the 2-0 bracket themselves.
They got pain, didn't they? And Pain have lost 8 out of 9 best of ones now. So it's...
Why didn't you put them as 0-3
all the best games.
Why didn't you put them as 0-3 then?
I wasn't expecting just to get every easy game in the whole tournament.
Yeah,
maybe the worst tactic of all time from me.
My 0-3 team is 2-0 and my 3-0 team is 0-2.
You just couldn't read, right? They just numbers wrong.
It was a bit confusing.
It's pretty hard.
The coin flip strategy didn't pan out
as well. Like, come
we
on,
obviously
how can you predict this?
Exactly, yeah, unpredictable, right? Valve, please change the format for the next major, please. I'm begging you. We obviously had great Counter-Strike going down yesterday, but we also had some smack talk going down as well. Things getting very loud in the arena over on the B stream too. We're going to roll a couple of clips. We'll keep our microphones open so we can kind of react to them as well. Apparently, G's got it in him too, allegedly. He was feeling spicy.
Loud, very loud yesterday. It's good to hear. Like, good to see him because he's been a little bit missing against his best teams. I love that he's doing his own language, kind of firing his own teammates up. That they can understand him.
It's also surprising. Usually, like, you know, they do get hyped, but to talk trash feels uncharacteristic for Chinese players. So
especially G was so nice as well. But it's good because he knows the other team doesn't understand him, and his teammates kind of laugh about it. I think that's the nicest thing sometimes, is you're saying random things knowing that it's not any like malice or anything there. You're having some fun in the game.
Exactly. How do you feel about Trash Talk, Ash? Because I mean, they had to get the 2 British guys up on the desk, obviously, to be talking about this. We're known for being a little bit toxic. Are you toxic back in the day?
Yeah.
You can't tell.
Still a little bit at times while I'm coaching, like shouting, saying things like, what are you doing and stuff. I think you need to do things, you try and make it a fun environment for your own team, because people can laugh about things, and at the end of the day there's so much tension and pressure. You kind of want to create that environment, and I think the main thing is not taking it too seriously.
Yes.
This is part of the game in every single sport, by the way. It's just, can you get under the skin of the other team? And if you can, it's a win condition at times. How about you, Yankee? Were you kind of a coach that would shout?
Carefully thinking about what
honestly, I had so much to think about with my own team. Like, I did not have, energy to spend on the other team. Really, I left it up to the players. I had I had players at times who enjoyed a little bit of trash talk and getting loud, but even without that, it was more for me always focusing on ourselves, right, and making sure that everything is in check. You have to have the players for it and the composition of the team for it. The worst thing is when you don't have it, to try to force it. Like, that just feels unnatural, really.
Don't want to use the word cringe, but maybe a little bit cringe kind of. Foot were loud and proud yesterday for good reason.
Shocking.
They obviously find themselves in the 2-0 bracket as well. This is like they've won the game. No, they've just won a round.
This isn't trash. This is just
hype. I love
just
it.
being loud, just hyping yourselves up. I think it's how much do you feel, Ash, that the decibels matter? When you get like really like does it get sometimes you're thinking like, what are these dudes do? Like, this is like insanely loud. Like, why are they getting this loud? It's kind of annoying.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe after the event, if they do well, they have to do team karaoke or something. They're thinking, let's ruin my voice, and I can't do it because this is so loud. And it's on microphone as well. Like, what? They must be all going deaf. I bet the volume's on maximum as well. So, I mean, that's a little bit overkill, but it's three of them consistently doing it. It's got to bring some good energy, good vibes.
You had me at team karaoke, Ash. If you ever do that in any future teams, hit a girl up and hit this guy up. He can he can sing pretty well.
I can pass the microphones around.
Obviously, the Aussies as well that we saw going down in stage 1. They had a little bit of smack talk going down as well. We got a little bit of a teaser up to this too. They were very adamant that they were going to be talking about each other's jobs and just getting incredibly loud.
This is very similar to UK culture, I feel like, is the Australian one. This was my favourite game of the stage 1, I think.
Yeah, and I think obviously for native English speakers is where the best trash talk comes out, or if you're just doing it in your own language, if it's, not an English-speaking person, because, there's a fine line to walk with trash talking, right, where stuff like, you're gonna lose your jaws, or like, look at me, all this sort of things, right? Where it's like funny, it's banter, it's good, like it's good trash talk, but you're not crossing any lines.
That's what the thing is. With friends, you can say extra things. I mean, that's as well when fans at home. Sometimes it's not as serious as it seems when your person's saying this. Your favorite player saying this to your other favorite player. They'll go afterwards and they go together. They probably sit together at the hotel and they mock each other, laugh about it. And so that's what I love about it. Is it's not that serious.
Yeah, it's just not that deep. You've got to be able to take a bit of banter. You've actually unearthed some historic trash talking clips for us, Yanko. What have you got?
Well, I mean, I had a few from when I was coaching, right? And I said sometimes I had players, this is Paul's era, right? Like, this is one of the early days where we had the face-to-face setups and just standing up and shouting at Liquid. Lake, when he joined first, this was unbelievable, right? Like, that's great trash talk, and then maybe not so great.
This was a controversial one. I remember at the time.
Yeah, but there's always like a line to be had, it feels like. If you're like straight up just insulting people, like, that's not trash talk. That's just like, you have to get more creative than that. But Cold was doing it in Portuguese, and he like stood up, was pointing at Liquid, and
you got the Julie Elites out or something,
shouting at them like, you guys are weak, and it's like, that's just so good. And you can see everyone on the team is sort of like laughing. It's lifting everyone's spirits up. Like, it can be definitely a positive thing for the team.
It's a vibe booster for sure. Okay, from our top trash talkers to our top 5 players to watch. Now, Ash, this was kind of a genius idea, right? Because we're coming into this stage, everybody, of course, always has their eyes on Donk. Who wouldn't? So you've come up with this concept of top 5 players to watch that aren't Donk. Yanko, you're going to go first. Who have you picked?
Yeah, because I went a bit of a different avenue. I didn't go for like the best 5 players, in my opinion. I'm like, why would you need to watch these players? And I think for different reasons. Stair, of course, is playing incredible, and you need to keep an eye on him because he keep keeps playing like this while Astralis is playing the way they are, he's not going to be in that jersey for much longer. Like, he's going to get plucked by a tier 1 team. He's a guy who's done it all in his career, had to change roles as well, and now in these like more star positions is doing such a great job. Some Pius, if G2 goes out and says we're taking offers for Klim, they must have a lot of faith in this guy, right? And I think that, I don't want to say adds pressure on him, but like it's a big statement from G2 as an organization with how Klim has been playing, you know, to say, oh yeah, we don't even consider keeping this guy on the roster.
That's a really fun angle. To watch him,
Yeah, I'm going to skip to Meyer next because he has such an interesting arc. Like, I don't know if people remember, like, he was a part of MIBR when MIBR still had Fallen, Fur, Taco on the roster. This was pre-COVID, towards the tail end of 2019. He was only 17 years old back then, right? And didn't really pan out. He was on that team for 6 months, and in the meantime he changed to an opping role, and
I had to check if it was the same guy. I was very confused.
Exactly. He's the highest rated player for 9Z after day 1, but he's had like a 1 rating for this year, really. So he's definitely playing above average, and he will have to if they're going to, I think, make it into stage 3. And the last 2 guys being Insani and Lato, like 2 incredible players from Brazil, definitely your picks if you're making the best Brazilian team at the moment. For Insani, it's about, you know, obviously after the game against Spirit, they didn't have much fun, losing 13-1. But in the opener against Legacy, he had incredible impact, especially in that pistol round, and he's going to have to keep playing on a high level. If he does that, MIBR is a sort of dark horse to make it into the next stage. And
is he becoming your Brazilian Rez? I've heard his name a lot from you.
I mean, maybe, just maybe, but Lato is my guy. I've been flying that flag for a long time, him and Dumao, and like the tournament he's had over at CAC right before this, MVP of the tournament, that grand final against Falcons, he was absolutely unbelievable. And you want to see him sort of, doesn't have to be the exact same level, but needs to keep playing on a high level for Legacy, because it's getting tricky in these best of ones, right? We remember how Budapest went for them. You know, their guys will need to show up for them to make it into the next stage.
You were happy with what happened at CAC, Janko? Really? Was that word just uttered?
I don't know. It's all a haze, Freya. I was dealing with food poisoning at the time. I was like chained to my bed, so I don't know.
Could you give us your best happy face?
Wow. I've never seen this face before. Never do that again, Janko.
Yeah.
Ash, who have you picked?
Yeah, I've kind of gone the similar vein, so kind of maybe not the best players here, but the ones I kind of look out for. And the one that I was watching the most, like when it came to the POVs, by the way, nice picture of Donk, he looks absolutely miserable. But yeah, Luchev, I was watching him in the games because I thought, why is he doing so well? And actually, he looks like a really, really good, well-polished round player. His decision-making was good, but also his mechanics were absolutely fantastic. This was against Falcons Astana, I think, and he had absolutely incredible games in there, and I was very impressed.
Who doesn't?
Well, I think that if, for example, Fury would end up making a change in the year, I think he looks like the quality to step up there. So interesting to see how he kind of goes. Dumao screaming all the time. We're going to have a bit of a headache from him, but his T-side is always fantastic. For some reason, at majors, he always seems to be really, really good. And I went for the same reason, Sampaius. I think that if Saw originally went to Sampaius and said, hey, come with me to G2, he obviously values something there that he's bringing. The balance of the team as well, I think they need a more like supportive op. There's not enough room really when they have all these aggressive riflers. And I went for Jabby and Flammus as hard-hitting T-side players with that AK, both very good players. And also Flammus kind of just, he plays everything. He probably could be a team manager at the same time and get the food for the team. So I don't know what else he's got to do next.
Is that a Yabby pick a little bit influenced by what we saw from him yesterday in terms of his form in that first best of one?
No, I think that he's just been doing a really good job for a really long time. And I think on this team, he's kind of needed to be the star as well. Like on CD side, he has like a mixture of roles. Like he is kind of the star and he's kind of a little bit of anchoring. But on T side, like I said, he's a bit of a lurker. But then when the team comes together, it's like that I've forgotten his Flamesy sort of role. I've forgotten who he was. Where he kind of groups of, he goes first all the time and he goes in and he's really, really good at it. So I just feel like you could take him, put him on a team that could just instantly win trophies, which unfortunately Astralis aren't quite now, and he could be a player that would slot in there and be really good.
Well, if you want to see a little bit more of Yabby or Stare, if you're following Janko's lead, that's going to be going down on the B stream. That is going to be Astralis taking on Tyloo in another 1-1 affair. If you'd rather see the Brazilians of a Legacy taking on Monte in our other best of one, that's going to be going down on the A stream. If you choose that one, we'll see you on the other side of this short break.
terrorists. Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. You're not trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
I managed to catch Kakafu ahead of your game. I always see you in a good mood, in a good spirits and smiling around. So tell me about yesterday. Are you happy with Monte's showing so far in the stage 2?
Yes, I have to say we worked a lot on Mirage and we always had problems against G2. I feel like they're a very good coach team. That means they have not too many leaks and it's hard to play against them. So overall, I'm happy that we showed a good face. But yeah, in the end, obviously, we didn't win the overtime and that's what I'm sad. But I think the showing was very nice.
I mean, you failed to convert a little bit of those couple match points, but I want to talk about something different because you made a tweet that you are getting a little bit of a punishment from tournament organizer for something. Can you explain to the viewers what is happening here? Because obviously the admins have to be strict and the coaches cannot really talk. So this is Valve event.
Yeah, so basically it's only the major rule. The coaches cannot show emotion. So for example, I cannot like throw like this, or I cannot say yes, or I cannot not clap, because obviously after the coaching scandal, they're very strict about, cheating. So they said, it could be that if I'm cheering and the player could see me, for example, that means maybe like rush B the next time. So Valve is enforcing that rule very strict, and obviously ESL has to apply. Yeah, so that's why I did the tweet. I think that, maybe then it's better to do it, like in Valorant, or even I heard in League, that they have like coaches in a separate room, and then I can just like watch it and then, give the timers like this. Because I think without the emotions behind the team, it's like, I'm just sitting there and, why should I be sitting there behind the team? So I think maybe they can think about the rule, but I understand if ESL has to enforce it.
I mean, rules are rules, and obviously every coach has to abide them. Even we had that 12-0 comeback from BIG earlier on, and they just cannot show emotions. It's tough, but it has to be done. But there was another thing, a fail, I should say. I don't know. There was another thing about the veto, right? Can you explain what the hell is happening with you?
Yeah. So this is my first time happening to me. Basically, you have an app where you veto, and in the end you choose the last map, and then you have to choose the site. And basically, I guess I was excited and was already talking to Gizmi about the maps, and then I left my phone. I just forgot to choose a site, and then it basically auto selects the site, and that what happened. And yeah, like Michał, the head admin, is very strict on this one too. So there is no way coming back from that. And yeah, I think it was just funny because it actually happened to Pain also against Big on Overpass, but I would even say it's more huge. And yeah, but it was a fail of my side, so no bad blood against ESL.
Yeah. I mean, obviously fails happen, but they hopefully will not happen today. This is the last best of one for Monte in this major. Whatever happens in stage 3, we will not have any best of ones. Are you feeling confident today going ahead Legacy?
Yeah, for sure. Like we played against them in ASL Pro League. There they could make the win, but it was close. Yeah, we feel confident. I think a lot of things can happen in a best of one. You win one eco, you have maybe one good force buy, and then everything can turn. So I think it will be an even match. We will see. We need to match their passion. I think that's always when you play against Brazilians. They play with a lot of passion and they want to really win. And yeah, if we can match that, we have a good chance.
Especially in best of ones, you need to scream your lungs out because there's no energy to basically
Not the coaches.
Yeah. Not you. We will see how this one goes, and thank you for the interview. Good luck.
Thank you.
We got Monte versus Legacy on our next 1-1 matchup, and I'm glad Kakafu can see the, I guess, funny side of what went down yesterday. The loopsy on his part, of course. I've got to ask you, Ash, would you actually rather be in a separate room, like Kakafu's saying? Would you rather not have to stand behind the guys with these rules?
You'd know a thing or two about that.
Yeah, I did that once in a Starbucks playing in Arama, so that wasn't the best. But yeah, I would prefer to still be behind the team. I think actually it gives you a different perspective because you can actually see the body language, but when you have to show no emotion, it helps you be calmer, and everyone else is kind of a bit more stressed. So you can kind of think a little bit more clearly sometimes as well. And I think when you're in another room, you're probably going to have some staff there and stuff putting you off a little bit and talking to you, and you kind of just want to fully focus, see who needs some help. I mean, the cameras are always on the players all the time, and you can see more of the stuff. So I would still prefer to be behind the players, even though it's the biggest event, the hypest event of the year, and it sucks that you've got to sit there
Literally nothing, showing nothing, absolutely nothing behind those eyes. Janko, you were coaching before this rule was enforced. We've actually got some B-roll of you. What was it, the Face at London major? You were popping off here.
Yeah, I mean,
calm down.
This was the first. This was like 2 months after I started coaching MBR. We went to the major, and I remember this was the 2-2 game probably against NIP. So to make the playoffs, and you're stressed. You have a team that making the playoffs is a minimum, right? We lost to Tailu in one of the best of ones. It was all over the place, but in the end, we were able to get it together. And there was a lot of rounds towards the end where you're just like, there's no more timeouts, or your team, or you're playing CT side, there's not much really to do, and then you're just trying to hype the players up, hype the team up, give them energy. And yeah, I cannot imagine having to just sit there. As I said yesterday, it's a rule that really should be amended. We're professionals, that's what the referees are for. Yes. Make sure there's no cheating. Then yeah, hopefully it gets reviewed at the very least.
Yeah, Ash, you've been there before. You've been told to pipe the hell down as well. We've got an example of, I think this is back at the RMR as well, where you're getting a little bit too hype, and then
yeah, I actually did that fully silently as well. I just fully went, no noise at all. And after the game, we had a huge lead. We threw harder than any game you've ever seen in your life, and we lost the game. And the first thing I heard was, "Do that again, and you're banned."
Oh my God, it sounds so ominous, doesn't it? And I mean, it's very hard in a situation where, I feel so sorry for Kakafu, right? Because you look at his game yesterday versus G2, you would have to strap me to that chair to not show any emotion during what was such an incredible 3 overtime affair. Let's dive straight into it, because we had these back and forth moments. There's so many moments where each team was on match point. Let's dive into it. G2 match point first. What are we seeing here?
Yeah, I like the opening here, right? Like G2 playing confident, aggressive. They call Nerds' number, right? The latest addition. It's a B split where he is just supposed to cause some chaos in connector, right? Going to flash him through, passes by Afro. It's going to find the entry kill here. And just from this point on, as you see, maybe it's just anyone with the last name of Kovac that struggles with these rounds, because it's just Gizmi on that B bomb side.
And he does. This is what you kind of have to do when you are the only player here. Is you've got a multi-frag, you've got to buy time, and here the UK CS in him kicks in, and he just buys such an amazing amount of time. He even finds a kill, and that gives enough time over for Afro to come over, and he finds an extra one. And I think if he just goes down there straight away, the game is just done.
Not only that, he buys enough time so that the A anchor is in B apps as the bomb gets planted. And actually, even though it's a 3v2, Rainwaker is going to be huge here. That one kill really enabled for his teammates to get that trade on Hunter and extend the map.
So Monte, they equalize it, they push it to overtime, they go on a spree themselves. It's their time for match point. So what happened, Janko?
Well, it's going to be an A default going on here. And I can see that he's probably not plan to be this easy that you get out A ramp unspotted on match point, but it does happen. And I think it just becomes very disconnected very quickly because BMS doesn't see anything out here whatsoever. And in a second, you'll see now Gizmy back in T-spawn, not ready. He's playing in Palace, even gets smoked off. So the lurkers are going to kick in a moment, but it felt like the space is there, taking too much of it. And you see Azubu now at the same time, he's involved in the lurk.
Unfortunately, he gets spotted by some Pius, and that completely changes the complexity of this round because he doesn't know that. That prompts Nerds to go underpass because now they're worried about Monte coming back to B. See, Heavy God is like expecting Azubu, but he still finds 2 blinders of a kill.
Yeah, and it's crazy because here's the A players. They've already got a B bomb site, double kill in, and they're both just chilling there. I think they maybe timed out, keyboard disconnected, I'm not sure. And he just leaves Gizmy to go, well, guys, we have A bomb site, we have the B bomb site. Where do you want me to go, boys? Someone help me somewhere.
Yeah, and it's crazy that, you know, him having the C4 as well, maybe you can leave that behind. It was just a very difficult round to piece together. Like, there was action happening all over the place, and I think some Pius having that information really threw a spanner in the works for Monte. Like, if that didn't happen, I think they would have been able to piece something together.
That's just a rough moment to happen on match point for Monte, right? But they do get another one. What happens next then?
Or they get 3 of them.
Yeah, so it's a good start from Afro. I think he's a very underrated player. He's been performing a lot online. He comes to underground pick, fantastic, and they look to reset. And I think this is a very educational moment here for people watching. Bemis is in the ladder room. He gets Molotoved out, and he has to just buy time. And at this moment, he's cooked. He's done. There's nothing he can really do. The bad habit that a lot of younger players have is try and save the president. And unfortunately here, it means sacrificing his own life. Maybe now, Yankee, you can point into what you liked about this moment.
For me, it was about, like, this round gave me faith that G2 will make playoffs. Because what you saw there as well from them is Molly, Bimas, they know he's there. This is them having to defend 3 map points, first round of T side on Mirage, right? They're in a 4v5. They maul him. He smokes himself. There's no panic. They just wait it out. You could see some players holding it, right? They're patient. Then they get, you know, the freebie on Azubu really in a way, and they just keep mauling him again. And you can see how they know with that molly, there's going to be an angle for some Pius to get the kill. And he gets another one. Gizmy did a great job with the 2K, and then even the tail end of the round, sort of the awareness of both Heavy God and Hunter, you know, they're mauling Tetris, flashing it, knowing that Rainmaker could be and probably is playing close, and then just Hunter getting that kill really felt like it sealed the deal for them. And yeah, I think it was just really a sign of a super confident team, that the team that didn't start panicking, even though, you know, they had to defend 3 match points.
Even felt like they got better as the game went on a little bit. Like the details there are incredible. To be like 4v5 and take your time that much is difficult, because that Molotov that they threw, it burns every little inch of that ladder room, and they know it, and they just using that information, and then the Heavy God coming out and Molotov in double flashing position he doesn't even know exists. It looks like Monte are going to win the game there on the back of a Gizmy 2K, and he just kind of goes away from them, and from there on, G2 gone away.
Yeah, they obviously go into that third overtime. That's where G2 end up sealing things out. But in terms of the composition of Monte, obviously there's a couple of names in there, a couple of kind of throwbacks as well. Bemis being one of them. You had a little bit of time coaching him on FaZe, right?
Yeah. I think there's also like this misconception that I saw even on HLTV, where like we signed them and then we benched them. Like, that was never the case. We had them as a stand-in because Olaf retired mid-season and we need someone to finish the season out with. And we went with Bemis, and I was really impressed more than anything else with his sort of attitude and approach. He was so eager to learn and to, you know, listen and to receive feedback, very hard working. His mechanics were strong, right? Like, he had really good aim even back then, and I had high hopes for him. You know, Bounce picked him soon after that, but they put him in lurker roles, and I always felt he would be best used as sort of a flamesy, you know, in the thick of it, use his mechanics, because to really be effective in the lurker role in tier 1 you need some experience too, which, okay, by now he's accrued, but yeah, it's just great to see him on this stage, right, playing at a major, because it's been a rough period somewhere in there in the middle, and just the perseverance and continuing the grind and keeping at it, you know, always great to see a player get rewarded.
That's a really good explanation, because it's a name that's always kind of on the tip of the community's tongue, and it's always like, where did he go, right? Are you more happy with how Monte are using him in terms of their composition of this team?
Yeah, he looks, when I was watching him, he looks like the most reliable when it comes to decision making. I mean, he's kind of shown how his games had to change for him to come back, because he kind of did just vanish for quite a long time. But I like the way he's used now. He seems like you can trust what he's going to do all the time. He hits his shots. Maybe he's lacking now a little bit of that star player mentality of just taking more initiative. That's what I've noticed so far anyway. I think the person that I'm kind of most looking forward to seeing on this one is Afro, who is on screen right now, because he's also kind of been a player who he was there and then he vanished and he's had to come back and actually found a lot of consistency, and I think his game has even elevated a little bit.
On the other side of things, of course, we have Legacy, and they've got to be coming in with quite some confidence, Janko. They win CAC just going down prior to the major. They take down some pretty decent names, and then you look at that grand final, and they manage to beat Falcons in a best of 5. That's no small feat.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think, obviously, whenever Falcons play, there's a lot of hate watching involved, and people just like to see them fail. And there's like so much focus after that game on Falcons, and not nearly enough focus on Legacy, because they played a great game. They were the better team. There wasn't like, this guy is super missing this. No, they just straight up beat Falcons in that final. Lato, as we said, the MVP was incredible, but across the board, every player had his moments. They were leading the way. It was a team effort, and that was probably Legacy playing their A game, right? And that is what you're hoping to see, and that's what gives people hope, you know, that they'll be 3-0 here, or that they will go into stage 3, maybe mess up someone else's chances of lifting the trophy.
Yeah, I think the balance of this team is what strikes me. Like they have Art, who's kind of willing to go in. Like, this guy never, ever, ever goes second and trades someone. He's always going first whenever they're grouping up. But Dumao on the T side, he has lots of space to do things. Lato on the CT side, just really, really good player. The main question mark I had about Legacy was actually the best of 1 form isn't that good, but they're almost getting through this now. If they get another win here and get to the best of 3s, I think this is a really underrated, well-rounded team that is good on a lot of maps, and it's the sort of team you don't want to come up against when you're a big favourite, because you don't want to give them that underdog, Dumao screaming in your face and going deaf as well at the same time. It's going to be difficult to play against these guys. I think I would really expect to see some good things from them in this match.
Yeah, of course, they lost out to MIBR on that first best of 1. I managed to beat FlyQuest in the second one going down yesterday. I do just want to return to your little bullet point about Art, Ash, because obviously we saw him way back in the day, maybe being aggressive to a vault, right? Some people wouldn't be so keen on his playstyle. Have we seen that being reeled into a bit more of a reasonable level on this Legacy, do you think?
I mean, a little bit. He's still the same guy, but he plays less around himself now. I'd say that's the main change. I think before he was like your Kinder on steroids a little bit. Just he was almost trying to just be annoying, walk through the smokes and catch you and tilt you. Now he's more... I think he's using more of experience and understanding he isn't the star player as much now, and let the other guys shine. Okay, follow me, we're going to do stuff. So it seems like a better balance.
Yeah, he relapses every now and then, but for the most part, like, he's got it under control, Freya. And yeah, we talked about it a little bit in Atlanta. You know, I think the whole Fluxo experience humbled him too. I think he understands his main role on this team is just to be a leader, right? Like, be a captain and a leader for some of these younger players, and he's embraced that, and he deserves props for it. I mean, obviously on the server too, so far he's been their highest rated player at this tournament, so I think that helps, like Ash pointed out, in the best of 1s, where maybe there's more stress involved, sort of to lead the way in that manner and alleviate some of the pressure from the younger guys.
I know you said you had a little bit of a, well, I was going to say fever dream, fever nightmare when you were watching the Falcons Legacy game with a little bit of food poisoning in the mix. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about what you took away from Legacy in that moment, right? Because we were kind of in Atlanta saying, is it a good decision for you to be grinding this much going into Cologne? Obviously you start in stage 2, you get a little bit of a break beforehand, but were there any kind of takeaways that you want to see continuing here?
I think just the way they play in terms of they're super decisive. On CT side also, they're one of the teams that's really active, that's always going to be in your face, that's not going to let you, just execute your game plan. You can't count on that when you go up against Legacy. You have to count on, okay, how would you maybe try and shut down their aggression, and just be ready for some scenarios where you're playing 3v3, 3v4, that situational Counter-Strike.
We get to see the maps rolling in. Of course, we still are in the best of 1 phase, so that does leave the map that we're going to be playing as a nice little bit of Ancient. Seeing a lot of this in best of 1s. Does that make sense for you, Ash?
I mean, I'm glad that Monte didn't let this go to one of Legacy's best picks anyway, because Overpass, Mirage and Dust 2 was looking scary, so to get him off that, I mean, this could be, I'm not quite sure how good Monte are, and Ancient could be one of those ones where it's a best of 1, both teams end up on the 4th best maps, and we end up with a weird game going on, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, a big part of best of 1s is which side will you have to start on, right? That's why we don't see a lot of overpasses, even maps like Nuke in there, because having to start T side, like things can go wrong for you. And Ancient is one of those maps similar to Mirage, similar to perhaps Dust 2, where you're not as worried to get something going on T side.
Well, you both picked out Demao and Lato independently for those top 5 players to watch. You know, Yanko, rest your case. What are you going to expect your boy to be doing here on this Ancient?
I mean, this was the map that he almost single-handedly beat Falcons on, right? And it's just such an all-around player on CT side, great at rotating, putting himself at the right place on the right time. So I think this is where he needs to step up, and, you know, Art has done enough so far for this tournament.
And we need to be stepping into the game. It's Monte versus Legacy going down on Ancient.
The very last best of 1. Monte and Legacy going to be locking horns. What do you reckon, Chatty B? Is this another one of those 50-50s you've been presented with across the course of the major?
I got Legacy as a heavy favorite in this one. It's nice to be concluding today with the best of 1s, right? And then the best of 3s around the corner. We can get into the lengthier format.
And I will reiterate, there may be a couple of people that the news has missed. Stage 3, all best of 3s. That's kind of what we're dancing around here. It is a very exciting change for this major. Can't wait. Just from the very beginning, even with a crowd. A crowd!
Yeah, that's it. We got a couple of people going to come join us here in the Palladium in a couple of days' time. We got this one on the A stream, Astralis versus Tyloo on the B stream. Coming up later, BetBoom, M80, MIBR big. And then best of 3s from here on out. So let's get stuck into this one. Who's going to right the ship? That's the question in these 1-1 games. Who's going to give themselves the extra life?
Did Monte do some convincing yesterday?
For me, when I look at this matchup, it's a bit of a fire and ice, because when we covered the Monte versus Big game, it was very slow. It was take stage 1, wait for Big to push, win the round. Well, we know that Legacy like to push, so let's see if it's the same. They're starting on the defense, though, so things will be a little bit different for Monte. Zoo and Gizmi over towards B. Nice deep nade. Hello.
I mean, couldn't be more simple. If it's just going to be a follow-up, you've got 2 smokes. Sadzin's got a Molotov. They've blocked them ramp, though. Beamos doesn't want to give too much away. Obviously cognizant of potential lurk in mid. Nissim's playing it passive.
They're going to have to go. Flash has come over, up reaches.
Okay, Art is in. Clears out Cubby, so they've got some space, but he wasn't expecting a Zoo to go swinging out the short smoke wide. And okay. Gizmi's just tapped 2 heads through a smoke.
Okay, the Gizmodo Dragon there, doubles up. Nissim's got a lot of space on A, and he's unnoted. Rainwaker is aware it's a possibility, but doesn't know how entrenched. And Sadzin's also been able to quickly rotate in and plant this bomb on A, so retake will be on.
I refuse to believe that this is a 2v5. I'm not even going to entertain it.
There isn't a kit. Sadzin gets donut control. Nissim staying side. He's going to need to get a multi to make this possible, and it's going to come down to the clock.
Just swing together, overwhelm, hit the headshot. Sadzin's going to be under some scrutiny, and he's lost Nissim as well. Just the one for Sadzin.
To the USP. No one's defusing yet.
Would like to see that commence. Is he going to be able to get the angle on that? There's plenty of bodies blocking. You can see just protect the president, and the defuse will come through. So shout out to Gizmi one time through the smoke. The 2 Brits with a pair of frags each.
Yeah, when we got to cast them, there was a couple of these names. Afro's a very fun one to watch.
Yes.
I think that G2 game yesterday as well put all of them in the shop window. Bemis is back with the vengeance at the majors, and he was hitting hard as well, using Donk's crosshair, apparently. So apparently that's a good omen for everybody.
I don't know, man. I use that, and it's not helping me. But this swing from Azuwu actually inspired. The fact that Art kind of was under the impression no one's going to be pushed through those smokes. He thought he had the space, and then Gizmi obviously secured it with the spam.
I would bring up the fact that, the spacing's bad. Where's the follow-through for Art? But it's Legacy. Art's going to be ahead of the pack, right? He's leading the way. He's Rudolph. His nose is not red, but he's the one who's at least shining the light of where Legacy are going to find their moves.
And then the rest of the reindeers usually come on through.
My favorite one's Dumao. He's the loudest.
Yes, the loudest reindeer in the pack.
Nissim's the sharpest.
Well, he wasn't sharp on our last Legacy game.
That was a little bit strange versus MIBR. Do we put it down to domestic matchup?
I think it's very easy to dismiss it like that. And if it doesn't happen again, then we will.
I think on the other hand as well, it was Stage 1 team versus Stage 2 team. But in saying that, there was only 2 Stage 1 teams who won their opening game yesterday, Tyloo and MIBR. So for the most part, the Stage 2 teams showing why they are Stage 2 teams. Plenty of Counter-Strike to come your way today. Exciting end of the day on the A and the B streams. G2 versus Foot and Spirit versus 9Z qualification games for Stage 3. Is it Yabbage? I believe is
Yabic.
Or as I like to call him, Mr. Yabic.
Mr. Yabic, of course. Yeah.
He's really made an impression in Cologne.
Have you seen his stats? I mean, just 100% win rate so far.
Fresh face. I think we have a Bait versus GamerLegion game a little bit later. Bait's coach Madden here, so we'll see if they can bring in maybe the brother, the cousin, or the rival of Yabic to take to the seat.
Might be Bam Bamic. I've heard he's in the halls.
Oh, this one's technical. When the tournament management is getting under the table.
I want to know how Afro got a kill if his PC was this extremely broke. Like, he got a kill on that pistol, and then immediately it was tech.
Kind of the important one as well, so the defuse came through. So good job to Afro there.
Yeah, can't mess with that. But it does give us an opportunity to kind of take stock of not just the day, but like yesterday as well. I'm kind of looking over some of the matchups that stood out to me.
I just look at the stat page.
The stat page? Ooh, okay, let me see what I can
look at the
glean.
stat page and go, he's here, is he?
Oh, yeah. Well, I do like that he's kind of, he's lore accurate.
Yeah.
It's not like because we all big him up. And I
wonder why.
Sometimes I sit there and I go like, maybe I'm overdoing it. Like I'm going, Counter-Strike's most devastating weapon. I'm like, maybe this is a bit much, guys. Maybe I'm overcooking it. And then he comes up and drops a 2.0 rating. I'm like, okay, no, he is kind of going hard.
I've seen on the interwebs people questioning, if Vitality's in stage 3, how come Spirit are in stage 2? And it's like, all right, guys, you might have missed the late resurgence from Spirit with this whole Sophic Halley scenario. Magic's coming into his own a little bit more, the team taking responsibility and starting to play good Counter-Strike again. But they, being Spirit, are showing the world exactly why they're meant to be a stage 3 team, right? And I would say for them, it's quite a positive because they can come in, warm up, get their LAN legs about them, and then when they go up against the big boys coming into the next, the biggest issue they have, and I'm sure the desk will be discussing this at a certain point, is let's say they 3-0 today, well then they're going to take on the highest seed
from
the next
stage
stage.
3, which will be Vitality.
Yeah.
Ooh, well, didn't Donk say something? I saw it. I've read a million interviews.
And then Apex tweeted lol. So I don't know if it was in reply to the Donk, but he did just tweet LUL, which could be about anything.
Maybe it was lots of love.
He likes Lululemon clothing.
Yep, could be that.
All the sporting he does because he's a fit man.
He is. He goes on walks and hikes and stuff.
Lifts some weights. Kakafu, he's tired of this.
I'm glad we got the interview, though, with Stiko just clearing up all of the hijinks of yesterday.
What a day.
What a day. What a day.
Yeah, for people who aren't familiar, there is more restrictive rules placed on coaches at the majors than at traditional events. They're not able to make as much noise. They have to stay extremely restrained.
And it's all, some people ruined it for everyone.
Yeah, that is true. It does go back to when the coaches during the online era, because of COVID, cheated. I was going to use a different word, but I think that's probably the best one for it.
So, I mean, and bear in mind, they were on thin ice anyway, because Valve have always kind of exuded this theory of like, we want the major Counter-Strike to be as close to the Counter-Strike people are playing at home as possible, and the people at home don't have a coach in the 6th slot.
Well, give a coach slot. There's always that one guy in Discord or TeamSpeak that's like, it's not my turn.
Can you stream? Can you put on your stream?
I've heard of one of the fairest methods.
Okay.
If you have too many people for your lobby, right? You've got a straggler. Like, so you're trying to work out.
It's an awkward 6.
Yeah, someone rocks up and you're like, oh, okay. So what you do, and it's cutthroat. It's cutthroat as hell, and it promotes baiting.
Bare knuckle brawl?
No.
Oh.
You play the match with the initial 5 who were there present.
Bottom frag is out.
Whoever bottom frags gets replaced, and the cycle repeats.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Cycle repeats.
I like that.
It's brutal.
No, but it's kind of, it's going to lead to everyone being locked. Actually, no, it leads to baiting. It's exactly what you just said. Yeah, no, it does. I would be a master at that craft.
Maybe they need HLTV's eco-adjusted stats. So anyone who's hunting the eeks, right? It's like, listen.
I like that.
So we're getting quite deep.
We're deep in the swamp now, yeah.
But as you guys could see, there was IT brought in with this concern.
I think this is serious, yeah. The fact that there's multiple people. We've got reported LAG. That's lag. Just thought I'd spell it for fun. We've got plenty of time. Yeah. I figured I'd really slow things down. That's SLOW. This is Counter-Strike. That's COUNT. Yeah.
Should we play a guessing game with people in chat about the famous band that's in our hotel? I don't want to dox them.
No,
shouldn't dox them.
Don't do that.
We'll do it after they leave.
He's got a little monkey on his desk as Afro, a cute little petit singe, I believe in French. That's the name.
Okay. Well, again, he is French, all right, everyone? Just in case you're wondering why Alex is doing that, Afro is a French AWPer.
He is. And he's got a very French name, Aurélien.
Oh.
Doesn't get more French than that, really. I don't think.
It's like a Diablo character.
Is it a monkey or it's got a long tail?
Monkeys have tails.
Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right, okay.
They hang off the vines, don't they?
Yeah, some of them do. It just didn't look like it had like the vine climbing capacity.
I don't know where the monkey came from.
It's not as cool as Yab Yabbage, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
The frog has taken over.
Any tchotchkes on this legacy side of the
Tchotchke
server?
free it is. Look at him. Cute. Do you ever have any Beanie Babies growing up, Chad?
Beanie Babies? Like
I was under
PYs?
I was under the impression, like, I thought I bought Bitcoin in 2007 kind of vibe. Like, I had all of the...
Oh, going on a couple of vacations to the United States of America, they were definitely picked up on the way home.
You got a couple of Beanie Babies.
And then what ended up happening was what became Beanie Baby wars with my sister, where we would throw them as hard at each other as we possibly could.
We did the same thing, except instead of Beanie Babies, we used... my sister for Christmas got a... like, you know, make your own necklace jewelry. So like plastic beads in a box. And we were just hurling them at each other.
Safe.
Not the best idea. No one got blinded, which is good.
Just to give everybody an update on what's going on and why we might be taking a longer walk down random lane.
Yes.
One of my favorite lanes, but we've just got a report. It might take a little bit longer than expected. So just hold with us. We'll keep it in the realms.
Oh, I had a whole Beanie Baby story.
Oh, well, let's finish the Beanie Baby story. I'm sure people will, and then we'll get back in the realms.
Well, here's an interesting one. You know, like, we had different styles of play, my sister and I. Obviously, I'm, like, reading about medieval siege weaponry, and she's giving her Beanie Babies school. Like, she would, every day, she would line them up.
Lesson.
And she'd teach them for hours. And you'll never guess what she ended up doing as a job.
Teaching.
Yeah. Believe it or not, the writing was on the wall. She was teaching her Beanie Babies. I'm learning about the trebuchet.
Great weapon.
Great weapon.
Look, we can see we're getting a preview here. There will be an interview coming up later, Steeko and Def.
Okay, interesting. A little sneak peek.
Look at that. You guys wouldn't have got that if I didn't say that.
Thank you.
If you're an audio only.
So you want to talk about Counter-Strike? I guess we should.
There's a great Reddit thread title here, Alex. I want to go into this. So let's do a dissertation on this. What do you guys believe is the difference between Scream and Donk? Probably about 20 years. We'll start there.
Start there.
Scream.
Go on, Virtual.
I like Scream. He's a big man.
Big man.
He complimented me in the gym.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Yo.
But I would say that Donk is more comprehensive in his play style.
That's a good answer, good word.
Whereas Scream obviously was very flashy with the one taps.
I'd say he is one of the players with the most defined style.
Sure.
He leaned into that style, even if it may have cost him, you know, competitive capacity.
Yes. He's still trying.
Is he?
He's going back with his brother, Nuvera.
Oh, that's actually quite hype.
Yeah, they're giving it a crack.
Yeah, I'd cheer them on in the tier 2 realms.
He did go to Valorant for a while. And he's come back to us. It's great to have him back.
Hey, sometimes, you know, the grass isn't as green as you thought it was. But yeah, I mean, I think Scream definitely, I loved his signature style, and some of his clips are insane when I see him pub stomping these days. You know, he's still doing it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of watching POV from like pugs,
like demos and stuff.
To do, and he had one pop up the other day. I think it was on Anubis. That Lim POV's channel is one that I watch a lot.
He's just tapping heads still.
Well, you know, the aim hasn't gone away, considering. So I brought up Twitch chat just because we want to make sure we connect with some of the brightest minds.
Are there any Beanie Baby collectors in the chat today?
No, I'm having a read on this one. Streamer View says correlation between a coach's shoes and their team's play styles.
Oh.
I'll be honest, I don't look at coaches' shoes.
No, I don't think I could name a single coach's shoes I've looked at.
Yeah, okay.
I can't help you there, I'm sorry.
Someone is an old school individual, so they have to be around my age. They said the old SK Scream.
SK Scream?
They're talking about a Swedish Scream, Once Upon a Time.
Oh, I'm too young. That's me, I'm so young. That's what I always describe myself as. But yeah, if you guys are wondering what the hell is going on, it seems like it's one of the more extended tech pauses. We've been very fortunate so far.
We have.
Haven't had any of this funny business, but it does look like Afro was having an issue with his game.
And we're allowed one.
Yeah.
This is the one.
This is the freebie.
It's one per caster pair. This is our first.
Okay, nice.
So we'll take it. But we can also direct you towards that B stream with Jason Moses O'Toole and Dinko Dinklage.
You can.
That's his official title.
They're doing the Tyloo game, right?
Tyloo Astralis, the Battle of the Red Logos.
Ooh, and they're actually playing Counter-Strike right now.
Why do Astralis keep playing Nuke?
In best of ones.
That's a question that I don't have an answer for. I maybe never will.
What's wrong with their Nuke?
What's right with their
Nuke? Oh, okay. I'm looking at their stats right now. It's a 57% win rate. They've beaten teams such as Foot and Foot.
I think I'm historically scarred. I understand if I go in the deep history, obviously they were very good on it once upon a time. I just remember there was an EPL where we kept doing their Nuke games and their T-sides were very rough around the edges.
Okay.
So that's me in the time machine right there. Afro's disconnected from the server again. He was back in temporarily.
I will say it is actually quite a effective against a team like Legacy, who are someone, you know, this is a team that immediately wanted to shake off that pistol loss and just go straight in with like, all right, force buy, I'm going to do this, we're going to do that rat strat.
And the problem is, even though you can see what's going on, you're the ones who, in a bit more of the darkness as far as the information, like all of Afro's teammates are right there, they can see what's happening, they understand, and then they want this fixed, whereas Legacy, they're going to be a little bit more eager to get this one back underway.
100%.
All right, is there anything good coming in the Twitch chat realms? Oh, a full PC replacement. That's the official word.
Yeah, so they're going to have to build it first. So it's motherboard, then RAM. I actually don't know the order of building a PC.
Someone said, Skya says, did you try restarting CS?
That's a great question.
I'm not sure if they did, but he has left the server a couple times. So I would say yes.
I'll tell you now, I think one job that I just don't think I would be able to ever like keep a cool head on my shoulders in is like the tech support, where you're trying to like, you know, when you're like, when I'm trying to help my mum just use the television and I already lose my cool. I'm like, imagine doing it over the phone with a stranger. You're like, is the power light on? Is the power light on? Is your router plugged in?
I had one with my grandma once upon a time where she had one of the scam calls.
Oh gosh,
and she actually
I'm terrified of that.
She actually did, and I just said, like, it happened, and then she called me and she said, oh, I had a call from these people and they did this and they remoted in, and I went, oh, just unplug your router now.
Yeah.
Okay. So so I'm not sure exactly what manifested from there, but
did you get an update?
This was a long time ago.
Oh
This
gosh,
was been 15.
Yeah, but I mean, with all the AI stuff now, tell your older generation folk, give them a little warning.
Even me, I need it sometimes.
No,
Some of these emails, you wake up first thing in the morning, you have an email from PayPal. It's like, I don't even use PayPal, but I still freak out.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, hold up, they've siphoned all my money.
Yep, it's gone, and it's gone.
Shout out to your mumsy's dad. Says Perth represent, Sponge Perth represent.
Hey.
Shout out to all 4 people who live in Perth. Someone said router. I understand I said router. You must be British.
Yeah, we call it a router.
And that's
say some
okay.
things differently. That's okay. Me and Chad have learned to get over it.
Yeah, it's fine.
You know, he says potato, I say potato, or whatever they say.
But when Jason says something wrong,
we
never let the Americans off.
Absolutely not. Just butchering our language. Our language, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What does everyone in Twitch chat think of the new haircut from Sads? And I understand he was already a bit of a buzzcut Andy, but now he's... What would you say? Is he number 2? Is number 2 with his rock there?
I'd say you're probably right, yeah. I've actually recently started getting a straight 1 on the on my cheeks.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, as far as like lengthwise, it's probably the same as my beard, maybe a 1.5.
All right, okay. Guys, any good topics here, just throw them in. Well, someone said north or south of the river. This means nothing to the majority of people watching right now, guys, but I'm from north of the river.
What river is that?
The Swan River.
Oh, I'm getting some geography.
The Aussies are playing later for elimination against Pain.
How did their game yesterday go?
That one was... can I just use the word a little bit disappointing?
Yeah.
That's 2 words.
That is 2 words.
Shout out to 7DXSH asking why tech pause. Just a couple of issues with Afro's PC. We're just sorting them out now. We've done a full PC swap, so we should be getting it back in underway shortly if everything's hunky-dory.
Okay, so we've got 2 feedbacks on the Sads in haircut.
Okay.
Yo Les Noobs, so Dust Moret's in the chat.
Okay.
He says, Sads in, scary looking. And Termo Payne says, haircut be tough. So I think they're kind of both...
Yeah, they're the same vein.
Same vein.
Sads in a dark lane with those glasses on.
Yeah, like I'd be worried. I wouldn't peek mid-doors against that guy like that.
Is he looking at them? Is he looking at them and us looking at him?
I think we've got a staring contest going on. Yeah, oh, he gave up.
Here's a question I have for you.
Yeah.
In your ventures at the hotel so far,
yeah.
Today is day number 6.
Yes.
Who is the player that you've walked past the most, that it's getting a little bit strange? It's like every time you always see this, you're kind of on a similar weird schedule.
Yeah.
Where you go to the lift or you're in the lot, you always see this same player. Because mine's Yabby.
You see Yabby a lot? I haven't seen Yabby once.
Well, his prac room's just down the hall from me.
Oh, okay. I've seen a lot of the Aussies. Obviously, I probably won't be seeing too many more of them. But,
oh, whoa!
Bumping into the Australians in the hotel a lot. That was... I think that I have the similar case where I've got the prank room near me.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
But they be gaming.
Okay, so you're just saying Aussies in general.
In general, well, I would have named a specific Aussie, but it's all been kind of equal, you know. Tell you someone I've been seeing a lot of is Jason Moses O'Toole.
Okay, is that because of Magic the Gathering?
It is because of Magic.
That's
the Gathering.
Fine. That's fine. It's taken over, and that's okay. It's keeping you guys out of trouble.
It does.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay.
We're bringing out the big guns. Just so you know, we are bringing out the big guns.
We have got word that it's not looking good.
That was verbatim.
That was verbatim. It's not looking good.
Not looking good. So
what does that mean?
It means you and I are actually going to have to go build his PC.
Okay.
Because Afro said exclusively that if Chad and Alex don't build it, he doesn't.
I kind of want to do what Doomal's doing right now. Take a power nap.
Well, maybe we can.
Yeah.
You reckon Afro can hear us right now? Can put the camera back on Afro.
Has he got his headset off?
Afro, if you can hear us, blink once.
He's genuine. Oh, no blinks.
He's so locked in.
Yeah.
He's so locked in.
I mean, I'd understandably be a bit, focused on the whole, trying to play the 1-1 match at stage 2 of the major thing.
Get yourself into the 2-1 bucket with 2 best-of-3 opportunities to get through to stage 3 and find the big boys like Vitality, Navi, Furia.
And being, a major rookie, you're rocking up. Not that you haven't been competing, not that you're not familiar with, setting up your periffs at this point. He is, certainly seasoned in that aspect. His first major.
The fun stuff that happened, I say fun stuff, I kind of meant it a little bit facetiously there, but there's certain things that have happened in the past where you just have these weird stutters or lags, and I'm talking that personal experience, and I've just had to wipe my whole config and redo it again, and that's really annoying, especially, he's already played 2 games.
Oh, wait.
Right? He's already played 2 games, and he hasn't had any issues, so it's just the bugs in the system, right? And they were playing against G2, that was a multi-overtime game, that was a banger, and they won against Big, and both matches, this guy's been very fun to watch with his AWPing style. So we definitely want to make sure everything's sorted.
Out of curiosity,
that people want to be watching the game. We do too.
Yeah. When you talk AWPing style, it's more aggressive, it's more up close. How would you categorize? Is there a parallel with someone, perhaps another AWPer, that we can kind of, help to easier convey the way Art approaches the AWP?
Is he actually asleep?
Yeah, he's no
Is he actually asleep?
He's just taking a quick.
For me, I would say it's a stubborn AWPing style.
Stubborn's a good word.
I kind of go with Maka because they both like to be in positions where if you don't hit the shot, you're dead.
Yes.
Right? I understand that Monte is much more flashy and flary in that way. I'd say a bit more with the Molodoy bucket, whereas Afro it's just this stubborn style of I will be here and I will shoot you.
Yeah.
Right? He's just so confident in holding some of these angles that might not be the absolute best. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone tuning into this matchup, we're going to throw it down to the desk, led to you by Freya Spears. There'll be a Janko Jankovic and an Ash Ketchum to catch them all. So we'll be back when the game's ready to go.
Yes, Chad, Alex, you need to go handcraft Afro's PC, please. He's the only person apparently trusts to build a PC. Now, have you ever built a PC yourself, Janko?
Surely. I don't believe I did.
Really?
No. The best I can do for you, Freya, is when I was upgrading, let's say, the GPU and something else, maybe CPU, maybe something. So it was just taking out what was in it and replacing it. And even for that, I needed some help.
You need a little bit of thermal paste in there as well. That old classic. Loved it.
Right, I did that once.
I thought I could just use toothpaste. Oh, I'm trolling. I don't think I ever used thermal paste. Maybe one time this guy, when he was kind to help me out with it, maybe he pasted it up a little bit. I don't know.
Either way, Ash, you can attest to this more than myself and Janko. What's it like being a coach in these situations when the other team is an issue? Obviously, that's fair. You've got to solve the issue, right? It's not fair for anybody to be playing on equipment that isn't quite right. What do you do in these moments? Because you can't talk.
Well, to be honest, I think you're at a big, annoying disadvantage when it's the other team that has a tech pause because you have no idea what's going on. I genuinely have no idea. So you're thinking, is it our problem?
Yes.
When are we coming back? Is it any second? So you're kind of on standby.
Yeah,
forever.
you're not getting those updates, are you? Well, I mean, maybe in this situation, maybe an admin's coming up to you.
Maybe I'd ask the admin and they might say something, but you're kind of just keeping your eye on the other team, seeing what's going on. Obviously, they know all the details. I think the weirdest thing is you kind of just got to sit there in silence for a really long time, and you've got all the prep that you've just gone through. You play one round, and you worry, do I need to take a attack pause or something straight away just to remind something?
I think there's a lot of different things that go into it in a way, right? One of the thing is that I think it's better that it happens immediately than imagine if it were 10-10.
True.
And it happens and there's a lot of intensity in the game and it's a close game and a lot's been going on and then it's just deflated. This is almost like the game didn't even start properly yet,
yes.
Right? In a way. But I think this stuff with tech pauses, obviously for people at home, when it's a tech pause, you're not allowed to speak. You just get muted in TeamSpeak, so you can't speak to each other. You can't hear your teammates either, coach as well. It's so that teams can't abuse tech pauses to basically take a tactical timeout, which is what happened in the early days. But at some point, there needs to be because just having to sit in silence on your own with your own thoughts, Freya, for
Bro,
15,
I've
20
never
minutes?
done that once
Is
in my
there
life.
anything scarier than that? Some
Absolutely
people
not.
call
You
it
don't even
like
get TikTok.
the
What's
M
going
word.
on?
It's like meditation.
Meditation.
I've never heard of
Sounds
it.
crazy to
Yeah.
me, right? Like
Mal loves it,
you
though.
alone with your own thoughts.
No, couldn't be me.
Someone
That's
like
why I'm not a
Hart,
Counter-Strike player. That's
alone
the
with
only
his own
reason.
thoughts.
Imagine how crazy this next round's going to look.
Yeah. We're in for one wild T-side, let me tell you guys.
You're not even allowed to like put any music on or anything.
No, you can't do anything. You sit. I think imagine like you need the bathroom or something. Not allowed to go, and you could be there for a very long time.
You can play rock paper scissors there. Apparently.
Yeah,
This is-
they'll get told off soon though. Trust me. And there's many times.
Yeah, but I think at some point you should, because it is like just kind of crazy to expect people to sit there for 20 minutes, you know? So at some point,
Okay, quick update. SSD swap might be a little bit longer, but hopefully they've identified the root cause of the issue for poor old Afro on the other side. But yeah, what did your guys used to do on GamerLegion, Ash? A few experiences. Was there a little bit of meditation going on? Was it looking through the strats? Was it just purely zoning out? What were they doing?
I think not focusing on the game is the most important thing. I don't overthink it, chill. I remember I used to play noughts and crosses with PR quite often. That was worrying because there was a worrying lack of draws going on, which should be a draw every single time. But yeah, you're just playing rock, paper, scissors. You're just sitting there waiting. And there's nothing worse. I think it might even be classed as human rights abuse now to have to sit there in silence nowadays in 2026. I'm not sure. So it's just boring.
How you feel about... I was thinking about we banned these notes. Like players are not allowed to have notes on desks. What are your thoughts about that?
I think you could. I think you're just kind of lowering the level maybe a little bit. I think you should. Like people aren't using them like they're only using them for like remember certain parts of the round, so we don't have a strat where everyone forgets to smoke and then Chad loses his mind upstairs screaming and shouting, and we're thinking it's just a terrible game. So usually it's just like, oh yeah, this strat I do this. It's like really basic, so I think that it cleans parts of the game up. Like I said, when I was watching these 2013 demos, my god, it was horrible. No one knew any lineups or anything. Sometimes you might even take a screenshot of a smoke if you can't quite remember it. You put it on the paper. Is it classed as borderline unethical to do this? I don't know.
It will also make for better Counter-Strike if the coach could talk all the time. Yeah, should we allow that?
Remember those days. Remember those days. Who screwed that over for everybody, by the way?
I have no idea.
Was it Na'Vi?
Starix?
Yeah.
Was one of the first ones to do it, but... Oh no, it was because I think Navi made a roster change so that Starix could call rounds for them, and they didn't have a proper captain. They just had like 5 fraggers, right? And he would be the ones telling them what to do. And Mal was like...
That was cool. That was COVID level Counter-Strike. Doing a lot of that as well.
This doesn't feel like, you know, how the game is meant to be played. We're gonna put a stop to this.
I remember the whole discourse at the time was talking about I'm not a sports person, shockingly, but American football. There's I do run on my own. I don't do any team sport. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I don't really watch any team sport either. But in American football, correct me if I'm wrong, the coach can kind of chime in at certain points. Yeah,
I don't know how. No, but that's great because the quarterback on offense and one of the defensive players, they have a headset, a helmet that has a headset built in it, and the way it works, the sort of play clock or the freeze time is 40 seconds, let's put it that way, and at the 15-second mark it cuts off. So for the last 15 seconds, your coach can't speak to you anymore. So basically, and that's why for me it was a cool idea that the coaches can speak in freeze time, because it would be similar, right? The coach sends the call to the player, but then the player they're in the huddle, he gives everyone the play, but then there's also an audible that he can make a change to another play once he sees the defense, right? Because, you can't just blindly call something, depends how your opponents are playing. That's kind of how it would be in Counter-Strike. Your coach can tell you, hey guys, I want you to do, okay, you could call something straight and just do it from spawn, but even in the deal you can say, I want you guys to do this opening, I want to have, let's say, banana control, right? And then do a B execute. But now the round starts, the coach can't talk, and then it's down to the IGL. Oh, they did something aggressive, and now we're in a 3v3, and he needs to come up with it on his own. For me personally, that would be a nice balance. I don't see necessarily a problem with that. It's not like the coach would have to make a call every single time.
Yeah, of course.
And it would maybe be somewhat chaotic because now, he wants to talk, but someone else is also talking. Like it would
You could
cause
put some protocols in there, couldn't you, as well? I can just make it quiet. I think to be fair, I think nearly every team nowadays, the coach does so much for them, but then when you get to the tournament, the coach ends up doing, like in the game, is probably the least amount of work you end up doing all year round.
Yeah.
And it seems strange, no? Like this is the thing you play for, you practice for, and you sit there, and then most of the time you monitor in because you only get 3 pauses. You're making sure people aren't tilted. You're reminding a few details. Maybe there's a tactical tweak in there, but it's not like it's 100%. It might be 50%. It could even be less some games. So it's again, for me, I love American football because of that reason. It's like full set play every round. There's like no defaulting going on in that game, but it makes them. It's so organised, and it's just nice to watch. Like the amount of trickery and things they have, and the coaches are a big input on the timings and design and everything.
LinVision are also big fans of the NFL. Yeah, but 95% of your job as a coach is done before the game goes live, right? Like it's a lot of it is just creating good habits, instilling discipline, having protocols, and how you do things in practice, right? Like when it comes to the Counter-Strike itself, it's a lot of repeating the same until it becomes second nature for the players.
Yes.
Right? And that's why sometimes it's, what could they do differently? What is the problem here? Something like Team Liquid is like, there's no changing this once the tournament starts.
Yeah,
right? These are just all bad habits that have
the fundamentals
crept their way in ever since they got together. This is something when if you're flashy or you shoot, like from day one, like as soon as you join, which sometimes maybe is difficult for someone who's new to the role, I don't know, or maybe isn't someone who it comes natural for you to be super strict to the players, but it's like you need to nip this in the bud. Like it has to be known from day one. I don't care what openings we'll have, I just know that when you guys are in a 3v5, you're saving, right? Like no one's going for it. When we're in a 5v3, we're not taking timings, we're not trying anything fun like that. You need to start with that, like Ash said, the fundamentals, the foundations, because those are things that happen on every map, on every side. Like doesn't matter, whether the map is T-sided, CT-sided, whatever. Like situational Counter-Strike, you need to have that down to a T, really, if you expect to be competitive in today's game.
Just to give you guys at home a quick update as well, I've just heard from production that SSD swap has indeed happened. It's looking better, so match, fingers crossed, may restart again imminently.
It's to do all these settings and everything now. It shouldn't usually be that long, and they'll want to test things. They'll probably go live as well for a round.
What are the odds that Dumao is actually asleep? I would say 80%. He
looks very relaxed, almost too relaxed.
Yeah.
Imagine waking up and Counter-Strike time. Okay, back in the game. Ash, you said TikTok earlier, and I've got a bit of TikTok brain rot. So give me a day in the life of Ash as a coach back on the day with GamerLegion, right? You're saying when it's in the game, that's when you're doing the least work. Imagine it's a regular 1 best of 3 day for you guys. You're playing, I don't know, maybe the second game starts at roughly 4 o'clock, maybe the perfect time. Late game, okay. What did you prefer actually? What was better for the boys?
I mean, like I said yesterday, for us it was better because we were in good habits and we can get up early, and like an 8 a.m. start was actually not that bad.
Ideal, okay.
It's kind of bad when you fly 2 time zones over from the UK and then you start at 8 a.m. and then you're up at basically like 5 a.m. in the morning. That's a little bit weird, but yeah, we were pretty good at those times in general. And
okay, so you've got your optimum time game. You got maybe the first game. Let's say that. What are you doing? What's the regime before, during, and after the game?
So if it's the early game, we'd probably do a preparation in the evening, the night before, which would be hectic because then you have less time to do all the prep. You go through everything together. You wake up in the morning, you go for breakfast together. You probably go for a walk.
All on the same table as well. That's important.
Very important. Very important. Split up as far as we can. Every random team. If you're from Poland, you go sit with the Polish people, and then you sit together. We probably
must have been very lonely for you then.
For a long time. Nowadays it's not so bad, but for a long time, yeah. Then we go for a walk just to get some fresh air. I mean, obviously when you're here on the PCs, it's very stuffy and you don't get like that high quality, and it's first thing in the morning and everything.
Yes.
We do that, then we'd go outside at some point, kick a football around with some of the worst footballers I've ever seen in my entire life, which struggle to get to 5 key P-uppers. It'd be a nightmare. I'd be losing my mind. That's the reason I'm bald as well, pulling my hair out, playing P-uppers. We do that for a while. We go through the papers again, come back inside, have a team talk, finish, play the map, and then after the map we'd have probably a post-game meeting or something, watch the games back, do the prep for the next day, in Groundhog Day.
I'm also curious. Sorry, Yanko. You know when you get those seeding matches where, like in the old IEM, well, not old IEM format, the non-major IEM format, you have top 6, which means if you top your group, you go straight to semis. Quarterfinal opponent will be decided on that Friday, right? How do you guys watch that Friday game? If you have made it to the Saturday semis, are you watching that live together? Is it something you go back and watch in hindsight, maybe through like Skybox or something else like that? Like, what's the kind of routine when you have that quote unquote off day away from officials and you're waiting to find out your opponent?
I think mostly you probably just not focus on Counter-Strike that much, just because it's such like an intense period when you're away. It's just constant 100%, your work mode, you're not thinking about anything else. Everyone, obviously there's a lot more pressure as well. You kind of want to unwind a bit until you know, and I think then it would be more on the coach, the assistant coach, the analyst to start thinking about what's going to happen. Like, if we play this team, we're going to play this map, let's watch our own map back, change a few things ready just in case. And as soon as you know you're kind of 100% working, do it as fast as you can, try and get a little bit of free time, and then when everything's done, you bring the team back in. So actually normally, like, there's been multiple times where the team's in the pool or something and we're upstairs at the PCs preparing everything. Like, I remember at the Paris Major, the team every night was walking to the Eiffel Tower. It was like an hour walk or something, and I think I never left the hotel at any point, just sat there doing prep.
Oh no.
Hashtag worth. I'm curious, so if you have a late game, if you're playing a late game, do you play a scrim during the day or no?
Normally no, but if it's a really late game, maybe. I haven't found any like value in it in general. Sometimes people say they want to feel warmed up, but then like, you come here, you stand around for an hour, you do nothing, you set up, you do nothing, then the game goes to a third map, you do nothing. I haven't found much value in that.
Not even if, like, you know your
if you know the map, then maybe.
Like, your opponents are going to pick a map that's like your 5th, you know, like, it's just the matchup isn't good, and they're like going to pick Overpass, and you're not great on Overpass, so maybe you want to get one in there.
That'd be situational, yeah. So if something like that, yeah, and I think one of the best examples of that is when both teams have the same ban, and you think, we're going to be alpha today. We aren't banning that. So we're prepared. We're prepared to play Cobblestone, suddenly brought into the map pool in the middle of the tournament. We're ready for that. So we might play a practice then.
I don't think I was fooling anyone in prac groups where I would say, you know, hey, is looking for Vertigo, you know, because we're playing another team that perma-bans it and just don't do anything. I mean, I've had it both ways. Sometimes we would play, sometimes we wouldn't. I think we stopped playing because you do this one map just sort of to maybe go over things, or you want that extra rep to prepare, or maybe you added some new things to the playbook for that game, but then maybe your opponents are Gambit youngsters before they became Gambit, and they're just wrecking you and running around, and then everyone's losing confidence and everyone's getting tilled during this one map of practice before the actual game that you have later on. It was like, maybe we'll stay away from these scrims on match day.
Fingers crossed, I'm hearing. Should be good in a minute, maybe less, to be getting into games. That's good news. We get to see Demau is awake also. That's great. We get to see the stretches too.
Do you think Afro ever had an Afro at any point?
Yeah, where does that name come from? Stiko, if you're hearing us, please be man on the ground and get the answers in. Was Gizme
he always wanted some.
Oh, sorry, was Gizme after your time, rather?
I'm still alive, so I don't know what you mean by that.
You never crossed paths with him?
No, never. He was, I think it was in an academy team, I think he was.
Yeah.
I remember. He kind of came up from nowhere a little bit, I feel like.
He was in the university scene. He either is or did go to Lancaster Uni. Yeah, he's 22, so maybe he's just graduated. I don't know. He was telling me on Media Day that he carried his team in some uni tournament where the grand prize was an all expenses paid trip to IEM Krakow or IEM Katowice.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, they won, but he couldn't go because he had
Oh, so you just ruined it for someone else then if we go. Oh, I see. Typical UK people.
It's very disappointing when your name is Jack von Spreckelsen.
Yeah.
Or your nickname
That is a
Gizme.
name.
Like, you could have done so much more with that.
Do you know anything about him and his like, was he ever on the radar for you, Ash, at all?
No, I mean, he wasn't really an in-game leader until very recently.
No, true.
No, he was kind of just a fragger who was okay. I think was it Monte? Oh, he's on Monte now. What am I talking about? I think he was on Monte for that long that I've kind of... I think he was there. He was on Monte Academy, I think.
Yes, he was.
As a player. And then he came up, he didn't do that well, and he's come back as an in-game leader. That makes sense. Okay. I understand now.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember... I mean, people saying, like, he's quite good, but I never really felt that he was good enough as a fragger. But then in-game leading actually looks like he's been pretty good so
It's
far.
pretty decent. Takes inspiration from Apex. I mean, obviously, you would now in this heyday of Apex.
That's a different meaning nowadays. So it's crazy. Like he set the meta really in a way of having an in-game leader who plays tower positions, who's not like a mega fragger.
We hear analysts stop talk, so we stop talk and we give it back to the commentators. It's time to get the action back underway.
We are finally back underway. We appreciate your patience. We're allowed one, and it was an extended tech pause.
Oh, look at this. They're even going to recap the pistol for us. B execute, stalled out by a block smoke, double kill through the smoke from Gizmy, the man they were just discussing, the in-game leader. 2 players from Legacy still able to infiltrate A, get the bomb down, and now that we're back in play, that's why you're going to see them in with a juicy looking 4-spy. Dumal's no longer asleep. NK Falato, Dumal in with a Galil, and we're rushing A. That's a fast donut smoke in the hands of Sadzin. Rainwaker, he's playing toolbox. He's hidden here.
Okay, so is he going to exercise some trigger discipline here? He's going to let them past. Art pathing forward. Could clash with Afro first. Trigger discipline, important, integral from Rainwaker, but if they path behind him, he's a dead man. Oh, he still adjusts onto Dumal. It's good info. Art causing chaos in Donut, but Azuwu stops him from finding a second. The bomb is planted by Sadzin. They're breached. And you've got the bomb down. After winning the pistol, Monte feel like they have to convert this one. Don't see a kit. You're running light on time already. Gizmy takes the headshot fight with Nissim and a quick click on the Galil. Looking very good, looking too easy, clean from Legacy. They had plenty of time to think about the call. And it's a PCA to completely nullify the pistol win from Monte.
Yeah, the desk having to cover off a lot of topics there, but one of them being, just sitting and being iced out. We got 4 major rookies on the side of the server for Monte. So coming out of that straight into what is an A rush, you don't even get a moment to breathe, even though you just had probably about, I wasn't keeping tabs, but maybe 10, 15 minutes of that, maybe more. But that one was very in your face, and fire and ice with the pace of Monte we saw against Big a little bit earlier in the tournament with the way we know Legacy play, and they're doing a repeat call, rushing A again, the exact same round.
I mean, it's just the perfect call. No one's here.
Yeah, this time no tall box play from Rainwaker.
Oh, 2 opportunities on the Deagle from Afro. We won't get many more.
Yeah, well, if you miss your CT smoke, you're going to give over those chances, but
no harm, no foul, as they say. Still, they'll replace it, and it doesn't look great for this full investment. You might want to save, and I think that's exactly the call. Just try and have a second bite of the cherry here into the 4th round of play.
Yeah, this is going to piss you off a little bit if you're Monte. You win that pistol, you were just hoping to keep carrying that momentum through, and now it's just been taken away from you. This is possibly the worst way things could go in a best of 1.
And now if you really wanted to ruin the atmosphere, you make a remark that pins the blame on Afro for his PC not working. That's how you really sour the mood.
I don't think Duma has that nuance in his roars. They tend to just be loud.
Nice PC, Afro. Something like that.
Yeah.
That would probably annoy me.
Well, to get to this point, we had Monte take down Big in their opening game on Mirage. They had the barn burner against G2. That was 22-19 in favor of G2. Also on Mirage, and the hunt, oh, it's not going to find the final. So they do get to carry through an M4. Legacy to this point, opening game lost to MIBR on Nuke. They just weren't hitting as hard as they traditionally would on the Legacy side of the server. MIBR coming in warmed up from stage 1, and then FlyQuest. Okay.
Your hand's hurting after that one. Your hand is hurting, and that's a tech pause.
Okay, the update we have is Afro's restarting his game. He's adding his launch option. So this is where the mental side of Counter-Strike becomes the conversation.
That was the key word, I think. Launch options don't really do much.
No, but they do for the mental.
Yes.
That everything is the same as it would be if you were playing in the environment of your home.
I mean, even just playing with a skin you're not used to could get into your head,
Yeah,
so he's got to he's going to have to reconfigure everything, get everything right, tickety-boo.
And the thing is, he was trying to fix whatever the problem was, and then he's fixed them and then had to jump straight back in, and this is probably still weighing on his mind. While everyone else, sure, has just been sitting idly by a little bit more in the dark, it's going to have a bigger impact on Monte than it is on Legacy. Don't you worry about that.
But there's no easy way to shake this off.
Oh, well, you can't leave. You can't go outside, wash your face, reset, go in the sun, have a chat. This is it. You're locked in for now. And
like 20 press-ups, just like reset the physical and the mental.
But this is when you're at the mercy of what's going on in your head.
Yes.
And it's a hard skill to master.
And it's not something that even some of the very best have full control over. It's something that It can just get the best of you, especially in a best of one environment, you know, like it's losing a second round forced buy.
Exactly.
That's already kind of putting a mark against Monte's chances of winning this Ancient game.
The pistol was relatively clean. Obviously, if they had denied the bomb going down in that situation, then they would have gone up against an eco, or I'm sure they would have found something to drop to Art to be a little bit crazy with, but it would have been a much easier situation to handle. And now with all the steam taken out of the room, I obviously the game's just started, but it feels like it's going to be tough to see Monte banger against G2 yesterday.
And this is where, you know, if you had a super vet on the team, like Bemis is the only one that's attended a major before, I don't think he can
Even
pull
then,
that. He can't really
that's up
fit
to the coach then. So maybe Kakafa needs to take a timeout.
I like that. Go straight from tech to tack. And I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put too much into it. Just like a 10 seconds of like, guys, it's like you understandably are frustrated. All your feelings are valid. But if you hold on to them and carry them into Ancient, we are going to lose. You have to be able to reset.
It feels like this is more than launch options, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you need IT and a tournament management member to assist. So we might get the desk back at some point, not right now. I can see that Moses and Dinko are heading back to the green room to potentially restock. So that tells me that the game on the B stream is likely done with Astralis versus Tyloo. So I can't even tell you to head over there to check that out. I won't spoil you the result, even though the producers just said in my ear. Alex and I, we don't do it. We play a large noise. Alex, the noise is wee-woo. Yeah, we've stolen that one from Carrigan. Hopefully he does allow us to use that.
Actually, that's more of like a machine variant on the Carrigan. You know,
it's a remix.
Yes,
it is a remix. So the desk was talking about obviously not being able to talk during these situations and being iced out. We obviously know that the coaches are under more restrictions in terms of the emotions that they can show. Fun story. So
my favorite kind of
story. And I've told this story before. You will have heard it.
Okay.
So it's just for the new viewers, really. So back in ancient history, we were playing this is when the major qualification system was minors, and the minor was in South Korea. And coaching was still, I wouldn't say it was in its infancy, but it definitely wasn't as prioritized as it is in the modern game. And our coach at the time, who do we have? We had PK. And we were in these large booths, right, that we were playing in, and they had connected the coach to TeamSpeak via a laptop which was wirelessly connected. Now we're in a booth, right? So obviously there's a lot of things between
like obstructions for the signal.
So that game had an awful lot of technical timeouts, because what would happen is when we took a timeout to talk to the coach, which was a different format of timeouts back then too, you would have, you know, different timeout rules.
Yeah.
It would end up having his voice come through all at once, and it would happen sometimes like mid-round and stuff.
No.
So we took very lengthy timeouts, because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm not going to, you know, have their tech issues affect our game. And then after they introduced a rule where you couldn't talk to each other
during the that was the origin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to report it looks like the round 4 of our opening best of one of the last best of ones, is going down right here and now.
It's going to be tough for Afro. He's going to need a good round or two to pull him into the game.
Even just like a double dink USP here on the eco, that might fill you with a bit of confidence that everything's kind of working and functional. Rainwaker's dead.
Yeah, he is. Didn't even get to do any damage. Melted to death. This one is just going to be a farm fest. It's going to be the guns coming out into the next. If you're Legacy, it's not hugely important to keep it clean, but if you want to make it a quick game, make sure money doesn't become a problem, then keep it as many alive as possible. As Azuwu spams away with the 5-7, doesn't connect the dots. Afro picks up that M4, and Bemis is over towards CT spawn. So Afro is going to need to find a safe haven, but we'll call this a 3-1 start in favor of Legacy, who coming into this I would have had as the, I'm going to say heavy favorite.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you did.
Heavy favorites.
Heavy favorite. But then again, I would have had G2 as heavy favorites, and they went into like, what, double OT or whatever it was.
Which was crazy, because I'm watching that game, that first half of play, even though it ended up, I believe, 7-5.
I think so.
It felt more like a 9-3 type of half. So Monte did very well to push a close game, and they were in very winnable positions once it got extremely late.
Gives me going for knife kills.
Yes, yeah, that, Afro is about to burn here. I don't mean to a Molotov, I mean internally.
Oh, God.
That's a dark way to go down.
That's a horrible combination of different stimuli.
Yeah.
It would compound, I think, unless you've got, I don't know, a steel brain.
So he's not going to be able to bring out the AWP going into the first rifle round. Legacy not impacted at all by these stop-start timeouts. It is going to be M4 heavy for Monte. There's no timeout called either. I would really, as a coach, just want to get in there, even if it's just some reassuring words. But Kakafu might be confident in his boys being able to dig themselves out.
Well, I mean, give him the first gun, right? I suppose. Let's see.
Right, okay, guys. We just had a fucking Tajif shot unlucky hack, yeah? And it felt very quick when he came back into the game, okay? But we need to reset instantly here, okay? And unfortunately, we lost this round. We move on, okay? We're still in the fucking game, okay, guys? Like, let's go. Let's go.
It's the right words from Gizmy. It's more about the belief, right? You need your teammates to actually buy into that.
Okay, nice little protocols for a lane take. I've got some info, and it's channeling them in towards BMAS, who's just trying to replenish the donut smoke. Do they want to walk through that? You've got bomb in a main, and very little in the form of guards on A. Rainwaker taking down Doom out and getting away is a great
Afro's
opening
pushing
kill.
the smoke with BMAS here. They're going to try and backdoor Art in red.
Yeah, okay, he's a dead man. Lovely proactivity from Monte. The bomb site is lost. They know they might be in Donut.
This has the smoke. Where's he going to use it? Is it CT or Donut? Donut would be ideal, but he doesn't know that.
He'll take the headshot instead. Damn, a dink from Afro, though. Softens them up for the rest of them. Deep Donut smoke. And a nice one onto Rainwaker. Confirms Azumu's in Temple as well. This one feels like they're losing their grip. Nissim with an important kill. They did fake the plant, though. Sadzin's going to go for it, and an easy one for Azumu. The follow-up, too hard. Lato's done well, as has Sadzin. BMAS saves Monte.
Comms a little bit off there for Legacy. You can see Sadzin worried about Temple when, maybe the kill came in and they weren't quite sure where BMAS found the first, but either way, Monte, an important one to bounce back in the early stages. Without a kit in that scenario, you're thinking the longer they take in this, it's going to be another round for Legacy, but they do just keep it to a one-round game. There's plenty of money for Legacy to come back in with the buys. Rainwaker does well there, considering he overlooks the player on the Flames in red. Doesn't see what he was hoping for. Just warding them away from Temple with multiple kills. This flash comes through. Too easy for Azumu. Felt he was good for the second. And this was the silence that, oh no, Lado knew. So the comm's just a little bit late there. Sadzin not clicking immediately, and Afro letting out some noise. So if they can stabilize and win this one, it will give them, well, maybe not a better buy going into the next. Are they going back to a fast A play?
It's got a different variant.
It's going to peak here. Break of the smoke. Nothing pressing forward yet.
Second break. BMAS will respect it. Swings as the smoke once again masks his vision.
Full B lane control right now.
That's valuable. Oh my god, straight through the smoke. Lato has just completely smoke spammed Gizmy out of the round. Well, that's unfortunate.
They still have the territory regardless of the death. The problem is, I was going to say Rainwaker was still looking like he's cheating towards middle. He's wary of this possibility, replenisher the smoke and thinking that no one's crazy enough to walk through this. Well, there's one man who might. Starting to dart back now is Art. They're juggling the U2. Art making this mid-round call with a minute on the clock, but it looks like this will still be the A finish. BMAS worms his way into Donut. Rainwaker is going to now dip into Temple, and he'll get there in time, so the shadow shouldn't cause him too many issues. Can he get out to the big box? That's the question. Smoke fading now.
Just in time. Just in time, Rainwaker drops in. Now he will have Flames at his feet to contend with. Dips away from Sadzin's scope. Full five-man commitment, A main. Just Rainwaker, and he's gone. Sadzin takes him off that Temple line. BMAS ahead of the donut smoke, but Nissim up and over, and then Art swinging with the flashes. It's very well structured util. Counter flash. Doom out covers him.
You're safe. I don't think throw all this away, boys. Oh, plant's not in yet.
You get him off the bomb. That
15 seconds.
Gives you something to work with if you can keep it hectic. Doomau's going to try again. Looking for a safe place to plant. CT's an option. The spam bullets flying. He has to get the bomb planted. No one can knock him off. Afro's in CT. Good grief, they run it down.
Oof, and they might even start hunting now. Look at the radar. Bodies moving, trying to rip this out of the hands of Afro, who's just looking for a safe haven. Darting over towards B. Sliding down the B ramp, and he's riddled with bullets. Doomau will confirm they wiped the board, and it's going to have to be a partial now for Monte, 2-4. There's that first tactical timeout we were discussing. And Kakafu's probably going to be saying more of the same as what we heard from Gizmy. Just getting everybody mentally right. They know that this won't be a buy. It'll be a purchase coming into the next with the loss bonus. That 2,400. It's even tougher for him, right? People might have seen on Twitter him saying, listen, I've been warned for showing too much emotion. We discussed this a little bit earlier. ESL are just reinforcing the rules that Valve have put in place. It's a Valve-sanctioned event. We've got to do it their way. That's why we have 10K overtime money, for example, where otherwise we'd be working the 12.5. And that's the way she goes. Now, this is ancient, and even if you end up with a 6-6 half, or even a losing half in a best of one of a 5-7, I still think you're okay with the pistol conversions, right?
Só vamos lembrar da conversa, vamos blocar boneco, tá? Eu não quero correria, não quero mais patinar sozinho, eu só quero bloco,
Okay, a strong group. Live translation for everybody there.
It's cool. Pack rolling.
Well, here's a stack over towards B, just Rainwaker on the A side.
Now, all you need for this to become the Monte stack is you have to win a pistol round with it.
Well, let's see how this goes. They're going to get some contact.
Found you. Afra gets one and Azuwu another. So the jig is up and a third kill from Azuwu's USP. Or rather a second from Azuwu. Third for Monte. Rainwaker caught out by Nissim's patience. But Azuwu with a recovered AK.
This is a big fight right here. This is a huge fight.
Sad's in. Oh, he's hit him with the Glock headshot. An opportunity did present itself. A smile creeps onto Sadzin's face. He knows he got away with something there.
Yeah, that might look casual at the end of things, but that's damn dicey. That's very good output there on the USPs. A good eco.
Is it enough to call it the Monte stack?
Well, I'll call it the Monte gang. I'm happy with them staying in a 4-1 and actually extrapolating something there. I also understood that as soon as Legacy spot the USPs in the stat, they're like, well, we're just going to kill them, right? Let's not overcomplicate this. But as soon as it gets down to that 2v2, the reroute necessary for Legacy, Afro does get his AWP.
Okay, first AWP of the CT half round 8.
Second time we're seeing Legacy attempt this, right? The setup. But Sadzin playing deep in the elbow corner as opposed to on the line to catch them. So doing it on a little bit of a later timing. But they can see no one's jumped up. Heaven, who was still able to snatch away the first.
That's outrageous. So is that. Afro catches up. Gizmi going to be walking on down the ramp as well. Lato seems to be well aware of this play. Ooh, loses control. Didn't perfectly return his crosshair after the anti-flash swish.
Jamal's got a lot of space here. Azu is above him. Is he aware of the possibility? Well, he is now. Rainwaker will farm that one up, and now it's just Nissim at one man and a Dream in a 1v5 with 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. How much damage can he do? This is where all those kills on the USPs in the previous starts to make a dent in the money of Legacy. They'll still be able to buy into the next. It's about hopefully taking that away before the loss bonus complements where the money's at. This will be their third unless something goes very wrong. Beamers want to head over and pick this one up, see if they can make it a team ace. But so far, some solid shooting from Azuwu still. Might be able to take a look at a future round if we can grab it in a pip of how this guy moves his mouse. It's quite an odd orientation. And Azuwu will take him down. So there you have it.
It was that Azuwu proactivity on Cave. I love this. I mean, very early doors. Knows he hears the double nade break on elbow. Goes hunting for it. Finds Sadzin through the smoke.
There's a lot of money to go around for Legacy, but Art has still opted to chip in here with a Mac 10. He definitely could have had an AK. So let's see. I would say action on Art in terms of pace. He's just going to run out middle here, potentially.
Okay, what's going to test the util, the protocols. Gizmi and BMAS throwing out their HEs, but Art, 50 HP. He's got the clash he wanted. Rainwaker and BMAS bleeding. Dumao trading, pushing red smoke off the flash, but Gizmi couldn't stop BMAS from being caught out. Lato's already starting to apply the pressure on A with that corner CT smoke. And if you get your AWP towards Temple line, that's going to really nullify Donut. Look at Sadzin already scoped up on the line.
That's what I'm interested in.
Oh, good point. Yeah, he is on his way. Can't stop the plant. A little late on the flame. Lato's holding for this. Oh, Azuwu wrecks house. Quick double. Awkward for Sadzin, surrounded. One from every vantage point. They're closing in on him. Afro on site. The uncrouch could be the death of him. Nice shots. Quick on the draw, and it's Monte for 4.
Oh, beautiful stuff there from Azuwu. Just the pace on that flank, right? The brawling in mid, it gives me as well. Just him running through the red smoke, it was always risky, but he mops up them SM middle, and you can understand that call coming out from Art, because in the 2 rounds where they sent the AWP of Sadzin to pick and look for the heaven fights, nobody was scaling. So Art said, well, if they're not going to try and block the choke, let's take the space. This one here as he pops up. Sadzin on his ass, and very well done. I'm liking the fact we're seeing Monte recover from what could have been a very dark day. Art will get the Mac 10 again. They are starting to break through this big bank of cash. Can they tie things up right here, right now, Monte? You will win out the financial war. It's been a long one, but it's only 2,400 for Legacy going into the next. If you can deny that plant,
you're setting yourself up for a potential 7.
And what a recovery it will be. In the halftime, the amount you'd be G'ing up the boys with the problems that's persisted in this one. And Afro, he's not an anchor. I don't mean that in position. I mean in terms of dragging the team down. He's been able to find contributions here, all posted on Cave.
Oh, it's in 2 mines. Double HE. Molly and Afro. Oh, he wanted to stick around for it, but burns half health. Conceding the cave space. Doom out in red room. BMAS responsible for the slip. They've gone for a rather deep ramp smoke there.
Look at the U sort of finish for Legacy. We have about 45 left on the clock. It's just a handful of smokes, a flash, a HE. Sadzen rotating back towards middle loudly through spawn. You know they have lane control, so he can't be heard. Rainwaker pushed in main.
I love this angle. I absolutely adore it. It can be difficult if Nissim's loud. He's actually pathing close. This is the perfect counter. What awareness from Rainwaker. At least he found Nissim. At least the info flows, but it still favors Legacy for getting that bomb down. Art's on site. Doomau lingers to cut the rotations. They did miss that smoke. It's making life difficult for Sadzin. Oh, but Afro is sticking around to catch Doomau late. Nice catch from Gizmi. Catches him on the way out. Now they're kind of boxed in. You don't feel safe in Donut because there's someone through mid. You're trying to find him. Gizmi, just by surviving, makes it so uncomfortable for them as the main body of the assault comes in through CT. Mac 10, 1 and done. Just the 2 of them, both in Donut. Gizmi taking his time. Speaking of, that time is ticking. Kits are present. Nice shot from Sadzin back. Catches and removes Afro. Gizmi's going to have to close the gap now. Lato responsible for one side. Gizmi versus Sadzin on the other. BMAS completely overlooked the idea of Lato, and Gizmi down to Lato to close. Legacy takes 6. That was a hectic round with a lot of moving pieces.
The key there is Lato's position not being noted, right? The fact he tucks in, he doesn't take a pick. They only know about Sadzin and Donut. They're so worried about him potentially being big box or main, thinking they're just going to play the bomb and then peek out after the fact. So Lato, just by not showing himself and using the bomb as that 6th man, is the unknown that wins the round. You could just see BMAS had no idea where the last member was. From not even hindsight, from X-Ray, we see exactly what's going on, but lacking that information was Monte.
Smart. It's a good counter. Sometimes the best move is not playing. Azuru getting frisky early.
You're going to pop up B ramp. They know that they've gone second timing mid control, so this B site is free.
It's brilliant. What a horrible feeling for Gizmi. He's just got 2 smokes either side of him. Azuru in the cave does manage to remove R easy. Nissim's going to try and relinquish some of that cave space from the CTs. There's a barrage of flashbangs, and the bomb's still not planted. Doomau catching flak from the MP9. Another fake part from Sadzin. Pulls out the incendiary from Afro. They've got their man advantage, but these smokes are fading. Gonna get a bit hectic now. Sadzin punching in that code. The wallbang's brilliant. Gizmi actually finishes off the job, but it was BMAS that did a lot of the damage. BMAS onto Lato. Okay, Doomau. Nothing really can do apart from go for a wallbang. Hail Mary.
This would have to be huge. It's an open plan, and now they know where he is. They can just run him down here. Rainwaker will find the final, and that is a team ace. So everybody contributing to make that one possible.
It would have been an assist if it was BMAS, excuse me.
Yeah, so he was planning open
side. So Gizmi's just USP'd him just 4 or 5 bullets to the body.
So just a 1-round gap now. Monte, again, it's all about the recovery from them. Timeout called from Legacy. ADR on the mic. With another Mac 10. You can get that call as well because of what Legacy are identifying in the way that Monte have been approaching middle or not approaching middle. It's how they're able to make some of these calls. Right? If they're going to take this second timing mid control, which we just saw them go for there, then it's likely that the B side of the map is going to be weak. And I'm not talking cave, right? I'm talking up the ramp. If teams want to play full press for mid and they're playing heavy cave, heavy mid, it's normally just one man tasked with holding on to B. And in this case, it was just Azura from cave who does very well to chip away with the first.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Every bullet. Good stuff there from Gizmi. Had a couple of nice kills with the USB through a smoker in that same position. So now the buy is compromised for Legacy. The fact that they were able to not eco this entire half is a bit of a luxury. This one is the worst buy we've seen from Legacy of the half. It's a Galil, that's the top end. It's a P250, that's the bottom. Can they make it 7?
This is going to feel like a victory for Monte if they can leave with a 6-6 half. He spotted R, spots Lato, controls the spray, Doom trades. That's a big one back. Azuma was trying to accelerate in. Now it's Afro versus R, and now pressure. He's been spotted. Running up the ramp is Doom. So uncomfortable for Afro. There's not much he can do, but Traxad's in, and a chance onto R goes awry. Rainwaker tagged up from the spam through the smoke. Doomau will finish off the job. I feel like Doomau's been getting a lot of these like kind of trade frags in the chaos.
He's being tracked here. Nissan's won the round.
Yeah. Off the back of the Legacy timeout.
Oh, this is for the half. Looks like 7 is all they need. Ooh, Nissan goes down. Gives me in the 1v3.
Can he really do anything about this? Art's picked up the upgrade off of the corpse of Afro.
He thinks they're going A because he didn't spot them on the side.
Returning to this, it's an easy pick for Art. 7-5. Okay, Legacy have the lead, but Monte have recovered. A very frustrating and difficult, tumultuous start. It was a 5-2 scoreline that's relatively recovered.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Okay, boys.
This is the fucking major. The mental shit cannot be in front of us, okay? Please reset. Rain, we got you, okay? The game is still up.
Bro? We're throwing the fucking game.
It's okay. It's okay. Rain, we got this, okay? Relax. You need to reset right now. It's the major, okay? It's the major reset. We got this, okay? Everything is fine. Listen to each other. Play with each other. That's the only thing we need to do here. But we need to be here for each other. Let's enjoy the fucking moment. It's not over. We can win this, okay? Let's go. Come on. That's the time where it matters.
Little sneak peek there from Kakafu, just giving the boys exactly what we were talking about. Someone needed to kind of shake them and make sure that they didn't lose the mental battle.
I don't like the talk back from Rainwaker, but I do like the sentiment, even though people might say that's just a bunch of platitudes, cliches. He's bang on, right? It matters in the now. No point bitching and moaning. You deal with what you got and you give it your all. Sadzen into main. They're juggling Yuto for an A fake. Sadzen spotted this early. He didn't see the bombs. They don't know the commitment. They're still 3 strong on B Legacy. Dumao with red control, so they have a lot of information, Legacy.
And Azuru crouches under the crosshair of Sadzen to provide
huge opening
massive kill. That's going to lead to such reactions. Look at Dumao making a move. Util's dumped. Donut smoked. CT smoked. It might pull even more.
They're not buying it. They're not buying it.
Oh, you're right.
Dumao's played ahead. He knows it's a fake. Just the round changed now.
I don't know, you spot multiple bodies, you start putting more damage downrange, maybe Art does start to move, maybe Lato recedes from the site. The fact that there were multiple bodies, it's got them in second guessing.
But they haven't planted yet. That's what's concerning right now. Nissim can still win the round from this position.
Yeah, he's tucked on Kirby. You can't operate under the assumption he's completely gone. There's a clean click. Dumao's found both of the players on A and it's comfortable for Lato onto Rainwaker. That is a sinking feeling in the stomach of Monte.
Okay, well, the confidence there not to fall for that even after losing Sadzen in main, just not seeing enough, right? It's just Azure taking that fight on his own, and then as Dumao plays through, he doesn't get all the information, right? He doesn't see the bomb. Well, actually, by not getting all the information, that's kind of all the information. They do head over and mop up the mess, and then they win the fights on both sides. So you can have them both, you're not getting the bomb down, and now you're going to be taking an eco with just a flash. So sticking to the guns there and not over-rotating, that's the key to success for Legacy in that one, is worming out middle. They're ahead of the smoke now. It's just these Glocks. It should be a mow-down between the likes of, I was going to say Nissim and Dumao, but Dumao's just rotated away, at least for the time being. M4 in hand, he spots them all and cops a dink for his troubles. He's under a lot of pressure as they'll run his way. Nissim can't shave anyone off the pack, and still not worried about this.
Yeah, if anything, Art's just licking his lips with that MP9 to farm up a couple of them.
Doing some good damage with the Glocks.
Yeah, 2 of them are low. I mean, a bomb plant's not out of the realms of possibility if you can finish off Dumao. Ow. What a shot. 1 bullet, all it takes to remove Azuwu. Puts an M4 into the hands of BMAS. I guess this is economical damage if you can find a couple more.
Needs to be precise, only 5 bullets.
Oh.
We know Art is low, and likely to play first is Art. Especially once they have that intel, 50 seconds on the clock, but now he will need to get that reload in. Just 2 more bullets, and definitely. So BMS goes down to Lado, the M4 scavenged back, and considering how much space those blocks got, Legacy will be happy just with 1 casualty. Now the gun's out for Monte. It's tough when you're a coach, right? Because all you can do is... He's saying all the right things. He's saying all the right things. And a lot of the coaches tend to be, 10 years older than the players. You're trying to ground them in reality, right? You're dealing with young men who get very frustrated. This game, I understand, it's not just the mental. It's about what you can actually put in the server. But the mental, if it clouds you, it can take control. This is looking very B-poppy. So just going to establish lane control first. Making sure they don't get a barrage through a broken heaven smoke and a fight their way. And now into Art and Ladder they go.
Okay, Cave Smoke up the ramp and BMAS.
Huge entry.
Really nice headshot from moving Art as well. Puts them on the back foot here, but it's Rainwaker finding Dumao. And with Lato putting up a bit of a fight on the long side, he's making life miserable for them. Gizmi going down as well. BMAS, though, just on the edge of that smoke, and Sadzin's got him up close. Nice shot from the sniper, puts us into an advantage once more for Legacy, a recurring theme.
They're going to have to fight. Smokes are faded.
Yeah, swinging on the flame, but Sadzin's posted up. Azuru would be a dead man if he swung.
Nissim's the key to this.
Yeah, up the ramp for the seal of the deal. Rainwaker 1, hang on, missed AWP shot now, Nissim. The key to all of this is a 1v1. Azuru wins these.
And Nissim's going to understand the situation here. Is just trying to cut him off at the pass. Oh, Azure going red. Spotting him.
Gets the info, gets a bit of damage onto Nissim. It's a 1v1 with 45 seconds, but it's just a bare-knuckle brawl in middle. 6 bullets on Nissim. And Azure. He saved Monte from conceding 10. That's massive.
That is a huge round. And the fact that he has decided to take that heads-up fight, in his mind there, he knows that Nissim has the read on the most likely play. If he just runs into the site, Nissim's going to get to Donut at about the same time he's planting, and then as soon as the bomb goes down, he's going to feel like he's trapped at the default box. So instead, he takes the heads-up fight, not exactly what Nissim was ready for. Rainwaker, that's a very important kill there onto Dumao. So he's able to deliver a juicy multi there, and Azuwu seals the deal. Money. There you go. That is a round to get excited about, if you gives me.
Yeah, just don't fumble against this cobbled together buy.
These are the harder rounds. More options when there's lighter weaponry, more risks.
You've heard of P250 and an M4 cave.
Well, they've got their net, right? Rainwaker worried about the A main push. Bemis in combination with Azuwu for the mid control. Gizmi working on the cave space. So they are connecting, and then Afro just has to worry about the ramp. This is retake cave utility. So this one will land lane, they flash forward, they take the fight.
It's completely blind, beautiful setup to regain control of the cave position, and the smoke blooms and you scavenge the Galil. This is lovely team play. Utility well utilized. Completely obscured from the HE as well, just tucked on the wall.
Look at the nades now for Legacy, Monte,
wow.
And we only have 55 seconds.
How uncomfortable.
This is now just becoming a contact play. You're going to have to group up and hope you trade out. Sadzin with all of the A main space means that even if you do go donut to A, you're going to have to worry about so many different angles and possibilities. So silently trying to slink over towards that side of the map. Rainwaker putting up a bit of a fight, doesn't want to just be bullied by Art's spam. Nissim floating CT, worried about red. Sadzin coming back to help A. He's just cleared deep A main.
Like you highlighted, this is effective way to get the bomb down without the nades. But Nissim's in the perfect angle. If you expose your head, he'll get a freebie onto Azuwu. Now Hectic, Sadzin and Afro.
Huge kill.
Hang on a second. Just enough time to get that bomb planted. 3 versus 3, but you are worse for wear. You eat the flash. Afro's going to get swung upon. Ooh, vision just restored in time. Stands his ground. Dumao next up, and they've got him.
What a recovery.
Incredible turnaround. Really looked like Legacy were going to make it really difficult with Nissim's position.
You're letting out a roar again if you gives me. You've just won the financial battle in this second half of play.
Like Sadzin in A main and Nissim CT, it looked like you were cooked.
And with the amount of time on the clock there as well, so some very important kills coming out from Monte. Right, one goes the wrong way in that scenario, they end up losing this round. So Legacy applied the pressure, they had a good move, but outmaneuvered. And 7 posted on the board for Monte now. Afro goes down with the ship, but his second completely blind there over towards that default box.
Kevin forcing around it anyway, but listen, all we need to do here is...
Oh, thanks, production. We were so close. All we need to do here is turn the page. All right. Well, we'll find out together. This one here. Yeah, completely blocked. This is a great cam for this. And just as the flash fades, he hands the vision, Art swings out, and removes. So, stable stuff there from Afro. He didn't panic. He didn't go, I'm blind, I'm going to run, I'm going to be a headless chook. He just said, hey, if you want to kill me, you got to take me out of this spot.
It's clear.
Well, they haven't forced around it, but Art has a swag.
Of course he does. All right, Azuwu. Watch out, there's a shotgun coming your way. He's got support from Gizmi, but not anymore. The Mag 7 does feast. Gets himself 1.
I think with the way Azuwu's been playing, Gizmi would gladly lay his life on the line for that trade.
And if you want to fight again, Azuwu is in the perfect position. Swaps out to the pistol, unable to handle Lato's trade.
Sadzin again in deep A man. We've seen this a bunch of times now. The bomb scooped up from Afro. They're looking to pivot back in towards this A split again. So the biggest issue for Afro is if he does go A main, he will have to clear out Sadzin. Does he want to try and hedge through middle, but then he'll need assistance to do with Heaven?
Oh, Afro versus Sadzin here, and it should be an easy pickings for the AK-47 advantage.
Oh, the timing there favoring Afro massively. Sadzin essentially caught in no man's land with that push. For Dumao and Lato, they might just want to consider the save with this. Understandably, they are going to go into the buy for the next with 2400, but they will be lacking. So these two guns will be worth an awful lot in terms of util around it. Oh, maybe not. I thought that they just want to hold on to it. So backing their aim. Lato, he acknowledges the presence of that AK and probably wants to pick it up, but hides behind the Tetris box.
You got an HE beamer, so you're not tempted? Double HE in behind the box?
I just don't think they know where he's gotten off to.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough vision to know if he had scampered away. Rainmaker would love an upgrade as well off of the Galil, and now Lato starts to play. He'll get 1, and
On your head, sir.
And that HE, it could just do the job. Bemis wants to do it with the bullets and will. So sure, it becomes a little bit costly. Gizmy can get a drop from one of his teammates, likely Bemis, who has 4K after the util comes in. But we do have just a 1-round gap. So Monte have really clawed them back into this, and this is their biggest spree of rounds so far. 3 consecutive on this T side. No AWP available for Legacy. I'm going to start with what looks like a staunch defense mid. Dumao and Nissan parting forward. Molly HE combo to stall the play, and he's missed the boost there, Dumao.
Okay, look at this. They're just on his screen. Bemis gets some hang time onto the frag. Controls the spray, removes Nissim.
This is an A play. Gizmy's already out. Gizmy's already
How
taken
much
the
room
space.
he's got. Look at this. Just stampedes out a main.
Sadzan will not be ready for this. He's hearing Sadzan as well.
Yeah. He's going to be able to relay one towards default.
Just let Gizmy play, right? At the moment, you say, boys, just chill. Let me take the next contact, then you can explode out A main. He can clear the site on his lonesome right now.
Just pause.
Oh, Duma's coming back.
Gizmy
Sees
perfectly times them. Oh, they line up their heads. 2-for-1 special. Gizmy's proactivity. That was stunning.
Got all the intel he needed from his teammates that Legacy were fighting middle, right? And when you tend to do that, you're either playing 3B or 3 middle, right? When you're going for that type of press. So they get the info, they know the fight's there, they win out that fight, and then Gizmy just takes all that space. What a play from the in-game leader, and this is to tie things up.
That must have been a horrible jump scare for Legacy. Had no idea someone could have gotten behind enemy lines, and this is a hunt now. They are trying to take it all away.
Makes your next round so much easier.
They are encroaching, creeping and crawling to take it all away from Lato, and our Legacy lose it all. A 9-9 scoreline. And a broken bank balance.
Right, they saved those 2 guns. They likely go with the option where, okay, we got the 2 safety M4s, we take a partial behind and we full buy into the next. Now you don't really have any weapons, right? This is where we could have the classic art move where he goes, hey, listen, someone drop me an M4, I'm going to do something crazy. But with the timeout coming through, the second of Legacy so far, there's a knockout blow highlighted. Yeah, Sadzan has absolutely no idea how that's possible.
Let's go.
Insane from Von Spreckelsen.
So it's likely we do see Legacy just take a light investment. They get the max loss of 3,400 into the next, and those upgrades, well, they're actually pretty deadly, right? The 5.7 up close and personal. It's a beast, and aren't in with the shotgun again. The key for me is not just the upgrades, but these smokes. So Monte, when you get blocked, do you wait it out? Or do you call their bluff, break, with an execute coming behind it? Oh, meaty nade there on a Gizmy.
Another shotgun flash for Art.
That could have gone really wrong. They missed their molly. They had to run through that. They are very fortunate to get away with that one.
Oh dear, Dumao caught, yeah, just walking in the open. Easy pick for Afro. But yeah, there was ways that could have got a whole lot worse for Monte. Got to admire the commitment. If Gizmy's committing, so's Zulu.
Sadzan's going to get his AWP next round at least. So that is something to keep in mind. The amount of rounds we've seen him with a 5.7 in A main is actually ridiculous within this half, but that's what happens when you've only got 2 to your name, and it was the pistol and the conversion. But this one's just about putting it in. Simple stuff. Short smoke, long smoke, site molly, and away they go. Zoo will activate later cave. Rainwalker walking up into the site with the assistance of Bemis, and we know this one is done. Can Sadzan and Nissim get them an upgrade? Can they chip away, grab an AK, carry that into the next just to give themselves a boost in the power department?
This round's going to mark 5 consecutive from the T side of Monte. And the first time we've seen them in the lead.
Oh, Nissim.
Yeah, he's getting cheeky around the smoke.
Very diligent stuff, I will say, from Monte. Right, when they executed site there, they were clearing everything out before going for the immediate plant. So they don't want to give over any opportunities. And now as well, saving together, right? They're all evacuating for the save point. I know that sounds ridiculous, but these are the basics that you want to see.
It's, you know, when people talk about polish, it's like you had a man advantage, you didn't like rush willy-nilly into anything, you didn't get caught out.
I think the understanding needs to be that even though each of these rounds are played separately, they all have flow-on effects to one another, right? And if you give anything over, if you give anything extra, it can be used against you.
Yes, okay, listen, I don't think they're going to fight mid, okay?
All right, Gizmy, let's see if you're right. Doesn't think they're going to fight mid.
Does that mean he wants to...
Yeah, this is one of the things, right? You could take it off of a second timing. They're still going to likely throw their elbow smoke and get the util. And Kakafu may be thinking a little bit differently. Or maybe the call needed a little bit more time. So Kakafu on the mic, just giving him the 30 seconds. And I think this is a very good time to call it. You still have 1 left in the bank balance. If you win this round, you're up to 11. They have max loss bonus, sure, but at this point, right, they're scrapping everything together. They need rounds. They're really struggling on this CT side legacy. It was the pistol, it was the conversion. The conversion was against an eco, all right? So you didn't even deal with the force. That's why we're on this run of 5, and the last couple are starting to look a whole lot more convincing. It seems unlikely that Gizmy's going to be able to get away with that space again, but that's likely why he's thinking they're not going to fight mid in the same way, or at least the AWP has to start A, or a rifle has to start A to tether that. And I say has to, this is where the mind games come in. It's like, okay, do we really think they're going to have a loose piece that's going to take the space if we fight heavy mid control again? And this is counter.
Stabilization from a very frustrating start. Monte in the lead. Will they keep it up, though? Will they find a 6th in consecutive fashion?
So light on this B lane. So much space for Azuwu to have to take on and deal with.
Sadzin's on the line, and he's heard Bemis towards the elbow. Red smoke, and then you're going to have an orb clash. Afro peeking into Sadzin, favors the Brazilian orb. Shadow heads up, easy pickings for Sadzin. Opening kill onto Afro, then Duma with a smoke break frag finds the head of Bemis. So now operating at a disadvantage are Monte.
Still have a good amount of room. Right? They have B lane to set up, and well, the only util is on Gizmy at the moment. How are they going to connect with Rainwaker? And the round likely changes. It's maybe no longer more about winning, but more about doing damage.
Steps in cave. Art doesn't choose to take the fight. Responsibility falls to Lato. Very passive here. Letting Monte make that first move. Deep volley. Lato audible. Oh, they find him. Azuwu, good on the follow-up. Hang on a second, they've breached in. It looked impossible. It certainly was improbable. But now we've got a 2v2 post-plant. This is so very, very winnable. Sadzin on the AWP, on the retake, going to be pathing through cave side.
Someone's got the kit.
Is Azuwu going to go further? They're just going to park it. He is pushing towards the cave flank. This is ambitious from Azuwu. Rainwaker can't go down. Sadzin's a dead man. Sadzin's a dead man. Azuwu's proactive push does result in a win round. That's Monte, another one on the trot. A 3 versus 5 turnaround. Incredibly, impeccably put together.
Legacy are on the ropes, and we might catch it in the replay. Gizmy missed through his Molotov. He missed through it, and it actually worked. It was meant to go deep towards CT, but it's broken on the wall above the player who was closer.
And it flushed him out, and they found him.
So,
oops.
Fortune's in Monte's favor right now.
That's interesting.
It's the little details, and this one not landing as expected, but still getting the job done.
Well, now some frustrations for Legacy's side.
Wow, it's more than frustrations now. We're talking about a massive run of rounds, and this is a best of 1, stage 2, and Legacy were one of the favored teams here, right? We've obviously got Spirit. You get your G2s, you get your Foot. Well, Legacy also part of that conversation with the CAC win. There's the Molly.
And then they hear that sound cue. There's a tree. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So, what are you meant to do if you're Legacy in that situation? They're missing their util, and it's still working against us.
It's a crazy turnaround. That is a crazy turnaround.
Can't be losing 3v5s. Not in a best of 1. Not in a best of 1.
The lay of the law on the land. Double, triple, HE takes down Azuwu. Okay. Rainwaker spots Sadzin on the jiggle and the smoke to block.
It's impressive stuff from Monte. Liking what I'm seeing.
They're not playing like an underdog at all.
No, and they don't look flustered, and I think that they should be, right? And that's not at this point of the game. That's because of the way the game started. They are down a man. This would be one of those rounds that start could start getting them hot under the collar.
You know what's cool is that Smoke has led Art to actually want to play in front of it, which puts him further away from B. I think he's realised that's a bit of a vulnerability, even though Lato is on a Jiggle Smoke defense.
And they're pushing A main again, so they have the info.
You're blocked. Util dumped.
Rotation still miles away for the CTs. Oh, they missed the cave flash.
Yeah, that would have slowed them down. Now they're going to continue to par in, trying to synchronize with Rainwaker on the ramp side through that smoke. Lato, down and out. The spam from Art gets Gizmy low, but the sight is falling. Despite that opening kill, hang on, that's Bomb. Afro, oh, he catches Sadzin. A necessary frag there from the sniper.
No one's landed their nades right now, but it doesn't seem to matter.
It's chaotic. Doomau's found BMAS on
3v3.
Fight caves, now spam back. Rainwaker's losing health. Doomau does finish him off through the boards. A 2-on-2. Back turned, easy for Art. He forgot about him. Afro in the clutch. Legacy surely have this one in the bag. It's so uncomfortable for the sniper. Jiggling around, bait the shot. Doomau closing that gap. Afro feeling so claustrophobic. And now hearing that defuse gets anxious. They're going to double swing in. Not ideal for an AWP. Doomau and Art combined for 5 frags.
Oof, they finally put a stop to this run of 6 straight rounds on the T side, and they do it on a partial just to stop Monte from getting to 12. They had to dig deep there, that opening kill, that nuke of nades over towards Cave, takes down Azuwu to kick things off. And then from there, it looked like they were out-rotated. These are the nades, right? And this is, they know that Azuwu is taking this cave space as fast as either him or Gizmy. And the nades just come from everywhere, mid and cave in their face. The wall bangs. I thought the rotation was out of place. And a very important timeout now called by Kafu as we catch the over-the-shoulder camera. Afro just seeing how much pressure he's under. So that was a partial. There will be everything Legacy need and more going into this next round of play. Kakafu, while his boys still have that, wants to get on the mic and see if they can just close it right here, right now. Sure, they have a full bite. 6 straight rounds, of course, but their high end going to the next is about these 3.2. So with the loss bonus, most of their players, 3 out of the 5, should be good for a bye, but we'll talk about the financial implications if we need to get there. So this is 2 consecutive rounds where Legacy have been able to find the opening pick. One was Sadzin's Orb, the other was the nade barrage right there. Can they make it a third?
You're probably going to be deterred from anything pacey cave.
Keeping it simple, stupid, it's going to be a B play.
Okay.
All 5 heading there. No mid harass, nothing. It's just Art and Laddo on the site right now. How fast is this? We already saw them win one of these. They get the space, they set up, they execute, and they're in.
Flash catches Afro, but he swings into Azuwu's crosshair, and that is a death sentence. He's having a great game. 20th frag, and there's Gizmy finding Art, flatlines.
Saving.
The captain of Legacy, and all of that for another Monte round.
Look at Laddo and Art both just sitting back in their chair. What are they going to do? Azuwu, he is 5-1 in opening kills. That clutch earlier in the half against Nissim in that 1v1, right? You think, okay, we're going to have some back and forth, but it's been a bit more of a landslide since then.
Clutches, opening kills, I mean, respect.
They're going to make 12 first.
Monte have got hands. And they're swinging for a heavy blow to Legacy's major hopes.
Well, let's see if they can close it in regulation. No timeouts left for either team at this point, so in-game leaders are going to have to call their way there. Sadzin and Doomau, they're the ones with the extra cash. Art will be able to buy himself. Laddo will need a gun. So he needs to be hooked up by one of the survivors.
Here it is from Azuwu's POV.
Looked way too easy, didn't it?
A little too leisurely. Yeah, I think Lato had thrown a flash, but Azuwu was anti. Interesting. So 2 smokes leaving from spawn.
Yeah, insta-cave.
Now you're going to have the just your typical mid-control. They have missed elbow. Bemis might want to take some space off of that.
Yeah, the wheels are coming off for Legacy.
No one out. Indication as to Red Room occupation.
Got to worry about everything, you Legacy. Oh, wait, there's a gap earlier in the half that they took on A. Oh, they're able to just pop in B with 5. Everything. It's a leaky boat right now, this CT side. And now Nissim has to worry about mid. Dumau's lost vision, but remember, they're worried about the potential for the A that they were hurt with earlier in the half.
And Nissim on Donut, spotted out by Bemis. Sadzin has a HE. Doesn't need it. The smoke on red has faded. He'll start to do a sweep with Dumao.
Ray from Dumao. Huge information back. Rainwaker and Beamers, are they going to sell a fake? There's pressure on B at the same time.
I think they're actually going to fake B. Afro's moving the bomb away.
So all action would be on Nissim if this is an A split. His rotation is Dumao is the closest, and he's a country mile.
They're going for info play. They are going for an info play. Flash in cave.
And now you just go, hey, that'll shore it up. You know that they're searching for answers elsewhere. Nissim, you got it all to do here.
It's 1 man versus 5. Nissim in Donut getting cleared, hard cleared by Azuwu. Side of the head, gets his ears pierced.
Another opener.
Good one back, through the boots. Good one back from Beamer still. They've got to respect the flame. 14 seconds, there's no way to stop Rainwaker from punching in the code. Disadvantage retake for Monte to take this win. Down in the dumps. Sadzin's managed to find the equalizer. Beamer's brought aggression into the mix. Look at this from Gizmi. Wait, what? Double flank? They could just defuse. Azu's going to call the bluff? No, he's going to go swinging through. Confirms they're off it. Loses his life. This is Legacy holding on. Sadzin on the peak. Doesn't get the shot. Awkward fights now. Rainwaker in the donut needs... can't handle it. Now a clutch for Gizmi. Can Captain come up clutch? Looks good. Looks real good up against Art. He's off the bomb in time. Art has saved them. It came down to milliseconds, but Gizmi just got in his head there, and Art puts a bullet into it.
That swing from Bemis, it felt like they were calling for him to go for that play because his swing felt half-hearted. Right, that flash came in, he peeked with it, but it felt like he didn't completely believe that was going to be the answer. And then at that point, you can see Monte overthinking the situation. If there's a smoke, if we get locked off, how are we going to contend? We're all stuck in Donut, trying to make a little bit of extra space. And now, 1 round for Legacy to push us into overtime.
It's been a good game so far.
Bemis out mid.
I see those extra rounds after all.
It's an A play.
Nissim audible in the donut. Dumao making his move to lend a hand. A block incendiary will buy time for Dumao to find his safe
Smokes are in the air.
Oh, now they've been blocked. They're going to go through that off the flash. Dumao in a position to lend a hand. Loses his life. Another Azuwu opening kill. Can't get the double. Can Nissim. Again, the A site has shown its vulnerability. And again, Monte get the bomb planted. Trying to end this in regulation. Afro's on the line. Latta would have to pick up some momentum, find some velocity. Otherwise, he's a dead man if he walks around that corner. A jiggle. A bait. Pulls the shot out of Afro. Blocked on Temple. That's great. Now if you charge through, he's going to hit you. Latto's gone. It's looking like this is a Monte game, finishing it in the final round of regulation from tech issues. 15 minutes in silence. A tilt that they have to shake off. And now just 2 kills, all that separates them from the W. Gizmi dancing around the big box, there's simply no time. Sadzin goes down and Monte take the win.
Oh, what a sick win that is for Monte. Kakavu, he can show the emotion now. The game is done, it's dusted, no longer restrained by those coach rules. But this one's all about the Brits for me. Azuwu, what an absolute crowbar this man was. 7-1 in terms of opening kills. 7 multis to his name. And Gizmi with some great calling in this second half. For Art, he's thinking everything's a gap. We can't win if they pop B. They're taking space on A. They're getting mid when they want it, and they're outmaneuvering us. That was class from Monte to pick this one up 13-11. They'll find themselves in the 2-1 bucket, a best of 3 away from stage 3 where the big boys await. For Legacy, it's going to be the hard way. 2 best of 3s required on the trot, one to avoid elimination, the other in a 2-2, and that's if they can get there. They're putting the shoes on before the handshakes come in. But Kakafu, you can understand why he's so happy with that win. His boys, they looked like they were down in the dumps. We had that listening as we came back from halftime. Rainwaker not happy with how things kicked off in the first handful of rounds. And Afro from smashing deaths to changing PCs to getting his head in it and contributing. The boys, they take the win.
Azuwu and Gizmi, definitely big shout-outs to them and their not only contributions, but keeping a cool head on their shoulders. Freya standing by with Gizmi.
It's Monte to be taking that series off of Legacy. I've got Gizmi down here for a few words. First of all, congratulations. That looked like a very well-orchestrated T-side. Talk to me about the calling from that second half.
Yeah, I had a good game plan. We targeted B to begin with, and then just played half from there when probably their CT side starting to get a bit confusing for them. So, yeah, I was reading the flow of the play pretty well. Overall, we also were shooting really hard on the T side. I think we warmed up into the game as well. Obviously, on the CT start, we lost the anti-eco after the longest tech pause. So very happy with how it all turned out.
Just a quick question on that. Obviously, nobody likes a tech pause, but how do you make sure you're not losing focus during that? Because obviously, you're not allowed to talk to your teammates during that as well.
I don't know, to be honest. I was just AFK, like in the heads, you know. I wasn't even thinking about the game. Just like looking at Afro, he's really cute to look at. So it's like that's all I need to see in my life.
The key to victory, clearly. You mentioned the B side and kind of taking advantage of that on your T side of things. I think it was round 20. You guys were left in a 3v5. You're exploding out onto the B side. You fall in the process. But tell me about getting away with that one, because that looked like that was Legacy's round through and through.
Yeah, to be honest, the start of the round, like I wasn't so. I think I made a bad call. That was one of them. And we went into a bit of a trap, but made a quick decision to go over towards B, and it was really quick. We just made a really fast decision to play out with the molly and flash. We all burst at the same time. We got the kills, and then Azu and Rain played the 2v2 great. A lot of composure, which is really nice to see. I think a lot of the stuff we've been doing in the practice leading up to the majors has been paying off, and like we see it here with the composure. And like, for example, we've been cracking or like almost scrimming tier 1 teams in like official like games in practice, which has helped us keep our calm and be able to win these X3X moments. That really sets like the tier 1 players apart from the tier 2.
I felt like you were very composed in that moment. Just one final question. Best of ones are done for you now throughout the duration of the major. Best of threes, though, only one separates you from that stage 3. How do you feel about that? Do you think it gets easier when we move to the best of threes?
I think it's just like fine. I would say it's the same, to be honest. I actually quite like best of ones, just because I think there's quite like an art to the V2 of best of ones. But yeah, best of threes just like normal. We ball, we just do our usual stuff and see what happens.
It's been looking excellent. Once again, congratulations, Gizmi. That's Monte through to the 2-1 pool.
Wow, what a close series between Monte and Legacy. Another upset today in the best of ones. Legacy a lock for many to go through, and for some in the 3-0 bracket are down to the 1-2 pool and will need to win 2 best of threes if they're going to make it into stage 3. And just in the end, some really good mental fortitude from the side of Monte. I mean, lost a couple of rounds that maybe they weren't supposed to, and were still able to close out the game.
It looked for a moment like things were getting out of their hand. At a attack pause, I think it was on full eco, which is kind of unusual, just to really talk through kind of the importance of the major and try and get people reset. And in the end, it looks like it's something that works. They came back in that second half, and from Gizmi in particular, and Azuwu, it really got them over the line.
Yeah, if you're on the side of Legacy, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow. But as Gizmi was saying, we're talking about that T side, his calling, the fact that they kind of came out on top in a lot of those situations, Janko, that almost looked unwinnable at times. Really good stuff from them.
For me, it's at the highest pressure tournaments and environments where you really see the worth of IGLs, right? Because in online games, in tier 2 tournaments, in the group stages of big tournaments, everyone's feeling it, everyone's gaming, everyone's confident, everyone's taking initiative. But when the pressure is on, like, that's when players can close up, be in their shell. Everyone's afraid to make a mistake. No one wants to go make a play, and all of a sudden you're 4v5 at 11-11 and you get, 0-2 or something like that. And that's where IGL stepping in with calls, but also with micromanaging, with sort of keeping everyone's spirits up, just the tone of their voice, the confidence, the command of the situation can really mean a lot, even for some of these teams, that are on paper weaker than others, right? Like, that can really make up for the difference potentially in firepower.
When I was just standing by there waiting for the interview as well, Gizmi seemed so calm in all the information he was giving, and you would forgive him for maybe being a little bit flustered. The rounds are creeping up on them, potential to be pushed to OT, but that didn't happen. Round 16, what are you pointing out here, Ash?
Yeah, I think for this round, what was interesting was the reset rounds. Then the buy is obviously not great for the side of Legacy, right? Like, they get the first kill, and Kassim is shoulder peeking here, but this one flash forces him completely away of the angle, and it was only limited utility for the side of Monte.
And I think what I really like here is that it seems like Monte realized first off that he was smoked, and they see a weakness. Look, probably he was jiggle peeking because the smoke came down. It seems timely strange. And when you thread the gap like this, one player in A main, he's keeping all of the CT defense towards B because he has A main. The chances then of them all continuously going through the same position, it's extremely low. So the call in this situation gave them practically a free bomb site, and they went in and they just did enough to win this one.
Just crazy to me. One flash, the work it did. It was half random in a way, right? Like if he could have stayed on that angle with the smoke, like they would have been completely shut down in the round, but that just buys them enough space. You know, Nissim not then has to be worried about mids. He goes for the safer option, and great job from Gizmi and Monte to find that gap.
I obviously posed the question to Gizmi as well, that round 20, the 3v5 they managed to get away with. Put some logic to this, guys.
That was nuts, and you talk about pressure, and here it feels like it maybe got to Legacy a little bit, because they do a good job here. We see the early exchange of utility on mid. No one's really fighting for it. Monte understands that. Sadzin finds the opening with the AWP. Dumao breaking the smoke, finds another one. Now in a 5v3, you think like, oh, they should have this on lock.
Yeah, and I think it's the protocols of the CT side, which were actually very good. It's still on the T side. They were very controlled. They were never panicked. But here it seems strange because they're kind of playing committed A and committed B. I think Art staying in the bomb site actually baits his teammates to come in. So Lato ends up in this weird position where he like catches the util and he has to dodge it because he's trying to help Art. And if Art's in this position, he has to get one. You're thinking at least 1.5 minimum kills in this position. Usually you'd see people with advantage just sit back together, let them come in, try and see if they can plan, like playing behind this bomb site, this pillar. It's almost impossible sometimes. You get spammed, you can get Molotov. So very strange to see that decision from him. Maybe just kind of feeling the adrenaline or something, wanting to be involved in the game. Kind of strange. I think that kind of tilted the map away from them there in that moment where it seemed like they were going to get it off the line.
Yeah, kind of understandable and all that. I think we should check in with the team comms though for that round 22.
You have Molly for long, Jack. I'm gonna hold second long.
Okay, listen to me. We're gonna kind of rush them, okay? I'm gonna molly left side deep. I'm gonna flash long. Me and Azzy rush short and ready to peek long.
Yeah,
ready?
yeah.
Flashing long. Molly missed. Two here. Short in the ninja. Nice.
Give it to.
You can plant. Yeah, I'm going long.
Bomb is way open.
You can leave me.
Yeah, I'll come around.
Yeah.
Can city. They've up. Bomb was like open for you from long, by the way. I'm behind cave now. Cave up. Nice! I take over. Fucking nice, Jack. Good fucking nice, Jax.
How would you rate those comms, Ash? What do you make of them?
Maybe a little bit hectic, but I think I like is just the idea from Gizmi was, it seemed like it maybe was a little bit rushed with the comms, but it seemed really basic and it was nicely done. And I think in general, like he's doing a really good job of staying calm, giving good calls on his T side. But I've got to point out as well, Azui has probably been under the most pressure of nearly any player this entire stage. He's been really struggling a lot. In this game here, he felt like he was just entering non-stop important kills, even in 2v2, flanking behind the cave position. That was a huge risk that could have backfired. He left his teammate isolated towards long, and it paid off, and it's good to see him and the UK guys putting them through there. UKCS.
I thought it was impressive from Gizmi, man. Yeah, sure, maybe a bit too fast with the delivery, you know, but he had so much authority in his voice, so much command and confidence. Where I'm like, I'm jumping knife out for this guy, you know, like I'm believing.
Big guy is all you better do.
This is gonna work. I'm feeling it, you know. And then they get it, and just immediately in the 2v2 sort of Rainwaker saying, you can leave me, right, and I can play from this position on my own. Just that sort of gives the timing to Azu to go for that flank, and everything works out perfectly for Monte.
Very impressive stuff from Monte. That does indeed seal themselves a place in that 2-1 pool. So now only best of threes remain for them, and we are about to dive into our final best of one of the entirety of the Cologne Major. That's between BetBoom and M80. It's going to be going down after this quick break.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about, I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I managed to catch M80 coach ahead of this game. Well, I want to use this a little bit differently. This is like a check-in and use this as a profile for you because I didn't get to talk to you that much. And M80 for me, surprise of stage 1, and I think you are the biggest factor in that. So can I talk to you about your coaching style? Can you describe it a little bit for the viewers? Because to a lot of us, it's kind of unknown.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of... I kind of stay in the shadows a little bit. I don't do many interviews. I'm not really on the socials that much. But I can't take credit for what the guys are doing in the server. Recently, we just got a new analyst, Monte from Passion UA, for this event only so far. And he's been really helpful being able to, between maps, like the quantity of maps that you have to play at the major has like really been helpful. But we're strict game plan. We tried to stick to the game plan as much as we can. And then also asking in the prep what the players want to do. We want to make them feel comfortable. So I guess I'm pretty strict, but for the most part, I want to give these guys some room to be players also.
I feel like I surprised you with it, that you're the biggest factor. The thing why I'm asking this, because we have access obviously to snippets of what you're talking and we see the body language on the camera. It feels like you are, for the lack of better words, yes, strict, like a direct coach, like you're exactly giving orders to your troops. Is this something that you caught from someone else? Is some other coach an inspiration for you when you look at the tier 1 teams?
Yeah, even when I was a player, not an IGL on other teams, I was always a big voice. So I think it's just carried through the 10 plus years I've been playing. I really love the timeouts that I can be tactical. I much prefer that over the timeouts that I have to be more emotional side. I have to encourage them to do certain things. So if we're flowing and we're feeling the game and I can be pure tactics, like that's when I think I'm the best as a coach. Yeah.
This is your last best of 1 of this major for sure, because in stage 3 we are having only best of 3s. Ahead is BetBoom, and they were really good in a stage 1. They basically zoomed through it. So can you give us a little bit of a thoughts what you expect from this game?
Yeah, so I was watching actually some BetBoom games. They looked really impressive, but I think what might have happened to them, and we'll have to see today, I don't want to jinx it, but I think they brought a lot of nice stuff for stage 1, and maybe it's not enough to get to progress. Like they surprised the guys in stage 1, but now that we've been able to watch them on Skybox especially, I think we'll be ready for what they have to throw at us. And I don't want to spoil the map. Am I allowed to? I know.
I think you're allowed to. I think you're allowed to.
Okay, so it's Dust 2, and it's one of their favorite maps, but it's a kind of a sleeper pick for us because we were pretty bad at it, so our win rate looks pretty bad, but we're 5 in a row against some decent teams. So I think they might underestimate what we have today.
Wow, Dust 2. That is the map that BetBoom was actually coming into the major. They were one of their strongest LAN maps, and they actually carried them through that stage 1. So let's see how this one goes. I'm so excited. M80 are doing a great job, so let's see how this one pans out.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Once again, the first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is saved Luminosity with the all play.
Def sounding incredibly confident and well prepared in that interview. No doubt they're going to need it going up against BetBoom. Obviously, making their path through stage 1 look pretty easy, and M80 arriving here also. We're looking at both of these teams and looking at the individuals on each side, and there's one that kind of sticks out from BetBoom, right? Obviously a little bit complicated with the roster and the stand-in situation, but Flammus, he's been a name you've been looking out for, Ash.
Yeah, for sure, and in this game, I think he only has 7 frags in the end, but nearly all of his kills come in the first half of the game, and it felt like BetBoom was set up to just run away with this one. They built so much money, and in these buy rounds, he was just annoying. It felt like he got lots of quick kills on these like lurk positions, which he hasn't really been playing before. And here we see, I think there's a quick double kill going on. So I think for me, he's going to be the one to watch, because if you can do this against Spirit early on, this set BetBoom off to have a really good half. And unfortunately, like I said in the pre-game, Donk was donking all over him after this, but you see a lot of initiative, playing off the back of Boomich here. He gets the kill, picks a good time, and he can hear the rotate, I think, in a second. Also comes out, and it's just a quick execution. So for me today, he's the one to watch. And M80, we've talked about like having the lack of individual players. Flamus, for sure, is red hot. And I think he could be one to watch out for here with just some really quick aim.
And I think the pressure is going to be heavy on the anchors from M80, right? Because you could see a lot of this where there seems to be chaos all over the map, and there's pressure on B and A at the same time, right? And you could see even the Spirit players a couple of times focused more maybe on mid and thinking that's where the brunt of the action is happening, and then Flamus just strolls out of A apartments and finds some duels. So I think you're going to have to be concentrated, even though if you're M80, a lot of action is happening maybe not at your bomb site and on the other side of the map. Like there might be a guy just looking to capitalize on that, lurk aggressively, and you have to shut that down early.
And through no fault of Flamus' own, he's had a bit of a complicated career history as of late. What's your whole take on the VP situation, Ash?
Well, it's just not worked out for him at all. I think he's kind of gone there, like I said the other day, with the promise that they would give him a lot of time and he could go in that lineup, don't worry about things. He said as well to me personally that he felt like he wasn't ready for that step up to VP. He told them specifically he wasn't going to go, and then they came back and said, you know what, we'll give you lots of time to step up. So this is him as a stand-in versus playing as a full-time player in VP, and he went there as kind of a rotation lurker entry sort of guy, and in no time he was playing absolutely every position you could possibly think of. And for me, I think I understand it wasn't working with VP, but I look at VP right now and they're barely in the top 50. Why is he here? What's going on? Why is he playing as a stand-in for a BetBoom team that's beaten Vitality and looks really good? And you think it's just against weak players. This is him against top 30 players online, and he's sandwiched between some pretty good company here, Janko.
Yeah, definitely so. Some prospects like Rez and Kaspersky and also some of the heavy hitters, right, like Twists and Rainmaker, of course. But yeah, Flamus has always been interesting, even during his time with you on GamerLegion, right? He's shown a lot of promise, and I think it's also a lot of these young players, man, they just need to be in the right situation. And VP isn't the right situation for anyone, right? Let alone Flamus. So he's better off in BetBoom, and I don't want him to go back to VP. I want him to go somewhere else or stay in BetBoom or something, because I think once he has the right environment and it's a good fit, yeah, you can see a lot from him.
Speaking of good environments, M80 finding that versus Bait yesterday. What did you pull from this particular best of one, Ash?
Well, I found a round here that was interesting from Slax's POV, I think. Everything's kind of going on, you can imagine. So he smokes himself here in the sandwich position. Everyone's coming out. Kenzi's always going to say, nah, I don't care about you. Jumps over his head, comes over, kills the connector player, comes back. And now we just see everybody just fully spamming the smoke, running around in circles. I think we're going to jump over his head again in a second. And I think we're just going to see some crazy Counter-Strike potential in this game. I don't know what was going on. I don't think they knew what was going on. They're shooting each other. You see almost going over each other's heads again. And somehow it turns into a 1v1, and every single person died in the same area within like 10 seconds in this round.
I mean, they get away with it, but I guess it's more of a what not to do, Janko.
Just cue the Benny Hill music, I guess, right? Because Bait probably fell, the round is won, we kill one guy, we know where the other is, then it's all falling apart, got a little bit ahead of themselves, right? So M80 being in a position where, you know, you're playing a BetBoom with a stand-in and you could be in the 2-1 bracket. I mean, that's as good as it gets, it feels like, for them. All things considered, the Vito did get spoiled in a way, and Dust2 being the map. That's brave if you're M80. I mean, I get your form and everything, but it's really a sort of a mixed team. Russians running around on Dust2.
When I was looking as well, Swisher was struggling on this rotation, the A-bomb side. He was kind of a lurker, and now he's running around. I kind of regard Swisher as a guy that it feels like he has the ROP side of him where he wants to find all the fancy off-angle all the time on little tiny tricks. But when you're playing A rotation on Dust2, it's hard to kind of do that. So I'm a little bit worried on the CT side. They might just get kind of run over if they even get a chance to play CT side, because BetBoom potentially could shut
Well, it sounded like Def had a few tricks up his sleeve, but can that come into fruition? It's going to be going down on Dust2.
Yes, Dust2, and it does mark the last of the best of ones. The last batch. BetBoom and M80. Any clear front runners for this one? We've just had the underdog upset in Monte previously, Chad. How about this one? What do you make of BetBoom versus M80?
For me, it's BetBoom. I just think the individuals, right, are just going to outshine M80 in this one. But
I echo the sentiment of the desk as well about the territory. It's a ballsy call to go to Dust 2 when these guys can shoot as hard as they do.
They started 3 long with the support of Boomage, so essentially 4A.
Okay, well, there's that muscle on display. Flamus and Dilladez.
Oh, that was perfect, right? The flashes at the ready, the aim was there, and they shut them down. So they're going to try and hightail it into B to see if they can get the bomb planted. JBA needs to take this space. Magnajez ready to deal with this, but will be smoked off for now.
JBA is getting tricky, but Magnajez is on the other side of things. Okay.
Our bomb might get denied here.
Yeah, I think Slacks is a dead man. Magnajez is actually
giving him the plant.
So they get the plant, and now perhaps JBA can do something special and spicy. You're not expecting this. In such a number disadvantage, there's 3 players that are about to be on his screen. How does JBA handle this? It's a very quick reaction from Boom. And a quick one back from Zorti to secure it. So M80 making the best of a bad situation?
Yeah, the bomb going down here should facilitate a better looking force by going in the next round of play. Def saying this is a bit of a sleeper pick for them, saying that they're 5 on the trot and they've beat some pretty good teams. I'd imagine the pretty good teams he's talking about is Monte, Wildcard, and Liquid, which it doesn't sound...
pretty good.
I would go average teams.
Average teams.
So we'll see what they've got in store. Force by something to take shape. Zorti has been facilitated the AWP early by Dilladez. And I think for BetBoom, they know that this has been an odd year with the visa issues. It's 7 men who are either in or out of the team at any given time. No offense to Siren, but I think the firepower with Flamus and Dilladez is a little bit higher, even though the anchor conversation, we'll save that for a different setting. So here's the force. It's an AK, 2 Galils, Tech 9, and a Deagle.
And you dry swing, you're very lucky to avoid the Azorti orb. And, a second opportunity goes awry as well. He's not feeling good. Feels like he could have already won the round if he'd hit either of those shots. Lake's going to go take a fight. He's going to be swinging in. This is brave from Lake, just trying to brute force it into Flamus and his aim, and he's got help as well. Look at Flamus. 4 kills, just burst fire into the head. Magnajez puts the cherry on top. That force buy falls flat.
I don't want to call BetBoom a pug team, because they're not. They're would be a high-level pug team, right? And I think that the bonus that gets put in their favor is everyone can shoot, right? There's a high caliber of player. And on a map like Dust 2, when they're playing pugs at home, you can just play it spawn-based. So it allows a lot of flexibility in their setups, right? They can do something different every round, and it will have an idea. It will be relatively easy for everyone to understand. And I feel that that's going to give them a lot of options. And if they're just setting themselves up to, not just take dry fights, but to take strong fights, they can all deliver. Hinge Smoke has missed towards the top door, so that one is just going to spill over, and Zorti will maintain his vision. No one whistles by, but Magnajez on the MP9 will not make the same mistake. There's only this Deagle on JBA to have to be concerned with. A 3-0 start. We'll be here in a moment. Now, obviously, if you are just tuning in and you missed some of the earlier games today, we had an extended technical timeout in the Monte versus Legacy game. Our first extended technical timeout here at IEM Cologne for 2026, but that's why we're behind. Over there on the B stream, they should be kicking off an elimination best of 3 very shortly with FlyQuest and Pain. We'll be bringing the action for Bait versus GamerLegion, and then later today, we get to finish off this Sunday with the big names locking horns for the spot in stage 3. Mowed down and 4 scavenged back. And almost spotless there to confirm the 3-0 start for BetBoom. All right, this is the first rifle round. And, well, Slacks can bring out the orb. He will do. There'll be no armor to go. Oh, he bought it. He sold it back. Does he really want it? Okay, AKs. So AWP will have to wait. It's double orbs on the other side that's the concern. Flamus takes the MP9, and that's a perfect weapon for this long control. He can stay close doors. I'm worried about the boost, so Flamus, diligent stuff there as Lake and JBA go through the motions to get this lower tunnels present. They want to test long. Farmers, how many are you going to get here?
They're not doing the door flash.
Oh, perfect timing. Do you call it off? And that looks like the right decision. So Sin will immediately have to make a new plan. It could be wait out the smoke, we go again.
Oh, yeah, okay. Was worried Lake had missed his smoke there. That would have really hampered things, but it does enable them to kind of retool.
The one on the eco didn't matter. This one also won't have implications, but doesn't fill you with confidence. Oh, heard that. I know that there is a player in bedroom.
So
Amos is full anti. Right? He is full. Boomich, this is perfect.
He's just baited them in with a nade as well. You're not even clearing. Oh, the second fully blind. Catches Swish, trade attempt. This is coming together beautifully into the first buy of M80. They haven't even seen the double orbs.
No, it might just be the save. It has shades of Flacos versus 9Z's start, right? Obviously, we're still very early, but a little bit clunky with the util not there, and then players going down and the trade potential very limited. At least someone swung out long there. As the AWP will punt one in, Lake goes down, and it'll be the save for JBA and Slack. So very, very slow start.
Maybe at least get the info off of Lake's death that MagnaJez has it all.
Yeah, so that will facilitate hopefully a little bit of information in the next round of play. Hearing from Def as well in the pregame interview with Steeko, he said when things are going well and he doesn't have to worry about taking the timeouts to deal with the mood, he can get the most out of himself when it gets to be tactical. I'm interested now because I just seen him get out of his seat. He's just pressed the button. It's great when we have this view here on the A stream. You can see everything that's going on for at least two of the teams.
And presumably this one will be more strategic, unless the energy's in the camp completely off.
I think early just wiping away any of the concerns with the little details. It's also going to give them a bit more time to discuss what's possible in the buy. I've just seen Slacks invest all of his cash for extra util. Sin is in the AK range as well at 4.2. Swisher and Lake could operate with the Galils and still get nade, so they can get a decent buy. And if they did take note of that MagnaJez second AWP and assume exactly what it means, but this is way too easy. And the reason I said it was great from Boomich, think about the layering. Okay, so the smoke, and then they wait the smoke. And then a molly comes in, and then he comes back, and he even throws the HE, right? It wasn't all on top of each other, one after the other.
And in their head
perfectly
cannon,
timed.
That's the long guy.
It just seems insane that he timed every single piece of that perfectly, because they were setting up the pop, smoke comes in, molly comes in, forces them back, and then the HE did damage. Well, they've taken the spawns, they're out long.
Okay, that's a huge amount of space, so it won't be a similar feeling.
I do like this, though, because the last round it felt like they just got iced out. The pace change and getting the territory, that's a positive. Lake knows the upper tunnels push is a response to this, so he's on high alert here in the upper tunnels.
I think the Flamus is just trying to spot if they're smoking cross. We'll throw a block smoke.
Yeah, it's curious, right? Because from that position, if you wanted to, could smoke off the doors and they could go for a retake option. But just playing to block, and well, Dilladez doing the same on B. This is simple stuff from Dilladez. I like to see it. So he'll just go for this jiggle. As soon as he catches a lick of information, drop the smoke and give his teammates time to rotate over. Two players on short should be forced back by this molly if it lands as intended.
How did he bring Boomich forward? He pushes off with this HE. Shot on the side of the head. Sin provides an opening.
Well, at least you know it's less likely to be long now. Crossmate lined up here from Swish, so wants to... Oh, I was thinking about it. A split.
Feels very telegraphed. Zorti catches Sin, and okay. Zorti mantles up. Short MagnaJez goes down.
Gonna win this.
You have to. He's got so much pressure from the long side as well, so he makes the right call. He'll back away and Flammer should have the bomb. So easy. JBA's gone down. Very uncomfortable with 14 seconds left. I don't even think it's winnable.
You gotta give it a go. Getting stuck in here, can't save.
Oh god, how hectic. Swish is looking for the bomb, and it's just Flammers picking them apart. Slacks a nice couple of shots, but there's no time for this one. Zorti's found cover. Nice idea, nice attempt. 5-0 start for BetBoom.
Yeah, if Zorti hung around in spawn there, dropped down, 2 seconds left, the bullet to the dome, could have been the round. But the AK is retained once more. Def just took the timeout. Oof. And a subtle shake of the head there of disapproval. This was very well done from Zorti.
The fact he goes for the repeat, I mean, it's some aggressive warping.
I think it's well beat. Okay. That's a bit odd there from Swisher. Looking to challenge long again.
doing the older variant of the hinge smoke, and 10 points.
Zordi can break this. So is there more util as a tell of when to throw it? No, just pops his first. Magnajez has another. Oh, and he has another as well, cached away there.
And now they accelerate. Here comes that third break. And gets all the info. No kills, though. A little bit of damage onto Slacks, has him limping. Not going to hit the flick either on the stragglers.
Just look at the setup on A from the radar for a moment. I know there's a bit of a scuffle going on, but they're not playing long. They're ready for this.
Couldn't be any better positioned. Magnajez able to play this headshot angle. He struggled to finish his meal, but no problem. No problem for BetBoom. A clean shutdown. You can see what it means to Boomich as well, just keeping the sheet clean and keeping M80 in the dirt.
That's it, when you're not playing anybody long. You've got one ramp, one goose, and that rotation there in time as well. You've got a great read of the scenario. Def, second tactical timeout in 6 rounds of play.
You can understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, I haven't really felt like they've had too many opportunities in these first few rounds. It's been a bit of a landslide. We're talking 2 kills apiece for Slacks, Lake, Sin, and JBA. Swisher yet to get going. On the other side, Flammus is currently sitting at 13 frags. That was something that the desk were talking about, just how good of a player Flammus is. Well, he's owning them right now.
Super sub.
Now, this is it, ready. As well as that, because you're playing in a roster that has been constantly changing, that's your norm.
Yeah.
Sit the fuck down!
Oof.
Ooh, yo.
I didn't catch that the first time round.
Didn't catch that the first time.
That's going on his new single. It's Boomich with Sit the Fuck Down.
Yeah, we could put that some auto-tune on that.
I don't like the fact that we're 6 rounds deep, 7 technically, and Slacks hasn't had an AWP yet. I would have loved the glass cannon just to get the guy going.
He flirted with the idea, didn't he? They're trying to find Dilladez on his jiggles. He's not there. It feels way too casual for BetBoom right now.
Doesn't it?
Like they're just... oh, it seems like it's quite dismissive, but it feels like they're just kind of playing a pug, you know? As far as they're just taking their spawns, holding their sights. Usually they run on into a bit of a meat grinder.
Yeah, they're not being strung out with rotations. It doesn't feel like they're being forced to work. And right now, Boomich has called them into a 3-man B stack. So the in-game leader appears to have a great read on the scenario.
Couldn't be better, really. What with 4 members of M80 congregating towards the doors? Magnajez's going to be jiggling the window for info.
Yeah, M80 are chasing their tower right now. BetBoom have them booked.
It's so good. What a great feeling when you've got that extra third man. Here they come. Down goes the bomb. Flashes connect. It's brutal. There's nothing for you here. M80, a goose egg, 7 rounds in.
Slacks, I know that you probably want to hold on to this AK, but I don't know if you're going to get the chance. Flammus is starting to track you down. Zordi might do it first, and bang, yeah, just pulls the trigger, 5 alive. Oh dear.
Holy.
They did just outplay you. Big time. All right, well, 1 opening kill is all they've gotten so far on the M80 side of the server. They were juggling the U2 on B just before this happened, and you see the flash assist in the feed right there. Swisher. Okay. Swisher wants defaults.
Can't do that with Tech 9s.
No, Sin wants a B pop.
Magnajez hacking his aim, isn't he?
Jump spot suicide. Come on.
Do it.
Come on.
Ooh, Dilladez this time was closer to their HEs, and it does look like they're going to swing into this. Lake not ready for Magnajez, just standing in the open. Perfect. Couldn't be better. Oh, no, it can. It can. I'm corrected by Magnajez there as he finds JBA's head. Okay.
Donk's friend is starting to heat up now.
Can't be, man. Can't be his nickname.
You need to kill M80. Just get one. And let it be Swish.
Nearly had him.
Slacks will have his AWP next round.
That's good.
The bigger concern at the moment for Def and Sin and the team in general, like Swish going, oh, we need to default more. Guys, you have 4 rounds of Counter-Strike left in the half.
Yeah.
So being able to establish that is gone, and the way to try and remedy the reads of Boomich with these stacks is to try and do something a little bit faster, but then you're playing heads-up Counter-Strike against aimers. So nothing sounds like a good option so far. They will be able to get into A and get the bomb down, or they should be able to get into A and get the bomb down. So I will wait until it has actually been planted. Okay.
Bomb's down.
5v2 retake of the A side. 2 players are low, but it still shouldn't be too much of a concern. Looking well oiled at the moment. BetBoom.
Slax has got his work cut out for him. 1 versus 5. Flamus on the long side, cleans house.
Opening kills at the moment. 4 for Flamus, 3 for Magnajez. The other one, Sin, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on.
And Magnajez, the fact he just stands in middle, I mean, I understand why Lake's not expecting that. It is a little unusual, a little unorthodox, but no one's there to pressure him. No pressure top mid, no molly lower, or doors rather.
Those double AWPs are back out for BetBoom as Slax buys his first. But going through the motions is how I would describe this from BetBoom so far. And looking good while doing it.
Looking for resistance. Is there any to be seen from M80?
This is not a traditional default. Normally it's a bit more of a 2-2-1. They're starting heavy top middle, so Lake, who's the lower tunnels player. This is a good call in the sense that JB is playing outside of upper tunnel, so if there is a push, he should have the better of the fights, but they don't know if anybody's entrenched in lower. Even though that AWP sounded off, I feel that there was a gap of time. Lots of mollies to slow this control, and they will double block. 1 short, 1 long simultaneously as a mid to B. Just thrown out from M80.
Magnajez is pushing.
That's the AWP, so he can just hold this line.
Brutal. Dilladez might actually just be escorted further forward. This is what JBA's been waiting for. Controls some damage, doesn't find a kill heap.
Oh no!
And it's an AWP overlooked, didn't anticipate, but at least you get the info that there's both of them there.
And it will force you into A because you're very limited on options. Zordy can get here to assist with this. They've only got 1 smoke on Slax for the execute. And he's going to flash, so they're just going to run out with the flash.
Okay, well, Zorty's here. It should be a very comfortable round. Ooh, unless Lake just sits the AWPer down. Okay, that's an important entry provided by Lake. Flamus in support of Boomage. They're going to go swinging, and there's 2 on his screen, and not anymore. Boom makes them disappear. Sin with 1 back, turns the flash. Nice follow-up as well. Slax's position now noted, 14 seconds as they hunt down Magnajez. Dilladez spotted, a 1v1, he goes for the no-scope. They keep it down to a 1v1, but still, BetBoom prevail.
The jump there, trying to just pin down Dilladez, the bomb slipping out, the time is running low, 9-0. Oh dear. Well, that was their closest in a while. So well. Obviously the support of Flamus, so multiple targets. So this is the bomb, slips out of their hands here, and then peers up the AWP with 10 seconds left, knows, hey, am I really going to try get that bomb, get it down? Dilladez can play with me. Now this is Germans.
True.
And we have seen them come back, not these Germans.
But other Germans.
But other Germans.
In Cologne. That's true. A record breaker.
So,
clan. So you're saying that perhaps it's not over yet?
It's a narrative mechanic to keep the viewers here.
Yeah, because I'm probably checking out that B stream if it's on.
It's a bit of a non-starter, this one. M80, they are geared up for a B split. They've just partial board in this one.
Flying Quest Pain has just begun.
Okay, well, you can whack that one on the telly. That one's for elimination. First team sent home from stage 2. Okay, not going to be the B split, just the B pop. So likely see smoke doors, a couple of good flashes from Sin. Dilladez is going to be, he's in a perfect position.
Oh, come on. He gets 2. Attention drawn. Dilladez overlooked. Sprays through the smoke.
Didn't even see them.
No, don't need to. Don't need to.
There have been 4 rounds in this half of play that are flawless. So that's all 5 staying alive.
I mean, the most dominant we've seen. This is just horrible for M80.
You add 3 more, so that'll take us to 7 where they only took 1 casualty. 2 rounds that got a little bit close.
Yep.
And the pistol that M80 salvaged a plant. Apparently we've been going for 20 minutes. It doesn't feel like 20 minutes.
Speed running their last best of one at BetBoom.
They're defaulting right now, M80.
Okay, nice. Round 11. And poor Lake's just had 2 HEs with his name on it. Has to operate on 29. And Slacks has caught Boomage doors.
Okay, second opening kill of the half for M80.
What the hell? Sin just tries to take the fight head on with Flammers. It's the most comfortable of clawbacks.
Swisher has the bomb on his own long doors. And he's walked out long on his own.
He's caught Flammers. Beautiful. The risk, absolutely. Could have been round ending.
Still going to split A.
And Zorti's feeling a little bit of pressure. A whole lot of pressure. JBA takes his head off.
Well, you have to convert this. That goes without saying. But Magna just fast on the long flank. Swisher's still donating the ball with a rugby toss.
And MagnaJez is so quick on the draw. Catches Swisher, just glancing towards long. So now that's an equalizing frag. Dilladez coming in from CT. Do another window flash, but looks like Slacks is posted for this. Doesn't lose vision. Well positioned. It's MagnaJez last seen long. Here's JBA, and has a chance. M80 breakthrough. There's something to bring through into the second half of play. A single round. It's a whole lot better than the 12, but maybe he could even leave with 2.
That's Swisher's first kill as well. So he gets on the board, and it's an impactful one. So leaves a mark. Let's see if they can make it this double. Zorti with the first, then in the flames. He was always going to go down here. This is good heads-up play from Slacks, just cutting off the rotation. Sees where the flash is coming from, knows MagnaJez is long, so constricts the rotation. Okay, well, they're celebrating. If they can get 2, and then they win the pistol in the second, a bit of a speech from the coach. B-pop. Called off. Okay.
You can see Lake's waiting for that HE that Boomage has been religiously throwing. Not this time.
Yeah, Boomage has almost 400 utility damage this half. Amos is, or at least was, about to be under a bit of pressure, but they're pivoting back now.
Zorti, is he going to go for a regress?
Seems crazy to sweep in now.
Yeah, he's just going to be parked it on Goose.
They went to go long again, and then they smoked again, and they've called it off once more. They really want to try and target this long play, but you're forced elsewhere.
Yeah, you've got 38 seconds. It can't be long now.
So it has to be the A-split. Sin late long, the other 4 up short.
Okay. I mean, there's not too much in the way of the defense. It is just Zorti's AWP here. Dropping in, pathing forward. Lake trying to bring the fight off the flash. Zorti turns tail. Spam from Boomage gets him low, and Zorti will finish the job. Flammers down. That's a big late lurk long from Sin. Access to the site granted. M80 looking to just resuscitate hope with 2 on the trot to wrap up this half. Pales in comparison to, of course, BetBoom, but a whole lot better than a 12-0. The flashes in the swing. MagnaJez down to Swish. Gets himself a second kill before the halftime break, and it's still coming up for debate. Hang on a second. There we have it. M82, BetBoom 10. It's just 3 rounds is all BetBoom need. We'll be right back to see if there's anything to be said about M80. ladies and gentlemen, it's a rather one-sided affair, and yeah, BetBoom's been piping up. Boomich in particular, telling them to sit down. M80, they're sat, truly sat. They got 2 rounds at the tail end of the half, otherwise it would have been a 12-0. They got something. They got something to work with, and it goes without saying, Chad, that pistol conversions, all of that good stuff feels like a necessity.
All right, well, during the halftime break from the coach Fierce, we started to cut corners because of the score. Please control yourself, your teammate, your display, etc. We will finish the game in the same spirit. That's great.
Yep.
And it makes sense, started getting a little bit complacent when you're owning them that badly. That was pure domination. Flamus and Magnajez combined had 9 opening kills. They were great.
And it looks like it's going to be a long-centric focus, with the bomb going towards Catwalk, though. Flamus just puffing up his chest with the support of Zorti.
Well, M80 started with a B stack, so they're rotating over now, but they hear the Cat presence. They're in trouble.
They are in trouble. They're in a compromised position already. And oh my god, Sin just goes pushing through the smoke. Easy pick for Zorti. And it feels like the same as the first half. Never mind, it's like just the one. There's JBA, a necessary trade. We've got a 3v3 here. Oh, block smoke on short. They've got everything. It must feel like these guys have got infinite smoke grenades. Flash and go. It's all you can do. Catches Boom. Nice little pop, dropping different elevations, but Boom just managed to remove the head of Lake. JBA's putting up a bit of a fight. He's got 2 to contend with and doesn't find that immediate headshot that he so desperately needed. Boom find 11, and yeah, this one seems like a certainty. The 1-2 match, the best of 3 coming M80's way ASAP.
Yeah, just a little bit of stress in that situation, right? Because they think it's a fast long, and then once they hear the short steps, Lake's wondering what to do with the flash, and Sin's like, well, just flash me through the long smoke. But by the time it comes in, they're already close, and the flash doesn't work as desired. You can see they're just way too easy. So forced by M80. Death knock of this one, not far away. You don't need me to tell you that. Can they make this at all interesting, or is this going to be one of the more dominant scorelines of stage 2? Flash in, turned by Slack, so fortunately does get to stay alive. Lake with a Hail Mary play, can't double up.
Flying Mac 10 did not. Okay, JBA, that's not the range for that MP9, poor guy. He's got 16, Slack's 11.
I think they're going to have to try and find the gap by pushing long, but it's already being considered. Just hitting the pause. This is good from BetBoom.
So good, isn't it? It's like they just know they know M80's next move before they make it.
That wasn't Sin. And they even gave me time to explain. He's normally the long anchor. So ready for the possibility in-game leader? There you have it. Nameplate Counter-Strike. JBA the B defender. So look, I understand in these rounds where it's forced by, you do things a little bit more out of the box. It's the same as pistol rounds. You don't really play to your positions, or you don't have to play to your positions. You don't even have to play to your positions at all. It's just in the gun rounds you get a bit more of the similar approach. It's these rounds that are more flex. Everything's a little bit more all over the shop.
It doesn't stop them from pressing tab and being a little bit more cautious about long.
Gives you an educated guess. Right now, Magnajez will have the leash on JBA.
Oh, his coach is happy with that. His coach is very happy with that.
I'm very surprised to see that. Thought they'd just get it done and dusted right there and then.
Absolutely not.
All right, well, I guess you don't want to give them the Galil, but 12. Even though it's not at the top of the scoreboard just yet, I guarantee you that one is confirmed. And they're allowing Flamus to work through the upper tunnels. So they've listened to the boss man's orders, and they are delivering. JBA might go overlooked. Flamus, does he head backyard instead? He does. So he'll get to retain the MP9. Oh.
Okay, well, congrats. Yep. You get an MP9.
You played hide and seek, and you won this round. Well, no, you didn't, but...
In a way.
In a way.
A dominant scoreline from BetBoom.
Yeah, it does already feel like the wrap, doesn't it? So we haven't seen anything too inspiring from M80 that would get us excited. They do have this slight gap on the oscillation of the smoke. So Slacks gets a stepping stool and whistles off a shot.
Yeah, unable to connect it there on the movements of Boom Edge.
Nades on JBA does significant damage, and looking like they're going to head out long. BetBoom, you can see here highlighted. Zodi has the kind of lay of the land with the X-ray. You can see everything that's going on the map, but long is the gap. Swish is just jiggling that from the single box. That's how that smoke was meant to look in the first half. And Magnajez seems bigger than one man right now if you're looking at it from M80's perspective. 50 seconds, Flash has announced the presence out long, and is this the final blow? BetBoom looking good.
Crazy Slacks scout highlight. Go. Go.
30 seconds.
Tanks only going one way. Magnajez already finding Swisher, and it is looking like the stomp that first half did dictate. One back from Lake, unable to handle another on the follow-up. It's just JPA here. BetBoom tightening the noose. Bomb on Flammus' back, and no need. 32. I mean, just 15 rounds required. BetBoom secure themselves into the 2-1 bucket. Put them just one best of 3 away from stage 3.
I'm surprised they're able to keep it up here within this stage. Right? I heard from Def there in that pre-game interview saying, hey, yeah, we looked at what they did in stage 1, but do they have enough depth to take it into stage 2 teams? And, well, clearly, too good for M80. He was saying he didn't want to jinx it. Well, maybe he did. That's a very dominant scoreline right there. So a whole bunch of Counter-Strike to go today to work out who's going to join them in that 2-1 bucket for the best of 3 coming into tomorrow. So we don't know exactly what's going to be going down with this one, but we do know that this series is over. Let's throw this one down to the desk.
Us too.
Yeah, over as almost as quickly as it began. It sounded like Def had a plan, but not really much time to execute it. When you're going up versus BetBoom, is exactly what Ash and Yanko were kind of worried about happening. If you take this map to BetBoom, Yanko, you're in for a bad time, and that's exactly what we saw for M80.
Yeah, I think though it was a really bad day in the office, and then things just going horribly wrong from the start, and then it ruins your plan somehow. Listen, if we're talking about a team losing 8-0 on the T side of Dust 2 and you're getting smashed, and that's the first time you get your upper and up in round 9, like something has gone horribly wrong. Like you've lost all track of what's going on, track of the macro, you know, of what's important as well, and that sort of paints the picture for me just how lost M80 was today.
I think as well also what's kind of important is BetBoom have been tested so far. They've already beaten GamerLegion in the best of 3. They played Spirit the other day as well. I think this is kind of the tested team versus the untested team, plus a bad start, plus you've got all the best players on the team.
Yeah, the pendulum really very much swinging in BetBoom's favor. As Alex said, obviously now in the 2-1 pool, and only one best of 3 could separate them from stage 3. But let's dive into this one a little bit. It kind of felt like, Ash, anything that M80 had to throw at BetBoom, they were kind of already very well prepared for it.
Yeah, well, it sounded like in the pretty-much interview that it was Def that was feeling confident about the prep, but actually BetBoom seemed pretty solid. We see they're going for a long pop. The time is around 1 minute 20 when they're going for this, and they get delayed, and then they get delayed again. Boomich comes back. I think he even re-smokes this in a moment. It's already died, sorry. And they're going for this long pop, and it just so happens this situation, Flammus is here ready for them.
It's also really important, like the trajectory of those nades makes them unsuspecting of Flammus's position, and I mean, he just gets a double kill there, and on top of that sets up Magnus and tells you how good it was going for BetBoom. That in the first gun round they had the double op out already, and not something that, you know, M80 would expect, definitely.
Yeah, totally. It felt so fluid for the side of BetBoom in that one. Then we move forward to round 7. Same situation here, Ash?
Yeah, it just seemed like maybe they were in TeamSpeak, got some Among Us imposter going on in there or something, because it just seemed like they seemed to know everything that was going to happen, and even when they didn't know, they pulled out some just magic moments. So you're going for a B-pop, B-split, sorry, and I think this is with Tac Pause here. Def said they need to play with a bit more passion in their game, we'll put it nicely. And yeah, running to a 3-man B-stack was happening early in the round. Flash comes out, and they're just all here. And usually someone just hides when this is happening, but they're fine to just have a Flash assist and 2 kills happen at the same time. Lots of confidence. I actually feel at the moment this team potentially could make it through the next stage, because I feel like so far I've seen a lot of it. A lot of good stuff from them. They seem well prepared. The individuals are all popping off. Like this fella could performance today, it could have caught a lot of teams. I think yesterday the Donk effect made them seem not as good, but they're a dangerous team to play against.
A little bit is, I think, can come down to the matchup in terms of the maps. If they can get some of these more simple, free-flowing maps like Dust 2 Mirage, albeit they've had a ton of success on Anubis as well when Flamus was standing in for Dilades. I don't know how much now him standing in for Siren, is that going to have an effect on their Anubis? Their Nuke has been solid too, so I guess we'll have to wait and see if it comes to that. But yeah, with the form they've been in Cologne, looks like they're going to be tough to stop from getting into stage 3.
Just to go back to your examples there, Ash, I mean, there was more throughout the course of the map as well, right? Where it felt like BetBoom just... It's almost like they'd read the strat book of M80 before they'd even begun the game. How frustrating is that when you feel like, okay, we've got an opportunity here, maybe we've got a strat that we can pull off, and the other team are already 10 steps ahead of you? That must be so frustrating.
I mean, it is frustrating, but at the same time, you want to end the round with quality. No matter if you go into that 3-on-B stack, you want to at least go in there. There's some good flashes coming in, good space and everything. Like, make sure you get some trades. Okay, they come out unfavorably, and maybe you lose a round like that, or the long pop comes in. Like, it just feels like they're unaware kind of for things. But also, it doesn't help when we see Magna just from the window just deleting 2 people instantly. The Flamus MP9 instantly deleting the second guy, doesn't have a chance to trade. That's the kind of more frustrating side of things, because at least then, okay, yeah, we lose a kill to MP9, we get a guy dinked, but we get a kill back, and we can still play the round. When this happens, the game's just, it feels like you're not even in the game, you know?
It comes from the bad start, because, you know, what we saw in that first example, after the Magna is op kill, the last 2 players save. I hate early saves on T side, because what happens? 2 guys have rifles, then they actually bought all out, but now you don't have an op, you have some Galils, you don't have all utility, you're playing against double op. Like, what's your call going to be against double op with not full nades, no op? What are you going to do on T side Dust 2? Right? Like, there's not like really a lot that you can do. Okay, now you lost, now you have to go with pistols, nothing has worked. Okay, let's go back to that B split. Yeah. We never tried it, and then so that's what makes it easy for BetBoom sort of to go for these calls, right? It's what's happened up until that point.
Yeah, M80 going to hate to see that one coming. But speaking of 2 teams that are in even more dire straits already, that is going to be going down after the break. Because if you can so believe your eyes, it's Bait and GamerLegion that are already on the brink of elimination. We're going to bid you farewell and leave you with the second shift to be guiding you through our first elimination series.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Brief short.
Yeah, brief in.
Oh.
On fate, we go low.
Care push. Yeah. I'll back. I'm holding.
Make you, I think left side again.
Sure.
We got respawn, we gotta go cat.
We have to go.
Go cat. Instant normal execute, I look long.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do drop with this, okay?
Yeah, talk about the parts. Josh has smoke, Mike has smoke.
We do a Vanguard CT. No, just do connecting
smokes, already a smoke, Josh. Do already 1 smoke.
Yeah, I just do Vanguard. We just have to go together, it's fine. You do a Vanguard? Okay.
Mike to look. 2 X-Tech guys, 20 seconds.
Yeah. Mike, you have sight, Molly. Yeah. Flash and I'll drop, flash once. Entry. Flashing entry now. Bang. Mollying sight. Long and base spamming me. Blind.
Maybe
long up. Long up. That's nice. Clear goose. Clear ramp or some shit. Goose clear, plant.
Ramp,
base 1. Blind. Plant it for short. I ramp.
I go back to long.
Yeah. He at least has long right now.
Do we have any flash?
No, nothing. No flash. You can play towards site though. It's fine. Just get away from Cat.
Yeah. Mike, come like
First,
single.
one
around.
close.
One up. Yeah, one close ramp. 2 then flashing. Flash.
Double.
One more. Come.
Double.
Fight. One more. Close. Happy.
And Avanga.
Chill.
Nice!
Let's go. Good shit.
Let's go, guys.
I can hear it in people's voices. Like, everyone's nervy. Like, we don't make decisions fast enough. We don't believe in ourselves. Fucking believe in yourself.
GamerLegion versus Bait. Elimination on the line. Rez here, no stranger to crunch time scenarios.
I mean, I've been in this situation many times, I think, throughout my years in NIP and GamerLegion as well. So I think we're used to this, and I think since we have this experience, I think we can do it this time.
Yeah, there's a bit of a comparison we could draw there. The NIP were favorites, you know, and then there was GamerLegion coming into the major as somewhat favorites to make a deep run here. How do you respond?
We're not repeating history this time. This time we're going 3-2.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So running all the way back. Well, let's talk about those single-digit losses to BetBoom and Astralis. Rough ones. What could GamerLegion take away from those losses?
Obviously, they try not to think about them. It was 2 really, really rough games for us. And we did stuff we regret, basically. A lot of mistakes. And we walked through them, we talked through them, and we analyzed them. And hopefully now it won't happen again.
So today, when you look across the aisle at another team that had a lot of expectation about them coming into this major, what do you think it takes to beat Bait today?
I mean, I think they come in as they're really solid, like BO1 team. Like they crushed in stage 1, right? And now they're getting a weak start in stage 2. I think this is a time that we can beat them for sure. And obviously both of us are 0-2, and we really want to go through to this major. And we're all hungry, and I think this is going to be a brawl.
Even Snacks is hungry?
He's always hungry.
Always hungry. And he corrected me. We're not in North America. If we had to let him know. Anything you want to say?
No. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do it. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of got the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's on the round, we go to overtime!
Welcome back to IEM Cologne. This is when it gets a little bit more spicy. I am joined by Dupree and Stuko on the desk as we head into the first elimination game we have here on the A-Stream. You have 2 teams who I suspected would do slightly better after having a relatively decent stage 1. You had Bait going 3-0. You had GamerLegion being one of the main favorites to go 3-0 and also making it 3-1. Now all of a sudden they find themselves in this 0-2 position where, Martin, in maybe 2-3 hours, one of them would be eliminated.
It is really strange how we have a big disparity in the results from their stage 1. Obviously, it's not a position that I can envy either of those teams. This is really big crunch time, and especially in this 0-2, you expect to have like a little bit of a lesser opposition. But no, Bait are playing GamerLegion. They're both really, really good teams. But I have to say something is falling apart, and we might dive deep into that throughout this segment overall, because well, GamerLegion and Bait, even though Bait had like close losses, it is still not the look that we are used to from.
How surprised are you, Peter, to see these 2 teams now battling it out to survive at the major?
Yeah, I think both teams have been struggling throughout both stages. I don't think it's been pretty clean, even to the fact that Bait went 3-0 in the first stage. They just came in yesterday, looked like a team that was really disconnected in many ways, and I think the biggest drop-off for me has to be GamerLegion. I think it's a team that's lost themselves coming into the stage, and they also looked a little bit lost in the first stage, but it's gotten even worse. I think it's for both teams. They're looking at each other now, thinking we shouldn't be in this situation, but that's the reality, right? They do find themselves fighting for a way forward and trying to avoid elimination. But overall, it's a matchup that can get very spicy. Also to the fact that it's about their lives at the major.
Yeah, Peter, I know, you know, as much as surprised we are to see them here, you also found an example as to why you believe the GamerLegion are struggling. You have a round 5, just to illustrate for the viewers at home what's not working out for them at the moment.
I really hope that this is one of the rounds that Rest talked about them going through in the practice zone didn't really, you know, go the way, because, you know, turning their attention to Nuke when they played against BetBoom, you can tell from the side of BetBoom that they have one op saved here. And for me, the issue with this round is just their decision making, and also the fact that they're just not doing anything. Pretty much Pia just get picked off in lobby. Sorta can then rotate freely and try and actually should have killed Snacks here, but they end up going ramp here, and you can see this on the radar that Snacks has vacated secret, and against pistols, just going back to ramp and the potential stack with no info since there were 4 guys lobby. They don't even wait for Snacks to go back lobby, and that results in them getting flanked. There's just so many things in this round that they should have done different and could have done different. They even waited half a minute before, like when Sorta was spotted trying to kill Snacks in secret, they had 30 seconds to do something because they know where the op was, but they still waited 30 seconds to just allow that flank to happen and try and wait for Snacks, and that's just poor Lee style and just something that we should like expect more out of GamerLegion.
Martin, I know Janko has made the point that GamerLegion is a team that seems to struggle a little bit playing as the favorites, and he's made a couple of good examples as to why that is. It's also evident that some of the individuals are not turning up. The conversion rates as well, as you just saw on your screen. I feel like no matter where you look within the GamerLegion camp, there's a bit of an issue going on. So is it just, you know, the culmination of the entire thing not working out for GamerLegion, or is there anything specific you're like, if you just fix this, maybe that could unlock the rest of it?
Yeah, this is a conundrum that we will likely to, you know, have to solve today somehow. And as we saw, something that the GamerLegion was exceptional at coming into the major, well, they're below average right now here at the major. It's obvious that opposition got stronger and they're a little bit more prepared, but yeah, it's tied to the fact that the individuals are just not having that great of a time. Like, we've had multiple times where PR went completely missing, someone that is so reliable in this trio of engine with Hypex, Res and PR. And well, if one of the guys is like that throughout the whole event, it gets progressively more difficult. And I've asked PR, like, what's happening? I tried to avoid interviews with him because I like the guy. I didn't want to put him on the spot, but I had to do it yesterday.
To be done.
Yeah, I had to do it yesterday, and he said honestly, like, he couldn't point the finger on the mistake or on the weakness. He said honestly, some of the games were unlucky, and it's maybe snowballing him through this stage overall, and it's just rough seeing PR in a shape like this.
From a player perspective, Peter, can you recognize that feeling where you head into a tournament, you've been doing well leading up to it, and all of a sudden when you're here, you're just not hitting your shots, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, I've tried it actually multiple times, you know, and funny enough, it happens a lot at the major, and I think it's because there's so much more on the line. And I can recall Sonic saying in my tactical pauses, saying that we need to free up, like we need to free ourselves up a little bit, like, you know, we need to play a little more loose, like let the rounds play them out, you know, play a little bit defaultly, see what we got to work with. Let Snacks go into the mid rounding that we know that he's so good at doing, and instead of relying too much on our prep and trying to have this master plan of how to break down on our opponents. And I just don't think that has been working for them. And I think it also just comes down to that the players, the worse they get at the major, and in the games, the more mistakes they make, the more hesitant they start being, the less space they start creating for each other. And I think they just get afraid of making mistakes, and that's also why I think they've been playing so poorly, because it's not only the individuals, but it's like as a team they just look so disconnected, and that also just spirals into the individuals playing worse. So like it's a very you know, downwards going spiral in many ways.
Well, they have to figure it out now, otherwise in a couple of hours they will be eliminated from the tournament. Now, changing focus towards Bait as well, we established the GamerLegion are not in the best place as of right now. I don't know why, but I feel Bait is coming into this O2 game a little bit different. I know losing to M80 was not a good look for them, but losing 13-11 against Foot, that's a result that I can somehow respect. I think Foot is one of the better teams we have here in Stage 2. So do you share that sentiment that you're not as worried on behalf of Bait as we should be with GamerLegion?
Yeah, I think when you look at the shape overall, I think Bait are coming a little bit better, a little bit hotter into this best of 3. Obviously, the recent losses are close, and as we know, Bait are always playing these close games. I think every single game apart from one at this major so far, we're just 23 plus rounds, so they like to be this like kind of like late round team, late match team. But you know, it's worrying on the other hand with NPL as well. Ahead of the major, he was one of the best players on the server whenever Bait was playing. In big events, he was pretty much hard carrying them, but when it comes to this major, he's finding himself. He's still struggling, and it's kind of a repeat story from what we just mentioned with the PR just a minute ago.
It is, and that is a big issue, because I very much agree with you. I think the catalyst behind Bait is NPL. Peter, as you remember, they started off the year playing not their best brand of Counter-Strike, struggling a lot, you know, roster changes in and out. NPL was struggling as well in the beginning of the season. Then all of a sudden, as you said, Martin, he hyped it up, you know, stepped up massively, and all of a sudden Bait become a reliable team again. Now he's struggling, Bait is struggling. Is there a direct correlation between NPL not playing well and Bait losing?
Yeah, that there has to be something to it, and I think the whole thing that he gave up the game leading role to Alex to, you know, to get more freed up, and maybe he has also been a little bit too chaotic in some moments. I think that, you know, that's also put a little bit more expectations on his own shoulders, but also, you know, for us that he is supposedly to pick up bigger numbers, since he doesn't have the hierarchy you have to having to lead the squad as well. I think that for Bait, I still think that, as Martin said, they have played better than GamerLegion coming into the game, and I think yesterday was maybe more of an off day than it was them playing poorly, because I do think that they have what it takes to actually make it to stage 3. I think it's a team that is still on the rise. I think the one big question for me is still Sissy a little bit. The fact that he has such a vital part in the team playing the AWP, but he still seems to be like so up and down. He had like one good game against M80 where he really pulled through in overtime, but it's like this is where it's going to come down to. Like if he can step up in this game where he's probably needed the most, then I think that they're going to be taking this one.
Well, obviously no game without no veto. We got to figure out where these two teams are heading in. Martin, is there anything you expect from this video, or any potential surprise you could see being picked out by either Bait or GamerLegion?
I'm not sure about the surprises. Obviously, if you're on elimination hopes and ropes, you kind of want to lean into probably your strengths, and maybe you don't want to overthink it with analyzing mistakes of enemies.
Where do you see the strengths of GamerLegion right now?
That's a great question. I mean, do I have to say ancient when in reality it was the Astralis just beating them flat out in the best of one? It's rough.
I think them turning their attention to Inferno, you know, that makes sense, because they've played it twice here at the major. That's the map they haven't lost yet, and turning attention to Bait, you know, going for Mirage, that is their bread and butter. That's the one they've always wanted to pick. That's the one they played the most. They feel very comfortable. The good, or the crazy thing for me is now the fact that we do get to see Nuke, which is a map that GamerLegion have been completely demolished on throughout this tournament. So if it actually turns into a third map, I would be very worried if I was GamerLegion.
I like the ancient band from GamerLegion. My final thoughts are there.
All right. Safe to say that we have a pretty cool game at our hand. In case you just tuned in, now is the right timing, because we're just about ready to get the game started. Let me just remind you that this is an 0-2 game. It's an elimination game. Whoever loses this best of 3 would also be eliminated from the major. So safe to say the stakes are high. Let's get it going.
I like the way Stiko put it as well. You know, you've got elimination hopes, and they're on the ropes for both Bait and GamerLegion. Desk has set the scene fantastically. Loses out on an opportunity for a longer major.
If this was a 2-2 game, it would make a whole lot more sense.
Yeah, the 0-2, the best of one's just not being kind to either.
Yeah, GamerLegion have looked extremely rough around the edges. And tucked in safe second mid. Understandable. CTs, they love to cross the boiler, jump spot, see if they can catch any early whiff of info. Well, not going to start that way, GamerLegion. They're going to start 4 strong on A. The setup will have a combination of Hypex on the long corner, with Rez tucked in on the pocket. Snacks under the balcony. Well, he's starting to search.
NPL's tugged. Alex is going to be spotted out with the bomb as well. NPL comes bringing the fight. Great work. Profits off of the early info and the early excursion from Snacks. Here comes that util. Flash completely blinds off Rez. This is technical. And NPL's been brutal. 3 kills off the rip, and the desk put him on the spotlight as well. Keep your eyes on him and his performances. NPL at the top of the table, typically correlating with the win.
PR, he's had some tough performances this major, looking to bounce back in stage 2.
They're coming his way. Wow.
Didn't even get a chance. All right, well, Towson announcing his presence over towards Pit. The bomb will get planted, and they're actually springing to action to deal with Towson now. He doesn't even have any armor. Not going to matter. Kenzor rips that one away. And what a spotless start there for Bait. Easy stuff. The essential kill doesn't really matter.
No. And if anything, you know, it's one side, it's inspiring. The other, it's very deflating for this to be the way your series starts.
I was, you know, listening to the desk there and talking about some of the GamerLegion woes. It's the way that they've been conducting them. Like, is Snacks calling to compensate for the lack of comms or initiative being taken? Are the calls putting them in the tough spot? it doesn't really matter. It's just what we're seeing, and it's definitely not the most convincing Counter-Strike. It's not a team that was just in the grand final of IEM Atlanta a couple of weeks ago against Na'Vi, I'll tell you that much. So the wheels have come off in Cologne. It's about piecing this machine back together, because both of these teams can make a 0-2 run. I'm extremely confident in that statement. No coach for Bait here. Madden unable to be behind the team.
And they haven't put a stuffed animal in the chair.
No, not yet. I guess that came late. Right? Stage 1, they thought, we don't need it.
They just didn't know the meta. They didn't realize the coachless.
It might not have got the same fanfare as well. Spirit get it for free.
Yeah. Well, their intention to block half wall did rock the clock a little. We get to that minute mark as the HE from PR looks like it's going to do some chunky damage to both Alex and Ascenthial.
Does Rez start to cheat over towards B, right? If you have the stack in the right place, you start to think to yourself, okay, well, they might have a chance in this. Otherwise, Snacks and PR need to do an awful lot between the two of them.
If you can block them and they respect it, but that might not be the case. Looks like they're going to go through.
Kenzie's coming as a HE is the late piece of this. Rez will rotate over in time.
Blast through, and they're charging. Mac-10's bound into the site. Snacks controls with his 5-7. Rez as well, able to offer up just the 1. Make it 2. He's caught Sizzy on the smoke spam.
But they're not quick to plant. This gets tough now, 20 seconds.
Especially when they can start pushing you, making this as uncomfortable as possible. Kenzie's a fake plant with 14 seconds on the clock.
Now they swing.
Time for this. You ain't got time for this. 10 seconds. Kenzie's just can't hit his shot. Rez can. 3 kills deep. A second round conversion. Up against the force buy, they fall flat. Bait sent back to spawn.
Yeah, that's tough because without that bomb going down, they lack the extra $600. And well, atmosphere appears to be a key. You just see, well, at least we do, Towson being quite jovial after that. So that's a huge round to win. Now the kill comes to Rez in their rotation there, but very well done from PR and Snacks, right? The HE softens them up. It makes it a whole lot easier for these 5-7s. And Hypex also going to bring some energy. We know this man can be clutch. So this force lacks any real bite from Bait.
I mean, Hypex was the only one putting in a shift in their best of 1 versus BetBoom. He was doing everything he could.
It's just odd to see them disappear to such a degree.
Yeah, especially when expectations were high. Perhaps that's a contributing factor. Community started to put them in their pick'ems. Burden of additional pressure.
The bomb has been left T-stairs and everybody's gravitating towards top mid. So even if they do get the kills,
you can't explode.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. MPL's heading back now, so this is definitely a mistake that this has been left. And now the bottom banana smoke's faded, so fortunately replenished. Oh, and the bomb spotted.
Hello. Well, that's going to give you some sort of info. Rez going down with empty hands. His M4 gets nothing.
He's splitting.
Sizzy wants that. Yeah. Yoink. Okay, they're in spawn. Good find from Snacks. Catches Alex, who was trying to burrow into CT.
Interesting. The bottom banana players don't activate off of the info. They only saw 1.
Snacks clearing them all out. The rats in the system. Bomb's got a clear path.
Well, if Sizzy goes down here, yeah, exactly. Right? Even if Sizzy dies to PR, the B players can start to activate.
But clear intent in Sizzy's movements.
Smoke CT.
Deep one. Oh my god, long range. Fair play. PR's done well there.
MPL trying to be too tricky there.
And they're pushing through. Going to try and deny him on the plant. They don't have the bullets. They're going to try on the USP. Gives him a fair fight. NPL removes the first of the 1v3 and not going to be able to get away. Towson chases him down, and GamerLegion will convert and secure themselves what should be a bit of a gimme.
Okay, so I guess calming the position that PR gets the kill from and being specific with it is hard because it's not a spot that you're often fighting. It feels like MPL's understanding of the situation is that player is further away on rotation. Otherwise, you just drop a standard CT smoke and guarantee you get the bomb down and set something up in the site. The fact that you're getting this free kill, there's still 20 seconds left. If they're taking a pause, get the smoke in, maybe a better opportunity in that one, but now it's just going to have to be the eco.
And I have to respect PR for not, immediately kind of magnetizing to the M4. He instead goes and looks for the fight on the cross and does catch them with their pants around their ankles. Fight mid off the flash. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be too exposed. Alex was the only one susceptible, and just a bit of chip damage on that HE. PR tried to be forward and instead has just gone down early to an MPL Tech 9. That's already super uncomfortable for Snags.
It's definitely forced a big rotation, but you're still confident in GamerLegion at this juncture. They have a lot of utility to block with. They're here in case there is the explosion. When you're dealing with unarmored opponents, right, these are the tough fights that essentially have to be given to you, especially that we're talking about a couple of Deagles in the mix here. So starting the reroute. GamerLegion, they don't really have a choice. They kind of have to stand in the darkness, but because it is this eco, this type of a setup is not the end of the world. Hypex wanting to play for some info there. You can see him attempting to live forward, but he needs to sit back because if Towson's under pressure, he's the only man that can support and vice versa.
Staying active for this arch wrap. Oh my god, get your nades out. Put him away. Hypex goes down. It's just Towson here. This could be a horrible round to lose. NPL's taken off Snags' head in rotation. Towson versus the world. Gets triple swung. Kens is all comfortable, and I can't believe how comfortable that looked for Bait. They were in control the whole time somehow.
Here I am saying it shouldn't be any issues. They're playing an okay setup, and right there, that looks miserable.
What?
That pincer that happens to Hypex there, right? The fact that there's a player over towards Apps as well, he's really unable to move. Just gets stuck between a rock and a hard place. And sure, GamerLegion, they win a force buy earlier in the piece, but this is essentially an eco victory. MPL putting in a shift so far, up to 6 kills. 2 more impactful ones, so feeling the flow of the game. And I thought we were just going to get back to regular scheduled programming into the next round of play. GamerLegion are the ones who are now going to suffer a bit more of a stinker in the buy department. I wonder if IMD wants to get on the mic early. He's out of his chair, and he's waltzing over to the button. Bang! All right, well, he's pressed it.
I mean, probably something he wants to just correct.
I think that this, for me, you're unhappy with how the last round went, but forget about it because you saved the M4. Rez had enough money to drop another one. So at least you get 2 M4s going, and then it's how else can we piece this together? Because the worst case scenario in this situation is you lose this next one after fully investing, and then you take an eco, and then now Bait have a 2-round lead, right? So you want to try and mitigate that as quickly as you can. So I understand this timeout, and I think it's well placed. Hypex did initially invest with a scout, but I think he's been sent in a different path. He comes back in with a 5-7. Trying to make sure they facilitate a little bit of utils.
So let's recap. It was that opening death that we didn't think would cost them too much.
Yeah, this is the one, right? So Alex, in Apps, the fact that he limits the position of Hypex there. Right, Hypex takes the contact long, thinks he's going to have room to take the fight, can't back up, pinned, swarmed. That's the kill that really makes the difference. And then they have the rotation.
Just a couple of pistols and a smoke grenade.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that easy. We'll see if it really counts, though. Both teams winning some low buys early on.
Yeah, let's see if they can pull this one off. A forward app setup for Towson and Hypex.
It'll be belated cheers for Bait. They win this one, they know what it means. So a very important round now is the stack heavy on A. They have sold the B-bomb site. And I like this type of call as well, whether or not it works. If you lose the round because you've rolled the dice incorrectly, that's okay. You get a double dip of this and can still be competitive as opposed to having to deal with the eco into the next. Towson pushing. Spotted.
Yeah,
Dickensies will see him. I don't know about that.
They haven't got the B space yet.
No, but Towson's push has facilitated a heavy rotation. Both M4s will be here and blocked.
Wow, just in time. Just in time.
They have a HE to break this if they'd like, but it's always dicey against a force buy.
Especially 5-7s up close.
How good are the flashes?
Can they do it again? They've already won one of these.
Towson's coming down.
Back's turn. Just as Kensizor looks
away,
Sizzy's lost the bomb.
Do you go forward? Do you go back? You know they've got all the info. 30 seconds. Got to make a choice.
They're running out to Towson. If he can disrupt with the MP9, he goes running and gunning for another onto NPL, but there is a race on. Hypex will be there in time. He's had his knife out, will tuck into the site, hears them coming, confirms his suspicions. One is enough. A powerful position here, hoping to be overlooked. Attention drawn by PR, and that's the kill. Kensizor's gone. GamerLegion, they're making it work on the pistols.
Okay, the stack worked, the rotation was there. Towson's push not noted. I thought that Kensizor...
we saw a flash,
well, we did.
Yeah, X-ray. That makes all the difference.
All right, well, this is starting quite nicely with the back and forth. Snacks there, good understanding of the economy. the fact that they did win the eco. They should have a full buy. You hear that just chirp out of the mouth. And yeah, this was a race, right? Townsend, I also love the fact he stays proactive there and just swings into them. Hypex gets set up by PR, and he delivers. Timeout called. And not by the coach. There isn't one behind Bait.
Does someone have to kind of wheel their chair over to the button?
I guess they're still able to type it in.
Okay,
I suppose. I guess you have to have some type of a
accommodation.
System.
Yeah.
You don't want Alex can't get out of the chair and take his headset off.
Can't be doing that.
Well, the same thing I just said regarding the GamerLegion timeout now applies to the Bait timeout. So we're in a bit of a tug of war right now. Nobody's won out on the finances truly, even though GamerLegion technically did. They were unable to convert against that eco.
It's okay. I think GamerLegion should be terrified because NPL's got a Tech 9.
Hey, he's done his best work with the pistols so far, hasn't he?
He has.
Well, I think because you know you're going up against a buy, you're just going to approach this more standard if you're GamerLegion, which means you probably fight for some banana control, and they're starting 3 strong.
Wow, early chip damage connects. 3 players worse for wear. Blocked by the incendiary as they progress middle.
I think Ascenthio's just missed his smoke there, banana. It's bounded back towards him.
Up middle without a care in the world. I'm sure Hypex has learned his lesson. He calls for the flash from Towson and confirms no one's home.
Rackets control this early is a nice boon for Bait. Gives them some wiggle room considering they haven't contested banana just yet. Snax heading back over to deal with the mid to beat possibility, and Rez pokes his nose in from Library. So they've called that clear as PR. Continues to send damage downrange banana, showing that, hey, we still have this full information. Sizzy comes back with the orb. Can he catch PR on a jump spot?
I wouldn't put it past him. This kid's quick. Just like that on the jump spot, PR sat down. Looks like acceleration on the cards.
Well, Snack's going to play silent in the back of the site or try and stuff him in the choke.
Yeah, he didn't have the block smoke, so he is just going to try and tuck on Nubox and hope it's not Molotov'd.
This rotation miles away.
It's just Snacks up against the entire squad.
Hypex can flash, but not yet.
Looking the wrong way, catches the perfect timing to Snacks. Here comes that flash. Perfect team play. Hypex sets up Snacks. He's still alive at the back of the site. Stubborn in defense of B, and that clock is ticking. Kentazor finally fells him, but with 10 HP left, he's susceptible to spray. Nice again, Sizzy on the follow-up.
What's got a plan? 10 seconds.
Is applied, flank from NPL, catches Rez, but doesn't find it cleanly, and GamerLegion will win out the tug of war.
Okay, that one's tense, isn't it? Snacks does so well there back of the site. He's got 2 choices. I either just try and mow them down to the choke point of the mouth of banana and buy time for the rotation, or I hide. And the first one he has to do on his own. Hypex was still just darting through CT spawn. This is great from Sizzy. We know he can hit these type of shots. They start skyrocketing towards that B site. It's the correct call. This flash comes in, well timed. The fight has already been taken, and bang, Ascenthio goes down, and so does the round.
You could put that round in a Counter-Strike textbook. You really could. Just the fact that Snacks, he catches the moment that they're clearing dark, his back is turned, and the teammates flash for number 2. Beautiful.
Well, they lost an eco before.
This is even less
threatening. Exactly. So we have a hard time seeing this one going against GamerLegion. And even more so now. Kenzie Zortli is out top middle, displaying some of those frustrations, just takes the fire on his own. If he can chip him with the Deagle, but it's Hypex to take another. And this will be a 2-5 scoreline in a couple of kills' time. If you look at the Stage 2 results for GamerLegion, those results display domination. That's against them. Whereas for Bait, theirs were pretty close. Definitely winnable games. The Foot result, coming into this, I think the problem with Foot is you're dealing with major rookies, but at no point this year have they played like inexperienced characters. They're new on the screen.
Oh, for sure.
But they look like they've been doing it for a while, and that's when you look at the Na'Vi Academy and just the amount of officials and reps, right? That's not including practice and all the time. They're a family over there.
And that Bait Foot game, I'm pretty sure that was the last round where Foot just called a straight B rush. You know, like Bait were so close to OT and just got B rushed into a 13-11 scoreline.
I really look forward to this G2 versus Foot game later today.
I think that's definitely most anticipated game of the day.
And there was a bit of back and forth on Twitter between, I think, the 9Z owner and Overdrive. So the Spirit versus 9Z game. That was a couple weeks ago. But still, I saw Prof out there on Twitter today stirring the pot.
Classic. We do like our beef. Medium rare and Counter-Strike.
Okay, well, that's now 3 on the trot for GamerLegion as the guns come out. Says he does not have his AWP this time. Senthiel, one of the men tasked on this bait side to deal with the banana control.
That GamerLegion smoke kind of nullifies the T-smoke that was thrown further forward. If you dare.
Looks like they want to try and just pounce into A. So when you're making a call like this, if you're Alex, you're assuming they're starting 3 strong B, whether it's out the gate for just a quick dump of Utilin sprawling down, or they do like a second wave. And they're somewhat right. Snax is in 2 minds now, just being the courier of utility. And while this is happening, Beta slowly taking this space.
Unannounced bracket control.
Smoke in the air from Alex.
2 of them.
Snax is going to burrow in sight side, and PR's now rotated to deal with Long, but he's going to be smoked off. So likely see him push through this when action begins.
Kensizor blocked as well. Short moves first. Easy pickup. Towson, 1. Traded by Kensizor. Looking good on the balcony. Slays another trigger. Discipline from Rez. Outrageous! Oh, no! He's done a little too much there. Essential just caught a whiff. And PL gets a freebie, and this one is going Bait's way for a 3rd.
Yeah, you better run, Hypex. They're coming for you. MPL wants this off. He doesn't want you to carry this through, and he's going to get his way. Trigger gets stuck there, but that all picked up for Sizzy and Bait, and they snatch another one. That's 3 rounds now, nothing consecutive, and that's what they need to break the finances of GamerLegion. Now Rez is going to be feeling a bit hot under the collar after this because Towson, the pit player, does his job. Rez goes overlooked, and then Ascenthio going to Graveyard. An odd spot considering the nerf. And we've seen a lot of that from PR all major long. Oh, what?
What?
Okay, well, 5 bullets and Sizzy, the AWP, dead through a smoke.
Might be the first time Rez has done that.
He's definitely going to be feeling hard done by there, Sizzy. So, opening advantage granted. I think that's making up for the previous round for Rez.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's the redemption right there immediately. Lady Luck thought he got a little bit of a bad side, yes, in the previous round. Smoke, break,
okay.
Boosted. I kind of like the idea. Didn't pay off. The Sentinel's still up there, though. I say that as actually PR forces him down. Pushing in. Snax loses his head to a Sentinel despite the health discrepancy in the exchange.
Good output considering the circumstances.
Yeah, solid.
And now they have a decent amount of utility for this B finish. Long smoke to block for now. At least keep Towson busy. Hypex's AWP is in pit. Rez cheating back over towards A because of that pressure. So this is all on PR. No util.
2 kills so far by PR's name. He needs another.
Rez can't even help him with a flash.
It's just a smoke spam, a little bit of chip damage, nothing to report.
They don't get anything.
Oh, he's got one onto a Sentinel, and Ken still caught something on the cross as well. Spam from Rez and Towson did connect a little.
They do have a kit and a smoke on Hypex, but he's the last man to the party right now, and they've just been blocked over towards Coffins again. Time is going to be the deciding factor in this. Bait, can you hold on?
And Sizzle's hearing all of their relocation, retooling. PR and Hypex tasked with a defuse. That bomb is ticking at a rapid rate. NPL still hanging out on the banana side. They're going for this late smoke that will block NPL. He might have to play and spam first. Alex spotted towards Dark. Not clearing Kens's or overlooked completely. All too easy. Hypex 1.
Round.
That's round. Bait take the B side. Alex going to go down with the ship, but he will take a 4th round with him.
Well, we know it's a tough site to retake. Everyone has a hard time on this map. The fact that GamerLegion don't consider the save, it's because PR chips away at that kill onto Ascenthio. And then with the man advantage, you're going to give it a go, but a lot lost there for GamerLegion.
Could you reiterate what led to PR being so alone on that site? Because it was...
A long smoke comes in, they're playing Hypex pit on his own, right? And they don't really have a lot of information. They didn't have eyes on bracket, so they're not sure if anybody has that control. And at that point, also, if they come flooding out of apartments into Hypex, he's in pit on his lonesome, right? And that's not a good spot. So it's also one of these things which is aggressive. They've extinguished the smoke, and he's got this full control. And where are the possibility? They're going to flash him back. He rattles off a shot, and that's information.
Yeah, and I don't know what Rez is supposed to get done here. The Zeus up close. Will Kensizor really get caught out by this? I don't know if that's the world we live in. Yeah. Good management of his angles to keep the distance from the close wall. Nice shot from PR's Desert Eagle. Essential charging towards him as well. And, okay, Kensizor.
And now you hunt, you know that Hypex has this ult, and if you try and take this out of his hands, it's 2,400 lost going into the next round of play. So you remove this, it's a choice he's going to have to make.
Some save simulator for Hypex. What have you got here? Sizzy and Kensizor are on the way.
Well, that Zeus just recharged.
Don't know if Hypex heard that. I think he was a bit too far away. Maybe. And easy peasy.
Sizzy's beelining it for that AWP. Look, Hypex with the loss bonus is in a position to buy an AWP, but it's Inferno, and I think he's going to have to prioritize utility, so it means that he won't have an AWP in this round. It means he's going to have to go M4 with nades because the money's just not there. So the choice has been made. He has equipped a silenced M4, and we're all tied up 5 apiece. 3 rounds back consecutively from Bait now.
It's a very nice T-side at this point. A good T-side haul. Could be more.
I think your biggest issue right now for this A defensive GamerLegion is the fact that they seem to be taking halls and boiler and then brackets before they're even worrying about banana control, which is putting so much more pressure on Towson as your anchor and then whoever his rotation player is, whether it's Hypex, Rez, sometimes Snatch cheating back.
All of this util implies fast A. And it very well will be. It's just Towson. He's got a Molotov at his feet, does get a chance to reposition.
That's a good block smoke. They want to call this off or go through.
Good smoke. They're going to try. Kensizor's fully blind. Easy pickings. That might slow him down. Yeah, you can see them receding. He chose to commit. Alex has the bomb in apartments. They're going to test Rez. And he's in a perfect position. The off angle slays. Just gets the 2, gets the 3 of them. Racks them up. 5 alive for GamerLegion for their 6th.
And Clunky there, I think Kensizor gets team flashed as he's coming out of apartments, dropping into pits. So he's going to be mildly frustrated about that one because that's the difference between him getting the entry kill and being a silly-looking opening death. But it happened so quickly, and well, here it is. Yeah, so the flash lands on the lip of the van. He drops in pit. Towson, easiest kill he's going to get all game. And then Rez, well, he makes this look like the easiest kills he's going to get all game. Beautiful stuff. Just playing the off angle on Archer. And we got the final round of the half. Can we keep this one tied up? It's been level throughout. Both teams winning lighter buys. Both teams looking solid in their approach.
Let's see what round 12 has in store for us. Looks like they are preparing to take the fight half wall. Off the flash from Snags, and PR just takes Essential out of the round.
PR's thinking, finally, I actually get to take some fights at Banana. That's his first opening kill of the half.
Alex down to half health off the back of the HE.
Boosting up. There's something here.
Yeah, PR down and out. Alex 666 finds a necessary frag back. Looks like Kensizor's trying to smoke walk, and Snacks has read him like a book.
Oh, don't.
We
don't need the Snacks antics now.
None of
Mate,
that.
this is a 0-2 game.
This is for survival.
This is your map choice. Get yourself the 7-5 half, big man.
It is only Rez here, so if they get him cleanly, never mind. He's handled it with poise. GamerLegion 7, Bait 5. It's tit for tat. It's back and forth, and it's still all up for debate. But don't forget, end of this series, loser goes home.
just a beat. Now move your body. Cause everybody's gonna need somebody. It's just a beat. Now move your body. Cause everybody's gonna need somebody.
Again, in first place is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is save Luminosity with the all-play.
We're live. GamerLegion's pick in a do-or-die affair. Stage 2 ends here. The major ends here for one of Bait and GamerLegion. Not the teams I would have expected to see in a 0-2 match. Now we're ready for our second half. It's GamerLegion's pick, and they did manage to wrestle for a 7-5 lead.
This is one of the weaknesses in Bait's map pool. If you take a look, they're top heavy, right? They love their Mirage, they love their Ancients. Well, they got Mirage coming up next, their home turf. They won the pistol in the first half thanks to MPL, getting some crispy ones. He had 6 kills in the first 4 rounds to power them for 2 of those first 4. Let's see if they can make it 2 from 2 in the pistols. That's a whole lot of numbers, but a reactive pistol set up on the T side from GamerLegion. So Hypex is there with the flash in case they get challenged. That decoy towards half wall to try and flush anybody out playing close with dual Berettas. It's a passive stance from Bait on B with the Senthiel, Sizzy, and Alex. It's the A defense that brings into question. Kenzie's on MPO on the long side. If they get smoked off, they lose the sight and maybe the round with it.
And that's exactly what's coming.
And Moto smoke from Hypex. Well,
so
you're gonna play through this. It's kind of crazy.
Best bet. 1 spams, 1 hits.
What?
Oh God, 2 hit it, and now no one's looking at Kensis. Oh, doesn't hit it. Towson saved by the bell.
Oh, thanks MPL for those 2 kills, because now the retake is possible.
Yeah, it certainly is. At least the bomb goes down for GamerLegion. Now it's a question of if you can turn the tides of battle here. NPL probably not done. He's elected to just hide out Moto, let his boys group up, and in the chaos, he'll emerge, hoping to catch someone not looking. It's PR that's starting to survey the savannah. He's going to have a flash in his face from Alex. And Essential can clear out Towson, still gets one. Not bad output, same from Rez. Catches NPL and the Glocks are hitting their shots. Just Sizzy on site. Can't seem to find the headshot required. He's got 1 point of health and no time for this. Rez will close it down. That is not an easy round to win with NPL finding 2 on the entry.
And that means that Kenzie's whiff really does come back to cost them. I think NPL's double, you think, okay, that's going to be enough. It doesn't matter that Kenzie's couldn't connect the dots right there. But now, in the grand scheme of things, this is the double kill. They know they're up mid, he's just peppering away. The fact he gets a double, they're jumping, trying to avoid this. They run into side. Towson gets one immediately traded. NPL gets a 3rd for the round. And I'll tell you what that means. It means Kenzie's gets an M4 in this one. Short Hypex lets out a roar, and that's Kenzie's having a bit of a mare right there, but he can make good on this immediately. We've already had some Force Spy wins, some Eco wins.
And Kenzie's just immediately reveals that M4 with an opening kill. Snacks removed from the pack.
And I love his decision there. He shows the M4, gets the kill, and then immediately rotates to B in case of a reaction.
He's kind of treating it like the AWP of the round.
There's going to be time for him to rotate back and forth now that Sizzy's blocked top mid. So this is working quite nicely. They've shown presence top middle, and they have more util over towards B. Senthiel can block with this smoke if he'd like, but maybe you were hoping for an invitation. Alex with the flash. Senthiel tucked in close, and Kenzie's ready to mow them down. The util being lined up now for GamerLegion on this execute. The MPL and Sizzy flank can be fast. They know top mid's clear. This is all on B.
Second wave, they wait for the smokes to be up, and then have just laden the site with flame. Senthiel forced into the fight. Kenzie's, that's that hero M4, living up to the prefix. PR back 2. Finds and denies Kenzie's with more. Alex catches 2 backs turned. Just Hypex remaining. It's a 1v2. It is winnable, but with 20 seconds, it's high stress. NPL coming in from the banana side. He's gone for the fake plant, gets the info.
Now he knows.
Now he knows. 17 seconds and counting. NPL scavenges a kit and an M4. Hypex wouldn't just hold it, would he? Fakes the steps, swings on out. NPL, you beast.
Mate,
denies.
He's doing that without the armor. He's the man that dropped the M4 there. That one's on a tightrope right there, and the smiles on the face of Sizzy. Kenzie's makes up for the mare on the pistol, and we have similar scenes to the first half of play. We exchanged the pistols, we exchanged the forces. And Kenzie's, I think he was red in the face after the pistol round. Thought, nah, that ain't happening again. Not on my watch.
But I love that as well. Like, it's just those little actions. The fact that you said, no worries, mate. Here's an M4. Show us what you got. Shakes it off immediately. Very cool. Good to see the bait ranks have got trust in one another.
GamerLegion don't actually want to get involved in the Force Spy wars, but that does mean they're going to have 2 rounds that look very similar. So right now they've gone 5 digs. They're going to allow all the util to be siphoned through and then just search for headshots. But then into the next round with only 1,900 lost, I'll let you guys do the maths. It's not enough for a full buy. So they can have 2 lighter investments. Or maybe they've got a crazy pocket strat into the next. Maybe some Galils. We'll have to wait and see. Got to count for everything. Slow and steady. The Deagle.
He hit it.
Mate.
What?
MPL lucky to be alive there. Might have to buy some stocks in wine barrels.
Yeah, I think so. They're made out of Kevlar. Adds to the taste.
Optic stickers on that Sizzy M4 there. It's probably going to be the highlight of this round. Oh, peppered away. Hypex gets something.
Yeah, and if Kenzie's puts his head in the vice, a chance presents itself for Hypex. He was unable to make good on it. You just got Snacks' recovered M4. And Kenzie's lovely.
Okay, well, 6 kills for Kenzie's in the last 2 rounds of play. That one was an easy one. But you can see what I mean with the money now. We've got 3.7 on the high end for Hypex. It's 2.7 on the low end for Snacks. So this is not buy territory.
I just want to see some nades, you know? Like, it can't just be another one of those Deagle rounds.
I think Deagles, we've mentioned this earlier in the tournament, I think, especially on a map like Inferno, if you're going to be light buying, I would prefer to see Tech 9s than even P250s as opposed to Deagles, because a lot of the time you are just going to be looking at smokes.
Right.
And this one's even lighter than the last. So what was 5 Deagles previously is just 2 and some flashes. So you got your wish with the nades.
Off the second flash, they'll go, and Essential could have himself a bit of a farm fest. Partners up with his teammate, nearly get it all shut down cleanly. It's just Snacks that eventually gets something in the kill feed for GamerLegion.
This buying pattern from GamerLegion does mean that this is a full buy without any compromises. Everybody has an AK. You should have full sets of util. Towson's just missing a couple of flashes and a HE. But we're not dealing with Galils, right? Yeah. There's no concern that you're floating around with weaker weaponry than you should have. However, that's allowed Bait to have 2 very strong rounds back-to-back and build a big nest of cash. So they've got a residual buy. Deep banana smoke from spawn. It looks like this one... I was going to say is reactive because we started 4 T stairs and only 1 second mid, but maybe they were expecting...
Essential, empty hands. Alex actually able to provide. Wow, continues to stick around and pummels Snacks that softens him up for the NPL HE. Team play.
Looked like that was starting miserably for Bait.
Take themselves out of trouble.
Well, Alex is still the walking wounded. His support network is MPL, who's cheating over now.
Sizzy's pushing apps.
Beautiful. Beta looking dialed in. This is all rotating over as well, so... Sizzy with the audacious play. I'm surprised he doesn't just stay second mid to make sure they can't go back A, but maybe they're certain for this B finish. 50 seconds. Here they come.
It's unlikely Alex is going to get too much more done. Even loses an extra point of health from the impact of the grenade. And there's that flank. Healed, yeah, commits to the spray.
You've got nades, Chief. Just block them in.
And they are forced forward. Horrible feeling for GamerLegion. How do you get out of this one? Raw aim. Smoke phase. And a headshot from Hypex. Equalizes. Now NPL catches them with back to turn, but there's another trade from Hypex, and it actually looks like GamerLegion have done enough. Sizzy was last seen Banana. He's gone round the world and booked by Hypex for number 3. I don't know how they've done that.
Come on, guys, be loud, kurva.
You can see it's starting to come out of players who historically, you know, keep it loud, but keep it a bit more to themselves. It's coming out of everybody. The type of environment where you can see your opponents between the rounds, and they're awfully close, especially the players who are on the end. But this is very poor from Bait in terms of the finish. They had all the information. The stack was in the correct place, just unable to hit the shots, and feels like they're doing it individually there. Sizzy, the spam behind, it's kind of like the Kenzies are on the pissed around situation. It's like, okay, it shouldn't matter.
You had the numbers, you had the info.
Exactly.
Now you've got a nade right in your crotch.
So both teams losing some rounds that they shouldn't. But that's setting us up for an exciting game. 9-8, 1 round gap. Maybe Sizzy can make good from that mare with his signature weapon. He's got the AWP in hand. So MPL rotates over to B to be 3 strong with Alex and Essential. And given a lot of room to be able to organize themselves, are GamerLegion. Audible dismount there on the half wall, so GamerLegion are not in a rush. They're expecting a sweep behind that smoke. Considering they have nobody brackets and we're at the 45-second mark, PR is merely just presence. They let him search to try and find a way out just in case. 30 seconds now. MPL's close on this rotation, has a flash to alley-oop.
Just been blocked. Ooh, PR finding Sizzy.
Do you rotate? You've got time if you go right now.
It looks like they might.
Oh, they're going in. They're going in.
Committing, and Rez with the bomb on his back just leads the charge. Easy pickings. Just shut down. Running through the grey screen, a death sentence. Hypex loses his AWP. They're going to lose everything here. Snacks too many targets. Too little time. Hang on a second. PR's going to get the bomb planted. An ace clutch available to him. A masterful spray down. Puts him into the 1v1. Did he spot him? Did he spot him? I don't think so. Kensis was worried about Dark. 2 bullets. It has to be that one tap. Kensis was cleared him. Oh. Nice. What would have been incredibly heroic.
Oh, PR. You do an awful lot of damage there. He knows that clutch. It was in touching distance. Kenzizo just picking up all the governs from that one. That'll be 9. We're tied up here.
Crazy.
Another round where Bait's like, okay, well, you've shut them down. They've executed into your stack, even though you lost one on the other side of the map. And a timeout called from IMD. Okay. Taking stock of the financial situation, while PR getting the bomb down and getting all those kills, he has 4K. Snacks and Towson are in Galil or AK territory if they'd like. I even feel you could justify a hero AK on PR. Or even a hero Galil if you want it to be safe. Oh, they're shoving. Okay, they're going all in. They understand that coming down to a 1v1 means that Bait's finances are at breakpoint. Sure, they're able to invest here as we catch just the mowdown and the grey screen. Like, this is simple stuff.
But in seconds, he comes in with that 3K.
It's all about the money, right? That's likely why GamerLegion have shoved here, because if they win this, it's 1,400 loss for Bait. And we are late in the game, tied up at 9-9.
An awful lot riding on this then.
Again, that is likely why we see this pace, but in the previous, sure, PR was able to get the brackets control and get the kill, but it also came late. He only started to make those moves at about 45 seconds. Look at this sweep. They know there's no AWP on the other side. They're taking their chances.
Sentinel's just waltzing down middle, and they're not looking. Towson nearly goes down to NPL with some composed taps, and it's baiting in Sentinel with a block smoke. You're going to operate under the assumption that there's absolutely no chance. Off the HE, MP9 gets nothing. They're wounded. GamerLegion do have the man up, though.
Get a little information that there's plenty of bodies. T stairs, and still more chip damage done. MPL tickles a few as they now take this banana space. Kenzazor rotating away. It's just Alex on the jiggle.
Blocked at 40 seconds.
The last few rounds, Bait have had the read and have been in the right place. Now they're in a 2-2 as Kenzazor meanders back over. Execute lines up.
Alex on first orange. Kenzazor with that little flash and swing through the smoke plate. It's all about the timing.
Two of them. A's not rotating to help.
Triple molly. Here we go. Awkward for Alex. Finds a safe haven behind second orange. Kenzazor just tries to unload his mag, but then there's a flash. Beautiful. PR able 15. To dispatch Kenzazor. It's just Alex 666, and he's traded. Towson provides, and the site is lost.
It'll be a save now. Sizzy and MPL cannot risk going for this with the loss bonus of 1,400. Sizzy can drop an M4 into the next as long as they hold on to this. And well, right now, when the penny drops, the Snacks want to call them off the leash to go for a little bit of a hunt.
I mean, you already highlighted how important that hunt could be.
It doesn't look like they're moving, right? They don't want to give anything away and allow a way back in for Bait to just snatch a silly round. So they're going to pick up what they can, and they're going to walk away with double digits first. This has been quite a back and forth game. The longest streak of rounds we've had is 3. And Kenzazor, so it looks so desperate, right? Because the util comes in, he thinks they're definitely committing with it. He plays ahead, just standing in the open, spraying an easy target for PR to take down.
Yeah, I do actually. I really admired that. Like, there's 3 steps to their BXEC. It's the smokes, then they wait, they plume, then the mollies, then the flash for the person that's just swung pool. This flash right here.
Oh, Kenzazor, he's going to be absolutely spewing with how that's unfolded. And the save being called there. That was the better of the options. Okay, so Sizzy drops an M4. They save one, and they have the AWP. It's MP9s for Alex and Kenzazor. Starting 3 strong B with that AWP. Sizzy's going to look for a pick. Coming through.
Oh, they've already flashed him. Snacks is already up car. Sizzy could be caught out by a wide swing here if he's not careful. Oh, yeah. Booked by the flashbang. Snacks picks up the frag. Essential alone on the coffins, and a nice pickup. Removes Snacks' head.
Bombs down T-stairs. They can reroute. They don't have to commit to this. That happened so quickly, I think they thought they'd just find the knockout blow. But while this has happened in Banana, Kenzazor, he's been liberated. He's pushed all this way.
There's no way PR's going to consider this at such an early juncture. He's hearing all of this. Huge amount of information relayed.
Has to be careful with his movements. Cannot give away a step.
Flank. Backs a turn, so much information. 3 visible. Gets the late piece of high picks on Banana. now uncomfortable. The flash is there. NPL just the one. Still, Essential able to scurry into the site in time. He's well positioned for this. He's likely to be overlooked. How's the cover? Wow, PR! Great awareness. Sweeps through the site, ensures it's clear. Puts us in a 2-on-2. Lick of the Flame puts Alex on 56. Block smoke Moto. It's this abs push from Kensizor that's just been spotted by PR. They got the info. They know where both of the CTs are coming from. They've got a crossfire established. Everything dictates this should be GamerLegion's 11th. Flying into the site is Kensizor. Alex 666 with the odds stacked against him. And PR just taking heads. Wow, that's an impactful round out of PR, turning his game around. 16 frags now for the young gun.
Well, I'm just going back to see if I can catch it. Just not connecting perfectly. Bait, look at this flash that's thrown. That's what flashes NPL. I'm glad the replay team had that covered. I just had to go back and double check. He's flashed NPL in a position to take the fight. They're just trying to not win the round on their own, but they're taking chances and the comms aren't flowing. So that is a very costly flash. And now the score 11-9. They have to take an eco. This should be 12 for GamerLegion.
Yeah, should being the operative. Kensizor's decided it might not be. Desert Eagle headshot onto PR.
Gotta slow your roll. You can't just keep trying to win these rounds on their own. Obviously, this is the eco with just the pistol upgrade. You need a little bit more heroics. This is his turn.
He peeks now. He's got snacks on his screen, and he's got him body shotted. Kensizor the follow-up. Finds Hypex trying to surge forward. This one's slipping through GamerLegion.
Has to fight.
Can't lose two ecos. Rez has found Kensizor. Okay. NPL going forward at this.
There's no way he goes in boiler.
He wants to just take the head! Towson was on the back pedal! The audacity from NPL. They've hit some bangers, sure.
Oh, Rez, he's the high flyer right now. 21 kills, 1v2. This should have been a gimme.
Exercises a bit of patience here, hoping for an overreaction, an overstep.
Yeah, but now he's letting those seconds tick by, and the longer it goes, he will be committed to A.
Here it comes. Here it comes. NPL's pushing forward. His back is turned. Gets Essential. Looking for the next one, and it's a deagle bullet to the belly. Bait have pulled it off. They've bailed themselves out. They've got Kensizor and NPL's double kills to thank.
I don't know how you keep the mental in it now. You've lost two ecos, two proper ecos.
In one map.
I'm not talking full with just Glocks and USPs, but I'm talking unarmored opponents. And NPL has been instrumental in some of these forced by victories throughout, whether that's dropping M4s or hitting bangers. That's a big round. And what should have been the 12, that should have been 12 every day of the week. You cannot be losing those. That is inexcusable. And the fact there have been multiple teams have won 4, but that's different. There's weapons, there's smokes, there's armor. You got 5.7s on the CT side. This is just a couple of upgraded pistols and a whole world of destruction. This is just a couple of upgraded pistols and a whole world of destruction. You think the mental bait, they're a young team, right? Sizzy, you think this kid's going to be feeling a lot of pressure. He's 16 at his first major. GamerLegion, sure, still some fresh faces on that squad, but they should have more experience and be able to hold on to a round like this. Now they're the ones in the financial woes, and Kensizor, he shows he can make some noise. Bait, they can snatch this away in the final throws of Inferno.
And it's ugly. MP7, Galil, Tech 9, it's all higgledy-piggledy.
This has been different from the other Stage 2 games for GamerLegion that have looked like landslides. This one been looking more comprehensive while still a back-and-forth game. But look at the opening stance here from Bait. Not running down Banana, looking for the challenges, not giving an opportunity top mid at the start of the round. And the restraint on the util. That's the key. The fact that we are at 1 minute and 10 and they still have 4 smokes. You're just going to get blocked here.
It's going to have to be brute force. There's one of them. At 1 minute, the first half wall blocked. Retake util.
Channeling them into A with this. There's 3 smokes, so they can just go long, Moto, and go. Oh, double smoke long. No Moto smoke.
Yikes, yikes. Towson's going to throw it late. No, he's not.
Oh. The wheels have come off it.
They're dumping util though. At least they've avoided that salvo. Belt's a little equal now. Block smoke on short.
30 seconds.
You are screwed.
You got to go through this.
It better be the world's best flashbang. PR's coming from Abs. Towson late long. Hang on a second, Sizzy. Onto Snacks. 19 seconds. Towson onto Sizzy. Hang on. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way.
It's just the two here.
It's just an MP7 on res. Parting into the sight and a dead man. Easy pickings. Kensisor's done enough. Bomb is loose. And it looks like Bait will be taking 11. Just like that.
You can see Bait, there's still a mystery on the board. The fact that two players are staying back a B the entire time. They're not feeling enough pressure and presence, but they're sticking to their guns. They're not over-rotating. They're not cheating elsewhere. They are having faith in their setups and their individuals to deliver. And you're going to force buy out the game now if you're GamerLegion.
Whoever told them to hold their util that round is a genius. I mean, you could just see how awkward that made GamerLegion's round. They just didn't have a chance. Staring at a smoke with what?
Now they're going to try Clubber in time. It's going to be likely just a B rush here. They're going pre-extinguish into this.
Here we go. Caution to the wind. Flash connects, forces them back, and Tech9's are accelerate. You're not going through an incendiary. You're going to try. Snags trying to forge a path, trying to get hectic. You know he likes a smoke push, but Essential knows all too well, and he's done well. USP to finish. PR's a dead man. Another from the USP, and GamerLegion are in trouble.
It's going to be the same again in terms of the buy, whether or not it's the same call. Losing that second eco in this map, the tilt, they've fallen off the edge of the planet.
Well, the desk were talking about how Bait love a close game. It doesn't get closer than this. They've lost a 13-11 and a 13-10 to put them here in this elimination match, and now perhaps the 13-11 is theirs to start off proceedings in this elimination best of 3.
That's their map choice, and Mirage up next. Are they going for something poppy towards B again? Snacks leading the charge once more.
We're just trying again. We're just going to try again. This one's a little more tempered.
I did hear the typing. And no damage was done there. I think that's what likely the admins were just quickly looking for. Fortunately, no damage was done. Oh, dead mouse. Okay, yeah, you can see that plugged in. Saw that immediately. So I don't know how long he gets or if he has to play wired, but right now he needs a bit more cable. You're not going to be able to play with that. Your swipes are going to be causing a...
Did you bring a bungee from home?
It's not going to matter in this case, is it? He's going to have to
get it unwired,
untether
so
this.
Get loose.
Mate, if you're already mad, adding this into the mix.
Oh, gosh.
That's the thing. That's your responsibility, unfortunately. Okay, well...
I mean, you know, I've got a lot of time and a lot of respect for Snacks. If he can rustle his team into overtime, I will be in awe.
Both teams have had some rounds where they definitely should have won, right? There's a couple that stand out for Bait where they had flanks, they had them locked in, they had man advantages, but the problem is the ones that GamerLegion lost were gimmies, right? A couple of landslide rounds off the back of those. They did the hard work against the lighter buys, the forces. It's a different call. Last round they were going to be heading towards Banana. This is... bit of a different look. So given a moment to come up with a new plan, Snacks has had second thoughts. Sizzy's AWP, end of apartments. Kenzie's alongside, 3-man B stack, starting to take space top Banana now. They're going second wave. They're going to call Banana clear. That might force the hand of GamerLegion to go ahead of schedule.
Sizzy scoped up in the apartments. They're going to double swing him. A tight line that works out, pays dividends, PR down and out, another opening death for him. He has to watch now as his team try and fight to extend play on Inferno.
And now they're 4A.
They've got all the bodies they need, Chad. Bait on the GamerLegion's pick, holding on by their fingertips, and one back, that's all. It's a consolation prize, just Towson versus the world. 1 versus 3, forces Sizzy off the line, does well to remove the AWP. Anticipates. He's trying to find the bomb. He's doing it with a wide mouse. Alex on site. Swings on in. Overlooks completely. Bait take map 1. A crazy series of events there. It was up and down, economy to and fro, back and forth. It's the ecos that will haunt GamerLegion, no doubt.
Yeah, that one is going to leave a mark on the mental. It's already been tough for GamerLegion in Stage 2. A loss to Astralis, a loss to BetBoom, and maybe, just maybe, a loss to Beta Bruin here in this 0-2 game. One that they were in, one that they had chances, but those rounds are unforgivable. We're going to throw this one down to the desk.
Yeah, we're back at IEM Cologne 2026 with an action-packed day of Counter-Strike. Later on, we have G2 taking on Foot. Coming up, we have Mirage between Bait and GamerLegion. But before all that, we got to talk about what happened here on Inferno. Guys, not a pretty game of Counter-Strike. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, Bait ends up winning. Is that the fair outcome, do you think, Stuko, of what was a very hectic game of Counter-Strike?
Honestly, until the last round, last moment, I did not really know who's going to get this over the line because, yes, it was indeed messy Counter-Strike, similar to what we've seen on Inferno between Bait and M80 earlier in the tournament. I feel like they are not feeling this map at all, and we've had a couple of snippets from the comms as well where, yes, they are confirming it. Inferno is just kind of cursed for them, and they should be really happy that they get it over the line.
You can almost feel that both teams are a bit nervous right here, Peter. You know, fighting for their lives, fighting to stay alive, and maybe that's a result of the Counter-Strike we're seeing on the server.
It's just some mistakes piling on top of each other for both teams. That like no team is playing flawlessly at all. It's like they make a lot of micro decisions that just seems very questionable. As a team, they make some very bad decisions, and they don't even play off the crossfires. They're pushing smokes. They're trying to make individual plays to be the hero of the round. It's a game of nerves. It's a game of two teams fighting with their lives to try and stay alive in this major. And so far, at least, Bait has I wouldn't say looked better. I don't think I can go for one team has looked better than the other, but Bait seemingly managed to cross it past the finish line here.
I think it's fair to say that GamerLegion in the first half were somewhat in control. I think they were a bit more composed and they kept up, a relatively high level and got off to a decent start. Stuko, second half though, round 14, they win the pistol. Second round in the second half, completely blowed out.
Absolutely. I think the pistol itself even started with like MPL getting 2 kills, but it will come influential into this because he get to a M4 for Kensizor. We have here B hit, and actually this B hit comes after nice play that Essential actually blocked B before, and he baited them into this M4. Kensizor gets 2 quick kills, and eventually PR actually clears the side. Then we have a 5-7 here hiding at the triple, getting 1 kill. Now MPL, you can look at the radar, number 4. He's hustling into B side right now, and he will actually pick up his own M4 that he gifted to Kensizor. He will win 1v1 with that, and this is just beautifully structured around because in the end they were stacking B and they were blocking them at the same time with the smoke, but it was a bait smoke. It was at the timing where GamerLegion were still kind of like, okay, we will end up B and we will have a good time, but yeah, well, Kensizor was there and that double kill sealed the deal.
And arguably, it speaks to what we're talking about right now with GamerLegion, that they're a bit fragile, right? You're up 8-5, you have the chance of going 9-5, 10-5, with the save coming in, Peter, then you lose this round, and I guess that's a result of where GamerLegion is at right now. They do feel a bit fragile. It takes one round to throw them off course.
Yeah, they're very fragile, and losing, the conversion round is always tough. Specifically, like they looked in control coming into this game, in this round specifically, and it's just these small mistakes. It's like one guy running through CT with an M4. I think it's Kensizor running through, getting a double kill. Like, where's the player dodging? Like, where's the guy that's supposed to trade this guy? Even I don't know if he messes up the duel or what happens since he gets a double of it. But it's also just whenever they get the after plan, it just seems like it's spiral out of control. And I feel like the last 1v1, he gets too much space. He even gets to run in for Banana, pick up the M4, and just win out the 1v1. And it's just GamerLegion playing, I wouldn't say scared, but at least sometimes just without too much structure, and maybe even sometimes it feels like they don't even know what to do.
Speaking of spiraling out of control, Stuko, it kept on getting worse and worse and worse as we progressed into the second half of GamerLegion. Round 20 and followed up by 21, I guess key rounds in this game that decided the outcome.
Yes, and those are, once again, scrappy rounds. We had an insane push from Kensizor. He actually messed up movement right there. I almost didn't notice it, but he had an influential push through apartments. Now he spots 3 guys coming out middle. That's a C4 as well coming towards A. He kills the last guy. Now he flashes mid. He knows information about all players. MPL decides to fight middle. If he loses this fight, A is completely open, and he gets actually team flashed from his teammate down in the middle, which is such an unlucky way to just die, and this is just piling up on all the frustrations. A really messy Counter-Strike all in all, and they actually lost that round. They actually lost it, even though they had information on every single player. They knew exactly where they were going, and Genzizor, all that push for nothing.
And then 21 Peter.
Yeah, and if you think you saw something crazy, then 21 is not gonna get any better. And you know, once again, GamerLegion on the receiving end of losing a eco round. And at this point, you know, it's basically just like a couple of deagles USP. Massive shot here onto Pia, and I even think he hit the table. He got pretty frustrated with this one. But then again, I'm turning my attention to why are they going apps? Like, that's the most potent area for pistols to go. I'm wondering why they decide to do this. Kenzizor just keeps fighting at this point. You're like, take a break, bro. And then eventually you have NPL thinking, hey, I'm gonna do the exact same. But at this point, it seems like expect the unexpected, right? He pushes in, catches another guy here. And from this get-go on, it's just GamerLegion again, turning away from what works for him. Use some of your utility. Use your guns. Use the advantage, but you're not. You're just putting yourself in shitty conditions again and again and again. And I don't know why. Like, where is the leadership in this one? I mean, like, Snacks, you have a ton of experience. Whether it's Snacks, whether it's someone in the team that's coming up with, hey, let's try and go apartments, I don't know. But they're not using a single piece of utility in a round where they have a full build on 5 players. I don't get it.
And just to summarize, right, we saw an example of GamerLegion being up 8-5 against a rather weak buy. They lose that one. We see them up 11-9 against more or less a full eco, just a couple of deagles in the max. They lose that one as well. Is it safe to say that as much as we want to give Bait credit right here, it is GamerLegion dropping the ball on their own map pick?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's extremely tilting to lose the way they just lost, especially on their own map pick, where they had pretty much the rounds in their control, but economy just didn't let them to pile up and snowball the lead into somewhat, you know, effective scale. Because honestly, this was GamerLegion's map to lose, and they did it in a pretty brilliant fashion.
Now, if I have to find one positive in all this madness for GamerLegion, Rest stepped up massively, and I think he was a big catalyst behind why they even got into these leading positions, Peter. How important is he, you know, moving into Mirage as well and trying to save and make sure that GamerLegion stays alive here?
Very important. I think he's already showed what he can bring to the table, and he is the one that we usually highlight on the GamerLegion side because he is the one of the hardest hitting persons, and I think that he also showed this game what he can bring to the table. I even feel like he had that one round where he got a little bit too greedy and didn't actually kill the guys in pit and then got himself killed, but that didn't really shook him off. He still, you know, puts up a massive triple kill in this round as well. I think Rez is also the fact that he brings firepower, but I also think that he's going to go in now and say, guys, I've tried a lot of things throughout my career, and I've tried, you know, being in this position before. We just need to get our shit together, but you know, I guess they've tried to have this conversation a couple of times throughout this major. Hasn't really been paying off for them yet, but that's the one bright side you can look for GamerLegion, and they need him also moving into Mirage.
Well, that's the thing, right? The fact remains now that GamerLegion find themselves in a position where they're one map away from being eliminated, going 0-3 in Stage 2, while they were one of the big favorites coming into the stage, even, you know, in terms of where they're placed, 10th in the world, coming fresh off a grand final in Atlanta. You know, heading into Mirage right here, you speak of Rest, the experience, you know, him trying to keep them alive. Is there any hope left in your body right now, Stuko, for GamerLegion, or have you seen enough?
No, I think there's definitely hope left. Don't get me wrong. Like, GamerLegion, as we all know, like, they are not really feeling the game right now, but I can guarantee you that the talk that they just had outside was not pleasant, but it is very much needed.
Sure.
Whenever we had interaction with the coach or we get to listen in on their timeouts, it's very vocal, and I can guarantee you that whatever was just said outside by Snacks throughout that experience, for example, is just, well, we have to start enjoying this game because the body language and the frustrations are just keep piling up, and, well, individuals are not liking it. We mentioned PR a couple of times already, and, well, this wasn't even like the game where he shined again. So I'm not worried for GamerLegion just yet, obviously one map away, but I think they can perfectly turn this around and reverse sweep this best of 3.
I'm not gonna lie, Peter, I am slightly worried on behalf of GamerLegion right now. Do you share the sentiment? Do you think this is it for GamerLegion? Have you seen enough, or do you think there's a chance they fight their way back here?
I don't think there's much left in the GamerLegion camp. I think they threw this one away. Bait shouldn't have won this one, and right now it feels like it's two teams that's fighting to see who can play the worst. And so far it's still been GamerLegion, and Mirage just speaks in favor of Bait in so many ways. It's their most played map. It's the map they usually want to go for when they do play best of 3. So right now the card's not looking good for GamerLegion, but we have seen what can happen on Mirage. But I think it's looking pretty grim for the likes of GamerLegion.
It is looking pretty grim for the likes of GamerLegion right now. They find themselves one map away from being eliminated from IEM Cologne 2026, which would be a massive surprise considering where they come from. They have to win Mirage, and that's exactly what's coming up after the break.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about. I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
The dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary? There it is! $100,000! I've had enough of you! Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
Careful, people.
Who was Jiggle?
I didn't hear them.
I'm pressing above A. The pressure for an RV to match the 3-0. And they're looking for another overtime. Can Vitality recover from an opening kill? Zywoo seems to think so. He thinks he can end it now. Bit nice work. Spams him down to 19 points of health. Catches Messi swinging, but Spinks and Zywoo, they're in it. Bomb on his back. Players above him and beneath him. What a headshot from Spinks. That's a leap in the right direction. Oh! Down to Spinks. It has to be wonderful. Redemption on the menu if he could just hit one more shot.
He's got a nade. Spinks is low.
This could be enough. He has to not overcook it. Spinks versus Wonderful. He's thrown out his nade. Swaps to the AK. He's nervous. Spinks looks calm. Ready. Hoping that the stress gets the better of the young gun. Drops away. Wonderful. Oh, this is his chance. A fake plant, Spinks. Does he call the blow?
Come on, Igor. Nice, Igor.
Guys, we're giving the fucking fans what they want. Let's go, boys. Enjoy it.
We go again. We're not done on Mirage. This is the delight we had hoped for.
Guys, every time they played very fast the first bar.
I think the first few rounds on CT gonna be really important. Yeah, they're not comfortable on the map, so they just rely on the game plan that coach prepared. That's what I assume.
Boom.
Nice. Upper, I'm coming.
I smoke CT.
No bomb, guys.
We siege, guys.
I want triple here.
I think he's city or ruins. Go by walk, okay? He flash.
I'm holding.
Out ruins.
Nice, I don't know.
I think ruins. Chill now. There is two smokes and stuff.
You go A, they don't have up. Yeah. You should go search long insta. One guy stay with smoke and you will do smoke Milan City soon, okay?
Yeah, I can do.
Go 3 mid.
Let's do it.
Careful to mid setup.
He re-smoked B.
But you will do it anyway.
Yeah.
Do it in 5 seconds and leave.
Close spoiler. Yeah.
Smoke it now.
He's smoked. I'm leaving. Behind! Banana pushed! He doesn't know about you. You guys should go away.
Let's go. Wait. Go short. No one should be here. I'm come, trade me. Go.
Long.
Side. Nice.
I want behind. I have one shot.
Close short, maybe pushing.
Smoke it, bro.
He went back.
I smoke long. I have good angle.
2v2 guys, chill.
I have shot.
Sound. Up mid.
I have shot. Flashing short. I'm holding ups. Yeah, we have good crossfire here.
Yeah, watch the machine here.
I'm holding on ups. Get a shot.
Yeah. He's flashing. Flash. Ups.
Nice. Short dust. Crossfire.
Running away.
I'm in pit. He does now.
Nice!
Let's go. Milan.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with the spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet!
Can you believe it?
And that comms was the last round. GamerLegion won on map 1. Their pick of Inferno goes the way of Bait, and as you even heard, you actually learned everything. You got a little like mini desk from GamerLegion there, talking about how that was not comfortable map for Bait, but they won it anyway.
Yeah, that one, the desk breaking it down as well. That was GamerLegion's to lose, and well, that's what manifested. Now we move to Mirage, the map choice of Bait and their home turf. For GamerLegion, their last couple of outings on this map have not looked good. They have lost to Legacy 13-3 and Sinavi 13-3, and they're also yet to play it here at the Major. So what have they worked on in the time between Atlanta and now? We're about to find out together. Let's see if they've got what it takes to dig deep. It's all about the mental.
You're on the ropes now. One map separating you from packing your bags and your Major being over. 2 Stage 1 teams in that 0-2. Stage 2.
Yeah, not the ones we'd expect either, right? Especially when we had Tyloo, FlyQuest. And that results almost come to its conclusion. And away we go in the pistol round here. Connector smoke. Obscures the vision of Snacks, and well, window darted in as well. 2 in through underpass, 2 out top mid. And Rez on the line.
Yeah, he's gone down. Wow, Alex able to find that from the underpass quickly, and now immediately setting NPL up for success. Snacks is tending to this.
A, though.
And he's not. Oh, found it cleanly.
Still running into the stack.
They are. There's still 3 bodies here. Now Hypex onto Ascenthial. 2 CT and PR should be overlooked. Nice clean click. Can't deny, but there's a nice one back from Hypex. Long range from PR activates. And Towson puts a lid on it.
Okay, the stack pays off. Just walk straight into that there, even though the opening success came their way. The desk highlighting Rez had a very good performance on map number 1. We'll see if he can keep it up here into map number 2. He'll be the short player for the defense of this.
Stack in the right place, though, and you can see that great reaction from Hypex. He had his Glock headshot hit. Still able to stabilize.
And again, that's how they started map number 1. Towson bringing some energy, trying to be a bit goofy. I mean it in the nice way. Maybe not the modern Zoomer way, but it's about holding on to these. We've already seen them lose some very bad rounds, and this one is going to be the eco, so I want to say no chance. No, with Mirage as well, Rez is their highest rated player on the CT side of this map this year. It's nice that with the way that the majors are now, instead of doing last 3 months, which was, I think, the default for stats, I think it's nice to summarize things by the season. So you're able to kind of piece it together. And all 5 there. That's an Eco Bash ace for PR. I wish I'd get more excited about them.
Well, not really. That one particularly wasn't anything to write home about, but it is important if you put it into the player's perspective.
Sure.
You just, you know, let's not forget they lost 2 ecos. Lost against 2 ecos in the first map. You're just being able to, like, oh yeah, we can do that.
It's good for the stat line.
Great for the stats as well, which is something PR could use a little help with.
Oh, he's jumping out mid, PR.
Okay, looking to find his game. I mean, there's no better time than on the precipice of elimination. There is a second wave of flashes coming from Sizzy that look like it will have PR's number.
Waiting for Kenzie on NPL's crawl before these flashes get released.
Okay, I think the internal timing, PR realized he would be vulnerable to this, and well-timed HE puts Kenzizor low.
I do like that opening because it's showing some confidence, and PR's the A defender. They've started in middle for a fight, so using that sharp tool, see if he can win out a duel for an opening incision, and just a barrage of utility.
4 HEs.
Kenzizor And his bell rung from the first one has just slowed that roll. Windows smoke now as they will be able to get this mid control. Oh, no, they can't. Snacks. Opening kill.
They're blocked on the short side. Snacks goes down to NPL and easy pickings. He catches PR hunting him down. It's NPL again opening up the account for Bait. He did it on the first map as well. Towson's been spotted out now and it's easy for Alex.
What's happened there? It looks so good. The mid hold was great. They get the opening kill. They're harassing with the util. And Blink, can you miss it? That should not have been that easy in favor of Bait considering the circumstances.
It was the one where MPL looked up onto PR that looked funky. Like this one, sure.
The kill onto Hypex as well. What's happened there, Ray? Is that just a spam through the window smoke? Hypex was thinking he's going to jump through it. I understand MPL gets the multi there, but there's pressure alleviated by that Sizzy frag. That's happened quickly, and GamerLegion, they're not forcing. PR, because of that ace, has some extra money. He's going to use that to invest in. We'll see what he can find again, staying assertive and, well, just lining up an A execute right now, a Bait. It's an open runway, and there's nothing that Hypex can really do about this.
Oh, wow. Perfect timed on the engagement, just pure smoke spam. Does remove at least one. It is just that M4
clearing.
PR and overlooked his Snacks. How's he got two? Gets MPL down as well. Awkward for Kensisor, surely surrounded. Sizzy's the only man that can stop him. Snacks with 4 kills. He started with just a Desert Eagle, a lazy clear. No one even looked at him. Never mind, it wasn't a clear at all.
Oh, well, they're celebrating and having a good time again. It's funny, this is a roller coaster of vibes on this GamerLegion side.
But I will say that Snacks isn't cracking his usual smile. That's a man that's focused on survival here at the Major. Hello? Goodbye to your hopes and dreams. Lovely work from Snacks. Okay, so GamerLegion get one.
Eco back?
I think that's one.
I understand there was an M4 in the mix, got the opening dent, but yeah, MPL having a bit of a meltdown here. That one should have been easy. The fact that they're not clearing their corners, costly. Sizzy gets his AWP, Hypex the same. Not a full buy, but we'll count it. Back in towards an A play. Alex selling standard in mid with the window, the cat, and the mid molly, and they're trying to slink out this ramp into PR's territory. So a well-timed smoke will hold them at bay. On the fade, is that the go? PR has been called over to B, or is he going to cheat in? They are. They're going to sweep middle. They've just given up the site.
Completely. Perfect
Hypex can break open the smoke. He has a HE. He's still worried about middle.
This is a retake now. I mean, you just have to accept it.
This is what I thought last round was going to be.
Okay, well, now we get to see GamerLegion's retake protocols. I mean, you've got 4 AKs and an AWP. You've got the perfect setup. Are you going to throw it all into this?
Yeah, you have to. You've got the util for the retake. It's just about how well they can piece this together.
Okay.
Reska Molly back sight. There it is.
Awkward. Essential flushed into Hypex's AWP. There's your pick.
Flash high, smoke for the bomb.
Flood in. Sizzy noted on the ramp. There's Kensisor and MPL putting up a fight, putting up a stalwart resistance. They're losing all of their guns. Just Hypex scampering away to save his AWP. And that's not even a guarantee. Maybe? Spamming the smoke. He's going to hide in it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to deal with him here. So Hypex fortunately gets to retain this.
So just a mistiming on their mid-clear, I suppose, and perfect timing from Bait.
I suppose this is going to be a game plan focus, right? Okay, well, they showed something in middle. PR's called to come back towards window to help clear into this. The molly's a good first step. The fact that there's no smoke to even act as a bridge, they definitely had a smoke or two in the mix there to try and make things a little bit easier on the cross, but opting not to use it. Both teams fully bought out round number 6.
Sizzy searching.
You see the response in the setup. PR was like, well, I definitely have to make sure we have somebody's side. He's playing towards the balcony, so at least they have somebody in case of another A execute. But now, Beta just going through the motions for this mid control.
And if Rez is not careful, there's an AWP on the line. I think he just tried to shoot the smoke grenade there.
Pure knows that short smoke in the buffer and what it can mean, and Rez is hanging around. He's just going to get in the vent room, so safety first. Bomb on Sizzy now heading back to B, a minute on the clock. Towson's support will have to be Rez, who's going to have to pipe his way up short to assist with this. But Towson's also giving up the side as well. Again, are they trying to play for the mid clear? They might just lose B completely off of this. 30 seconds. Execute lined up. The eruption in a moment.
If Alex plays too soon, he might just give him enough time to focus on B. Never mind. Ooh, covers there, just in time. Okay, awkward now for the 20 seconds. Sizzy's going to stay on that short line. Hypex, however, in the markets found Kensizor. Bomb spotted on Van. Essential tasked with the plant. NPL to clear out Towson. Necessary headshot provided. Buys them time, buys them space, and buys them the plant. You still have numbers here, but another retake for GamerLegion. And oh, a missed shot from the AWP. Hang on a second, a team kill, but at least he found MPL. You've got Reslay apps, which could lead to the death of Sizzy. Essential's considering that on the approach. Distraction from the market. Incendiary distracts, and now need both! Beautiful! Just in time, Rez arrives on the flank.
Okay, well, Diffuse comes through. They had the kit. There was no sweat on the brow regarding the clock, and that one will be secure. So GamerLegion go up to 4, but that was touch and go. Again, GamerLegion finding themselves in the wrong position as these hits are coming in. They're fortunate to be able to stick the landing there.
I mean, very fortunate that Towson or no one went down to Alex 666. Snacks kind of saved him.
This TK, you're going to have to do it, right? The trade, more important. And Rez just deletes the two of them.
His pre-aim on that headshot onto Essential, that must be like almost echolocation. He just had a good idea as to where that head was going to arrive.
They can buy again somewhat here, Bait, but this might have to be more grouped up. They don't have as much util to do a default. Window smoke in, top cat the same. Rez up in event straight away, and they're looking 4 strong through middle with Essential on that apps lurk. So they might try and turn this into an A split up through Con. Alex leading the charge.
Haven't seen one of these yet.
Hypex, he's the one to respond to this from Con. Not looking, now he is.
Eesh, gets away. Cover from PR as well, chipping in with one onto NPL. Hypex, I think he hit a leg. No, he didn't. Now Rez has been caught off by Sizzy, adjusts and removes the bomb from his grasp. It's just Kensizor doing some swift movement to get himself into ladder room. Towson cognizant of that. Should be nothing to say about this one. Towson secures it. Another round on the board. This CT side is holding strong.
Yeah, and one of the keys right now is just the sheer amount of opening kills they're able to manifest on the CT side. So good reaction there. Hypex peeks in, and he was ready for it, right? It wasn't that he's lazily picked in expecting, oh, how could they possibly be there? It's an important opener. Gets himself his second opener for this one, and PR has 2, Snacks has 2, and now Hypex joins the fray. You can see that PR well aware of Essential's tricks. He's the A lurk playing through Palace. The highest rated player on the T side of this map this year. Nice. So keeping tabs on him, they should have secured themselves a 6th. Too many issues here for Towson. He does have the support network of Rez not too far behind, and he's even going to take some of this space and just up against the Deagle in a couple of blocks. So Iron Mike is going to get his eco bash, and will he go for the ace? No, Snacks denies it, and
you see how easy ecos can feel?
That's how they should look.
I mean, admittedly, it was against some Deagles. Maybe I'm using a little bit of an exaggeration.
It needed to be the MPL Tech 9, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so Alex calls the timeout. I think it's just to give himself a breather. And you can see sometimes with these teams that don't have coaches, they don't use them because it's like, well, we're able to talk all the time anyway. But I still think if you have them, you may as well use them, especially if you're in a tough spot like this. This is your map choice. You're down 4 rounds. You're back into a bye. But again, it's not perfect. Sizzy doesn't have the AWP. There's not full nades. 3 AKs, 2 Galils. And you have to start responding to what you've seen in terms of the defense so far from GamerLegion. In some big multi-kill moments from a couple of players on GamerLegion so far. The Snacks one for me stands out the most. Sitting pretty in the buy department are GamerLegion. They have residual cash for another buy, regardless of what happens into this one. And they've even got 4 kits, full belts and nades. They're sitting pretty. They're in a very strong position for a convincing half a Counter-Strike. Again, same openers, Window and Cat. Making their rounds look and feel the same. That's the key.
They've got Hypex on tickets.
Yeah, and that's a key point because the execute just is the smokes on a Senthiel, so unlikely that Hypex will be smoked off. It has to be flashes.
He's going to have full vision. Better be a good flashbang. And a solid HE to start. And a swing that, Hypex has been unable to convert upon. Never mind, PR's got the double nade. Finishes what his first nade started. Res there for necessary trade. Removes MPL from connector, but here comes that final clamp down.
Want to get the bomb down quickly. Smokes are fading. Replenish there.
Sizzy's still on Tetris. He's still got to get that bomb across. Alex is faffing around looking for his Galil. He's found it now in the smoke. Snax eats that flash. Easy frag for Alex. So now it's a 2-on-3 with Rez and Towson.
Still need to connect to get the bomb across. Worried about a flank because of the B anchor still being alive is Sizzy. So this is dicey. Not out of the woods just yet.
Just wishing Essential had the bomb, huh? He made it across. Flash stairs. Alex versus Towson. Position now noted. Bombs being planted. Essential tasked with the covering fire. Great read of the situation from Towson. Catches the swing of Alex. A nice one back as well onto Essential. Just puts it all onto Sizzy. Does he have the opportunity to get the crosshair onto Towson? He goes up. Wasn't ready for the elevation, and you can see how much that means to Towson in the camera.
That's a very well played round by the Dane and the Swede there, combining and making sure that they're working off of one another. Towson goes and takes the first contact. As soon as he gets some info, then Rez can chip in from Con. The molly comes in, they're stressed on the site, and they just chip away at them slowly. This flash was nice. Snax is in the open. Sure, I think Alex during this was looking for Hypex's orb if he could in the smoke to see if he could get a little something and a stronger. But it was hard because the bomb, it never crossed. There was jungle, there was connector and CT that they had to worry about.
He's trying so hard he's gone Danish.
Yeah, and look, never go Danish.
Never go full Danish.
Unless you're Astralis.
Oh, Kensizor, he's very quick to this. Surely he's going to catch him by surprise.
No, Snax is here too. On the trail.
Easy. Hunts him down, and a horrible jump scare for Snax. Towson ready to react and punishes. A Dink was hit. He's got to operate on a lower HP. We'll play it safe. Essential slipped into B in the chaos. NPL's bringing that bomb across.
How does the bomb get across, right? Towson's on the line right now.
Good question.
He's just giving it up.
Great question. Okay, well, that's an answer.
But now he's in a position where he could just deny that plant. They're hitting the brakes completely. MPL's waiting for this flank.
Oh my God, PR's going to... Look how unready he is. Leisurely, waltzing forward and headshot. Oh, he's the one to provide it. Okay, nice little reaction test.
PR's looking great. This map 13-4 right now. They're trouncing him.
Towson loses his head. Essential's coordinates noted. A missed shot from the orb. Nearly got problematic. Missed shot now from PR. Essential, he's got a little new lease of life, a new opportunity. Just 2 frags so far from him in the 10 rounds of play. And it's going to stay that way. Hypex catches his back, exposed on that tight line.
Yeah, I could see that there on the radar, that Hypex had that in case he wanted to try the cross. It was never going to be easy. But now the full investment, 8-2. This one's happened damn quick.
I've got to acknowledge and admire that GamerLegion have shaken off their map loss.
I thought the mentor was going to be in the bin after the way map number 1 unfolded.
And with the stakes as well. I mean, that's not to say Bait have, been slouching. The game plan itself there was nice. It paid off. Kensizor Bay may be a bit of an overcook running into market like that, but he hit the headshot.
I think the only real bad round that they've lost this half is the PR Hero M4 with the Snax 4K, right, with the Deke. So that one there is the mare. Otherwise, GamerLegion have just looked much more polished. As mentioned, they haven't played Mirage throughout their major run so far, so both the games in recent history being losses, 13-3. Back in Atlanta.
But this is where you have that tendency to see teams kind of let off the gas, like maybe you go for an over-aggressive peak, you give Bait an opportunity to make it 8-4.
Yeah, you hope that's not the case considering the circumstances.
Would certainly hope to see this as continues to remain as polished.
Sizzy goes searching, finds nothing middle. They really have liked these A executes, and they have been able to get ground. It's more about the post plants. So not surprised to see them return to this again. Oh, Sizzy's missed his window smoke. Oh, there's nobody poking their nose through window, so that's okay. It's actually a bit of a B lean from GamerLegion, but here comes the A play.
ER's got work to do. keeping it restrained. Sizzy's trying to cut rotations as well. Snacks in con, PR tucked in, bombs going down. Smoke breaks, Snacks versus Kensisor. Snacks reigns supreme in the 1v1. Bomb ticking. Frags back and forth. It puts Spate in an opportunity to convert. You've just got to get past PR and Towson. Will there be another number disadvantage retake? Smoke makes life difficult for the orb. I think he spots the barrel there. PR has a good idea. Wow, and a great shot. Head gone, fakes the drop-off, hoping to catch a backpedaling.
Shooting bodies.
Yeah, he's got no chance here. There's just simply no time.
Okay, I'm going to back off and try and retain this AK. That's going to be a third now for Bait. Into the orb to defend his honor. Take one with him, but needs to run that radius as Sizzy will confirm it. Even a couple of extra Glock bullets for good measure. So again, the weakness on the A site with the execute's looking good. I think at this moment, if I'm MD, I might call something that is aggressive towards Palace to take some early space, or go for a two-man creep up on the ramp, maybe get Hypex's AWP posted deep, and get that rifler of PR alongside, so at least you can secure that territory, because Beta just operating now with that weakness on the A site, or at least perceived weakness, and that right there was another opening kill, which has been coming in non-stop. This is the similarities between these two maps, is one team was very dominant in that department, and right now that's GamerLegion. Only foregoing an opening death once. So final round of the half. Double AWPs, one for Towson, taking it over towards B.
Quick connector and window smokes, and they're out already.
Won't be the A execute, will it?
They are striding through middle quickly.
And that's what they've played for with this setup. They have played for another A execute.
And then you progress. MPL gifted another smoke to play around. Pulls out the HE early. Not going to get any info off of that.
Another one where that came from.
And this time you are exposed. MPL spotted on the staircase.
You can get out of there and they can reset, but the util starts to become the problem. They're slinking up Cat while the smoke's still up.
Ooh, opportunity for more.
It's their own smoke.
Yeah, and swinging in.
They blocked themselves. There's a way up Cat now into Towson.
All too easy. Towson's secondary AWP, and he's not been able to hit the shot. Tracked as he drops off, lucky to be alive. Only for a moment longer though, surely booked by the Kensisor nade. Bowls it in. Snacks stubborn. Finds himself one onto Kensisor. Needs a whole lot more where that came from, and he just gets sideswiped. Not a favorable one for these two, but they'll have to give it their best shot. Bomb planted, clock extended. Hoping, begging for an overstep. And it looks like MPL wanted to. Sizzy's got their cross on lock. This shot, ooh, and same for Hypex. It goes both ways. PR won't make that mistake on the repeat. Sizzy overextending, gives them an opportunity in the 2-on-2.
They've got time for this.
Sepio and MPL. If they want to try and close it on Mirage, a fourth feels necessary. Times it to perfection. All right, they've got 4. GamerLegion 8. Their major life on the line. This is a must-win Mirage, and it is far from their best map.
Heading towards the
One of these two teams' season ends at the end of this series. A season that comes to an end on a sour note for either BATE or GamerLegion. It started very dominant, an 8-4 half after 2 on the trot from BATE.
A couple of frustrating moments there in that first half of play for BATE. They had some number advantage scenarios, but they weren't easy to work their way out of it. GamerLegion, they're not going down without a fight. PR 17 frags deep. Snacks not too far behind on 11, both having some impactful moments. Well, I'm having an eco ace. Right now, in-game body language, this one's going to be an A execute. Smoke for Rez, Snacks with the full belt. What does the setup look like for BATE? Leaving spawn 3. Start towards A, just a Senthiel over towards B, an MPL window. 2 sets of dual Berettas under the balcony, ready to shred. This setup is strong to deal with what's coming their way.
It's going to come down to the mechanics of it. Who hits the first shot? Susie going forward. PR's holding for this. Neither of them hits their first bullet. But Alex has. What was that? We just heard it. Brutal destruction of skulls. Sizzy with 2 back as well. Shuts down Palace. It is a clean shutout.
Okay, well, that right there is GamerLegion executing, expecting that they're going to play retake. And the reason I say that is that extra smoke that was left over, I think that was for the second wave. But the fact that they're not able to get out of the choke points, right? They go for the standard util set that you see. This is beautiful from Alex. Wow, 2 swift clicks, and then Sizzy. Well, maybe not as clean, but definitely as deadly. The 16-year-old major rookie contributes to shut down that pistol, and it'll be the eco now for GamerLegion as all 5 of them head over towards to B to search. Deagle on Snacks, I'm sure he's going to opt for the pick to see if he can find this jump spot of a Senthiel. And if he gets the kill, the site is actually open. So 1 chance, Snacks. Can you hit it?
No. Senthiel, just a flash. And he gets his info, throws his block smoke.
Yeah, this is good restraint for everybody playing at home. He knows that they're likely on a lighter buy. He didn't have any support and still really doesn't. So if he jumps again or takes a silly risk, that's the avenue in on Nico around like this.
Okay, I will say if NPL goes for this kind of fight, yep. With an MP9, that's enough.
They are still keeping the information flowing. Because he spots that underpass, they still don't really feel the need to cheat over and help out a Senthiel who's taking a bit more of a passive line on B, but they are hoping something comes their way. And while the clock ticks down, the util gets expended, and Bay will have to reinvest that. So either way, the economy game playing into things. Senthiel's still on his own. Kenzie's all will be able to help him from short, but how many can he get before he goes down? If he goes down. Here's
pre-aim now. Perfect pre-aims for the window jump out. So only got the 1. This is all light on bullets, and they get the bomb plant.
Yeah, they'll take that.
Oh, good cover. Rez has used Nax's Deagle to great success. So a couple of kills and a bomb plant on essentially an eco, just $700 invested into 1 Desert Eagle.
Yeah, so a little bit more than they were worth in that scenario, but they do scavenge back the bigger weapons. The defuse comes through, the 6th round notched on the board, and the 2-round gap as they now know they're going up against the buy of GamerLegion. MPL is in a position right now to drop Sizzy the AWP. Hypex, because of that eco and then the plant, he had enough to buy one of his own as well, but he's coming in right now with an AK, so rifle heavy for GamerLegion. Sizzy has a good window spawn, but likely just to be insta-smoke, so I know everyone wants to give that a go. He's going to start the AWP over towards B by the looks of things. Get boosted up in a B apartments. There's nobody home. So he'll have this line for free. It does alleviate pressure on this B side. And give an awful lot of information to BATE to be ready for the fight that's coming their way. A split whirring into action slowly now.
Yeah, interesting. It's actually a Sizzy's going to rotate off. The Senthiel pushes up instead. It's now NPL tucked on Con. A boost over the top could have led to a little of exposure of Kenzizor's head, but he's thought better of it. I say that as friction between the two of them. Tries to chase him with the grenade, and they're not looking. Okay, trade from Snacks. GamerLegion still maintain the man advantage. And don't forget how disconnected Essential is. He's only now starting his flank for a late ramp.
My question is where Snack's going off to. Is he going to try and head into B to see if the site's clear? Because if so...
Great question.
It might force the rotation back into Essential.
So they cut noise and pause. Blocked now by the smoke ramp.
Snacks is going B.
But if they try and go back, they're running into Essential.
Hypex's aware of the possibilities, at least glancing, but how much does he really believe?
Easy now.
Snacks' presence, he has to flank. Snacks now needs to flank the A defense. There's no way back for GamerLegion. They have to go A.
This is going to get weird. This is going to get weird. Oh, and Essential catches another one. He's even got the nade. It might catch PR. Force forward. Oh, Essential's had a round. An active B push. Leads to 3 found on the flank and nothing Snacks can do.
I can't quite believe that gap, but that all started with what we were on board with. Sizzy getting boosted up, Essential with the deep in sentry. Sizzy has the line, Essential pushes, and that's why he has that earlier timing. What was looking great for a GamerLegion round, you've got Snacks chasing ghosts, finding gaps, but they're the ones who are stuffed.
Horrible round for GamerLegion to lose. That one's going to kind of linger in the mental, I think. The fact that Essential gets not only one with the element of surprise, that's kind of a guarantee, it's the other 2, Towson and PR going down to him as well.
That one you need to forget about quickly. How many times can that possibly happen?
Like this one, I'll give you.
Yeah, but then after that, right, and he's on his lonesome, he's just standing and delivering and understands the situation very well. Partial buy behind the saved AK as we get back into play. You need to get something going in this second half. It's a stretch of 5 now. Even if it's just getting some casualties, getting the bomb down, keeping the pressure up.
NPL gives away an opening.
That's very nice indeed. Struggling with those.
He's got 1 rifle, and it happens to be the fight the Snacks was hoping for.
I can quickly turn into 2.
Or 3. Alex has lost his 2. Kens is all top mid. Hang on a second. Hypex should be dead. He's heard him coming. Easy picks. And going for a second has cost him his life.
Well, they have the info on all the players. They know both of them were back mid.
You're absolutely right. Okay, so Essential, what's your reaction to that? Sizzy, understandably limited with the AWP.
Okay, Sissy's going market, so he can just stay here and watch the B apartments as Essential on another push.
Go on, lad.
They're heading in through Underpass. They want to get some better weaponry. Both of them have Kevlar, no head armor at short. But these are 2 aimers, Rez and PR.
This is going to be a real funky mid-round, isn't it?
There's just so many possibilities that GamerLegion have available to them. Essential taking him away again. Does he catch PR?
If PR holds his nerve here, he's got the perfect pre-aim. Yep, clean execution onto Essential. Finds himself the upgrade. Sizzy in the clutch.
Well, Rez has heard this. Rez knows exactly where he is. Oh. PR's coming back.
Why is he bringing the bomb? Sizzy's going to hit the quickscope. PR running at him. Sizzy gives him room. 15 seconds. PR's got to hurry this up. Sizzy in pursuit. Throws out a flashbang with nothing. Bomb planted safe on default. AWP versus AK. Okay, it's all up for debate. PR just goes swinging for the fences. Ambitious, audacious. A 1v1, he's having a game, and he finds his 20th frag in a 1v1 clutch.
You can understand the thought process there from Rez when he hears the steps. He's expecting that Sizzy's rotating through the hole over towards B because Essential's died in B ups. They know that that's the B defender, right? So at that point, they're thinking to themselves, okay, well, they're probably going to play into the empty site, and we've heard the rotation. So they try and weasel the gap in through the underpass. This one got damn close, but PR bows them out and gets their first round on the board. Now they're trying an A execute. Sizzy close ramp. They're already crossed to his right-hand side.
He's there. He's there. Right where he needs to be. Nails the headshot, but Sizzy right back.
Overrun out Palace. They're coming out.
They're charging at him. Sizzy's under so much scrutiny now, dancing with him, trying to bait the shot. Now he's fired off an AWP bullet. 1 through the boards. PR, what are you doing to him? Now Ken Scissor's gone 2. Quick from Essential, swings through CT. Towson unprepared. We got a 2-on-2.
And it's an MPL flank. He's going to be here real quick. Snacks isn't going to be ready for this.
It's way too quick. Snacks is still lining up. Nade's trying to help PR pick up that bomb. PR's on an AWP.
Essential's given room for this flank. That smoke's just missed.
Surely MPL's flank has won them this round. It's an MP9 though. Not an easy fight versus Snags, and he's got the reactions. Yep, he's not going to find the kill. Essential spamming smokes with a Phalas, unable to do it. It's not pretty. Essential finds himself an upgrade, 19 bullets, and an AWP trained on his position. Okay, GamerLegion have given themselves a leg up now. Their first 2T rounds, and it gets into those hectic 2v2s.
And it's enough to humble the money of Bait. So it's just like on Inferno, they're in the driver's seat. It's just about converting against the Eco now, and there's not as many opportunities for Bait to invest into this one. Ooh. They have upgraded their pistols, and with only 2,400 loss, I think they should have taken the Eek here. I don't... Did MPO just get...
Yeah. I think he got team damaged.
Yeah, because Hypex hasn't fired a bullet, so he's been knifed in the back.
Yeah, I think he...
Yeah, going through the hole, I suppose. Okay. Well, those frustrations coming home to roost right now. I always knew the pressure it's going to get to you.
You're a map up, you're on your pick, you're against GamerLegion on a weaker pick for them. You can't help but feel like the writing was on the wall for you to survive the day. Since he caught just by a blind spam.
All right, well, they punt this one in. Or at least they're saving themselves the red face from similar scenes on Inferno. 2 ecos lost as... Well, they are starting to trundle up Cat. Cynthia would have to have play of the tournament.
Yeah, okay. Don't think that's on the cards. However, finding the first clean lead, there's PR.
You're about to see into the next round what I was talking about with these overinvestments on these pistols. If Alex can save that, it will go a long way, but this is still going to be such a tough game to get back into now, and he's actually gravitating towards the site, so maybe wanting to do some more damage. But for Bait at this point, it's going to have to be flawless from here on out if they want to get it closed in regulation. GamerLegion are about to secure that 11th round, and I think just the amount of opening kills that have been flying in the way, especially in that first half of GamerLegion, made it so stifling for Bait. There it is. Alex, it's very hard to justify him just not going for the hard save there. I'm talking about damage, but I'm reaching at that moment because when you see the buys take shape on your screen, sure, they have M4s, but they do lack a lot of utility, which means that you're either just going to have to hope that you get the multi-kills now, or you do an all-in move on the CT side where you're a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, you've got a grand total of 1 flashbang for your entire round.
So they're just limited in the amount of options available in this one. Is going to have to be through the bullets, and Hypex gets chipped away out through the smoke. Unconfirmed damage there onto Hypex.
Feels a bit ambitious, doesn't it, from Hypex? He's solo mid, just goes for it. So does PR. Swings into Sizzy's crosshair. You don't need nades if you're going to get opening kills. And then walks through the smoke. Oh my god! Rez was absolutely not ready for that.
I see they double block. They're expecting because they saw more. He's going
again.
No way.
He's going again. This time.
Come on now. You had a 2-man advantage.
I shouldn't be laughing. It's very serious.
That one. Yep, and now they're back in it.
Okay.
3v3.
Okay. NPL coming in for the pullback. Missed shot from Hypex. Okay, you got a 3v2. Towson does manage to make it into sight, and a shot opportunity versus NPL, but he finds a very precise headshot. Snags, been a while since we saw a Snags 1v3 with these kind of stakes. What have you got? Sentinel swings the smoke and yeah, just doesn't find that instant headshot. Bait shooting hard, and Sizzy with 2.
Yeah, very ambitious in terms of the decisions that he opted for there.
I mean, I can't believe Rez doesn't kill him there, but that's probably because you're that's the last thing you're expecting is someone to just walk out this ramp smoke.
That's absolutely insane. But timeout taken from Alex. So Bait want these 30 seconds before they get underway. Maybe it's trying to assess the buy, because if you take a look at this second half, it was 3 straight out the gate, and 3 back, and then just 1 now chipped in.
I think you're right, yeah, because you know typically you have a little bit of coach support as well.
I think they know if they don't win this one, the game will fall apart with it, because their loss bonus only 1900, and they know that's the same fact for GamerLegion, who have fully invested into this round of play. 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, enough util to get them space. Hypex lining up the insta window. At least he was. Make sure everyone's got their game plan settled in. And away it goes. A heavy lean over towards mid and B to start this round. Rez smokes under, Molly's under window, excuse me.
Enables safe passage for Snacks.
Yeah, those nades way too early. Nobody home just yet. 3 out top mid, 1 through the underpass. PR the lurk on A.
The utility implies they're further forward than they are. Now they start their crawl. Snacks makes his move. Kenzazor's throwing a block smoke short, but it also covers him from helping on the con fight. Boost over. Any line? Any info? Smoke break. They're all hidden. Flash from Hypex. They'll have a go. NPL through the smoke. Got a lot on his plate. Towson takes him down cleanly. 2 here. Sizzy on the default box. Alex CT. He's been spotted. Hypex's Tech 9 connects. It's good from Essential and Alex. They combine. It's just PR and Rez, and they're ready for that fight, but so is Essential. He just flicks on up and dunked on by PR's HT! And a banger! One hell of a clutch from PR. Puts GamerLegion on 12. Just crab walks into the perfectly pre-aimed crosshair. He's got 26 francs. PR, when GamerLegion needed him, has arrived in true PR capacity. He's heading towards a 30-30 in regulation.
Yeah, that one right there. This is Bait wanting to take the fight, right? And this is great. They catch them snoozing as they're trying to path up. It's just a lot of damage being done, but not wanting that bomb to go down. Alex walks into this fight, and PR, he ain't missing those. The time on the clock becoming the concern.
Oh, that was a stylish clutch. Throws the nade, already got the crosshair on. Alex bringing the fight. Easy pickings. Doesn't need to see his opponent.
Kenzazor around this top mid-smoke.
That should be dead. Oh, never mind. Kenzazor gets caught on the smoke. Hypex caught him. Sizzy's got to get away. NPL activates, finds Rez committed middle.
On planet B.
Yeah, and look at Snacks. This gets weird.
I don't even know this is happening.
Weird.
They've got no idea. Now the pennies drop. There's no kit for the retake. You got to piece this together quickly, Bait.
Yeah, Sizzy on this bench fight with PR does connect one through the bricks. Snacks trying to cut rotations. The Molotov will slow them down, and Snacks should have at least one hit. The tail end catches Essential, reveals his position. Has a good idea of where they're coming from. Very short-centric. Through the smoke would be a death sentence. Perfect position from PR. Tracks the head of Alex. Trade from NPL good. Back and forth into the 1v1. Snacks has done enough. I think the time against them.
No chance.
No kit, no chance. We need a third in this do-or-die affair. GamerLegion find the win on Mirage.
Holding on to this one. It had it back and forth, but that first half, it was a masterclass. 8-4. Could have been even more, and they're going to be happy with that. We turn to Nuke, the third and deciding map of this series. Neither team wants to go home, being eliminated here in Stage 2. Got another map of Counter-Strike coming your way before we get G2 versus Foot. But that one definitely started to heat up, and you bang on about PR. He had some big impact, the same as Snacks, but we'll throw this one to the desk.
Finally, we get to see the best of PR, and finally we get to see GamerLegion winning a map of Counter-Strike. I wouldn't necessarily say convincingly, but in a fashion where they were the better team. They left not much room for doubt, to be completely honest, right here. PR had an amazing showing. GamerLegion avoiding faster, dare I say it, Martin. I think that's the best and biggest takeaway we can do here. The GamerLegion remains alive.
I mean, this is such a crazy game of mistakes and weird rounds and chaos, and it would do it this injustice if it didn't go into a third map, which I'm kind of happy about, because you asked me before this map started, and I believed in GamerLegion, and honestly they were looking way better, both emotionally. Motivation was there, you know, the body language itself was kind of like on a good side as well. Sure, they had a couple of rough rounds, but whatever. Hey, we're going into third.
A little less fragile than on the first map, you know, a couple of mishaps obviously, but it didn't seem to affect them this time around.
I just think that GamerLegion, for them vast majority of this game played better than the scoreline actually shows. I think it was actually a pretty tricky game for them because Bait just, they didn't want to let them breathe. They kept pushing them. And also in the XVX, whenever they had advantage or disadvantage, Bait would just constantly look for info. And there was multiple occasions throughout the game where they actually were met with a flank where they had to either think out of the box and try and figure out what to do, or just at least play a tricky situation where they were boxed in. And I think they solved that pretty well. I think Snacks had just like one round where he maybe overcooked a little bit too much, where he decided to try and flank B and get one going. But overall, I think GamerLegion made a lot of better decisions, and they didn't throw any weaker rounds this time around.
Not this time around. It surely is heating up here at IEM Cologne. There's so much action taking place at the same time. Now, naturally, we have GamerLegion taking on Bait. That's heading into a third deciding map, which we'll dive into in just a moment. We also have a big game coming up between G2 and Foot. That will be after this game as well. The winner of that one will make it into Stage 3 as one of the first teams qualifying, which would be massive. I have high hopes for that game, to be completely honest. G2 has arrived inside the building. Foot has arrived as well. They're about ready to set it all up. Now, we have to arrive and look at this game as well in the context of, okay, we have a 1-1 scenario right here. We have a Bait who played better on the first map, so to speak, or at least got it over the finish line. Couldn't get it done here on their own map pick of Mirage. And Martin, there were a couple of reasons as to why. It started off pretty well in the first half. Round 5 is one that you want to bring up here. A Bait winning a round, but not necessarily doing it convincingly enough with the follow-ups.
Yeah, I want to bring up this round because it's a Bait's round to win, obviously, and we have light mid pressure coming out of them. You see the window smoke, you see the top mid smoke, and immediately going back to A hit. But PR somewhat, I don't know why he decided to rotate back to window, and the plan for GamerLegion is to retake middle when there is no one. As this is happening, look at the radar, everyone is executing A, everyone is taking so much space, and honestly, this is kind of like weird round to do so early in the half, because this must be part of the prep. This is still round 5. This is something that, well, GamerLegion needed to know, like, if there's any mid presence, we have to go for a retake, but PR started in ticket, so he was not even in the position. It took too much time for him to rotate into window, and overall just gave pretty much free way back for Bait to come into this Mirage. Obviously, hindsight 2020, it didn't make too much difference, but the fact that it could have is kind of worrying sign, and hopefully these, when we look at Nuke, these rounds to begin with, all these halves, they need to be a little bit more polished, I feel like. They need to be a little bit more, like, be on the same page.
I feel like it's safe to say that there's room for improvements for both teams, but as we spoke about Peter as well, and to everyone tuning in at home right now, this is a game where the pressure is at its highest, right? Both teams are aware that if they lose this one, they will be eliminated from the tournament. That will be the major done and dusted for them. Do you think all these, mistakes and questionable decisions that we are watching in these games, and the chaotic scenarios, is that a result of that pressure? And maybe also, a sign that these two teams, as of right now, are not really built to deal with that kind of pressure?
Yeah, both yes and no, in my opinion. I think it's there's definitely a case that this is an elimination game, and both teams probably didn't see themselves in this situation. But it's, I think both team has been playing pretty poor throughout the tournament, so it's not only because of that. It's probably reasoning to why it's happening right now is because of the elimination that is maybe piling up a little bit more. But some of the mistakes is like very fundamental. Some of the mistakes that's being put on the table right now is something that probably shouldn't be happening when you have players that at least have been playing for so many years and with a relatively high experience, even though that it's still a little bit lackluster when it comes to majors. But it is what they practice for throughout the year, and specifically when you hear like a team like Bait, I think they really emphasized coming into the tournament that, yeah, we've been working really hard. We've been ironing out a lot of these mistakes that we constantly do, and we've been working hard. Doesn't really show off, right? And from the GamerLegion side, it's more about the latest result on Atlanta. That's why we kind of expect more of them. So it's definitely still a game of who can make the least mistake, and I think that's also what's gonna continue into map 3.
One of the biggest talking points we had so far, for GamerLegion throughout this tournament has been PR and his performances. And I have a little quiz for you guys actually, because I feel like if you've been watching all the games and you see his highlights here as well, I feel like everyone is saying that he's having a rough tournament and is not really PR doing too well at the moment. Here's my question for you guys. In the last 6 maps he's played at this major, what do you think his average rating is at right now?
After this map as well?
Yeah.
I would say 1.1. Just one.
1.1?
No, just one. 1.00.
I He's still below 0 in my books. I think he's like at an 090 or something.
See, this is where it gets funny, right? The last 6 maps he's played so far, he's at 1.23. He did exceptionally well against Big. He did well against Astralis. He had a rough game against BetBoom, and so far in this game against Bait, he's
impressive.
Yeah, he's been pretty impressive, right? So as much as we talk about PR struggling, as much as we talk about him not finding his impact, naturally here in Mirage we saw PR in full force. You know, that's the PR we would love to see. But are we maybe over exaggerating a little bit his lack of impact? And is this PR, you know, slowly but surely turning it around? And could that be a key factor to kickstarting GamerLegion, so we get to see the Atlanta GamerLegion and not the Cologne GamerLegion?
I think this was by far his best map that we've seen in this major, and I was so happy when I saw him, you know, getting, first of all, good start to the map. That obviously PR always says that when you have a good pistol round, you always can snowball this into it. But all in all, we're just expecting more from PR in GamerLegion, and when I look at stage 1 as well, like there were a couple of T rounds where he just didn't do much. He was just neutralized completely, and well, he told it to me personally. Like it is happening that he's being maybe anti-stratted, maybe unlucky, it doesn't matter, but he's not coming into this with the hot form. Right now, though, what we've seen on Mirage, if we take it in isolation, that's a huge anomaly in my eyes, but still very good that PR is actually coming alive, even though it's a later stage of the tournament. Well, if they make it through, obviously, for them, it's not going to be later stage of the tournament, but you know what I mean.
And that's where we have to change focus now, Peter. Nuke is coming up. It's a map we've seen GamerLegion play twice at this tournament against the same opponent in BetBoom. Haven't looked great at all on Nuke. There are 2 very clear losses, but I guess the counterpoint to that would be Bait as well. They're also on a bit of a loss streak, you know, heading into this tournament, have lost it 3 times in a row. So we have a map that's going to decide whether or not one of these 2 teams, or which one of these 2 teams will be eliminated. Neither of the 2 teams are coming in great shape. What a game are you expecting now?
A game of lost mistakes again. I don't think that GamerLegion's Nuke has looked very sharp, specifically also from the games against BetBoom. I think they did progress a little bit in their second game, getting 9 rounds, and I think that talks to a team that, you know, has been trying to look into the mistakes of what they did in the first one, and then casually trying to improve them. But it's not something that's going to be fixed overnight. But I do think that if we look at both teams side by side, I do think that GamerLegion in some sense would have the upper hand. The fact that they've played it 2 times at this tournament already, despite losing it, gives them, you know, an idea of what they should be working on, and what is the reasoning to why we're actually losing. If you can just maybe look out of an isolated example of only playing BetBoom, I think it's definitely going to come down to the individuals again on this one, because, you know, as a team, I think both teams are playing so bad that there's going to be too many macro decisions that's going to go wrong.
Now, I don't like doing this, to be completely honest, Martin, but your gut feeling about second map was right. So I'm going to give you the courtesy of asking you once more, you know, deep inside your gut right now, what is it telling you? Do you believe more in Bait, or do you believe more in GamerLegion finally getting the wheels turning?
So I'll share a little bit of an insight, because we hear the we don't hear the comms, but we have a transcription of the comms when it comes to timeouts, etc. And Bait are showing the signs of frustrations, and it's happening on the map 1, which they won, then on the map 2 as well. I don't see them untilting in the map 3, so I think this is playing a huge role in why GamerLegion is having upper hand for me. And another fact that we didn't mention, Bait here are without a coach due to visa issues, so there's no like figure behind them to kind of like calm them down and strategically steer the ship or anything like that. They're just taking these timeouts to literally untilt. And well, Bait's second youngest team in this major, behind Foot, it's not going that well a lot of the time. So GamerLegion for me.
You're siding with GamerLegion, Peter, over there. What are you saying?
I mean, I think the mental game is just so important, and it gets even more important at the major. And I think Bait looks very tilted throughout Mirage. Like it spiraled out of control for them, and I'm curious to see if they can bounce back on this one. I mean, the statistics doesn't really speak that well for this tournament, specifically for GamerLegion, but it's a wide open one for me. And I think that whoever gets off to the best, that's going to win. So just to be a little bit opposite, I'll go Bait.
All right, there we go. Safe to say it's an important game of Counter-Strike. Safe to say that right here, right now, the pressure is mounting on both teams. Nuke is coming up between GamerLegion and Bait. A loser will go home. Winner will have another chance tomorrow.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about. I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck.
Settle your debates, search your profile on CS Stats, and turn on tracking to see all your games.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Cologne. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back! Four, three, two, one, GG!
Leaving Caldera in a 1-on-4. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well! Surely he's not going to pull this one off! Oh, Caldera! The man, the myth, the beast!
Could be really rough for Simple to actually get through this. He's going to throw the AWP. Oh my god! Simple, what is happening?
$5,000 to lose.
Stop. Hang up the phone, Timmy.
Just snacks. Does find one.
Oh, no.
Let's not leave him out of this. It's back and forth between the box. What a shot on Simple! Oh, Guardian, bye-bye! Diamond Flamey, he's tapped in. Flamey's got a big! What in God's name is that from Snacks?
Good shot, JDM. Looks for another. He's got this down to 1 versus 2. Another is getting it taken down to the box. What is that from JDM? The ace clutch, and we stay alive. It's also flashed off Diva. Limited weapon doesn't even matter. Dude, Craig! Oh, the fourth is well. This is so fun. Oh, this is huge. Georgie's going to make it into the corner. They're both going to go down.
Oh, Meister, I love you, and I won major.
I don't see top mid guys from under corner.
Smoke say.
I'll go short.
Smoke say.
Don't see under.
Maybe.
Looks like I go city.
I might. Coming out here, coming out here.
Better palace.
Nice. I'm coming city as well, I'm going city as well.
Let's go city, yeah. Come city, a lot. We're gonna fight in
city,
star.
careful.
We're gonna fight in star. I'm
playing trash.
I stay
close city.
Wait for me and we run out.
Nice.
Nice. Let's go. Wait.
Swing. Default.
Just think. 1 HP. Nice.
Kill them, bro. Just kill them.
Not bad, yeah.
Fucking wrong. Jano, kurwa.
Bro, Jano, I was just running around, waiting for you, so he shoots me and...
You send it together, yeah.
Nice, Jano.
I need you.
I would do freeze bomb to Adrian, but I can't. Stop.
Take it up.
Okay.
Take care close ram then. I think his close ram might be pushed.
Bit of fading. So.
Do the smokes, Fredan. I mean, Milan.
Yeah, I'm doing.
He might ramp.
I can flash above you guys as well.
Yeah, do it.
I'm waiting call.
No, stairs flash.
Flashing, boom.
Jungle one.
Stairs. Jungle up. I'm with Tetris.
City,
One
city one.
Ladder.
Two city.
Short.
Get ramp.
I spoke to
City.
No, city.
Short.
Dead. Short.
City.
Con and city.
I need to pick. Pick short.
He's con.
Under.
I need.
Con, boys.
Down con.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go.
Let's go, my boy.
Nice, bro.
Where is the up, kurwa?
Nice, boys.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Bait versus GamerLegion up against the ropes. The loser of Nuke ends their season on a sour note. It would be a debilitating 0-3 exit in Stage 2 that would put a bit of a dampener on either team.
I think when you take a look at both of them coming from Stage 1 into Stage 2, I had higher expectations, but this is the way that the chips have fallen. And elimination on the line for one of them. You had to dig deep. GamerLegion on Mirage. Snapped that only 2-game losing streak, but they were both dominant losses in that column. Now we turn to Nuke. Third and final map of this, and this one is going to be a tough one for Sizzy. Right, throughout this year, they played it a bunch of times, and well, as you're rotating piece, you got to be everywhere at the right time.
It's
a ramp rush.
It is a ramp rush, and it is Essential trying to track a very wiggly PR. He does well. Finds it. Sizzy peeks on in, loses his life after the one. Towson stubborn. What? Gets Alex on the fadeaway.
Yeah, this is what's down here already. There's no util for this.
Yeah, NPL's working on a flank ramp.
Hit the pause. They're waiting for a fight.
There's that fight. They've confirmed. Okay, he's pushed lobby. It's Kensizor, the unknown entity.
Let's channel them into B.
How does he play this? Opportunity goes awry. Doesn't hit those first few bullets. Bomb enabled to go down. Snack's playing close to the doors, trying to disrupt. He loves this. Loves to play the door-stuck game. Here's an NPL arriving as well. Both channeled towards the window side. Hypex has still got a Molotov.
Where is NPL going?
What is he up to?
Where is he off to? There's not going to be time for this. Not anymore. Bell rung. This should be round over.
Decon. Towson finishes him off. Just NPL swings open the door and is greeted with Glocks. GamerLegion take the T-side pistol. Is Towson with 3 kills as well. He was really running it at ramp. That kill onto Alex 666 was stunning.
Yeah, audacious move to just like stand in the cusp of the flames right there. But add another pistol to the tally. That's going to be the third for GamerLegion. So we've split them up until this point in every map so far. We'll see if it stays true on Nuke. Would love it for the competitive nature of this one. But it was way too easy, especially with all that util that they didn't lose. Force buy in for bait. Scout, a couple of MP9s, and a 5.7, and it's ramp again. Really want to test the Senthiel early in this game.
Just a man and an MP9.
No support.
AK-47s, he's just got to dip. Got to get out of there. They've already lost MPL from Snacks. You can see great cut. We can see that he was hanging out around the smoke on Squeak.
Yeah, it's just making sure that that rotation point down the vent is cut off. So Senthiel even more on an island now than could have been. Snacks is going to try the luck again, but gives away his life. So now we're in a 4v4, overstepping the mark.
There's only one man down here, and it's that ramp player, Senthiel.
How much is he meant to do? He would need a multi to make this round a conversation.
Yeah, shouldn't have too much of a voice in this round. Clear hesitance from GamerLegion. Making sure the util's in place. There's an opportunity. Oh, he nearly got another.
But he's called the dink. They'll give it a go now.
Yeah, they will. Kensizor knows he's kind of bolstered to give it a look in. And yeah, distraction. Alex swings open the door in unison, catches PR, and now GamerLegion are in trouble. You've got the pistol, but these second rounds, they're so difficult to convert. Those pesky SMGs making life miserable.
Playing into door. They're going to get the fight. They're going to walk past him.
They're both in it.
On the fade.
Over the edge of the smoke. Alex dips back in for the cover. It fades now. Sizzy emerging from the ramp side. Towson not noted. Alex should have a favored fight here. Towson doesn't finish his meal. Getting weird. Only 1 bullet. You've got to get out of there. Hypex has the bomb, not anymore. Spews 4th. Alex has found another frag. 3 kills, his first 3 contributions. And it doesn't matter if you don't get the pistol. You'll hoover up some AKs and you'll take it in the second.
Okay, well, this series had an awful lot of that in terms of these lighter buys. Eco wins, 4 spies in the mix. And Snacks, he gets that opening kill into MPL, but overstays the worth on this one. Senthiel, I said he needed a multi to make this one interesting. Well, the dink is enough because the chaos is caused. And this is crazy. As soon as Alex passed through this smoke right here, at this point, Sizzy has been communicated to that there's a chance they could have gone back up secret or up the vent towards A. So he starts rotating away, but they're just waiting in the door. Force buy with 1,400 for GamerLegion. Tech 9s, Deagle, and P250 for Towson. Smokes are in the air. Attempting to force the rotation with this.
Alex has found PR.
And that's noisy, so they know someone's crossed secret. Rotation down the vent. Alex drops and blocks. MPL's the yard defender, finds himself in main this round. Needs to combine with Sizzy for information, and there's a little bit more. Snacks is still hanging around. Flashing to main to set up Towson, but MPL's relocated towards CT vent.
Yeah, their setup is potent. Your best bet is trying to breach B. Or at least ramp. Here's a Senthiel. Spots the shoulders of the double peak. Again, dips down. Will it work out for him twice? Sizzy in support. Anticipating this is Rez. Gets caught as he mantles off. And now Hypex with the trade. Puts a rifle into his hands. You need Towson to hit a banger. And he has. NPL just gets clotheslined by the P250. Now Snacks is getting naughty. Not ready for this. Alex loses out. A golden opportunity for Snacks squandered. Can they win this force by back? Fakes the ladder.
Here's a main.
Senthiel will react. Up to heaven. This is the perfect opportunity. Essential just in time because of sweep. Hypex not looking. They're trying to go Vents. Towson was unprepared, and Hypex steps up, trading blow for blow. 3 kills from Hypex. We trade back.
Back and forth we go here. Okay, now it's the CT's turn with the tougher buy situation. Can they pull it off again? Need is just steady the ship right there, and IMD knows exactly what this means. Their buy coming through. It's going to be battered. If we can convert this one, it's worth 2. And that would be 4 rounds on the T side of Nuke to kick off the 3rd and deciding map with the pressure mounting. No coach to help the bait side of the server. These are young men.
You need everything to really align for bait.
Sizzy's brought their average age down. I don't exactly remember what it was last major, but Hedrick is a whole lot older than 16. Sizzy brings him down to 20.6.
Bonk. Crazy. Towson's had a round there. HE just following Alex down the vents, and that P250 headshot on MPL. Okay. Scout spotted. And res balaclava.
I think you might as well just treat this one as a gun round if you're GamerLegion, right? Obviously,
yeah, please.
You're going to be worried about a little bit more, but if you treat it with the same respect and maybe similar openings, the util advantage is the key part of this. Because it's a forced buy back from bait, they don't have the util to break open the smokes and get the information on you crossing. So once you put up this smoke wall, oh, lobby push.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the first, and he's got support as well. Did Hypex choose not to shoot? Yeah, he didn't fire a bullet. So they concede the lobby space. It's an important frag from Alex.
I feel they have to play into warehouse and go for heaven and hell control. So that information given.
Towson's round gets harder, especially now he's lost res. NPL's found a headshot. Looks like Towson could be the next victim of this 5-7. Snacks has bailed them out with that one on the Mac 10. Oh, ooh, he hit that. Nails the headshot. Towson quick to it though. Trade provided.
Bombs in lobby, just come down the ladder. Hypex has a bit of a gap through Hut.
Walking forward, Alex takes lobby. They trade places.
If Towson can get in heaven, this is going to be very strong, right? They can plant for heaven, use the molly to restrict one of the rotation points in, and then the high ground for Towson is key. Essential still down on B. Bomb goes down, 40 seconds begins now.
Is Alex going to wait for Essential to join the fray? He starts to probe, makes his move. Hugging that wall, Hypex peeks out, catches him looking the wrong way. It's just Essential. Towson, the insurance policy. Hypex just going to try and rot the clock as he dances around that bomb site. Info flows, Hypex tries to engage, Essential drops down, looking for fright. And it's Hypex that brings it 3-1. GamerLegion are laughing.
Okay, the eco will come forward from bait now.
So as you highlighted, what, that's 40 rounds on Nuke in a do-or-die affair.
Very strong start. You take a look at bait on this map this year. They've played it 10 times. They've only won it 3. These wins are against Astralis, Wildcard, and Heroic. A sea of red. And 3 losses on the trot. Same can be said for GamerLegion on this map. 2 losses to BetBoom in this very event in both stages, and they've looked out of sorts. They've been toyed with, made to look foolish.
Snacks just stretching his legs, and Deagle spam. He looks like he's just running at him. Uses that smoke to guys. Runs at him on the last bullet. Alex goes down. That's comfortable. Has to remain that way.
Now the gap is everywhere because it's this eco. They will just be able to waltz out ramp as a pack. So Snacks searching as the in-game leader, garnering this information, and a little bit clunky there on the util, but it's not going to cost them at all. Snacks has gone down. Hypex has got the flank covered. Essential has rotated down to B, but he just has a USP. MPL donating the Mac 10, and he hears all of this.
Okay, they're not making this a secret. PR, later rival, rewarded. Catches MPL trying to get tricky with it.
Some scuffed timings there, but going both ways as PR grabs another, and Essential pokes his nose up secret. He's going to find himself an upgrade, and then it's just going to have to be about damage in this. Or is it? Okay. Well, the Mac 10 could go to one of the top defenders. He's the ramp player. Or maybe he just wants to guarantee some kills on the way out to keep them softened up on this T side. Still early stages, financial damage could go a long way, especially if after this you get straight back into things and start winning rounds. I mentioned Sizzy being the AWPer and being so young And then you have the scoreline of 10 times played this year, only 3 wins in that column. Oh, he's here in the rotation back. How many can you get, Ascenthiel? And how far do they press the line? Oh, not cleared, so gets the first, but should be traded, and there it is, so PR.
At least you keep your AKs. It was like a little...
Yeah, he'd be a little bit frustrated with the death, but the way they'll get that back in his hand. So Sizzy can bring out the AWP, and this is the tough part. I think this kid's definitely one for the future.
Yes.
And he's shown some real brilliance on the AWP, but he is still inexperienced, very young, the youngest man at the major, and he plays one of the most pivotal roles on this map. If you can be everywhere, like the greats on the AWP, on the CT side of Nuke, you can completely ruin the lives of a T side. So a lot on the kid.
See if he can make its debut on Nuke with a bang. This is a very meta smoke right now. They can flash through it. Limits what Alex can contribute. Tucked on Tetris. Maybe not. Towson's gone down to Kentizor in the opening as Rez pathing overlooking. Nice headshots. Double, in fact, from Hypex and Rez in combination. NPL kept humble, and that's the site cleared. Kentizor going down. Looks like Ascenthiel will have a look, and it results in a clean headshot from Rez's AK.
I think this is where the coach would be great to be able to... Oh, this is her. This is a kill. You're dead. See you later. 5-1. Running away with it now.
Okay.
This is where having the coach, I think, could act as a point to tether the individuals to say, hey, let's take a little bit more responsibility. Let's not just try and win rounds individually. We have to do this as a team. Taking fights when rounds are already lost instead of saving guns with the loss bonus starting to build to give them more opportunities. And that's just the unfortunate lay of the land that they found themselves in as they take their first tactical timeout. But at this point, let's say we swap tiles with 7-5 even in favor of Bait. GamerLegion going to be happy with 5 to their name. Now it's about icing on the cake.
And this 30 seconds from Bait is also an opportunity for GamerLegion just to find a way in which he could maybe have more than 5. Things are trending that way.
Yeah, especially with the buy. It can't be a full shove right now from Bait. It is just going to have to be some light investments. Ascenthiel with the shotgun. Pistols for Sizzy, Alex, and MPL. And Hypex bringing the energy. Kentizor chips in with an M4. We saw him with a Hero M4 on Inferno. Wielded it to great success. But he is one of the A defenders alongside of Alex. This time starting Yard in lieu of MPL.
They're going quick ahead of the smokes. Kentizor was caught. He was trying to mantle up, and he thought he had more time. Hypex has provided an opening. 10 kills deep is Hypex. This guy is a talent. He doesn't want to end his major here and now. Fighting for his tournament life. Tooth and nail. Did Snack spot him on the jump up? I think he did. Yeah, we'll pick that one up comfortably, and this one is going one way fast.
Yeah, whether he did or the radar did, either way, the result is the same as PR. Playing everyone's favorite cat and mouse game. Up you come.
Ascenthiel's going up with a bag 7. Yep. Sometimes it'd be like that.
And Alex will try his luck now as well. So 6 rounds confirmed. The gun's coming into the next, and we might see Bait just try and really force the hand by going for like a yard control setup, or maybe something where they want to react into lobby based off of yard smokes. But I like the call there from GamerLegion. Bit of pace. They put their aim on display, and some boots have been spotted going up that ladder.
He's going to try it.
Well, at this point, you may as well just try and play for a couple of kills. No, he's going to be covered now, and Rez confirms that all 5 staying alive. The cash, it's brimming at this point, and GamerLegion in such a strong position to close this.
But like this, you can detect there's just such a shared focus, you know, in Unity. We're not over-celebrating. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. This is GamerLegion knowing that, like, things can go crazy in Counter-Strike.
And on the other side, you're starting to see a couple of these dents starting to show. Now, Kentizor can operate in top site with just an MP9, but he went for the Hero M4. He got nothing done. They don't even have a defuse kit right now.
All right. Something has to change if Bait want to stay at this major.
I just want to see them try and connect with each other, right? Don't let it go down like this. Keep the team element of Counter-Strike alive regardless of the scoreline.
Oh, wow. Towson nearly found Alex 666 just on the spam. NPL can confirm if there is another wall.
And now the smokes have faded. Sizzy from Lockers. So the two of them do have a good bait and switch setup available to play off of one another.
Here comes the other wall. They won't force any reactions off the back of this.
But Snack's being on top of main. Is he just going to be a real late lurky boy, or is he going to drop in and try and turn this into an A split? Well, his team appear to be pathing towards ramp. And that's where Sizzy finds himself with the AWP.
The youngest man at the major. Looking to ignite. To have a respectable CT half in this do or die affair. First is clean. Catches Towson ahead of the flash pop. Ramp now flying the flag of GamerLegion.
With Snax still on top of main, they can pivot back to A and he can clamp in. Like, he can drop down into main and kind of scoop up the mess. They are pathing back now. Alex being top hut, extremely powerful.
This is good. This is shaping up nicely for Bait's second round here. Kentazor still with an incendiary at 25. If they try and push hard, he's going to throw it. Still back exposed. Alex does go down. They're through the flame, getting awkward now. Needs help. Kentazor's down. There's one. No, doesn't even finish it. PR hits the shot in time. He saves Snax. One more bullet, one more millisecond, and he's a dead man.
I know they need rounds, but you have to save. You can't go for this.
Oh, you're going to lose it. Ooh, Sizzy can't lose the AWP. 14 HP after his engagement with PR.
And that will call it off now. They have to save. You cannot give this a go. You don't have a kit.
You've got $100 in your back pocket.
Sure, the loss bonus is in your favor, but these type of rounds, I understand you want to get something on the board. You know that this is going to be a very weak CT side. But these are the rounds that if you go for, you're going to make it even worse.
Very weak is one way to put it.
So MPL tucks away. Sizzy down in secret. Snax on low HP has extra cash. He's going to try and see if he can snatch this away. Announces the presence outside with the steps, the flash, and he's going to jump into Sizzy. He's above him, and they go down to the bomb.
Oh, he's lost the AWP. Schadenfreude for that one. That's rough. Do you see this demeanor? Still completely focused. You are racking up an insane tally on this T side of Nuke.
And everyone's contributing. Rez had that massive first map. He was a little bit more quiet on the second. Quiet here, but if Rez isn't needed, that's a great sign for GamerLegion.
Funny end to the round.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to go down with that low HP, but Snax ensures it.
I killed him.
Here we go. We got some pace. Looks like they want to walk through this smoke. It's a bit of a blind spot for Kenzizor. He's not active on that. They're already into the site. Little does he know, they're right outside. Back turn from Towson. NPL good for it. Hang on, looking good. The CTs just need to find Snax and Rez. And it's just Snax. NPL's had a round there. And Snax goes down for the fourth NPL quad kill to get Bait their second. They try and turn up the heat, try and go for some pacey, poppy play towards the top site, and I think that's going to probably temper the pace into the following.
I'd take a timeout if I was yeah, there it is. Okay, the reason I say that is make sure that you don't run out of cash. Sure, they were stacking it, but a couple of those rounds, there was a few dents, and now after the buys, you can see it here on the heads-up display, after the purchases, the high end is 5.3 on PR. So with your loss bonus, bottom of the barrel, because you've been having such a great whole time on this T side, you want to make sure that this doesn't turn into a recovered half and Bait start believing. Because right now, they're probably not, right? I understand the game's not over till it is, but at the moment, they're getting ragdolled around the server, having to pull out some tough rounds. And the thing is, they won that force. If they had found the conversion off of that, this would be a completely different half. Both these teams really struggling with second round conversions, or even sometimes just against ecos with a few Deagles and Tech-9s in the mix if you're GamerLegion. But right now, Inferno, that feels like a lifetime ago. With how you handled him on Mirage, you could have had this done in a 2-0 fashion. Is this a repeat call?
Looks like it. This time, Alex has eaten the flashbang fully.
Down the vent with the bomb.
Oh my God.
No one can respond to this. Essentially rotated up the ladder.
There's no counterplay. Unless you get the spam on the smoke when the run.
And you've got these lurks. Snax in lobby, Hypex outside. The other three just need to batten down the hatches.
Yeah, looking the wrong way. Was clearing his corners. Gets in for one another towards yard. Alex should be able to have this one clean. Okay, finds the headshot. Sizzy could be susceptible to PR on this headshot angle. Blocked on one side, channeled into this powerful position.
Look at how many nades they have on the CT side, so they're not going to be able to use them.
Sizzy, down and out. PR makes it so.
Save. If you can, which you can't. This is turning the screws right now. This really stings.
I can't believe he's called that.
You have so many nades left. They just a vent drop play.
A vent dive with so much at stake.
8 now. They just keep racking them up. Towson goes down with the ship short. Kenzizor and Alex survive with AKs.
What an insane call.
Yeah, money's not a problem right now. It's rounds. Bait will be able to drop some guns. They get Sizzy back the AWP. Everybody should be good in the hood. Maybe one MP9 in the mix, but They're just getting trounced at the moment, Outbait. This is not the way you want it to go down.
Did you get away with that?
You see this as well, the restraint there. GamerLegion get lower, it's only 3 players, but what they do is they funnel the smokes on their perspective left side to force only one side pick. They could just have used both and been like, oh shit, we need to make sure we secure the site. It was just poise on display right now.
Is it ramp rush? Hypex has just taken down Alex main. Kenzizor stops PR in hut.
Good smoke.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed.
All right, they can stunt this one out for now.
Rez doing a sweep of yard.
So hit the pause. They have lots of U2 hoping that Bait go looking for answers. But they've shored things up quite nicely. This forward position of MPL does alleviate a lot of pressure. Sizzy's extremely committed and really relies on Kenzizor not letting them out that door.
Hypex eye to the scope.
Oh dear. Juggling Util now. You don't know what's coming.
Kenzizor going to be forced off. Drops down 20 HP. A bullet from Towson and he's dead. Yeah, easy. Oh, and snacks through the smoke. Denies MPL a follow-up. He only gets the one. Now we drive vents and there's no one home. Sizzy, however, had a chance onto Towson.
Senthiel's trying to get there. He can address the problem.
It's not looking good. Power positions adopted. Snacks can lend a hand. You're trying to bait and buy time for Sizzy to find something on the flank, but it costs you everything. And that's 9. GamerLegion are putting in a shift to survive another day of play. And looking to throw the knockout blow to Bait.
Yeah, you just look at the details there. So Sizzy's trying to throw the smoke. Well, Kenzizor's requested the smoke, so he can block the door again. And think about how potent that would have been considering what just unfolded. But he misses the toss, it lands on the ground, they make a sound cue, and then they just get overrun a moment later. It's just the tiny details. But this is looking like an extremely dominant half. One more for double digits, one more before the break.
Will there be anything to hold on to? A nice kill from MPL. He's been doing his best. The trade from Rez keeps him humble. And a lot of room on yard. Alex is sick of losing to these vent dives. He's gone down himself, and Hypex is waiting for him to poke his nose on this tight line. Okay. Confirmation of CT occupation. So paranoid about every angle is Sizzy. Good position for this. Gets a leisurely Towson. Bomb on the radar as well.
Yeah, but expecting to be swarmed, and he's right. Rez is close by.
It's going to have to be some combat AWPing. Oh, sound cue made. Rez. Oh, doesn't find the clean kill. Sizzy gets a couple of chances, but now a 3-on-3. They're in lobby. Rez is perfect. Molotov will deny any access through hut. And now they confirm Kenzizor towards the door. Still PR goes down. M4 well utilized. Hypex getting awkward. Still manages to find the belated trade. He'll escort the bomb in. Rez has got a good angle for this, but if Alex comes through as well, it's going to be a weird fight. They're clearing the rafters. Exposed. One tap from Rez. 1v1. Hang on a second. Hypex just goes swinging in. A bit of a Hail Mary. Bait will secure themselves something. 3 is all they have to work with as they swap to the T side of Nuke. The writing's on the wall. Are Bait's bags packed?
is a dread. He's gonna hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole has saved Luminosity with the on-play.
It's looking rather condemning coming into our third and deciding map with elimination at stake. Bait in stage 1 picked themselves up the 3-0, gliding into stage 2, motivated and ready to dominate. Instead, they find themselves now just 4 rounds away, if GamerLegion have their way, to a 0-3 exit.
Wins against Tyler Thunder Down Under and M80 got them here. Losses to Foot and M80, while in close fashion, have condemned them to the 0-2. And GamerLegion are the ones to pack their bags and send them home if they can't turn this half around.
And understandably seen as a bit of a mountain to overcome on the attacking side.
They're faking top rush ramp.
Okay, PR hears them coming and hasn't found that immediate headshot. They have. He's down to 3 HP and Hypex was unable to find anything. Snacks can, dips in and over dips. Goes for a second peek and Sizzy taps.
Keep coming.
There's more where that came from. Rez trying to take his fights, can't hit the headshots. PR just 1 and oh my god, he's got 3! The running and gunning. Bait's hopes and dreams hanging in the balance. It's up to Alex, 666, to give Bait something to hold on to. There it is, a pistol. It's a little something that could be the start of something bigger.
PR getting 3 kills there on 3 HP. I think that was absolutely insane output there, but you bang on Alex, the in-game leader, holds on and keeps the game flowing.
I mean, that is a necessary.
It is 3 kills on 3 HP.
It is 3 kills on 3 HP.
That's a bit of a device, high ramp, top play from once upon a time.
Doesn't mean anything thanks to Alex.
Okay, well.
I mean, tensions are high.
We know MPO has some venom in him. Just ask Pimp.
Let's see what happens on this second round, huh? We've had this series, second rounds have not been respected.
And not as safe as houses.
No, far from it.
Very up and down stock market, I'd say. They have 4, so GamerLegion are giving Bay a way back into this game. It does mean they have to convert this, and look at Snacks on the cusp of the smoke. Chips away, goes down. Alex.
Backing his aim. He was aiming for that 1D headshot. Thank you very much. It's not where I wanted it, but it's accessible.
Quick little waterfall there. Rez will path out a main and gets behind Unbreakable as the support of PR from Lockers. And Hypex is coming over, so setting up a bit of a shooting gallery in case there's pathing in towards Secret or Warehouse. Well, Lockers is blocked.
Alex is dead.
Crazy to path in the smoke.
Nice shot from Sizzy, though. He's just tapping at long range. Towson uses that Galil to great effect. Rez benefits from the distraction. A HE bowls Essential over. 1v2, must win, or you're out of the danger. Kensizor swings into Rez.
Scout.
Up against a scout at this kind of range. Hypex spotted, long range. Kensizor stands his ground, knows he needs to stay dynamic and mobile. Peeks on in, a scout bullet hit. Both of them equally low.
Does Hypex think he's going ramp? He darts down towards B. So Kensizor, if he just heads in towards A, can plant this bomb. But if he drops down the vent, he's going to be running into the den. The HE will signal the top plan. Bomb gets punched, 40 seconds on the clock now. And Hypex, this becomes so difficult on the retake. You know you've tagged Kenzie short, but he could be absolutely anywhere. Clock out.
Why is he ready? Why is Hypex and Kensizor about to close? Oh, he's missed it! Kensizor's allowed to get another round. Okay. Holy moly. That's a crazy miss.
I think Hypex saying, where is he going?
I mean, yeah, I understand you're not ready for that fight. Kensizor in a 1v1, an inspired rotation or a crazy risk. Either way, it pays off.
The nade, 5-7 combo.
Bonk.
Double up from Rez, you think that's it, but a big clutch from Kensizor to keep them in it.
Wow. He hits another bullet.
I think it's a jump scare for Hypex as Sizzy laughs it off.
Crazy side of events.
Pistol upgrades to get past here. It's not the force, sure, but this isn't just a USP eco.
I mean, this is 2 1v1s in this do or die affair.
But this is the way back I was talking about, because 6, even though it's not a guarantee, Bay are still heavily favored in this round, and then it just becomes a 3-round game. And that belief, it'll creep back in. Snacks peppered at range by Alex again. So you've kept the pressure on. If you're GamerLegion, it's not as bad as it could have been, right? You could have just been run over in these rounds and feeling a little bit helpless in this CT side, but you know you're right there.
I feel like those are 2 1v1s. The fact that you won them is a bit of a fire starter.
I think you win the first rifle round, game on.
Yeah.
It all comes down to the next round of play, assuming that they convert this. And with the open runway over towards ramp, Towson down towards B, they should be good to get in and get the job done. Well, he's not going to spread. Towson will be safe. Now it's just about keeping the bodies alive if you bait. Alex goes down in the interim. Surely not anyone else oversteps the mark. Boys, you got your knives out again.
Thankfully, Ascentio just drops into dark. Why is no one holding this? Okay, it's held by Ken Scizor.
I think because that molly was there, they weren't expecting anybody to be on that type of timing, but surely enough seconds had subsided as damage looking to be done. As mentioned, you want to keep the bodies alive if you're bait. But, you have taken so many casualties in these rounds, you kind of need the cash, especially if you want to make this comeback possible. Rez Galil doing more damage, not letting them get away with anything. He's the one to go down as they save a Galil and an AK. So they do salvage the best of the bunch. Game leader still believing. The call's being made. Alex gets in with a Galil. Sizzy, the AWP, the same for Hypex, but this is the first rifle round for GamerLegion in this half of play. They just put this one to bed now. They did all the hard work on their T side. This is just about a couple of CT rounds. It should be easy. Very quick from Alex. He'll be across.
Audible to PR.
AWP ready for him.
Ready for him. Can't afford an AWP miss here. And Hypex provides the opening.
Oof, hard to make the call quickly off of that. You're blocked elsewhere. They will test ramp.
Is it wide open? Snax is on his way. Oh, okay. That's a lot of info safely.
But you've already got Hypex down B and Rez has joined him. And the AWP, this is a perfect angle to stunt them on the way down. And Bait, no. This is a crazy move through hell.
This is, especially because Snax can shoot your boots. Gets the info they're coming hell. He's playing this safe, playing it passive. Lets them have the room, informs his team.
PR's the man who might be able to mop up this. Rez as well coming up secret. The two of them can activate.
Oh god, PR got caught off somehow. Easy pick for Snax though, onto Ascentio. Kept at bay by the flame. They have to find the finish. They've got 30 seconds and they're nowhere closer to a bomb site. Even Towson flanking them now. Entizor's acknowledged that potential. Hang on, Rez composed on the spray. Finds MPL and Sizzy booked in yard.
25 seconds for Kenzor to get the bomb and get 3 kills.
No chance.
Unless he starts running now, how's he meant to win this?
He's not even playing for the round.
Playing for the save. 10 rounds for GamerLegion.
Just like that.
Rez.
Yeah, he came out, I mean, he came out swinging. I suppose maybe they felt like they'd killed one. Weren't ready for number 2.
All right, well, Kenzie will get to retain this. It looks like he's going to be given the good graces. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and this round is done. But because of how close these rounds have been up until this point, there's really no money for Bait. Right? They weren't able to have clean rounds. Every single one of these has been damn close. The ones that they won, they had 1 player survive or just 2. So the damage has been done. GamerLegion have chipped away at them, and this is it, coming through the flames, not expected. MPO goes down. The second one just has to steady himself against the AWP, and the grin on the face.
Yeah, that's cheeky. Because the moment they throw that Molotov, they worry about everything else. Catches them unprepared.
Now, this is what they're able to buy around the saved AK. It's a Galil, it's some pistols.
It's ugly.
And they're running out of chances.
This is a powerful angle when up against like a Tech 9 pop.
Snax up to the same yard antics, has all the room, and knows that these top players can be prepared for the pounce. You can see they're playing strong for ramp and strong for top because Snax had all the outside information. So they know exactly that this cannot be a yard play. Another smoke wall's in the air, sure. But it's going to take some time before they can cross and get down secret. So does Hypex get pulled away? Does PR get forced to drop under?
He's got support of Hypex as well.
Top fake.
Hypex doesn't move, and he nails his first shot. Now, question is where's PR? An audible drop. Hypex not overextending. Rez has just pushed lobby. He's actually traded places with Alex. That could lead to some misinformation, but he is flanking them. The longer they keep them paused on ramp, Sizzy's going to go find him with a little crouch peek headshot. Finds Rez with the Tech 9. Up to the top side as Alex catches Towson. They're fighting their way back in. Alex catches Hypex. This is it. Snacks up heaven, held by Alex. Looking for another kill. This is 3 kills deep from their captain. Pulling Bait back into this game.
Yeah, no choice but to save here. And I'll be honest, my audio's pretty low in terms of in-game volume, but I'm almost positive Rez made a step there. That's why Sizzy was so ready for him. And then that's why they weren't ready for Alex coming out the squeaky door on the top side. So the margins, they hold on. PR retains this M4 short. Does he? I'm just going to take it safe. Alex goes down with the ship, but he's the man who got the multi. Putting in a lot of hard work this second half is Alex. And with a round like that...
If you're Towson, you are furious. The fact that you just died out to a Tech 9, finding a gap. Your teammate walked past him in the smoke. Yeah, just like that perfect camera. This is the gap.
There it is. Yeah, and there's the step as well, right? So.
So Sizzy was prepared, and Alex caught Towson unprepared. I mean, that is it. That is how the round is won.
Well, this isn't a force right now from GamerLegion. They're going to get 2,900 into the next, so they've partially invested behind the safe. There's another M4 on the field and a couple of pistols. So Bait, they didn't win the first rifle round, but they've won one that could be worth 2. If they can convert against this, get past the landmines. Boosting Sax over the smoke, and it was anticipated by Alex.
Yeah, he even pulled the trigger first. He spotted them setting it up.
He's been the man finding a lot of impact in this second half of play, and he's gone down first here, so it has to be the puppet master from the grave.
Yeah, and as far as checklist goes for winning a round like this, it's one of those rifles drawing first blood. No one swung off that flash. And PL gets something off of it. Top is held by 2 unarmored pistols in Towson and Hypex. Oh, Towson has Kevlar, excuse me. And beyond the wrap in. Hypex not ready for that whatsoever, just gets wrapped and hits it in, and that should be round.
Towson's going to come through this. He's going to give it a go. Why not?
Why not?
A moment there, almost lined up for him. Could have just unloaded with the 5-7. Now Snacks is going to give it a look through Heart. 1v4 situation, and he's just going to hold on to this. So at this point, it's getting very serious, right? You win that first half in such dominant fashion, a 9-3, you're thinking the hard work's done, but now it's a game. Now it's just 2 rounds. Now this one's close, and you're starting to feel, are we doing our best NRG impression?
I mean, the bar was set at 3, right? You know, sporadic. One of them being the second round after losing the pistol. Bait, it didn't feel like enough. 3 CT rounds, we thought, okay, well, that bar is set in an incredibly attainable level.
Good chip away again from Snacks. Something that they have done well in this second half is continue to limit the finances of Bait, not allowing them to start build a bucket of cash, right? And this is going to put pressure on them in every freeze time. Someone is going to have to manage the drops, whether that's the in-game leader or you're calling for your own, but there has to be some extra comms taken there before you can start making the call just to level out the buys. It won't be a problem, but it just means that even if they go on a run, they're never feeling comfortable.
And then you always run the risk of being broken early.
And that's the 3rd timeout from IMD used now. There is nothing left in that department for GamerLegion to call. And there's still some for Bait. If I'm Alex at this point, I don't take another. I don't let the coach chip in. We don't have one. We don't need it. So handling that even after Alex's opening death. And Bait, not dejected, not given up. They're still in this.
GamerLegion continue to capitulate.
I need to step up with comms. Last 2 rounds we lost because we are not asking enough questions, because we are not saying what we are doing. Yeah, this is the only reason. So now We know. Focus on the fucking comms, okay?
Well, while that comms clip's happened, they're out ramp and down secret.
Yeah, you might want to communicate that. PR's lost his head.
Yeah, and he is frustrated as hell.
Okay, Hypex, good find onto Sizzy, emerging aggressive. There's a whole lot more where that came from. He's still concerned about a vent dive.
They have so many nades, they can flush this out. Get your smokes, get your mollies in.
Pressure applied from ramp. Towson trying to keep NPL busy. Bomb goes down. This is the patience from Alex. Rez unprepared for such an angle. Bait again looking to collect. GamerLegion can't afford to go for this.
What a call. What an insane call. Just a fast yard to get the secret control and a ramp play. And PR, he's out of position, goes down. Hypex tries to peel something away, but they might lose everything here. Alex playing ahead, takes another gun. Snacks and Hypex, the Poles having a cower hit. Back to T-Spawn they go.
Fighting for their major lives.
They've been here an awful lot with these saves.
Incredible. I mean, Bait, it's 1v1, 1v1, 1v2. Every round is tooth and nail, but it's one round separating them now.
That's their most convincing round so far of this T-Hall. They are pulling this back and in style. And that was the last time out of GamerLegion called. They're frustrated that you saw the immediate body language of PR once he goes down. The way that they've opened is not what they were expecting. At least the saves do get them another buy. Bait are having to do this the hard way. Gun round after gun round.
Easy. I think NPL's just opened up the account onto Snacks with the info relayed by Sizzy. Gonna try his luck on a smoke break here. Anti-flash does expose, but NPL's real quick. He ain't giving up without a fight, charging to try and run down Hypex. He wants the AWPer, he wants him dead, and he's made it so. 3 on 2. Everything to play for. Towson responsible for A. Drops into the site. It's PR that's keeping containment of the yard from hell. Bomb's making his way, contact into the wide open B-bomb site.
Well, this is perfect. While they're searching for info, Beta taking the space that's wide open. PR's coming through to comb this. He might take, not clearing credit. So if he waltzes past, if he goes down secret behind him, MPL will not know about this. But if he goes into main, he's a dead man walking back, turned, back spotted. PR doesn't pull the trigger.
Does so now. NPL removed from the pack. PR audibly returning towards main as the sound is made and the bomb is planted. Dropping in! Death sentence! Would you expect a second? Kensazor would. Kensazor does! It's all tied up now! That advantage you thought you had with a 9-3 half is disintegrating before our very eyes. Bait remain focused, stiff upper lip.
They're buying in again here, GamerLegion. I'm talking about how they have money because of these saves, sure, but this will not be around with a Hypex AWP. I don't even think they can afford a defuse kit because they're prioritizing the firepower, and with the coach unable to step in, with all those timeouts gone, this is where the frustrations really start to brew. There's no way to stall this out. Bait, they're the ones believing, while GamerLegion are starting to feel this is hopeless.
I think their hope is waning.
Remember, coming into this match, they had 2 terrible matches against Astralis and BetBoom where they were made to look silly.
Now those cracks are being exploited by a determined Bait.
Snacks is main, Hypex is in the rafters, and Rez is secret, so they're relatively strung out here.
Well, Rez's position is the solution to anything yard-centric. He pokes his nose up and there's nothing to report. Little does he know it's coming late.
Yeah, bad information right now.
Lockers, smoke, and info. Oh, he re-peeks into Alex!
They're not missing right now.
They are hitting everything. You give them just a little bit of info, a flash of flesh, and they'll take you down. Snacks has managed to rotate in. He'll be here. But it's 1 man versus 3. Just contact walking this whole way. What can you do? Nothing at the hands of NPL's AK. Another body drops. Maybe PR can step up. It's just the two. Hypex with empty hands and an empty skull. Towson 1v3. Does he even have a chance? Kensizor gives him the fight. Softened up for the nade. Towson dips back. Not going to kill him. Incendiary might. And no! Kensizor just stands and bangs.
Oh, someone did a death slam down there after those deaths came in. There's only 2 more rounds required now, and the money is in the mud. Don't wait for a miracle, do it yourself. Well, that's exactly what Bait are doing on this comeback. I thought there was absolutely no way. Again, this team has an average age of 20.6. They do not have their coach with them. They were down 9-3 on the CT side of Nuke, and they are turning this around with a masterclass of a T side on their own.
And they aren't missing. I think you said it best.
That's, yeah, it's a water bottle that's got one there.
Sizzy's accelerating. PR's got to turn that flash. His MP9 primed and ready. Hang on a second. Little bit of a fire starter if Rez and PR have kicked up enough of a stink that no one's looking at Towson's 5-7. Starts to pepper, finds one. Dips away. You've got a 2-on-4. You've got the hard work done. Don't give them away back in. Hypex finds cover. Supported by Rez. A headshot angle. Look at Essential. Hits it. If you don't hit that first bullet right now, Bait will win.
He's mollied. It's not going to spread. He's okay. He's safe.
Okay. But Kensizor sweeping through the rafters might even consider the possibility. He sees it didn't land properly. One little jigger from Hypex and he's a dead man. Oh. Ramp's being flanked. Senthiel, back turned. Looking good for GamerLegion's 11th. Kensizor in the clutch, gets caught, jumping down. Okay, there's something. That is the second CT round we've seen in 10 rounds in this second half.
That right there was a partial buy. They have just won their second round in this half on a partial buy.
Wow.
They decided to really lift the tempo with this ramp rush, and they were stalled out. Rez, he catches Alex trying to go down the vent. It's over towards ramp. They get stalled by this combo. And then Essential, he's trying to connect with Kensizor, who's gone the long way around. As soon as he gets the ramp info, he tries to drop in, and PR lets out a roar. There's the second timeout for Bait. They do let IMD on the mic. And the pressure somewhat alleviated for GamerLegion now. Two rounds, one way or the other, and we get this done in regulation. One apiece. Split it down the middle, and we're going to overtime. This is the counter-strike you want to see at a major when elimination is on the line.
Young talents on both sides of the server.
As soon as this game is over, so's your season. Don't leave Cologne with any regrets.
Put it all out there. An 11-11 scoreline, third map, 0-2 elimination from the major at stake. Smoke wall. Thrown out early.
Hypex starting the AWP down B, so considering the pace of which they've crossed in other rounds, he won't be able to go and poke his nose up secret unless he's crazy. So you can see where he's drawn the line in the sand on the X-ray here. I don't know if anyone's gone fast, and Alex has had some of these rounds where he's just erupted across. Now the second wall.
What's the pathing? Another HE. Snacks has got such a large cache of them, but has been unable to ascertain any information. He's ready for that push. It looks like Alex is going to be caught out here. Oh, flash, info. Yep, Snacks. Quick reaction. Dips behind the red box. Has an understanding now. It's very little amount of information, but it's informed Snacks' position, and now perhaps catches them both. How good's your clear? How good's your pathing? Not good enough. Oh, it is just enough. In combination, they do get past Snacks.
Feel it's the top split now through heaven. You have to push lobby for this fight.
Towson needs space.
Coming out the door with the bomb.
It's vulnerable. Here's them coming outdoor. Rez responsible for heaven. He has to find the multi here.
25.
Pressure amplified. Another headshot here. Bait are doing it. Looking good as Kensizor shuts them down.
Oh, Hypex's body language there. He's still alive and he's dipping the head, and PR's losing his. It's just Hypex looking to save this.
They take 12 first? Are you serious?
And they've kept all 5 alive in this round. Alex is calling up a storm on this T side, and he's hitting hard. 18 kills. Kensizor, 21.
You have a 3 CT round, and you're keeping GamerLegion to 2.
The margin of error was fine, but this is Bait.
Sizzy
showing some real.
Denied that AWP, and Hypex will hold on to it, fighting for his tournament life. OT or bust, OT or GG. And GamerLegion's major ends with heavy heads.
Both of these teams, they were on our screens to start the year at the big boy events, right? For Bait, it's a little bit different. They come off of stage 3 over there in Budapest. They get rid of Head Trick. They try Segukawa. He's not the one back in Krakow. They bring in Sizzy, and they dip away, right? They're not on our screens at the big boy events, but both of these teams have had a resurgence in the late stages. It's GamerLegion in Atlanta. Grand final against Na'Vi. That made a whole lot of people a believer in a major run for them, not ending here.
At the Pick'ems. A lot of people had high expectations. GamerLegion themselves had high expectations, and it could end at the end of round 24. Headshot hit again from NPL. He nearly had him, but Alex has found another through the smoke. It's looking over. GamerLegion have to turn it around, a 2-man disadvantage. Bait are about to complete what would be an insane turnaround in the third map. A 10-round T-Hall, just 3 kills away. Feels like he needs to take some space, whereas surging into lobby.
Oof, everyone's on their way back to lobby. Sizzy's coming back with the bomb. Senthil, the tail of this, they've just parked Alex outside. They have to be wary of this possibility. If anything, you'd expect it, or just as GamerLegion are expecting sector clear. Rez, is he going to get caught with the timing?
It seems inevitable.
He's looking the wrong way.
They're in lobby. His back is turned to them. Oh, we can't about face in time. Sizzy's got the shot.
On B.
They've done it. Bait with 5 alive. A T-side calling masterclass from Alex666. And for GamerLegion, a 0-3 exit. How is that their reality? A lot of people had high expectations. And their season will end in dismay, in misery, at the hands of Bait as they complete the comeback in regulation, and Essential waves them goodbye.
An insane comeback from a team that is aged 20.6 average, and this is shattering for GamerLegion. They did not come to play in stage 2. It is not the same team that we saw taken to the server. Out of sorts. I thought that they would turn their fate around with the performance on Mirage. They lost Inferno, that was their map. Multiple eco losses will be keeping them up at night. But compound that with a 9-3 T-half on Nuke. Bait send GamerLegion home.
From being up 9-2 on the final deciding map of Nuke, GamerLegion failed to close out this series against Bait, which means they have been eliminated from IEM Cologne 2026. You could almost hear it in the voices of Alex and Chad right there during the cast as well. They couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it. Least but no least, GamerLegion, you know, the body language, they couldn't believe it. Martin, what on earth were we just witnessing?
Was this the definition of a choke in a way? It looked definitely like it. The game that was inside of the palms, inside of their hands, and they let it slip nonetheless on CT side of Nuke. I'm speechless how this all went, especially after 9-2. You know, everything seemed to be working well, and Bait almost checked out, but until they didn't.
I'm a little bit lost for words as well. Like, I think it's disappointing with the way that GamerLegion go out, specifically looking at what you just did in Atlanta, like, and then they never really seem to recover from what happened in stage 1. I think I wouldn't say they got lucky making it stage 2, but the way, then the level they showed in stage 3, they carried that one over into this one, and that just, you know, it was just not good enough. And even if you're up 9-2 and you can't really make it count once you turn it to the CT side. I mean, there's even a point where you just want to be trying to gambling a little bit. Like, you can probably feel that it's slipping out of your hands, and you're losing a lot of manpower by dying one by one. You couldn't really get the trades going, and the reads were just also a little bit off. At one point, maybe just try and gamble a little bit. Like you have such a massive lead that you gotta be trying something. You know, try and break your opponent's like like composure by stacking, and then get the going from there on. It's just there's just too many mistakes, and then throughout the majority of the series, it was the eco losses that haunted GamerLegion. And then when they finally seemed to be showing up and actually winning the clutches and starting to make some of the right decisions, they fall back into this dark spiral where they can't play off each other and they make too many mistakes and just gets too individual.
I feel like there's a lot of different ways you can attack this. Naturally, GamerLegion, super disappointing. They also have the experience to be able to, or should be able to handle something like this. On the other hand, Bait, we spoke about them after the second map on Mirage, body language wasn't great. We spoke about them tilting it a little bit. We didn't believe that mentally they were quite in it. You then see they go down 9-2, and you kind of describe it already as the doctor, right, Martin? That there's no way that Bait, with their current mental state of mind, would be able to come back. But they seem calm, they seem composed, and that T-side, as much as, GamerLegion didn't play well, that was clinical from Bait.
It's almost, you can see the pattern where whenever Bait is in position where it's just going to be like, like this game is done. Like, even in that M80 overtime that they had on Inferno, Alex said it in the post-match, like, bro, we're just throwing out the playbook, we're just having fun. And it kind of shows here as well that they were already maybe, thinking that, okay, this is like clearly done, they're having very little chance to come back. This is where they started performing pretty well. Like, everyone started hitting shots. It was like the pressure is off at that point, and they're like, let's just have fun. And holy hell, it again works for B8, and they snatch the victory out of GamerLegion.
Peter, we often speak about experience, and it's one of these things that's very hard to quantify. When you're sitting at home, you're like, what is experience worth in a scenario like this? When you compare Bait to the likes of Snacks, to the likes of Res, to GamerLegion as a whole, you'd argue that GamerLegion have significantly more experience coming off the grand final in Atlanta as well. So why is it that we see a young team, as Chad said it, we're 20.5 years of age on average. Why is it a young, inexperienced major team like Bait can pull off a comeback against what should be the more experienced side like GamerLegion?
I think there's a lot to it, right? And, Counter-Strike is just a game of momentum, and you could also just tell by the fact that GamerLegion started picking up pace, they were having a great time. But it's just like, whenever you start playing well and you start making a couple of mistakes, the closer you get to victory, the more nervous you might get, and I think that maybe also got into the heads of GamerLegion. You could see like throughout the game how they were just confident, all the peaks, their individuals were making a lot of good decisions, but as soon as, started getting a little bit more close, they turned their attention, like when Bait turned their attention to T-side, it just got too individual. And it's momentum is a hard thing to break in Counter-Strike. You definitely can use tactical timeouts to do so. The stacks that I mentioned earlier to try and get in your opponent's head. Try and be a little bit more proactive instead of just allowing them to be more in your face. And GamerLegion, I've at least felt that they were trying to be they were a little bit too hesitant in what they're doing. Maybe they should have thrown in like a lobby aggression, something that Bait wasn't actually going to expect. Catch him off guard. Try something a little bit out of the books, right? It gets a little bit too defaultish, and I think Bait were allowed to just go out and do whatever they want, and they got so much space and they could play around with the rotations, and they did all get some crazy kills through the smokes, and they could get a lot of diversions, but as a whole this was more like GamerLegion not really adapting well enough to what Bait was throwing at them.
I think it's safe to say that it was never the major that GamerLegion would have hoped for. We had Trace catching up with Snacks after the elimination.
A little bit of somber tones over here in the G2 camp. They are eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. Snacks, a veteran of the industry, veteran of the game. In your own words, what happened here in that second map?
I mean, we can talk actually what happened for the entire tournament, and I think from playing from stage 1 and stage 2, we didn't show ourselves how we usually play. I mean, you could see it clearly. I don't know, maybe pressure, maybe stress, and we didn't just play like we used to. And I felt we were memeing a little bit in the team that it was like kind of a bucket on the head when we are like talking about the information we are giving. We even know like what is happening, and we are like not registering, the information we got. And I mean, it was tough tournament, yeah. But I mean, it's an experience. I would say still, even though this major sucks for us, the journey what we had from starting from Miami in December to being here, and even some people put us as favorites at some point in stage 1 and stage 2 to go through, didn't work. Still a lot of work to do, but overall about the major I'm not happy, obviously, but about the whole the way we played for the entire season, it wasn't that bad.
And you had some highlights there. We look at Atlanta, but then I think the question mark is everything goes away. It goes south. You know, it seems like there was a lot of people believing in GamerLegion up to this point. Dropping the ball, not necessarily fun, but it's a lot of Counter-Strike. How would you diagnose it?
I mean, it's hard because if I would knew the answer, I would be the best in the world. I mean, I can just say that I felt like we're not listening to each other, and I would say it was a pressure maybe from the results we did in USA. I mean, final and semi-final we did there, so we are kind of confident, and maybe we thought that every win will come easily to our hands just by playing the game, and I would say we didn't enjoy playing this tournament, and I mean, I felt like other teams were chasing the dreams to be as far as they can, and we didn't, and obviously that's the thing we need to work on.
Snacks, I think it's countless number of majors you played to this point. Is there anything you want to say as we say goodbye to you for this one?
I mean, nice, I'm gonna go home to my wife. I want to spend time with her. I want to have a little bit of a break after such a exhausting season. I'm happy overall, like I said. I mean, not about the majors, but overall the team as the development. We didn't show ourselves here. I want to thank to all the guys who cheered for us i dziękuję Polakom, którzy oglądali. Przepraszam was, niestety zastaliśmy fiuta.
Polska Góra.
Polska Góra.
Always a class act in a very difficult moment for Snacks and GamerLegion. I very much like what he's saying. You know, overall this season, I think GamerLegion has done more than we thought they would. You know, the Atlanta Grand Final obviously being the highlight. Doesn't take away the fact that it's super disappointing to see them go out in this fashion at the major. But do you agree that overall for GamerLegion, the first 6 months of 2026 has been okay?
Yeah, we've been today pretty harsh on GamerLegion because we're zooming in. We're on analyst desk for this specific game. But if we zoom out, just like GamerLegion and Snacks did in that interview, yeah, it's been pretty good season overall for them. I mean, they have, at the beginning of the season, if you remember, PR interview that he hoped that he will be poached by other teams and something good will happen to him. But like, no, he stayed in GamerLegion and they did the best they could with the performances and with the tournaments that they attended. That Atlanta run, pretty impressive. But at the same time, as Snacks said, it's putting target on your back when you're coming here to the major, because people can prepare for you, they can snatch a lot of VRS points off of you because you essentially farmed a lot of them back in America. So yeah, it's been good season. Bad major, good season. What Snack said perfectly summarizes it.
Bad major, good season for GamerLegion. I think that's the way we summarize it for now. But we also do have another big game coming up. Instead of talking about elimination, instead of talking about going home, this time around, we're going to send a team into Stage 3. We have Foot taking on G2 in a game I think could be a banger. So stay tuned after the break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
You need to break vent, okay? Let me check your little quick.
He drop you till you should play now.
I'm only vent. I'm only. Remember to break vent. Yeah, I shoot it. Let's go down. He's 1 HP, 1 HP.
Go down.
Main swimming, go down.
Main,
Let's
go down. Oh yeah, I'm only heaven. We can stay.
No, go down.
One heaven. We go down. You come with me.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Both there. I have it. I plant toxic.
Smoke on you, Seb, only.
I'm gonna bounce the flash, but I'm leaving you for that.
Already. Left side.
I'm holding it from door.
The other guy was down A. The other guy was down A.
Take my secret. Can you hold my secret? No, we cannot. We are fighting ramp.
Nice.
I'm holding secret.
I have secret. Nice. Let's go. Nice boys. Nice kurva. I'm pushing secret.
I'm staying on here.
Yeah,
Under
I'm
heaven, under heaven. They're coming A, guys, yes.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm leaving B, I'm leaving B.
I think.
I push lobby.
I'll wait for you.
Can they be door?
Clear secret.
Yeah.
I go main secret.
They're gonna
behind
they're gonna go under heaven. I mean on heaven. Yeah, I'm flanking heaven.
Yeah, under heaven! Two outside heaven.
Coming too.
Nice. I'm all on main, I'm all on main.
One v Fred.
They mollied main.
They mollied us.
Yeah.
I'm coming heaven as well, Jan. I'm coming under heaven, huh?
Careful, they are under heaven, yeah?
Yeah.
They mollied us again.
Don't show under heaven, Jan.
Where they can go?
Main.
Under heaven one, under heaven last. Under heaven, yeah, glass.
I'm not peeking, Fred.
Nice one.
Nice boys.
Nice, good job.
Careful, like he can be still here.
Nice.
Nice, we're sick. Good kills, Fredo.
Big one right here in front of G2. They're looking to take on Foot and a BO3 and one that puts them into the next round or the next stage here at the Major. Sampayas, how you feeling, man? How's G2?
Feeling good.
What about G2? How does G2 feel?
Feeling good also.
Looks somewhat like they're feeling good. I could tell what Hunter was doing back there. Anyway, we'll move swiftly past that. Let's talk about the 35-27 result you personally had versus Monte on Mirage. Big overtime game. 22-19 is how it comes out. How does it play out for you? Talk to me about that game.
I mean, it was just a close game, tough game. I don't know. It was really close every round. Mistakes from them, mistakes from us. Entry from them, for them, entry from us. I don't know. We had mistakes. We didn't take enough space. We talk about it after the game, and yeah, we play better. We improve, and we need to focus on day by day, basically, because we can win or lose today also. Tomorrow is a new day, so nothing matters. We're here. It's the major. Try to improve, and you try to be focused on what you need to be focused on, basically.
Yeah, and for the major, for G2, for you guys, that can give you a little bit of composure. It can give you a couple different things. You can learn from games like that are really close, correct? So when you look at Foot across the way today, are you anticipating a little bit of the same thing?
I'm anticipating them to shout to us. I'm anticipating a bit chaos match. I think it's going to be a crazy match. Like, you never know against them. Their firepower is really, really high, and I'm just looking forward. Like, no matter what happens, I will be happy.
You and your personal performance, Sampayas, what would you say is the best way to describe your personal performance here at the Major?
I don't know. I didn't check.
How do you think you're doing?
I think I'm doing okay outside of the game. I'm taking a good atmosphere for the guys and in game and trying my best. I don't know how is it going, but I'm trying my best and I'm doing okay, I would say.
Anything you want to say to the G2 Nation? There's a bunch of them. Everybody's a G2 fan sometimes, I guess.
I hope so. I hope they keep supporting. Vamos, guys. Vamos.
Gracias. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of blood at one! They're trying to build pyramid, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round! We go to overtime!
The game I've been waiting for all day long. G2 taking on Foot Esports. And the reason being not only the fact that we're going to send one of the teams into Stage 3, also I think this is a map could potentially be a team, or one of the two teams, being one of the playoff contenders heading into Stage 3. I have high hopes for Foot. I think they're one of the most exciting teams on the circuit right now. G2 has been a little bit under the weather leading up to the major, but there's no denying they have a lot of cool players within their lineups. Tico, what are your initial expectations for this matchup?
I'm really happy for Foot being here with 4 rookies making this, well into the tournament of the major. Their meteoric rise, we cannot underestimate that. Obviously, they are looking to even potentially be kind of a dark horse of this tournament for me when it comes to the playoff appearance, which is obviously nice when it comes to Foot. And so far, their journey in a day one yesterday, close wins against both Tyloo and B8. Probably teams that you should be comfortably beating, but in best of ones, anything can happen. And the important thing is that they're getting getting it over the line. So I'm happy to see them in a 2-0 pool because they clearly deserve it.
What's your assessment of FUT so far, Peter? You know, leading up to the tournament, there was a little bit shakiness with a boot camp or lack thereof in America, playing with a coach, etc., etc. But yesterday, they got off to a good start. Do you think FUT right now is a team that we can expect to go toe-to-toe versus the likes of G2?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's, just as you mentioned, Jacob, it's one of the most interesting teams that we've got right now that is sitting, you know, around tier 1, maybe just like a tad below, but you know, it's a team that everyone seems to be respecting, and it's a team that can bring so many different things. Like you can see on the world ranking graph, I feel like, you know, it is a team that, you know, they've exploded off nothing since October. A small dip now coming into the major, but you know, that's what it is. They've also come out of tier 2 where they've just won everything there. Then, you know, they're progressing into tier 1 where they've actually looked pretty solid, I'd say. And I think it comes down to that they just have so much firepower. They have so many different gears, and I think Longs put it out perfectly yesterday when we had him on the desk that they're madmen. Like, they don't know how to stop, and that is their strength, but it can also be their weakness. And that also showed yesterday, I think, in their games against specifically Tai Lu, where I think Coolio, the coach of FUT, he had to take a timeout saying, guys, we're actually underestimating our opponents a little bit right now. Like, we're making a lot of unnecessary decisions. We're peaking too much. And for me, that is also like a syndrome of a team that comes into a major for the first time with no expectation or no experience. Playing a little bit, you know, maybe a little bit too loose, but you know, they got it over the finish line. They won, and I saw everything from FUT yesterday.
Sure.
Great rounds. Some stuff they threw away. They made bad tactics, they made good tactics, so they kind of got the full palette yesterday.
Safe to say they're playing with a certain fire whenever they're taking on the stage. Now, going up against G2, a team where a lot of the names on the paper, so to speak, are high prolific names. You look at Sun Payers, you look at Hunter, Heavy Guard, Nerds. We're talking, you know, players that, you know, throughout their careers have had, you know, the label that, oh, maybe they're almost world stars, you know, they're almost up there in the highest category, but we still haven't seen the best of Nerds. We still haven't seen the best of Heavy Guard, I feel. We still haven't seen the best of Sun Payer since he was in ENCE. How close is G2 to finally realizing all that potential that is within them? Or is it just a slightly better version than Team Liquid?
I like how you didn't mention Maltese at all. My boy is getting underappreciated, in my opinion, because for a role player, he's one of the best ones out there right now. Obviously, when we're looking at the G2, it's pretty good package what you're having. Obviously, with a anchor like of Heavy God, which is, in my opinion, one of the best anchors, maybe outside of Vitality.
Yeah.
Very little resources that is needed for him to perform really well. Hunter obviously slotting into that agile role quite heavily, but Sampayos, for me, surprise of day 1. He's been incredible, and I cannot wait to see him perform in the best of 3 to see if that was an anomaly or not.
Neither can I. I think it's going to be a super interesting game. Obviously, we have to find out where we're going to play as well. No Inferno, no Nuke. Peter, any expectations in terms of where this veto is heading?
I'm curious if we're going to see Anubis in the lights. We do actually get to see that one. You know, a little bit unexpected. It's not a map that FUT has been playing that much, but I guess it's a bit of an attempt to punish pick G2. They only sit at 20% win rate, and they have played against some really strong teams on that one, but not really making it count. And then G2 picking Overpass is, I would say, also a very confident pick for them. But FUT has been playing Overpass, and they know how to get that one working. And both teams really like to play Ancient. So I mean, there's a great chance that we get to see a third one, specifically because I think Anubis might going in the way of FUT.
I was just about to say, right, the fact that they shake hands on Ancient. Both of the teams are very capable of playing Ancient. Both of the teams were able to pick Ancient up against each other or against any other opposition. But fact of the matter is, Stuko, we have two teams right here who, on paper, I guess, as of recently, is similar in terms of skill level, similar in where they're heading right now. I feel like we have an equal game that also shakes hand on arguably both of the teams' best map on Ancient. So is there any reason to think that this game is not going to be competitive?
It's going to be competitive, and that Ancient will be played, in my opinion. It's very likely that we will see a 3-mapper, which I'm so excited for, because these teams, both of them, deserve to be in stage 3. The more we see them play, the better.
All right, so let me just rephrase this question once more, Peter, and you can say whether you agree with me or not. I look at G2 as a team with an enormous amount of potential. A European team with so much skill in Heavy Guard and Mattis for that matter as well. Nerds, Sun Payers, you know, if Sun Payers is a weak link within your lineup, you have a pretty stacked lineup, to be completely honest. Is it fair to say that G2 haven't gotten enough out of the material they have to work with throughout this season so far?
I think it can spiral in both directions. I think there's haven't a lot in the squad because of Hunter also picking up to be the in-game leader. I think that takes a long time to go from never being that to then set yourself in a role where you need to be leading, but also still want to try and cope with some of the firepower that you can bring to the table. And I think the overall in some Pius has also been questionable at times. I think he had a good day yesterday, and I think leading into the tournament was also decent. From his own wording, he's trying his best, but trying your best is not always gonna make the cut in professional Counter-Strike. But I think the only one in this team as of right now that might be just a little bit in jeopardy, if we look a little bit ahead, that might be the overall. That might be someone that could go in and have more impact than Sunpias has right now. But overall, looking at the roster, I think it's a roster that should be doing really good. They should be making, in my books, a potential top 8 finish here at the major, and I'm looking in that regards because I do think that they have an amazing coach in Saw, but as Martin also mentioned, I think Heavy he's the one of the, if not the best anchor outside of Messi right now.
I think that's fair to have those expectations for a team like G2. A lot has been invested into the lineup. You mentioned Saw as well. I think the whole coaching duel between Saw being, arguably the more experienced counterpart to Coolio is interesting as well. Coolio, one of the up-and-coming coaches, gets a lot of credit for why Foot are where they are right now. Martin, Anubis, to me, quite interesting pick coming in for Foot, to be completely honest. They've had a bit of a shaky, stat line on it. They had a period where they lost it 6 times in a row. Then they picked it out for Pro League, where they won against Bait, they won against Passion UA, but they haven't played the map a lot. They've played it only once in the last 3 months. So do you think this is something they've been preparing for the major specifically, or is this a straight-up potential punish pick towards G2?
It's definitely a punish pick, I can tell you that much. And the reason why we're not seeing Anubis that much, even at this tournament, is very simple. The map itself is very chaotic. It's very hard to get a good grasp on it. It's heavily T-sided, and the recent changes doesn't help. And I spoke with actually Yekindar at the past tournaments, and I asked him what he thinks about Anubis, and he's saying with the amount of travel and the amount of tournaments, there's very little time to actually put a good amount of practice. And Anubis is one of those maps where if you don't run out of the spawn on CT side without a clear plan and maybe even a set round, and I highlight this on the CT side because on T side obviously you have defaults and set strats, but on CT side you have to have a clear plan. What zone are we taking? Because it's so much more difficult to play this map on CT side, especially if you don't have a good economy. That's why people are avoiding and shying away from this map to more of a comfort picks in whatever we said, Mirage and Dust2s and all those kind of maps that are kind of a little bit easier to play.
No doubt about it. Foot have decided to go for the punish pick of Anubis, which will be the first map in this series between G2 and Foot. We have to find a team that is entering stage 3 at the major, advancing right here, and we have to find that team right here, right now. We're about ready to go live with the game on Anubis between G2 and Foot.
Yeah, the hour grows late, but we gotta wake the hell up because this BO3 sends one of these squads into stage 3 flawlessly. On one side, G2, a household name, full of household names. And on the other, Foot, one of the most exciting squads of 2026. Full of major debutantes.
Yeah, only Launxers have been to a major before. That was back in Rio in 22. There is so much to say about this young team and what they're here to do, and to do it at their debut major flawlessly in this second stage will be quite a statement. I love that this team has the confidence to pick a punish map of Anubis. I feel like they've been keeping it in their back pocket for major time. As the desk established, no one likes to play this map right now. There is no clear #1 Anubis team in the world. And so Foot coming in with a punish is a perfect time to do it. This is a squad that back in the Na'Vi days, the 4-man unit of this team did play a lot of Anubis. They did have a lot of success the first time it was in the map pool. So Foot are here to punish, and G2 better watch out. Do not underestimate this young, plucky squad, the youngest team in the major. And Bates weren't even eliminated earlier. This squad, not even average age of 20. B hit for G2. What have they got?
They are running into a triple stack, and the dual Berettas here on the back of Demon. Lonks is going to open, and then those dualies get to be involved. He's just gone on a tear. Finally gets dealt with by Sunpias, who, well, chained together a double. Suddenly, G2 might be onto something here. Need to cover this smoke push. They play right through. Plant denied. That's fumbles the shot and go on to close.
One of the most energetic teams in Counter-Strike right now. Some players said it in the interview. It's not just going to be a chaotic game. They're going to shout at us. So G2 know what they're walking into right now. Smiles on Foot's faces as they lock in a very important pistol. Punish pick or not, this CT side pistol is going to go a long way. I've seen a lot of teams struggle on this defensive half on this map. Letting them know. And a full eco here for G2, maximizing gun rounds. The question for G2 is, knowing that this is a weak part of their map pool, have they put work into it coming into the major? How much work? Because the thing that I find crazy about Anubis right now is every team is just handshaking it, right? They're leaving it to the second ban. Nobody's punish picking. Nobody's even floating it for the third. You know, whoever is forced to will have to second ban it, whoever's least confident. But it does feel like there are ways in, even against a team like Vitality, who, sure, I'm not going to doubt them on any map in the pool, even Ancient, but we haven't really seen many squads look to challenge them on this map. That's something that BetBoom did very recently at Atlanta. Look at how well it worked out for them. They stole that map away in an upset. They won the series. And so it is definitely exploitable.
Yeah, it feels like even though it's a very underplayed map, it's one that could be decisive in how the major pans out.
Absolutely. Especially when you consider BO5 final.
Hell, even the BO3 stage 3.
Absolutely. You know, while rather correcting myself, BetBoom. We'll get back to it. There's more Vitality later. They're in stage 3. That's where we're trying to get to. Foot clean on the anti-eco, dealing well with G2's Glocks. And now we've got the gun round here. So Captain Hunter with a lot to do on this very T-sided map.
Yeah, if you're G2, you want to come out with something strong out of the gate. So what's it going to be? Early on, 3 players out here just to go and hold on to this A control. But aggression from Demon leaves him in harm's way. Teammate here to help him out. They both go down on that push out through Dark.
This idea to just scrap at the start of the first gun round, it's not done either. For still pushing the boat out. Flash on A main. Jukes won't commit. He didn't see anyone right of him to back up because G2 have 2 players here waiting in the water. So nothing happens here. G2 just sit back in a 5v4. Important fight. Krabeni will get traded, and so G2 are more than fine with that. And here's where Foot know they have to roll the dice. Gamble on this B site. Both players moving in. They know they have a small window to push into this bomb site, but as they do, G2 are going elsewhere. So it's either stand still and save your guns or stay active and give yourself a chance. Foot going for the former will leave them out of position. This is G2 on the board.
I think it's just a nice way to kind of get into your groove on this T side, right? You deal with that early aggression. Foot on a bit of a bonus around there, running a couple of Famises still. Try to come through with that early peak. You're able to withstand it. Just feels good for G2. Gifted a set of entries on that water control. It's a curious for Foot how aggressive they plan on being on this CT side.
I think that's a good tone setter for your first gun round, but you know, if you're just making plays off of spawn instantly, you know, G2 are just going to be vigilant and deal with it. So I'd imagine Foot are looking for more mid-round moves in this map than necessarily just insta-water drops and con swings. But they wanted to see if they could get away with it, right? This is a team that love momentum, that love pushing the boat out. They have an advantage. Why would they stop? So a confident showing here, but let's see if we get something more standard as the bonus is done. 2 players start con side. G2 kept out of A main. And something's happening here, all right.
Yeah, it's one of these crunches again, trying to run it back. Krabeni nails the spray, and with cover from Demon, that's how that double dark push was meant to work out last time for Foot. Krabeni, not a quiet IGL by any margin. Really does like to throw himself into the action, and with that transfer, not hard to see why.
Yeah, contender for the best fragging in-game leader in the world right now. At this level, there's a couple more names in that pot, and I think this major is all about Foot proving it. Wow, this is a crazy molly to clear below.
Yoink. I'll be stealing that one.
Yeah, I think everyone will. So G2, they've been in the lab all week. Can they shoot their way out of this? That's a start.
It's the aggression from the Crabman out through middle. Getting him behind G2. Meant to extend their advantage. Ends up walking right into Hunter, who keeps his wits about him. You've seen a very aggressive tendency from Foot to open this up, and so knows to keep his eyes on.
And that's when it gives and it takes, right? They get the entries, but they get shut down in this 4v2. There's 10 seconds, G2. Are you going for this? You've got to bloody run right now. I don't know if there's time. Heavy God's going to just try and stick that bomb in the open. He's got it. Oh, just about.
He's got it, but barely. Smoke there makes you a little nervous. Does Heavy God feel trapped in this? He doesn't know where Demon is. And so maybe thinking that smoke is why he gets the bomb planted. It's a very restricted post plant, barely able to move a muscle. In comes Demon, Heaven's side. Missed the clear on this position first time around, but now drops in, eyes on. Just solely focused on flushing him out of that corner. Good awareness for Demon. And a round stolen straight back by Foot.
Yeah, just a great read from Demon. Smoke kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Heavy God stuck. Maybe commed that he was low as well. Foot, they cause a lot of chaos in this round. That's still a 2v4 that G2 make very, very close, though. Give themselves their best chance. But my God, Foot are bringing the energy this evening.
I mean, I think in a match that's running late like this one, that's very important, right? Try and keep the energy high from the word go.
Look at them go. They're going again. Rush down middle. Full send for the pistols. They clear that corner. Heavy God didn't fire off. Hope they wouldn't check him out, but double dip for Jukes, and he's got it. 5v4, and they just amass the site.
Yeah, I mean, they're not just an exciting team because they've shown they've been able to hang with some top names. It's also the brand of CS on display. It's very aggressive.
This is a very tricky round, though.
They've lost their side players, rotate through spawn. Nertz hears all of this. Important pickup for Cemetery. Still, you're having a scrap for very early control here. What with that deep take.
Huge smoke.
And now blocked in this position. That might just decide it. Smoke falling, blocking 2 players out of the retake. Foot right this one off.
That's a fair enough call here for Foot. They do get caught somewhat out of position. G2 pounce after they see that initial mid-aggression. You've got to be calling at least 3 players there, right? And so G2 know they have to take space elsewhere. They do so very quickly. Foot swinging into the orb. Probably an orb they didn't expect to see in this round. And that kill gives G2 the site. Retakes can be difficult on this map. And so Foot will have to walk away on that one. G2, strong reaction in this round, but obviously a lot of the attention of this game is already just on the CT side because Foot are making all the moves. Coolio, coach, and also a coach who beat Vitality on a map back in Fort Worth. They took Dust 2 off of the world #1 without Launx in the server and with captain, or coach Coolio rather, was shocking to say the least, but it was also part of their poor America run. Back-to-back events where we saw this team get grouped. And so people maybe had lower expectations for FUT coming into the major, but they've so far dispelled that. They look to do so again today in this 2-0 game. This is what they've been waiting for.
We finally see an end to the super aggressive early rounds for FUT. I don't think we're going to say goodbye to that aggression entirely. Just going to come a little bit later in the round.
G2 are basically forced to play slow on this T side because they have to start every round with watch out. You know, they could be running at you through mid, through B, into water. So G2 can't really call much off the rip. They have to react. Some nade gets exchanged. FUT, worse end of it. G2 even get con control as well, despite being smoked. Trading util and middle, Hunter's in a great position. But can he really call his troops when he's this deep, this alone? Where will the G2 pieces go?
Mini exec leveled against this B side, but it's just a one-man lurk of Heavy God, and he dies straight away. It's a quad stack over towards B, though, and Sejugs really has to keep his wits about him. Only has a 5-7 to fall back on. Smoke is blocking main, but G2 are coming through it. And now Hunter looks to try and control these rotates, hangs around out in the open, missed shot from Pius. Hemorrhaging players, and time really starting to work against G2. Gonna scramble for that bomb plant. The FUT want to try and go early. Hear that bomb getting planted. They'll commit to the gunfights. They come through swinging, claps down upon G2 as they get that bomb planted.
All right, reductive analysis, but G2 missed their shots. They call a great round. Hunter puts them in a strong position. Sure, that entry out B doesn't come through. They dry peek the AWP. That's really awkward. That makes the round very hard. But look at the mini-map at that point in the round. There are 4 FUT players on that B bomb site, and the 5-7 is alone with just a Molotov and a fading smoke. That still feels like a possible round for G2, but Hunter whiff into Temple, Pius missed AWP shot, and then G2 are just caught in the open, getting run at off the bomb plant. Sometimes you just got to hit your shots. Is he going or is he waiting?
Really is the man who never knows when to quit, huh? Here's them running past in the smoke, and it's the last thing they expect. He's got a double kill on a platter here. Nades pulled.
No way.
Holds the trigger just for a moment. That will cost him.
A bit much, but I like that he's got the confidence for it. However, it's let G2 in with a chance.
Yeah, given Mattis and AK as well. Oof. Nades at least rattle him down low. Same for Nerds. This dark component of the B split now super wounded, can't really play. The entries are going to have to come from elsewhere. So you're looking at Heavy God. Feeling like he's going to have to muster something up here.
This is a very hard round to win now for G2 with low health. Going to trade some guns over and set some nades on this B bomb side, but Launx is looking vigilant over this position right now. Wonder if he spotted the cross from Heavy God. Waiting to back up his teammate here in Cologne. As they clear out the water position, they can full focus on this B bomb site. Exec coming in. FUT are ready.
Even now in the 4-on-4, just remaining active of FUT. And it's given them the gift of information. They know that much better where this hit is coming from. Ooh. Team Flash a little bit awkward, but Launx isn't punished at least. Won't be able to get gun on in time. Heavy God. One entry, all he is able to provide, and now Pius getting sandwiched on a smoke walk. It's costly for Foot, but they get the round. That's what matters.
Yeah, walking through the smoke, and you're seeing the danger of this early conditioning here from Foot. It's making G2 have to play really, really slow. These last couple of rounds have come down to 10 seconds on the bomb plant or the fake, and so G2 are just feeling the burn from the time right now. That's Foot's doing. That's on account of the early aggression. And so great grenades in this round who high damage down connector forces G2 back to B main. And even though it's only Longs for a moment, does a good job of delaying, taking one with him. Seeing a very impressive CT side, Foot looking comfortable, G2 anything but. And saw with his first time out here.
I mean, for these Foot players, it's always been interesting to me. You know, one of the credits they were getting early on was just about how hard they hit, right? And at the top level of CS, kind of goes without saying, everyone's pretty good mechanically. Everyone's pretty darn switched on. But when that's kind of the identifiable bit, a lot of the praise they were getting from top teams early in their rise at 2026, I think it just goes to show how the aggressive style mixed with some very mechanically talented players is a threatening package for any squad. They demand a lot from you. G2 feeling a bit out of it right now. Money broken again, and all that early conditioning that you talk about, forcing some very slow rounds through. That's a good chunk of concern here on Foot's map pick.
Monte falls a little bit short here in the middle. Or is it all by design as they want to run through it with pistols? Maybe trying to catch Foot off guard, but it's a passive orb. And so mid, have it. We don't want it, say Foot. Up against the pistols, they let them cross. That could have been a kill.
This is lucky, right? That smoke falls, that nade falls a little too short.
Oh, changed nothing in the grand scheme. They're pushing in together. Gravity has teammates in his bomb site as well, so I like the Foot that they don't overplay this. They know it's pistols in middle. Pressure is on G2, and wow, that's awkward timing on that flash. Ruins Heavy God. Jukes follows up, and it's a matter of time, at least dropping the orb for some damage, but Foot are coming in with this kill, no matter how you slice it. 6-2, and just indomitable on this CT side.
It's just staggering how often Krabeni finds himself up top of the board.
Yeah. Look at this. That is awkward. Team Flash gets him. And Jukes just turned away because he heard the pin pull as well. So, oh, what could have been? Great replay. Symmetry's not missed a beat on this orb either. You know, he's definitely been a player critiqued at times for not hitting the easy ones, but on this CT side has just been a safe pair of hands.
All right, Jugs misses that first spray, and that's going to bring G2 in towards this A site. Krabeni feeling pressure as they are all around him. Gun's now picked up. He's not long for this world. This was full pistols for G2 after their force didn't pan out in the previous. Is this really where they break through? Demon didn't want it to happen, and he'll close it out. Formidable on that rotation. They don't hang around. They don't give G2 a bomb plant to play with. They rush those players before they can get set up, before they can arm themselves. Yeah. It's a big problem for G2.
Love that. No respect from Foot. Just keeping the finger on the pulse, chasing down G2. Not letting them make the most of that situation. If you play scared against the pistols here, you can let them get set up, put a bomb down. Suddenly you're in a retake. You're not favored.
Man.
So they are just running at G2 right now. We've got another gun round here. G2, it has to hit, or this map is starting to feel like a wash. Something more standard now for Foots. No plays getting made. Symmetry supporting in middle with the AWP. Solo A player. You'll notice Foots' proclivity to play double in con. Haven't really been putting too much attention on B main. But Longs backs up into plat, and so as G2 get to con, Demon's here to block. Oh, if that nade went in, that would have been massive.
Nades find good damage. 2 players hiding out at the back of the site here. An impromptu boost lobbed in for Foot. Demon peeking over the top. Doesn't have an angle yet. Falls off the top and things get chaotic. How much time do they want to lend to Krebeni on this main flank? Ooh. Mattis and Heavy God hitting that hard. Everyone else dies. Krebeni might arrive. But with this whole team dealt with, there is no winning this for the captain of Foot.
I mean, if he went, bro, no one's looking. No one has even looked over their shoulder in this round here for G2. There was an opportunity there for Krebeni, but beautiful headshots out of Mattis and Heavy God here to save the round for G2. Those smokes for Foot in their face do just buy time for G2. Foot really needed a kill just to stem the bleeding and give them some more room in that bomb site, but no one can rotate out. No one can get off the plat. There's just too many bodies in the site for G2, and everybody connects their shots. Nice round out of them. Do you feel like if Demon got that nade in con, could have really given them a shot to find some low G2 players, but it's not the end of the world for Foot. It's that front plat smoke that causes a lot of problems.
Sick execution, keep it up, really. Yeah, really good.
G2 with a chance to find 5 here at the half. This round could break the money of Foot.
And this one's looking to be something a bit faster and a bit more direct for G2. They finally look to have a say in how these rounds are playing out. Oh, it's aggression from Krebeni that opens things up. And if you do want to go B, you've got to go now. They play right through that defensive smoke, focused on Dark, Demon, and Krebeni move in for the shutdown. And that's the problem. It's very, very fine margins on hitting these gaps, hitting these timings. Foot are a team that moves swiftly and decisively, and so you've got to be even quicker if you want to beat them to the punch.
I love the water control in this game, right? It's nothing out of spawn. They're not just running out the window. They're doing it together, using deep A-main aggression, throwing mollies, throwing flashes. Krebeni finds his timing, and I thought Nerds getting burned there would help G2, right? Just making a bit of audio cue, giving away that a G2 player was in water, maybe taking eyes off that B bomb site. It was a big gap, like you said, as G2 went in for a faster round, but then Krebeni just breaks the timing, clears water entirely, and at that point you're all saying watch B, because there's no way an A hit can come in right now. Foot have multiple players in the connector again, and they are rotating so smoothly on the CT side. We've not seen players, panic through mid or have to run back and forth between A and B. They're using water as their point of rotation.
Yeah, and it's just speeding everything up, man. It's kind of lubricating this CT side. And it must feel infuriating, like 1 second of hesitation is met with immediate punishment.
Oh.
Little mini boost down here for Demon.
Oh, yeah.
To get his angle, Mattis spams him through.
Longs was too far forward. If he was further back, Demon could have jumped and he would have seen that close player. Hit his head on the roof and gets his legs taken out. So it has gone a little bit wrong here. Pear-shaped in the final round of the half. When has that ever stopped Krebeni?
Oh, no way you're ready for this. Oh, he's got the spot, doesn't matter. Heavy God is keen with the deagle. And so 5v2, G2 are telling themselves, we just can't mess this up.
Right?
Looking for 4 rounds on the T side of Anubis. Far from a pretty scoreline. And they're going into the lone cemetery AWP. First shot sails on past, and now they make it past that AWP. It's going to be hard for him to find a way back into this now. Util starts to force him back. Demon's nearby, out here towards camera, but a smoke in his way. And the odds heavily against them here. Nades picked up. It's a bit of an airstrike on Mattis still. Demon has no road left to run. G2 will scrape by with 4 rounds on this T half. There's no ignoring that Foot are hitting hard as Krabeni helms the ship.
It's Foot's first major, and they're here to impress, here to make a statement. Red in the face right now as they sit a half closer to that third stage.
Yeah, they're getting very, very loud on the back of an 8-4 CT half on their pick of Anubis. And my God, did G2 know about it? But I will say, you know, speaking of Hunter, the G2 captain in one of our roundtables a little while ago, we actually had the conversation about energy, how he's not one of these captains that gets super animated, gets super loud, doesn't necessarily buy into the whole, you know, trying to come in at a level 10. He's talked about how he tires quite easily and actually looks to conserve energy till the pivotal moments. So for G2, is this kind of a slow boil looking to close it out across this series, conserving what they can in a one-sided affair of Anubis?
Well, you got to turn on the stove if you want it to simmer. Right now, it is ice cold for G2, and this pistol looking locked in from position. Big flank available. Do Foot want to get tricky? Smokes come down, that's nice, but Demon's clearing an empty site, and 4 players from G2 on this flank is not what you come to expect.
They are getting flanked themselves by a very late-to-the-party Demon.
Devilish.
Difference between demons and vampires is this guy doesn't need an invitation. He's showing up anyway, in through the back line, closing in on this backstab. His teammates getting overran, but in comes this flank. And it's a real nasty surprise. Smoke on the bomb, it's getting claustrophobic. They try and stick, but it doesn't pan out. Pistol round, both of them picked up for Foot on Anubis.
Oh, Lonks is just letting them know, isn't he? Nice try from G2. That was a predicament, wasn't it? 4v4 on a flank, smoked off, and they just storm in together. That's a very nice try. They had to get on the bomb straight away, though, trying to squeeze those extra kills out, let Foot get closer from heaven. Thin margin, but enough for Foot to take it away. And a T side now on the very T-sided map. Should be simple. So you want to talk about conserving energy. I mean, part of that is like accepting when you see this map come up, like, okay, if they've game planned properly for this, if they're going to run away with this map, we need to win it in 3. It's not necessarily giving up, but it's accepting that save what you've got for later, because your pick is up next.
I mean, it feels like it happens a lot of the time with this map. I'm even thinking back to Paravision in Krakow right at the start of the year, where James literally said to his troops, look, we haven't prepped for this. Let's just keep our heads in it. Don't tilt for the following maps. Don't tilt for the rest of the series. And so you're trying to prepare yourself for the long task ahead, because Foot hold all the cards right now. They're on the better half. They won the pistol. You're having to cobble together a force buy here out of desperation if you're G2. If you were going to win this, it's going to have to be in a series that goes the distance.
And hasn't Krebeni called a blinder in just these 2 rounds of play? He's avoided the stack on the pistol and against the force. As Foot run in, they're going to realize nobody's home. G2 can make an argument for this round. The longer Foot take to plant that bomb, the closer G2 get. But we are talking about a post-plant with guns versus MP9s and no kit.
Absolutely no shame in writing this off if you don't like what you see, but you've got everyone knocking on the door of this retake. You are going to give it a look in before you write this off. Slow to get going, but it all starts on the back of this double flash out CT side. Kills fly in for Foot. There's the response.
Whoa.
Caught out in the open is Demon, and Foot end up giving it away.
Oh dear, that's a disaster. Demon, I thought he had that on the money. Puts Mattis on 2 health and 2 seconds of difference on that stick. G2 pick it up. That is a shocking round to see G2 win. They take their time and arrive right in the nick of it. Defuse with no kit on the force buy round. And so while Foot avoided the stack, put themselves in their best possible place, arguably a bit too much fighting in B main, but, you know, they do it together. That's multiple rifles facing side by side. You feel like they're good for that round. It's the kind of thing that's going to be judged by its outcome here. Can you really blame Foot for taking the fights with the game they've had? Well, G2 thank them very much. Got 5 rifles versus the 1 on Demon.
This is just a bit of posturing out towards mid. Krebeni on a attempt to keep attention misdirected for G2. They've not forced back this double mid setup. G2 still have all the info thanks to Hunter in the window. And he's even going to start to clear this now. This is a Krebeni type of move, right? Aggressive in the mid-round, walking it through middle, on for a backstab. And Hunter has calmed down the line. What's happening in this round from that push?
Jumping out through this smoke, but Rifle's waiting to receive. Nuts, triple kill is lovely, and Sunpius is quick to rotate. So G2, don't let Foot find any comfort in that bomb site. This game is now closing up, and we'll get closer after a full eco from Foot. G2 giving themselves a chance here in this first map of Anubis. A map that has plagued them this year alone. It's been the same for Foot, though. That's why it's so exciting to see them keenly picking into it this series, because it makes you question whether they've been prepping it for the major specifically. They've only played it once in the last 3 months. But if you go back to the start of the year, they lost it 6 times in a row to open up. Perhaps not a map that Longs felt too comfortable on. When this team was in Na'Vi Junior, they were really, really good at this map. But then they just kind of stopped playing it. Lineup.
Right between the guy at the back.
That's always how it feels. Sunpius calling his shots in this round. He's got that AWP again into a full buy from Foot.
I think it's almost the scary thing here, right? In this CT round now for G2, if they do want to keep this comeback rolling in, you've got to be ready for anything. Likely a pacey, grouped round out of Foot, who still have a lead to play with. You know that when they do make their move, it's going to come very, very quickly. And so here it is, out through main, flashes to try and send them in. Mattis convincing shutdown here as he dances around behind the bomb site. He's more than done his part in this round. Cover from the spawn side. Heavy God lights him up. We're down to a 1-round game as G2 put up a stellar defense in this second half.
That is a nasty multi-kill on the B bomb site. Absolutely shut down a Foot. They don't get through the door right there. So G2 making a compelling case in this CT side. And already making little plays as well. That intersmoke Heavy God through was not for stairs. It was down in water to let Nerds push up behind and get underneath the window. So G2 or Foot aren't the only ones who are trying to make plays out of spawn. G2 have got a couple tricks up their sleeve that they're now pulling through in a paramount time. Matters just did a stellar hold of this site. He's going to have to do it again.
Just the B bomb site show. Foot determined to break it down, and they will come in with a double entry. A man down for G2, but you're hesitant to write this one off, knowing that it is this eco for Foot. Spam connecting, brings them back into the conversation. Molly even forcing players out into the open, and a bit more chip damage done there on the Spam. Next fight is Conside, and Heavy God's got it. Smoke to lock out Krebeni. Only has a moment there to make up his mind, plays it right through. Lonks gets iced out, and this time they've got kits, double smokes. There's a lot going against the captain here as he tries to clutch up.
It's locked now.
Just praying that these shots connect. Tech9 Spam won't find a thing as Hunter's got the cover. G2 tie it up.
Oh my goodness, they win that round when Foot get the entries as clean as they do. That was 2 Tech9s taking heads off on the B rush. The gall of Foot to go for that pop after they just got shut down. And we saw G2 cycling nades. They're moving Molotovs around. They're caught off guard completely. They do not expect that play. They still win it in a 3 versus 5. Very impressive resilience in this game for G2. We were talking about conserving energy, talking about this map like it was done and that they should look to their pick in the series. Well, right now they are fighting back 5 straight CT rounds here from G2.
Yeah, maybe that whole Hunter mindset, maybe there's something to it. This is a Well put together comeback right now. And you're starting to get a bit more vocalization out of G2, as they are now back in the conversation on Anubis with some keen CT ideas to boot.
Right,
This B-side's been able to withstand the early pressure, right? That's been the real objective desire for Foot. They've played a number of these fast-paced rounds over towards B. Are we finally going to see something a little more standard? Because it's not been panning out.
Yeah, we got to see depth here on this T side for Foot, right? We got to see them using the middle of the map, trying to fake G2 out, put them in the wrong positions, and then execute. Because right now, all these pops have been denied in the post plant. G2 have won a couple of nice retakes, a couple of rounds where they haven't even let the bomb go down. So how deep is the playbook here for Foot? This is the round where you need something magical.
I think the philosophy for G2 almost can be boiled down to no game is won in the first half, so why bother getting too fired up there?
Bomb still outside of B, checking the perimeter. It's not committed yet. Foot waiting for G2 to commit to their positions. Can they force them into an unfavorable stack? This map, a lot of the time, does come down to where is that third player? Is he on B? Is he on A? Hunter's hanging around. Info in middle. Some Pius putting the AWP in position. He's surely going to get a chance to get a free first kill right here. Big flash.
Yeah, gets him off the angle. Will he be able to get away? Just makes it out into heaven, but his teammate will fall as a result. Keen shots for Demon on the entry. And G2 get locked out. A slower round for Foot. First time G2 have had to encounter it. And they can't put a stop to that split. Good util there, right? Because you were dead on about some Pius in position for a freebie. Flash knocks him off the angle. And even though he was able to reposition, you saw the impact it had. It came at the cost of his teammate. Not in position to deal with that spillover effectively. He was worried about main, worried about the split. And so you had to be open at one of the angles. Just leads to this domino effect of players being made vulnerable and the A site falling apart.
Yeah, G2 is still super vigilant of middle. There are 30 seconds on the clock. They have 2 players dedicated to mid. You've got to give it to them there, right? They're aware that Foot could still be coming through this part of the map, but the fact that Foot are able to wait out all of G2's util is why they don't have full mid info. They don't know 4 players are walking up camera side. They've bunked all their smokes, all their mollies. They just have to go back into leading into bomb sites, and that's when Foot pop in a great flashbang, and Demon a beautiful double entry. Heavy got in main, and some Pius back in CT, so saves that round there for Foot. And are they just going to go back for the Hail Mary? The knockout blow. Looking for this B pop.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you probably don't like how comfortable G2 have felt on this side of the map. You want to evoke more of that fear about B and these B rushes. And with one entry coming through onto the solo site player, that may already be enough.
Save sounds tempting, doesn't it?
Just when the site hit comes that quickly, that early in the round, so cleanly, with just one kill to decide it, you know they're going to have re-smokes, you know they're set up in their post plants. It's that fact that leads to you just writing this off. You'll try again in the next.
Yeah, I love it. Double flash goes over high and lets Lonks just swing onto jail, and almost every position in the bomb site is spottable there. Got a smoking corner, smoking temple. No supportive players here for Mattis. He is hung out to dry. Ooh. He's just found the AWP as well. Can G2 get it back? G2 did not get that AWP back. That's annoying. It's going to be expensive. They can afford it, but that's back-to-back rounds now for Foot after a streak from G2. And Foot remind them, hey, again, we can pop B whenever we want. So yeah, understandable you use your last time out here feeling the pressure, because if you lose this round, the game's over. I say that, there's a bit of money left for G2, all things considered.
You do just feel a little silly though, right, about giving that kill away. I think you saw it written on Sampaio's face heading into this timeout. Just removes one gun from that next round if they lose this.
It's not a fight he needed to take, right? Like, there's no value.
They'd already written the round off. One kill wouldn't have made, you know, world-shattering difference to Foot.
Oh, he didn't find it. That's awkward. Well, got to make do with what you got. Foot up by 2. Back-to-back T-side rounds.
What an entry being attempted here for Symmetry. Had himself a mid-spawn, went looking for that early pick. G2 are here and looking to come through this smoke. Bit of aggression from them late in the day, but holding on a Foot, waiting for that exact move. Didn't look to help them. Heavy God's gotten out with a double.
Very impressive escape for Heavy God, living to tell the tale. G2 were also flash pushing B at the same time, so they kept the pressure on all over to find that 4v3. Up to some antics here on this CT side. Both teams have been. Is that enough to put G2 in a position to close this round, though?
I like the position change from Mattis, right? Definitely felt in that last B hit when he was here solo in a position that was maybe too committed early in the round.
Oh.
But him in a safer spot allows a stack to come in elsewhere. And with this crossfire over in middle, it's a nice, easy round for G2.
Great work from Heavy God in this one. Triple kill, committing to mid, and Nerds even swings in to help. Because that looked like it was a chance for Foot to isolate 1v1s. G2 make sure they can't. Leg shot on the orb. And Jukes 1v4. With no bomb, this is just an elongated save. As he looks for a kill on the way out to keep the money pressure on. Sampaio will not make that mistake again. He goes to the other side of the map. G2, I just love that call. I'm shocked they get out so well when Foot have multiple players holding the middle of the map. The B flash push didn't really draw anyone out. And Foot stayed with eyes on the mid smoke, but still, Heavy God triple.
Just a very ballsy call to make, isn't it, right? We were remarking about how, you know, if they lost that round, they're rifled down as a result of a player dying. They're right at the tail end of the game as well, so would have had implications, but you still go for the aggressive move. Heavy God and Hunter are all smiles at the end of it. Back to a one-round game. But throughout this entire thing, it's been G2 playing catch-up. They've always been the team on the back foot, yet to take the lead from the moment the map started. Is this finally where that changes? Have really worked on taking the pace out of these rounds while it was a barrage of B hits to get their T-side rolling. They found a lot of comfort in the mid-round here, so trying to go back to what worked.
So a lot of util. Sampaio, no flash on that one, so he gets himself an easy kill.
It's the round he wished he had a couple ago, right? Chance to put that AWP to work nice and early on.
Still some fear towards middle, but Sampaio just completely disappears. Goes back towards A. Hunter's going to come through the smoke on his own. And Foot do still have a player here to worry about. Long's waiting for later. Hunter getting set up again. G2 just keep on probing. 40 seconds. They got a 5v4, and they feel like they've cleared middle. So back to their bomb sites. Foot do have a chance here in this 4v5. Longs has hit his mid-timing.
So here the util coming in. Hunter was able to get the spot just in time, and that lets them get gun on to the connector. Still, kills spiral through for Foot. Hunter's the first on the scene, but he's the only man nearby. Feeling a great deal of pressure here. The orb's worked its way into the site. His rifles are closing in on main side. And so with that one kill, nowhere left to turn for Symmetry. Great stuff for Hunter. Not in an easy position there was the captain, but not only that very important spot on the mid player that got Heavy God to turn around, then just buying so much time for his main players, actually deals with the only guy that was in a threatening position to the main side, out on Fountain, and puts them in a great spot to close that in a very comfortable 3v1.
He's had a great CT side, hasn't he, right? G2 have been in position on every single one of these side hits. They've not been, out of the action. They have not been lacking the info of where Foot are going, even when we see very late pops. The couple of rounds Foot have come from, surprising B rush that G2 weren't ready for. And that mid-contact walk, this time, Lonks gets nothing from it.
And that's the part that I think's been so impressive. G2 being able to remain in control over when and where these fights happen, in spite of a real variety of looks out of Foot. It's not been some one-note T side where they've been trying the same thing over and over again and it's let them down. That's a bit of a wild pick attempt for some Pius and just out in the open.
So wide.
Krebeni will not think twice about that opener.
Here's the AWP fire. He goes, thank you very much. That is a really awkward way to die in round 23.
Gonna need someone to step up. Hunter trying to fill some Pius's shoes, dons that AWP in middle, puts it to work. The captains clash and Hunter wins it out.
Heavy God on his own here, though. Hunter's going to reposition back on B. It looks like they want to make the play, but the sooner Foot go, the better. Both teams are pushing smokes right now as Foot come in on A main. That's a good block for Hunter. He's still going to have to win a fight in defense of this position. Demon not yet lurking mid actively. Looking to cut rotation, relying on this site hit. Heavy God against the world.
Oh, nothing found in his solo sight hold. Hunter next on the chopping block. His teammates are still so far away. Considering when that main clear came in.
Oh, we're on.
He thought they were going to be a little bit closer, but Mattis has delivered one on the backstab. And that also leads you to stop looking over your shoulders. You feel a bit more comfortable about middle now. Only have to worry about the site itself. Lonks in an aggressive position. No commitment to a big backstab. Looking for a late in the round retake, RG2.
Nice shot for Zhugs, but he's got Mattis trapped behind this box. There is no time as Zhugs finds 2, 3 in the round. Hunter just fighting forward. Can't do a thing about this. All the kills, none of the glory. Cemetery survives, and G2 have to run away. That is Foot onto map point on their pick. A massive comeback for G2 that could all be in vain come the end of Anubis. Dear, oh dear. G2 so many nades, but so little time to use them. And this is what it all comes down to. Ooh, that molly is very deep. Heavy's got meant to push here. Cemetery between the two flashbangs finds that kill.
Just another one of these key entries provided. Boost now. Hunter's going to get caught by that. And so this comeback, it's been a very respectful effort out of G2. Not meant to be. Foot with key entries in back-to-back rounds. This time a boost locked in for good measure. Nice little gimmick just to take the edge in this final round of play.
Ready for everything off Foot, and G2 completely caught off guard. Aggressive A play shut down. Mid-boost for the first time this map, and it couldn't come at a better time because Foot are here and they are making a statement. One map to the good. Anubis in the pocket, and they are looking to go to stage 3 flawlessly.
Yeah, which would just be a massive achievement, right? Coming in here, very exciting team. A lot of eyeballs on this squad. When they're hitting hard, they can beat the best in the world. They have to get past G2 if they want that flawless track record all the way into stage 3. Promising sign with Anubis going their way. G2 gonna have to dig deep and bounce back on Overpass.
We did not lie when we said that we thought we were getting a competitive game of Counter-Strike. However, after the first half and basically the first 15 rounds, I thought to myself, okay, this is not as competitive as I would have liked it. This is a Foot just running all over G2. However, an admirable effort from G2 to fight their way back into the game, just to come up short. Anyway, Martin, we promised a competitive game of Counter-Strike. You got it.
it wasn't bad. It was pretty good. Like both of these teams clearly, went into this Anubis a little bit, shaky, I would say. But overall, I feel like the game plan was there. The individuals were shining through. We had a couple of weird rounds, but it just comes hand in hand with Anubis. And on that CT side, I'm gonna be impressed. Like both teams were doing pretty decent job at like trying to get space and entries and try to be a little bit more annoying. And Foot was getting away with it for pretty much the whole first part of the game, but this was good Anubis actually.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Peter, are you surprised that it was the CT sides that was actually the catalyst for both lineups? Both for G2 to make the comeback, but also for Foot to get off to a strong start. Normally we speak about Anubis being heavily T-sided.
Yeah, but it's always the CT side that seems to be the struggle for teams, but maybe that's also where you put the most effort into maybe preparing and trying to find a couple of gimmick plays, but also how to approach your opponent. I think that is at least what you want to be trying to go for. And I think it was interesting to see that both teams, had a lot of interesting ideas thrown into the mix, but also the amount of multi-frags that both teams seem to be getting whenever they were hit with the B-pops or the A-pops. I think that's what really stood out to me, that multi-kills was really the big factor in this game, that Anubis is a map where you need to get those multi-kills a lot more than you would do on other maps, because it's so combat and the rotation is kind of hard to foster.
That's where I was missing Mr. Consistent in Heavy Guard. Normally a player that I can always rely on and count on, but more about that later. For now though, let's dive into the positives for Foot. Round 4, getting off to a strong start. You have Foot doing some wonderful stuff.
I just wanted to bring out this round to show that Foot have so many things to their playbook, and this is like an orchestrated thing getting out of spawn. You have Symmetry throwing utility to then set up Krabini, finding 2 massive frags, but also Jukes pushing out Amen. And you can see when the fallback from Krabini is there, you have Demon coming out covering his retreat as well, and that's really, really good. Unfortunately, it does turn into a 2v2 situation, and I actually do think that Symmetry at this point actually makes a small mistake of peeking with only 9 seconds left on the clock, putting Demon in a little bit of a tricky situation to try and clutch it out. Also, the fact that he was so far away from the bomb side at first, but overall, a really structured and good sign from Foot that they also have these very orchestrated rounds inside their playbook, but a little bit of a slip up in the later stage.
You know what I love the most about that clip is? It's the first buy round in the game. It's the first buy round in the game that will, with a win, secure your spot as stage 3. You have this, almost full of rookie team Foot, and the first thing they do, as you said, Peter, out of spawn call CT side. You have Krabeni, deep inside behind enemy lines, 20 seconds into the round. Clearly, Stuco, they don't give a damn, Clearly they're coming in and they're playing their way of Counter-Strike, and whether that's going to be good enough or not, the results will show for.
Whoever prepared the game plan right there made a clear, indication that let's be in their faces and let's be on their throats and put the foot down. Pun intended, right? But you get to see that on CT sides, you just have to make these plays and you have to get to be aggressive, especially first gun rounds and first kind of like bonus rounds that we're having as well. So I'm actually glad that Foot is not playing scared. They're not respecting their opponent in a way that they are letting them do whatever they want, but they respect them enough that some of these rounds when they're post plants and after plants, they're actually playing pretty disciplined Counter-Strike.
However, they were put to the test in that second half. They were struggling a little bit by closing it out. I know you picked out round 18, a round you want to show for I guess, a showcase of how competitive the game was overall.
Yes, and I do believe that it started with the fact that we're hitting this B side, and it's kind of like a pop of Tech9s coming into it. Very quick frags, 2 frags that are getting a pretty open sight, to be honest. And I want to talk about the retake part as well, because it feels like they're getting just 3 kills back to G2 when they're trying to take a lot of space. They're also here, Krabeni is very smartly pushing through the smoke where he just needs to take some space away from them. Here, obviously Krabeni is stuck in an unwinnable position. He's behind the smoke, there's another smoke being put down. All he has to hope for is go for these kind of like Tech9 spams, and Hunter just finishes the job. I do think that one of these rounds is, if it went FUT's way, I do think that we will be having much cleaner game, but we're already used to it from the day one. Foot likes to play some close games.
They do, and I feel like whatever clip we're showing from this game, it's always in-your-face Counter-Strike, Peter. It's Krabeni, seizing the opportunity, walking through the smoke, reacting instantly differently. I feel like sometimes when you're watching, teams like GamerLegion, etc., who we just saw was eliminated, it feels like they're hesitating a little bit. They're not as quick in their reactions. But when I saw Foot play right here, and credit to G2 as well for applying pressure, but Foot seems like the most reactionary team we have so far at this stage. Outside of Spirit, they're so quick in their thinking and they're doing on the server.
I absolutely love what I'm seeing, because it's they're just not hesitating, and it looks like they don't care. Of course they do care, but they don't care about the consequences. Like they're so committed to what they throw at your opponent that they do with 100% confident, even if they're on the back foot, right? And it's both on the C side, but specifically also the D side. They had these very poppy B plays that really got them a lot of the good rounds, a lot of the openings, and they're playing with such force, such firepower, and such pace that it's definitely hard sometimes to. You need to be extremely sharp to even be in a position to take them down, right? And they are madmen. Like they don't know when to stop. Like they don't let your opponents breathe. If it's a retake and if they have to go through a smoke, it's not just one guy that goes through. Like they just go together as a force to try and spread out. They want to win the round in the first 20 seconds instead of allowing the opponents to get in too many good positions. And that's a big trait for them. That's how they play, and they make it work. And if you're not ready for it, you'll get punished. And I think for the first part of this game, that was what G2 had issues with. They were not ready for what they were thrown at. They were constantly surprised. They played with a lot of pace, and that's netted them a lot of rounds in the beginning.
The amount of pressure on B side and those pops were quite deadly, and they were hitting perfect rounds where Mattis was there alone, and there was like a big economy swings. They didn't default that much in those rounds, but Anubis is a map where on T side you can both default and just go for heavy strat executes from the get-go, and that B side was kind of like a catalyst for G2, I would say.
I love the fact that whenever we speak about Foot, it doesn't matter what player we highlight, everyone has something to offer. This time around, Krabani had a fantastic showing, sometimes it's Duke, sometimes it's Longs. It does feel like a very homogeneous team where everyone can step up in the right moments. Moving into the second map on Overpass, I feel like that's needed, right? It's G2's map pick. It's a map that, again, both teams have played it before, both teams have some data on it, but would it be fair to say that there's a reason why G2 have picked Overpass against Foot? Do you see that as a punish pick as well, like we saw with Anubis, or is it a bit more even playground?
It could be a little bit of both, where they saw as well Foot play against Tyloo yesterday, and even though they had a really good start, 9-3 into the game, in the end it eventually ended, I believe, 13-9, and there were some mistakes and some questionable decisions from Foot, but I do believe that G2 are generally more comfortable on this map. I do think that the opposition that they faced lately, I think they have some decent results, and overall I think a pretty good Overpass team. I think Hunter loves the map. He loves to call the map.
It seems like G2 loves the map. I'm just looking at the results. They have 5 wins in a row on Overpass. Peter, I'm just mentioning some of the names here: BetBoom, Gentlemates, Astralis, and Vitality. Exactly. They're beating Vitality. So as much as this may be a bit of a punish pick towards Foot, it's also, a home ground map for G2. It's arguably the strongest map they have in the pool right now in terms of recency bias.
I think if you can just, flex that you've beaten Vitality on any map, that should be enough confidence. It should be enough, enough confidence to bring it out into a best of 3. I think it's definitely a map that they feel comfortable on, right? And I don't think that Foot is they're not necessarily like a bad Overpass team at all. But you're also just looking on the G2 side. They just have a lot of confidence. They have a lot of big wins, and also some confidence, comfortable wins. Where they've just been looking really solid. And I think it's a clear picture of a map that a lot of teams have also struggled picking up. It's been left a little bit in the books by some teams, focusing more on the other one, maybe having it as a pyramid. And even the team that do play it, it is a very hard map to play at a very high level because there's so many depths of level to it, and you have to be so super sharp. And G2 going for this one doesn't really surprise me.
Quickly, both of you, does it end here, or do we get a third map?
I hope we get a third map, yeah. Overpass goes to G2.
Yeah.
All right. We hope that we're getting a third map. I would love to see Ancient. Not so sure if Foot loves to see Ancient. I'm pretty sure they would like to close out this game right here, right now, and book a ticket into Stage 3. Joining us after the break, you'll be able to see Overpass between Foot and G2.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about. I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Yes.
I'm on heaven, guys.
One guy could cross temple.
Yes. I'm holding him in a bit.
I will take a main
here and just
You can run and take it.
That middle. One more should be middle.
I have a main.
I left middle now.
I'm holding.
Yes, I will go city spawn. Can be one temple. Can two
Aim
be...
in. Two in. Flash.
Look, smoke.
Dead camera one. Dead camera.
I flash.
One more aim in.
I'm holding main. Main.
We're behind guys.
1 HP in smoke. Behind.
I'm leading him. Aim in.
Nice, good job.
Nice! Nice, Jukes!
Main. You have Monte, yeah?
I'm ready. Whenever. Can you flash?
Flash.
Flashing.
Wait, I'm Monte. I flashed the time.
Close A. Close A.
Close A.
Main. Where main should be?
One more maybe.
Be picking up guys. Don't smoke B.
I'm buying B. I'm leaving mid, guys.
Be pop. Up B.
Come more. I'll hold cross.
One more.
Jail. I have cross.
Nice guys. Good job. Nice guys. Good kill, Kraben. Or who killed him?
What you want?
Would have, guys. Like, don't take it as a punishment or something, but I have to say it, okay? Like, we are doing the rounds wrong. And why I say that? Because I want you to read the notes before we start the round. It can't happen that we miss some type of smoke or we don't know what we have to do, okay? We did
you play in front or you cannot inside or you cannot?
I'm playing inside the con.
Okay. Nothing mid. Okay, come 3B then, or 3A, there is side.
3B.
Nema, I'm jiggling, you can be anti-push. Nema, if they go for focus, build up, you have a focus cave, okay?
I will stay temple.
A1. Camera! One, let's go back. Nice. Out A1.
Out A1.
Flashing. Two out. Let's go, Ilus.
Pillar 2 aim, guys.
I can flash over you, Nema. Flashing over you.
Pillar inside.
Wait.
Pillar inside.
Side. Time. Go, Ilus, no time. Nice.
Sick!
Guys, let's fucking go. We can win this. They're fucking broke mentally. Trust me. They're gonna fucking win.
It's 11 now for G2.
This way. I missed him, but...
Will Vitality deny us the bonus rounds, or will we go again?
Yeah, you can leave them smoked if you want, like, around temple.
I dropped in temple, okay? Take it.
Yeah, no worries. Can't open. Okay, come close. I'm flashing. Ready? Yeah, flashing, let's go small.
As he dodges the first flashbang, gets that second kill.
We're gonna twice.
Zaiwu and Spinks are not done yet.
Wait. Running with the block.
And Beetle.
Multiple kills out of this world. Nico. Zaiwu will stop him. G2 do not give up. This team do not die.
Nice, Nico! Secret, whatever you fucking I'm not the guy. Come on!
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Nico gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Nico do it again?
For Deny, G2 the comeback on Anubis, and now they sit a map away from a flawless Stage 2 run. It's Overpass, G2's pick in this series, one that Foot themselves are no strangers to playing.
Not at all. This is a Foot who made a simple work of the BO1s, taking down bait with a bit of revenge for Atlanta, went on to find Tyloo. This is a G2 playing a great brand of Counter-Strike, and Foot is still taking them out. 13-11, close game, nice comeback, but this is where G2 have to show the difference. the experience, the stature of this squad. And on their pick, they go quick, straight out Monster into B.
Demon with a bit of a hold, gets out with a double, keeps foot in this pistol round and rotates now Arrive. This is going to slow the roll of G2. Trying to cross on out, trying to get out of this kill field, out towards B. They lose one more man, so now a man down. Nerds might have made it out with the bomb, but they saw him backtracking. And so how did G2 want to try and recover this? Sampire still hangs around, lurking over towards short, lying in wait. Nerds is holding for a backstab. You see some of the fear of Foot's aggression still lingering on this second map. With noise made by Sampire, Foot might be able to piece together that this bomb is hoping to rejoin him. Now they've got the spot, they've got the info. Needed that trade on a nerd. Cemetery will do one better than that. What a turnaround in this pistol. 4v5 down after the B entry. Foot come through swinging.
Can't say that Sampire didn't have a chance to put that into a 1v1 there, but some sick USP shots coming down for Demon and Cemetery. From, as you say, a 4v5, Foot with a pistol. And this is a G2 on a 5-win streak on this very map, right? They've only let one of those 5 teams get to double digits, and that was Team Vitality, but G2 still won it. So certainly got recent success in their pocket. But we know that Foot were probably expecting this pick. And as a result, I wonder what they've got prepared, because it was nice to hear the comms from Coolio, even after the 8-4 half of Anubis, saying, guys, we haven't done everything right. We have missed some smokes. We have done some things wrong. So be careful. Read the notes and stay aware, because you can always do better. And when it comes down to a 13-11 after an 8-4 half, I'd say that's pretty good advice from a coach to keep you in it. For trying to minimize mistakes in this round, because they've got a 5v3, but this is not unlosable with 2 players on low health.
It's exactly what you want to hear, isn't it, from Coolio? Like, I think Foot's own worst enemy can very much be themselves in a sense, right? You have a group of young, hungry, talented players, but you don't want to let them get ahead of themselves. You need to keep them dialed in.
All right, this is a nice execute. Foot have to make a decision. Do we want to play behind these smokes or go for it? Boost up is a nice middle ground. Oh, what an angle, but only a dink. Just panic spraying right now. Do they want to spam back? That is also low. This is a mess right now. G2 are putting the bomb down in this madness, but there's no way Mattis is getting out of this one. Surely not. That was a 3rd tag as well after 2 headshots, but it is still Foot's round. Got a nice boost there on back of SWAT.
Yeah, I mean, that's a high-stress situation, isn't it? But I like, you know, Foot always down to employ a little gimmick, a little trick to try and turn the tide in these rounds. Hell, it was even a fixture of the final round of play on Anubis. Little mid-boost lobbed in for the first time all game.
Oh, G2 like what they see. They're buying again. This is Galil's. 5 of them. And, you know, you're not expecting this if you're Foot.
Yeah, I also think T-side Overpass, you're always chasing the streaks wherever possible, right? So the idea you could go for an early game reset is very, very tempting. The bomb plant giving you a bit of extra money, but that early spam damage already leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Matt is softened up. He'll just be dead as soon as he rounds the corner. Krebeni doesn't fire a shot off. Bit of mercy showing there by the captain. Symmetry, not feeling so forgiving, nails his shot on the orb.
Yeah, they got good spam damage on Mattis earlier as well, so G2, the walking wounded in this round.
Only one battle of util still in play. That's on Hunter.
Feeling desperate, so back to B they go. These rarely work out. No B control, no short info, a smoke double flash to just get through Monster right now, and Foot have 3 players in the bomb site.
Ready to react to this. Whoa. Good opener for Mattis, low on health. Flash to try and tee up Lorks. Needed that double kill, and that regains the composure down on this B site. He'll deal the killing blow as well. Very well handled. Saw Demon sitting there waiting with his flashbang. Perfect move just to counter that last second B hit.
Yeah, that was so close as well, because G2 were also waiting for a high flash, so that's what stops them at the end of the wood wall. If they go ahead of it, they would have probably caught him back turn from his flashbang, so tiny little margins here. But Foot able to run away with that round with a beautiful spray out of Longs, triple kill on the B hold. And so Foot 3-0, G2's risky force does not pay off.
Yeah, now if you're Foot, you're kind of rubbing your hands together, right? You've just seen the back-to-back 4 spies. You know this is going to be a huge boost to your early CT campaign. You're telling yourselves you need to extract as much value as you can out of this CT half. Awkward stuff for Krebeni down in the connector.
Did not think Hunter would recommit there. There are still armor pistols in this round, so G2 feeling threatening again.
Even this is stressful, right? You lent heavy into B in case they committed to a low econ B rush. You had Krebeni down in the connector, who was meant to be the guy like farming the information, meant to tell you what was happening out towards A if anyone was trying to run it quickly. So when he dies, having to shuffle the setup now, moving to something a bit more standard 2-2, but this leaves you pretty blind. You're now playing very reactive to G2's moves.
As you smoke coming down at the right time here, G2 are getting set up though on B. Is Nerds going to play active on this lurk? He knows that at moment's notice he could just be peeked, and oh, that rotation, while it is the right call, it's giving a gap for Nerds to backstab.
If Nerds gets room, does he commit to the B flank?
They're not waiting.
They're going to go early ahead of Nerds on his lurk and into a double setup, crossfire setup, and no issues for Foot.
Oh, if Hunter's called back to A, there's a player in connector behind him. Nerds hasn't cleared everything right now, so this is a threatening return to this top site. It's not going to happen.
Nerds needs to die.
Yeah, they should have waited him to flank, and so he will offer up that frag. It's a shame, you know, Nerds doesn't know that he has that room until they've already run in. If they wait 5 more seconds and he gets to dice, maybe he calls, guys, wait. And I have a good timing. There were 30 seconds he could have done something, but his team were already committed to that B hit. And in that timing, Foot had moved their 3rd player down. That is another lovely multi-kill out of Longs on this B site. Two 3Ks to keep Foot in great standing.
Longs being the closest thing you have to a super experienced piece in the Foot jersey. What is a very young team. Only guy not making his debut at this major. Promising that he looks good early on in this high-pressure BO3 to go flawless. Important trade for Demon. Heavy God never felt like he had a chance, did he? So much util rating it just to make life easy for him.
A double flash. As soon as he looks back after the first flash, that's when the second one pops.
And they've had a lot of faith in Symmetry in this top side. Oof. They're always down to throw in a little cheeky boost, aren't they?
Just like a laser beam, that kill. Have no time to react. Head pops up, you're already dead. Yeah, they got Faithful right. He's 4-0. He's still alone. They pushed the monster smoke and pulled back. So you're going to need to see a rotate here from on this top side. There's no support right now.
C2 smokes coming in. Know that the players that threw them are going to be a little bit slower to the party. And so Nerds dead first. Lends time to Krebeni to begin this rotation. Sampaius gets rid of him. Symmetry's got shadows to work with, though. And as Sampaius tries to get away, it's just an effort to save this AWP going forward.
Ah, that's why they trust him. Safe pair of hands. Gets his 2 shots. And you notice that it didn't re-peek on the 3rd. He wanted to go in with a deagle And it might have worked. Some Pice was actually running away, but he doesn't want to offer up a kill back into the round.
I think it's very
reservation.
Seeing like the difference, right? Because CT side of Anubis was super in your face, super aggressive here. Sure, they're being a bit more aggressive down towards B. It's where they're playing with their numbers, but it's nice to get these more passive looks out of Foot. Guys like Symmetry there, not overextending, not just throwing himself into the fight.
And they're not really being aggressive. They're just, you know, doing little cheeky boosts and doing flash setups on Monster and playing off each other's contact. There's no B short control. There's no boost off spawn. They're not desperately searching these kills, and that's the value of CT Overpass. You don't feel like you need advantages. Anubis is very different. You need to brawl early, take some T's out of commission to give yourself the best chance, because if T's just execute a bomb site and get that bomb down, you're in trouble. Here on Overpass, you have a lot of faith in your site holds, and when Lonks is giving us the triples he has and Symmetry's hitting on top site, there are not many ways in for G2.
I would also question how solid a read you have over the start of these rounds for Foot, right? We've seen it, we've got the mini-map to look at. They've been playing quad Bs a hell of a lot with Symmetry alone on top, but because he's always fishing for info, always looking for it, you feel like you are running into a two-man setup in these A hits. So here's a bit of a change. Foot heavier out towards A. That gets in the mid-util, trying to have Krebeni get aggressive.
Oh, yeah, he got mollied into that. Didn't want a full commit, but at least takes one with him. However, these are pistols for G2. And so every kill arms your teammates.
Krebeni's normally the man floating around connector. I wonder if you overlook Lonks in this position.
That's true. It's been sat on B pillar this whole game. G2, they're going to clear this corner, or maybe it will come to them. A lot of fear towards B short, but Long still looks interested in taking the connector right back. It should be a trade at worst case, but even then, there's a clear, not properly. Mattis, easy pick. And so, Impatience punished. And finally, G2 in a stable man advantage.
Just felt like he needed an edge, right? Like looking for something, trying to find a gap, but
he also had no support, so it felt like there was a timing where a player could clear him from toilets from middle. Symmetry backs up and goes to play B, so I feel like G2 have won this round if they just commit with this control. Foot are full gambling. Surprisingly so, it doesn't feel like they need to with the money they have, where they are in the game, but giving themselves their best bet to stop a B pop. And in doing so, leaves them out of this A site. And when you consider that Symmetry has hit all his shots, I'm surprised to see this call, but even with the missed smoke here for G2, it's not going to punish. Bomb goes down, and Foot go to save. Surprising rotation, but not the end of the world.
Really rough round to fall down to as well, right? You had the saved AWP, sure, but other than that, it was just these pistols for G2. You tried to bring the fight to them. You were just remarking about how it's been a pretty passive CT side, right? With only these little boosts in the mid-round as the real way of gathering info, looking for picks. You finally try and hit them with something a bit more aggressive, and you end up losing the pistols. Wonder if that will shape the rest of this half for Foot. Because that was their most aggressive round start yet.
Terrorists win. Well, G2 do a very good job of getting that round of the board of all of them. And Overpass T side, you can get by with a lot less than anywhere else, so well, the money is not susceptible yet here for Foot. Let's see if G2 can put together a couple of rounds in a row to take the edge off. Pacey here, Heavy God going straight into water, even on the boost, but they go right below him. Early boost here for Foot.
They're going to assemble one of their own by the looks of things.
Watch out.
Wonder if you overlook this. You just feel like you got a bit of a clear on short. Heavy God's missed the opportunity. Very slim margin on that attempt at the entry.
Yeah, nades on default is good. Oh, it goes a bit far though.
Here's this quad B stack they've been running a lot of the time. Their standard round start.
Look how passive Nerds is. Are G2 really going to go for it? They need this kill before they commit. Nerds is nowhere near them. He doesn't really have any control either.
Well, Molly from Sampius will clear out this close angle on the left. Lobs that in now. It's missed the mark a little.
Yeah. A couple of missed bits of Utah on this map right now for G2.
All this posturing down towards B. 2 players still in the toilets, so you've got options open, but with 30 seconds left, you've got to start picking that end destination. 2 guys that are going to arrive a little bit later. Relies on Mattis entries. Sampius helps him. And now B's got their name on it. 20 seconds left as they begin this push. Demon and Krebeni try to get set up in the site to repel this. They can't line it up. Demon's got to do it alone. Makes his double, leaves it on Cemetery. Deagle pulled, that's a cracking shot on Hunter. But Orp v Orp, Sampius has got it. And G2 starts streaking some rounds together. T-side beginning to take shape.
3 frags from Sampius certainly makes up for that misutility. It's a nice pop there from G2. Foot were even rotating their 4th player down before G2 got into the bomb site. But I love how they pause there in that site. They wait, they count it, 3, 2, 1. Everybody swings delayed and out short as well. So G2, best foot forward, punish that full stack on the B bomb site. Excellent entry work. Out Monster. A position that has led to Long's multi-kills round after round. Not today. Swings right into that AWP. Coolio calls his first timeout. As Foot know their money is in jeopardy this round. While winning it only stabilizes the game, losing it has dire ramifications. It puts G2 in with a chance to find back-to-back rounds and essentially complete their T side in the first few. No. Ooh, okay, I like it. Symmetry going for the spawn shots. I went and tested it the other day. It works with every gun. The AK, the M4, the Scout, the Negev. Obviously the AWP is one-hit kill, but everything else still gets significant damage. Okay, at least he collects it.
Longs needs to take this opportunity to try and just get the hell out of there. Teammate drops in a smoke to allow his escape. I like the G2. The adjustment's been leaving it to the mid round, right? If they're going to play for these rotations, if they're going to be shuffling around a little bit later on the side of Foot, leave them less to go on. Be very active on all sides of the map. Try and take space where you can. That's exactly what Heavy God's doing here. All the way out through Monster, and if he crosses into this corner, this is a powerful position. Free kill, no awareness for Jukes, now caught out in the open. G2 have made the perfect adjustment to this T-half, and they're looking all the better for it. Less of these grouped plays, bit more working all across the map.
And hey, Longs gets off that B side. G2 will absolutely jump on it because he has been, well, him and Symmetry have been the standout players here for Foot on this CT side. Great move from Hunter. Or Heavy God rather. And so G2, job's not done. Foot do save a couple of guns. But this is starting to feel like a comfortable T-side brewing now.
Terrorists win.
Symmetry going to try the spawn wallbang again. I'd like to see it. I feel like if you're doing it every round, you're going to hit it, aren't you? Come on. Oh. It's just so free. Dice roll to get a 5v4.
G2 have always been looking for this room on the extremities, whether that's players sneaking out Monster like Heavy got in the last. This time it's Nerds all the way up long already. And that AWP was hanging around looking for that party fight. Sampius gives it to them. Window on this round is closing super quickly. If Nerds gets this next kill, it's already over. Lovely. No awareness for Demon with Nerds so deep. That kill just falls right into his lap.
Just feels so free to walk up long when Sampius finds the AWP. You know, no one's jump spotting you and can just crouch, peek the corner and find that entry while you walk up the long side. It just creates so much freedom there for Nerds to lurk. And he's been pretty passive in this map and series. But that is a nice, calculated bit of aggression to straight up win the round off the back of Sampius' entry. So G2 win a 5 alive, at least for the moment. And Footer just on save patrol round after round. Outpositioned here by G2 on their map pick. A 5-0 lead.
I almost hope we see Foot commit a little bit more to the B fights right now. They're kind of staking the early aggression on these mid engagements. And
whoa!
All right.
What? Okay.
But, you know, you go out in the middle. It's usually the kind of heavier stacked area for G2, right? Playing with multiple players there, a bit more common. B-lurks in these rounds have often been 1 or 2 guys. I feel like there's fights you could look to isolate there. It's kind of the one vulnerability of a default on this map. You spread very, very thin. Wouldn't say no to something like a short take in one of these rounds. Try to ice out these B-lurkers and make life a little easier for yourself. Nade does great damage to get this round rolling.
They don't have a lot to play with it. Deagle's on 2. Good cover, though, with it. Demon whips her head off. They go swinging together. Nice trade out. Foot using their players together to find that advantage. That short aggression you wanted, Harry. Well, consider it locked in.
Oh. Krabeni doesn't need to give that away, and so given a second chance just to bow out of the fight, he will take it. Mattis is keeping him trapped, though, deep on long. Krabeni's not aware of this. There's been a big gap behind him the whole time. But Mattis should just have a freebie to collect here.
Nice.
That levels the playing field, removes a bit of stress from G2. And Nerds providing an entry out into this B site. Job's already feeling done. Jukes might be here on the rifle in this round. But a smoke to deny him vision.
Slow and steady for G2. Both players are still here, and Jukes looks to move in. He might catch Sampius switching off the orb, throwing in utility, confirms the destination. G2, all 3 players in position. Mattis has that cover. Jukes can't swing up and stop the plant. It's on the other side of the pillar. Nerds, dangerous fight to take. Jukes is seconds away from swinging into unsuspecting players, and there is that fight taken. Got to get the reload off right now because there's no kit. They've got to move quick.
Now it's trapped out behind the pillar. Nails that trade on Jukes. And Symmetry, not enough damage done for that scout to kill him 1. Nerds with a massive 3K. Starts with the entry out through Monster. The guy to open the round and the one to close it.
It's getting very stressful now for Foot. They found themselves yet another advantage, but Krabeni reveals his position on long, doesn't fully depart, offers G2 a kill back in, and they just regroup and hit this B bomb site, and they've done a very good job of recommitting to B late in the round. This time at least Foot have the guns for it, but G2 have already essentially won their half. They could really sweeten the deal here in the last couple. Seeing Nerds find more impact, more value in this series now. On these extremity lurks. G2 just going to send it.
Yeah, look at this. All 5 out towards B. Blistering pace.
Risky.
Double entry for Mattis. And Lonks, as he looked to come in and deal with those low players, gets mobbed up.
Just like that.
Cemetery left as the sole survivor, and his objective is just to hold on to this orb.
Nightmare here for Foot.
5 in a row to start this map to now 6 straight back for G2.
Remember how solid those B holds were when G2 went for similar plays in the first 5 rounds when they, oh dear, just walked into, you know, Lonks multi-kill spray downs on Pillar and on Monster. And now G2 are walking out the smoke, losing the first fight, and Mattis just hits an immaculate double headshot.
It feels kind of awkward to say because, you know, the aggression's such a part of the DNA of this Foot team, but it was the moment they went for their first aggressive move. They've kept that up in the entirety of these rounds. It doesn't feel like it's done them any favors.
We want to push, but we don't want to push. We want to fight, but we don't want to fight. Like, let's agree on one fucking thing and let's try to follow it, please. If we want to fight, let's fucking fight. If it...
Damn.
You are kind of feeling that right now.
Half in, half out. Foot getting nervous, getting shaky, getting traded 4v3.
I mean, 2 entries out here towards A. You spot a third guy long. Don't know if you'll expect the Cemetery orb, but he's loud as he rounds the corner. And so Hunter's got eyes on.
What an excellent recovery in this half for G2. They were down 0-5 T-side overpass. Not exactly a game over from that position. G2 stay solid, keep their heads on straight. And they've gone on a massive streak here on their map pick, stabilized and winning the half in a clean fashion. There is so much on the line here, and G2 don't just want to be a footnote on the Foot run to stage 3. They want that spot just as much as anyone else. Whatever Jukes has got, it is not enough.
Now everyone in position to play around this bomb. No kit, no chance. 7 rounds in a row for G2. It starts with Tech 9s on a low econ round, and past that point, nothing else comes down for Foot. CT side well and truly gets away from them, and so now on G2's map pick, they move over to the tougher half, trailing behind.
Okay.
Let's try to reset, guys. Everyone is tilted and everyone is frustrated. Like, I don't want to see that. That's something we agreed on before we come into this stage. We don't want to be frustrated even we are losing. I want to see that we are fucking fighting, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Inspiring words from Coolio here, the coach of Foot, trying to untilt his team in this high-pressure matchup, and the pressure is heating up. G2, 70 rounds in a row on their map pick. Foot were moments away from a celebration. Well, now they've got to earn it.
Going to start off with quite the pace. Entry for Lorks as they go looking for the B control, but G2 have got numbers here ready to repel it, and more on the way. Nerds' arrival on the short side signals this one falling apart for Foot. Krebeni left all alone as the captain, and he's walking into very hostile territory. Man up in the heavens to cover. Nerds holding a crossfire with Hunter. There should be no way back into this for Krebeni. Trades off for the USP, needs it if he wants to take this long-range fight. And there's Nerds swinging out from the short side on the contact. Perfectly played, well handled by G2.
Heavy God is just such a pistol beast, isn't he, for G2? He is so reliable. You don't even need the Julies on Heavy God to get out with a double kill there. He's got players jumping in front of him with flashes landing, and he still takes 2 headshots before all is said and done. Nice shutdown from G2, just a full send B rush here from Foot. And nothing to show for it. Reality is setting in right now. This is G2's map for a reason. Anubis was competitive, it was close, but G2 absolutely cutting the mustard on Overpass. Ancient our decider, bound to be a brawl if G2 can get us there. Keep in mind, this is the squad that Makazi was once on. So you know, for the fans of that third map, G2 say, we'll do you a favor, we'll send you right there.
I was thinking, you know, we were talking a lot about energy on map 1 and the different mantras behind this team. I think you're seeing the advantage of Hunter's way of thinking, right? Striving for stability, not necessarily looking to blow all your energy right at the start of the series. We said, you know, even with the pick of Anubis, you were kind of mentally preparing yourselves for the long road ahead. Foot put a lot into map 1. They were screaming the whole damn time. And I think it makes these moments where things get a bit more tense. You're not all on the same page. It stands out a lot more.
Yeah.
You know, even G2 are aware that you guys are feeling a lot of tension right now because you were yelling at them, you were screaming at them a map ago, celebrating every round, every kill. Now it's dead quiet as frustrations have set in for Foot.
Not much to cheer for right now. And G2 just throw themselves around that corner. I love that bait combo thrown by Hunter. He throws Molly and Flash to act like G2 are pushing short. Meanwhile, they're deep on Monster. It's a nice shot for Zhugs, but it's a 4v4. Awkwardly, smoke does fall. So G2, uncertainty around this B bomb site, just reblock and re-clear. But don't have flashes. That's going to make this site hit really hard. They've got triple Molotov. It's almost not really helpful at this point. Going to try and get into this B site nonetheless, throwing everything they've got at G2.
Wonder if Hunter getting spotted on the cross puts a bit more stress on for Heavy God. Oh, apparently not. And that is a convincing shutdown. Hunter and Heavy God safe and sound down on B. They clean that one up with no problems. Really starting to pull away now. This is one hell of a streak out of G2. All 10 rounds in a row. Can they really go on and close this flawlessly?
Why not at this point, right? Like you said, there's been no energy from Foot, no belief, no rounds. And Krebeni, who went from top performer on first map, is at bottom of the server right now, 3-11. Of course, he's just a captain. Can't just rely on one man, but there is no one here to bail Foot out. None of these rounds have been particularly close. Oh my God, it's just brutal. Eco going nowhere. Can't even find that deagle. There it is. But damage will make almost no difference at this point of the game. G2 are surging forward. 11 straight rounds, looking for a third map this evening. No energy needed from G2. This is just stable.
Yeah, just keeping it very composed, very focused, right? And you're hearing that all throughout the comms. Hell, even down to how they're winning these rounds, it's reflected in the gameplay. It's not these crazy, chaotic pushes. It's a little slower, it's a bit more suave. It's in the mid-round, trying to find gaps. An entry here for Foot, a 5v4, and one that wasn't contested, one that wasn't traded. G2 slink back into far more passive positions, using boosts down on B to try and siphon info out of the round. But no info out towards middle for a very long time. This whole area of the map's been open longer than the pick'ems. But there's some Pius with the spot. Actually hangs around to try and fight this. Maybe a little surprising. Teammates on the way, but he is in this fight all alone. Locked out by the util. Some Pius was in a world of hurt.
Oh wait, good nade. Falls short. Some Pius threw an HE up into the sky there. Looked like it was a flashbang. Still getting a little cooked on that top site. Foot one. Last-ditch execute to break this streak, to at least not give G2 the 13 rounds in a row. They go on to finally do something in this map after a 5-0 start, finding their 6th very late in the game. Is it too late? Only time will tell. But at least Foot to go out feeling like they've done something at the worst case scenario. Taste of victory once again. 5 alive, everything to play with. G2 all the same. Up on B.
I think the scary thing for Foot at a comeback of this magnitude is, you know, some squads are known for being risk-averse. These guys are risk-prone, and their style very much hinges on feeling switched on. And they've certainly suffered a serious blow with 11 in a row for G2 to the confidence. Gonna need to see that return before you start repping Foot in this comeback. First round there was a step in the right direction, but it was also one where they found the gap. How are they going to fare when they enter a stack? Enter crossfires. 3 players out in this top site for the G2 squad, ready to receive an A hit.
Oh, repush for Hunter, but he's caught off guard. Needs that bailout. Some Pius has got a shot. That buys time for Hunter to line him up, and knockdown they will be. 1v4 in the blink of an eye, and Nerds is waiting to deliver that final kill. He can't do it, but G2 certainly can. A 3-on-1 with bomb control. Time against Jugs. He goes back through the toilets. Mattis gets closer. A 1v1 offered up, but the slower he is, the closer Heavy God gets. And this kill, looking over his shoulder, Mattis got that spot. They know exactly what's going on. Heavy God tracking this final player as Jugs desperately looks for the kill. It's Sumpire's triple in this CT side to put G2 on map points. Very reassuring game from G2. They must have felt crushed at the end of Anubis. That was a comeback from G2 on CT Anubis, bringing some great plays, some great ideas, all only to lose 13-11. With Sumpires peaking on his own, dying at 11-11 in the open. He's redeemed himself here in the second half. G2, late in the evening, show up in this series. Team that is looking for a stage 3 berth and looking to do it without a blemish. Saw something. Look at him talking. I think they both did. Everybody's shouting right now. That's what a spot. No idea.
There's a freebie. There's another. Nerds on a tear. Finally shut down. It was Symmetry with the bomb out of desperation, having to seek out that trade. You couldn't let this ease back into a 5-on-3. Thankfully, he hits the shot, and so Foot aren't without a chance in this round. They're going to look for the regroup. All they have now is to try and play together. No chance to run a default in a 3v4. And it's in that gap that Hunter makes his move. Been a pretty passive G2 CT side. Well, they're certainly bringing the fight in this round, aren't they? Hunter arriving on a perfect timing for the backstab. G2's own smoke could be a bit of a problem. It was meant to slow the hit, buy Hunter more time. Instead, it leaves him with no angle. Might just have to go through this. Doesn't really have a choice, but no one's even considering this yet for Foot. Bomb plant gets denied. And Hunter has given them a massive opportunity to close this right here, right now.
Flag committing. He's just walking up closer. He's going to hide behind the box. Juke's coming in for the clear. Hunter, blink headshot. What a step up for the captain across both maps. But this is still map point on the line.
It's good.
Demon chasing him down with the HE. Survives another terrifying round. And Foot refused to go out with nothing on this T side. A very scary round indeed. Hunter keeping the threat up the whole time.
And you heard that from Hunter there, right? He just kind of says, let's default, go back to what was working. Came through with the aggression, tried to take a swing and end it quickly. He didn't like the way that that one felt, and it does get away from them. Right. So just going to play a more standard round here for G2.
Let's put them in a strong position. You got to say, you got that double kill in middle to start off the round. It's a 3-on-4 when the trade comes in. A desperate swing out monster, shut down by Foot. Even though the smoke blocked sight lines, it allowed Hunter to get into good position. Very nice try. Okay. What's 5 rounds say Foot? Doing this late in the second half on the T side of Overpass, that would be shocking. G2 have looked so reliable here. Every player. Now they're starting to make moves, some risky ones at that. Supplemented by the boost, Mattis takes short. That con smoke is scary, something to consider. Demon is not being quiet about his position either. Clears the connector, his team move up long.
Last time it was going into this AAA setup right after a round win that spelled disaster. Crossfires proved to be too strong, and the Sunpire's Orb was a real problem. This time running a double setup out here in the toilets. Changing their mind in the mid-round, going clear deep on A, put the fear in G2 on that half of the map, be loud in your approach and all your clears, and then regrouping with Jugs out towards Monster. Demon's been waiting down here in connector for a very long time, but Heavy God brings the fight to him. Wow. Nerds dispatches of the lurk up on A. Is this the beginning of the end?
Or is it just the end? 20 seconds, 3 players out Monster moving together. And Heavy God has that cross. There's no smoke in the heavens. Sunpire's gets a shot off. He's got a rifle next to him. Hunter will fall, Now don't give it back up with 15 seconds. This headshot is everything. Missed chance. Mattis might just come through here to punish the plant. They boost up and over. Nice shot from Heavy God. They line up and he knocks them down. Heavy is the god who wins the round. And G2 map in their pocket. We go the distance in this best of 3.
Yeah, and what a streak it was, man, all the way. G2, hell of a turnaround, 0-5 down, not blessed with a hot start. Then they go on a streak together, what was it, 11 when all is said and done? Couple in there for Foot just to try and uplift themselves, but crack starting to show in the Foot squad. The score will be settled, stage 3 decided on Ancient.
Yeah, we really gotta give it to G2, who finds a way back into the series versus Foot. Being down 0-5 was no problem for G2 as they took 7 in a row heading into the second half, getting the job done in a rather convincing fashion. Stuko, be honest, hand on your heart, when you saw Foot were up 5-0, you had Saw taking a timeout, do you think that's it, it's over, Foot is gonna win this?
I cannot count them out like this. Not my voice from G2. I didn't think so. I honestly think that G2 are such a solid and CT-sided team, and I was actually surprised that they string out together so many rounds. That was pretty impressive. I didn't expect that, but I definitely I think they deserve to have much more rounds than what it looked like. I think they were playing better Counter-Strike, and FUT, well, they kind of fell flat on that overpass.
Obviously impressive by G2, Peter, getting 7 in a row on a very tough T side like Overpass. That's one thing, one side of the story. However, on the Foot side, we also got a bit of a snippet from the coach and the voice comms, you know, not really being happy with how they committed to the fights. He felt like they were sort of caught in between fighting and not fighting and weren't on the same page, sort of. Were you disappointed in Foot not able to capitalize on the fact that you're up 5-0 on a T side like Overpass?
Yeah, I think it's when you get such a big lead and also a money lead in that, then I think you should probably get more rounds. 5 rounds as a beginning and going on 5-0, that's very massive. But it seemed like the coach wasn't really too happy with it, and I think that was also a little bit what he tried to tell the guys yesterday when Tyloo, when they did play Overpass, that it's a little bit too much in between. The thing is, when you want to go for fights, you gotta commit 100% instead of doing it 80%, because if you hesitate a little bit too much when you're supposed to swing off someone's contact or you need to be making mid-round aggression, if you don't do it fast enough or at the right moment, then it's going to be feeling a little bit in between, and I think that's what started slipping up, and I think they lost a bit of confidence throughout that CT side, and it's like when they look at the score, hey, we're up 5-0, and then slowly they grind it back and they're like, damn, now they're at 5-5, and now it's at a 7-5, and if you get 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass, then it's going to be tough for you, because you got to be calling one hell of a T side. So overall, yeah, really bit rough.
And we have a graphic as well with the time stamps of pauses down there, and we can notice, yes, as you said, that 5-0 timeout was called by G2, but actually FUT had a kind of influential talk in that because Coolio said that he proposed to go for more re-aggressions mid-round, and he kind of pushed FUT players to kind of go for a little bit of a breakthrough plays or kind of like be fearless, and that actually cost them, I would say, because up until that point they were kind of solid and they had enough information, but until that 5-0 force buy from G2, they actually crumbled, and it was the round that basically rolled out the carpet back into the game.
Yeah, I'm kind of, always impressed when I see the body language as well. We saw Saw take a timeout when they were down 5-0. We had pictures of Hunter with pictures of the players, and they seemed pretty calm, pretty composed, as you said as well, not out of it by any sort of the imagination. And then they were able to make this comeback. Round 7 is a round you wanted to point out, which is kind of kickstarting this whole comeback from G2.
Yeah, so this is the B hit that G2 are, in my opinion, pulling really, really flawlessly. Here, Mattis actually baits out the molly out of Loungs, and Jukes flashed, he reveals his position by shooting, and Mattis immediately organizes this B play by asking for a flash, letting Sampais hold the guy on the left, and basically this crisscross approach to the monster take nets them 2 kills that break the side wide open. And it's not the fact that they snowball off of that into domino effect and just take the side immediately. They take their time and work with those entries in a way that the trades are immaculate. And every time someone died, he was traded immediately. This was one of the coolest rounds, and I guarantee you Matlis was the kind of like a brain power behind it, because he get free information on 2 players, and FUT guys, they just refused to move because they didn't have monster smoke. They couldn't move away, so they're locked in that position.
I want to play the round just one more time, or the beginning of the round actually, and I want to point something out. And maybe it's me who's old, you know, it's been a long time since I played Counter-Strike, so both of you feel free to correct me. We see the Molotov go down here. We see Jukes also getting blinded. He starts spamming into the Molotov, right? The Molotov is down. Him getting blind in that position, Peter, isn't his only job at that point to not shoot, basically, and just bank on the fact they're not coming through. At the end of the day, he's giving up his position and he's making that defense significantly weaker. There's a Molotov in front of him. Odds are anyone coming through that are very, very slim, especially at that timing in the round. I feel like that's... I wouldn't necessarily call that inexperience and be like, you are inexperienced, but to me, that seems like a little bit of getting over-eager in a position like that. You have to play calm.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the one to play anti-flash at this point, like with the guy jiggling. But I think the reason why he decides to shoot is because the Molotov is quite shallow. So there would actually be a case that he could be seen from inside the pipe. So I think that's the reason he's doing it. And I also think that he probably up until this point, I'm not sure if we saw it, probably did play anti-flash. And then as soon as the molly gets dropped, that's where he probably turns, and he probably expects people to come through because his teammate spots him at so late inside the round, right? So I think it could have gone both ways. I don't think it was too bad. I mean, it's surely in the details, right? But I think it was a good point from Martin to say that, you know, he did give up his position, and that was also where G2, they capitalized on the information. And throughout this game, I think G2 played with a lot of patience, and they played slow and played very well off each other. And this was just like the beginning of when things started to snowball for them. So a very good round.
I think shooting there was not a mistake that we need to highlight, the micro mistake, but the fact that they didn't do anything after that and they just sat in the same positions without double swinging or asking for a flash from a rotation. I'm not sure if there was any, but just being stuck in those positions, well, in Counter-Strike, if you're holding angles like this, you're just asking to be punished, and especially with Mattis asking for the flash from Sampayos. Well, the man delivers, and he cracks the side open.
It's always, you know, paying attention to the detail. As you said, the Molotov was a bit shallow as well. It's not to single anyone out, you know, but at this level, that's also stuff that will get punished eventually. Now, speaking of getting punished, Nerds was having a great game. A form that we hope he can take into Ancient, I guess, if we want a competitive game here. We spoke about it coming into this matchup. Ancient, a map where both teams feel like home, a map that both teams have a habit of picking in against other opposition as well. I know we prepared a little bit right here, Stuko. You looked at a round at the game against Bait, round 9, I believe, just to showcase the viewers at home what we maybe can expect from FUT coming into Ancient.
Yeah, when you look at a team like FUT and you expect 4 rookies, well, this is going to be just an aim fest and they're going to rely only on their aim. Well, that's not the case, especially here this round. We have a little bit of a delayed mid-take with a double HE from Donut to the cave entrance, which perfectly counters Sizzy, by the way, on a low HP, and then delayed flashes from window to allow Jukes to grab a pretty swift double kill. Then Krabeni gets a kill in cave on that soften up Sizzy. It's a pure masterclass. And what happens in a 2v5 situation, you have to block the extremities. Longs here, filling up his responsibilities, perfect play in his role position to block top ramp immediately with a smoke, not allowing any counterplay because T's know that somewhere CTs are weak. B side is that place, and Longs doesn't allow any counterplay to happen whatsoever. I love seeing this, and FUT, I'm pretty sure they have a lot up their sleeves on Ancient, and that's why I'm pretty worried for G2. I wonder how this will go. It's going to be a close game.
Believe it or not, I also came in prepared to this segment, you know, knowing that we're going to play Ancient. I want to show round 22, and I think you, Peter, you're going to appreciate this, because to me, this is kind of what FUT is all about. The fact that they're willing to risk it all at this moment. This is from the best of 1 opening game against Bait. 11-10. It was 10-10 before this. And Peter, they go into a straight B rush. There's a Mac 10 in play, a lot of utility flying in. To me, this is what FUT is all about. The willingness to take the risk. If they feel that B rush is the right call to make, it doesn't matter if the scoreline is 4-4. It doesn't matter if the scoreline is 11-10, or maybe even would have been 12-11 at this point. You see the attitude from Krabeni here as well. That is what FUT is all about to me. And I think personally, if they can bring that kind of energy in against G2 right here, then Ancient should be a map that they most definitely can win.
They need to, right? And it's one of those things that makes it so hard to play against FUT, because when they decide on something, then they do it fully, 110%. Like, they're not going to back off, and they're just animals. They're going for it, and they're not going to be stopping. And I think, you know, this round specifically was also in their first game, and you know, it's good to see that a team with rookies, they they have the guts to go for it in the moments where it's actually needed, because it's when you have this change of pace, and also in the crucial rounds when it gets really close, that you gotta be daring to make these type of decisions. And a massive call. I mean, like, one thing it could be coming from preparation that Krebeni and Coolio has been doing, but it's also about feeling out the game. Like you usually, as a player and as a team, you go into a game and you create this narrative of how you want to be approaching with your game plan and everything, but then you also got to be looking at how the game flow is happening, right? And you need to be thinking a little bit about, like, how did we play the previous rounds? Did we play it slow? And then all of a sudden, you do like a snap of the finger, you do a little bit of a pace change, and I think that's what we saw here.
Make no mistake here, G2 is a formidable opponent on Ancient as well. The win history they're having is very, very strong. They only have 2 losses recorded on the map in the last, I think, 13 or 14 times they played it. One against Spirit, 13-11, one against BetBoom. That's not to be laughed at all. Nerds, highest rated player on the map as well, so I can definitely build the case for G2 here as well. Martin, it's time again to consult your gut feeling. We've been trusting that throughout the day. What is it saying by now?
There's no gut feeling. I need to save my pickems. So G2, please get it over the line.
Are you doing for the pickems, huh? What about you, Peter?
Let's go pickems, G2.
Let's go Piggims, let's go G2. I'm super curious to get this game underway. As said, we had G2 taking on foot on Ancient. To those of you tuning in right now, depending on where you are in the world, this is the final map in a best-of-3 series where the winner will advance to stage 3 at the major. So everything is up for grabs right here for both teams. We're heading to a break, and once we are back, it's with Ancient. Do it our time for both teams.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about, I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I'm behind you, toilet, guys,
Yeah.
please.
What?
Don't push to do things, just. And let's play how we have the setup.
Yeah, but we need to be a bit more ready overall. They know we are 3 on A. They will probably take
okay,
space.
if they hit B, it's fine. We had good setup.
It's good.
I
will go. You can go after me, guys.
One Baris. Dead Baris.
Careful, but I will help you. Chill. I'm going short pipe.
Yeah, Matus, go short. We finish the round, you do Africa on B, that's all.
Yes, perfect.
I have re-smoke also. I just need the illus. You control breach, Matus, you go short, you control water, okay? I'll check, wait. I'm coming now, illus. I will re-smoke side, okay? Careful. Insertion is here, okay? Short is here, I have short for you. I'm more easy rotation. I will give you the bomb, okay? I will give you the bomb. I hold breach for you. Hold headshot, Matus.
I'm planting for Evan.
No. I have headshot. I'm leaving headshot now. I'm leaving headshot now. Mango. I have short only now.
I have left side. Alvo, can you hold water for me?
I can. Water out. Water one. And second guy is Monster or with him. He's not gone,
I'm in the right now.
I'm heading out short. I will go help you soon, okay?
That's the guy. Unknown.
No gun.
Time to push, but we don't want to push. We want to fight, but we don't want to fight. Like, let's agree on one fucking thing and let's try to follow it, please. If you want to fight, let's fucking fight. If you don't want to fight, we not fight, okay? Like, just be fucking confident. Okay. Let's try to reset, guys. Everyone is tilted and everyone is frustrated. Like, I don't want to see that. That's something we agreed on before we come into this stage. We don't want to be frustrated even we are losing. I want to see that we are fucking fighting, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Come now already, Nikita. I have banana first contact. Wait. I have banana. I hold that short and come. Banana there, one. Get more aim.
I have long. Nice.
I move Nikita. One more banana. Symmetry and carry big guy alive.
Nice.
That is Dukes.
I have long.
It's big guy.
Long
One
one.
big
He's holding,
banana,
he's
yeah.
holding. He's not moving.
He's still deep. Nicky, come join me to first banana. I have bomb here. He's still long.
I'm
No, I don't see, I don't see, I don't see, I don't see. He fall back to toilet. Yeah, Nicky, I have toilets from banana.
Yeah, I will pick off you.
He's got toilet. I fall back. I have bomb. I'm running back. You can play Nicky. I have banana, Mate. Okay, I have toilet, I have toilet.
Wait.
He's stepping banana.
Nice.
Good job, boys. Nice,
Nikita,
nice,
take.
Nice, Alvaro.
Nice, take Alvaro. Давай, let's go.
Well, Foot came in fast to this series. They took their first map of Anubis, although it took some work, and G2 showed up big time on Overpass, winning 11 straight rounds and shutting it down. All in the end, we end on Ancient. A nice middle ground map between two very strong teams, two very worthy teams, and to be honest, two teams I expect to see in that third stage. The only question left is who takes it today and who goes there flawlessly. Tonight we find out. Coolio on your screens just saw him trying to untilt his team as Foot came in very loud to this series, but they have been humbled. They have somewhat crumbled and they have gotten quieter as the game rages on.
Yeah, tensions were certainly high back on that previous map of Overpass. You saw frustration setting in, some rough mistakes, just looking at a little rougher around the edges. They started on such a strong foot back on Anubis, right? Playing off of each other well, everyone on the same page. And as this has gone on, that condition deteriorating for Foot. G2, meanwhile, it's been stable throughout this entire thing. Nearly the unlikely comeback on map 1 after a massive deficit. Quick turnaround on Overpass. Now the score settled here on Ancient. Stage 3 right round the corner for one of these teams.
It does indeed feel like G2 are favorites when you just consider the experience across this team, right? This is Foot's first major for 4 of these young players. And while we know they can be explosive, they took their first trophy this year as well. We still have limited expectations when it comes to these high pressure scenarios. Can they break through come the end of the night? Jukes is here, holding his own. Boosted player, Demon gets one, but then there's a Julie's knocked off and Heavy got on pistols. We've already seen a lot of that this evening. He'll keep it up.
Hannah just handed off a flashbang. Gonna try and use that to set him up out in the spawn, and that's a beautiful sequence. A very well-laid plan for G2. Oh. And now using some of Foot's own util against them. Cemetery chasing ghosts as Hunter just plays to evade.
What a perfect riposte from Hunter. Gets that flash for his teammate, not even used, and then just walks away in Temple. Wins this round from staying alive. Love that recommit back in CT in the post-plant. G2 still pulling moves out, and Hunter, big smile on his face.
We've been speaking a lot, you know, about composure, about kind of stability looking to be the goal for G2, and I think that pistol round was a really good showcase of that, right? You get the double entries out of Heavy God, but it's by no means a done deal at this point in the round. Still, in amidst the bomb plant, in amidst trying to get set up in their post plants, Hunter hands off that flashbang and goes on to do this.
Yeah, G2 have been really good at pulling back 3v5 super quick in this series. Sure, you know, two fast trades, you know, not exactly a normal 3v5, but they don't let those disadvantages hold them back. Well played post-plant. And pop through the smoke. Well, that one not as much. That is ugly for G2. CT smoke in their face. They try and jump through. And like I just said, a 3v5, now even again.
Yeah, and where the last one was all about quick trades, you know, these are entries on completely different players. You've gotten away from those 2 guys that climbed up heaven. And now Heavy God gets out behind enemy lines. They don't know. He's going to collect a couple more. Can't quite finish his meal. Lonks, at least with the trade. But G2 now have info to play with. Second player spotted. Low health for Lonks. It's this fight worth all the marbles. And Krepeni, he's missed this timing. Just cleared it deep out towards the spawn. Second shot of redemption. He's dealt with Nerds on the scale.
Oh dear, not considering at all that some bias could come back up from spawn, and one shot is all it takes. Can't connect it. Bomb committed. Lonks 3 kills deep, but he's going to have to get tricky to win this clutch because a straight-up aim battle would be some bias's, surely. Lonks doesn't have anything going for him here. The smoke can cause some chaos. That's your hope. But a wallbang could even finish the job. Sampires holds on. Longs uncertain as to where the Spaniards disappeared to. And there's the wallbang. It's close, but it's not quite on the money. Gets back on the bomb for a fake again, but this is just damage here for Longs. He cannot win this round. Sampires converts, and that is a straight-up 3v5 out of G2. I am shocked that Foot don't realize Heavy Gods crept into the bomb site. He found a close A main kill and started moving. But they think he stays in main. They don't re-clear big box. Shocking to see. And it's going to cost them everything here. That could have been an early upset round. That would have got Foot screaming if they found the force. And they're getting frustrated, Harry, because it's a rebuy in the third.
Well, yeah, it's a very frustrating round to lose, isn't it? Ooh, no, it's delayed it by a second, and that nearly cost him his life. Lucky to still be in this one, up against another force for Foot. You've at least got the info. Almost wonder if that was the slowdown, right? Because it is weird to have gone for this force buy again. He saw that smoke down at elbow, though, and it gave him a moment of pause. So now you know what you're up against in this round, at least.
This is a huge opportunity for Foot to break G2's money in buying up after losing a 1v1. But it also comes with such risks that we could be seeing Foot 4-0 down on the CT side of Ancient. If G2 can just hit this execute right. So smokes come in. Lonks his rifle here.
Good catch. First man in, dealt with. Not before Hunter was able to get rid of that site player. And now teammates shuffle in. Mattis back turned, cleared in the cave. Krebeni playing it forward on the SMG. Bomb dropped. Krebeni just hounds him down. Key double for him on the MP9, and Lonks there to help him. Rifle out of the long side. Money broken for G2. Just risky gamble with the force pays off.
Love to see Krebeni coming in confident and running at them. He has now matched his frags from Overpass, and we've seen 3 rounds. That really paints a picture of how dire that previous map was for the captain of Foot after carrying back on Anubis. So huge show time here from Krebeni. And that money is broken from G2, so worth the wait.
I think, you know, weaker performances for captains often come when frustrations are getting high. You're having to micro a little bit more. You're having to manage everyone else. Less time to focus inwards. Krebeni was the source of issues back on Overpass, but we were crediting him map 1, saying he's one of the best fragging IGLs we've got.
Well, Lonks, that's one hell of a shot to open up.
So the long side gets assembled quickly, and Krebeni's dealt with Cave. Sure, G2, good positions here, chance at the bomb plant, but far from comfortable. These smokes are up right now. You've got a couple of seconds to try and get yourself comfortable.
Heavy got Armless Eagle back behind the site. They're going to start scaling in. Mattis feels like he has to peek through that smoke, and so Heavy God looking for a lineup or looking for a smoke. They spam him through. Heavy God trades places, disappears in the mist, fake on the bomb, looking for a kill off this defuse, and now they start to stick. That second player is also locked out, and this wallbang is doing nothing. Foot just stick it in the site, and Sampires has to walk away. It is Foot back to back. 1 foot after the other. Lonks looking solid here in this third map. very keen, and he has absolutely redeemed himself in this third. Ooh, scary. Jukes blocks Donut, and this 1M4 revealed in middle.
Yeah, looks like Foot want to try and make a bit of a move here. They were 3 strong over towards B, but wanting a few more eyeballs to go check on mid. They try and trade the map control out. Sure, G2 have middle, but we've got ramp. Double setup here. And with Heavy God lurking in red, either in positions to try and cut down rotations, or they plan on rejoining him a little bit later out here in middle. Missed timing. Juke's got whiff of something there the second time around. Still, Heavy God's been able to escape. It's the ramp player taking contact next. This crossfire is brutal. I don't know how you're meant to get through this, trying to come out cave.
Maybe you're not. That will help. Crosshairs drawn back. They don't turn to backside. Krebeni gets away with murder in B. 4 kills from the captain, showing them how it's done on this CT side. Nobody looks. They killed 2 players. They thought the site was clear. That's G2's undoing, but they can ride it off. They lost the money control early in this game. Now they have guns back.
Yeah, looks like it just took too long to adjust after getting past Longs. All the attention of both players coming out cave side fixated on him. So an early timeout, Saw getting involved. It was on the back of his timeout that we had the turning point for G2 on Overpass. And he's going to use the full breadth of the clock. No one else saying a word. It's time for the coaches to talk here on map 3.
Right, both teams have guns. Middle just got a lot more exciting. Jukes gets full mollied out in that corner, but no jump on mid from G2. Focused on B. Blocked both sides of this lane. Execute, are they really going to go?
Well, they've not left much to the imagination here, right? It's a lot of util, a lot of players spotted by Lonks. Good smoke spam for Hunter, but there's util here to try and buy a bit of time around this bomb plant. Long smoke gonna fade. G2 are looking for the space here, trying to play for these post plants. Heavy God needed that real estate because now this site gets really, really small. Some Pius rushed down and Nertz left out of the action on a backstab. But bomb away from him and only 50 seconds to work with.
Oh, rough for Pius. Poor guy. He gets mollied off default, tries to plant back in the open. Then they need the long smoke. He has to get off the bomb, look for the fight, all while Foot are putting pressure on. And then everything fades and no bomb plant can be put down here for G2. They would have loved that money with the lost bonus building. But Foot just keep the pressure on the entire time on that B hold. And pushing back in on Cave. Heavy God tried his best, but Demon, 2 fantastic kills on the smoke fade. And Foot go up to 4.
Just kind of can't highlight how impactful that 2K was from Demon, right? If Heavy God's able to get past him, suddenly they've got long control. They have a post plant. Yeah. Suddenly Nertz has way more time as well to work his mid lurk and would have been in that post plant with Heavy God. That suddenly becomes a really tricky round, so a super impactful double kill out of Demon.
Oh, he's happy with that one. Monks loving watching his captain right now, 9-3. Showing up on this CT side. Despite pistol for G2. short-lived celebration. Not much mid-control in this game. G2 do it silently this time. They just walked out the elbow smoke. Good read, but Fudon playing risky there. Again, just jiggling in donuts. Offering this position up, trading it for info. Demon just throws everything in the middle. Ready for a punish through the smoke. It won't come.
Surprisingly lacking on util here for Foot so early in this round.
Oh, I love this.
But a double setup to get past, and the lineup for Krebeni, the bait and switch, not even needed. Lonks just sits there and watches his captain snatch this round away from G2. Mistiming there. Heavy Gold gets out with one on the Deagle. How much more costly can he make this? Look to beeline for that AWP. Demon won't let him get it.
Dude, what a turnaround for Krebeni. You're getting map 1 Krebeni all over again. Just absolutely disappeared. Coming back with so much impact, calling shots as well.
I think that likely speaks as well to a bit of a better vibe within the team, right? You're seeing them energetic like they were in the beginning. Ideas flowing, looking on the same page. And I think, you know, whenever your captain's putting up big numbers, it always just feels like it improves their read of the game.
Yeah, well, self-fulfilling, isn't it? Winning makes everything better. So Foot feeling it right now, trying to make moves. That's awkward, but it doesn't matter. Nerds misses the shot and Jukes ducks right under on the smoke, looks for a second. Heavy God finally has said it. He's had enough. 3-on-3.
Hey, considering this was, you know, kind of Nerds' map where he really leapt off the page and made a name for himself back in the day, he's been getting wrecked out towards middle, really struggling to find his impact. But eyes set now on this A play, and Foot are out of position.
Very scared is Symmetry, and can't blame him. They could be anywhere right now. They're out A. Smoke down. He's no longer playing Temple, so just trying to delay bomb plant with that Molotov. Heavy God's low. He must wait. Oh, careful. Heavy God just about dodging it. Bomb has been planted. G2.
Flash for Lonks. Do they wait for Demon? They certainly might now. Two flashes coming out, and Lonks now looks to play it forward. Low health for Heavy God. He was living on borrowed time. Some pious 1v3 being asked for. Worried about Donut, worried about CT, knows where everyone is, but that does not make this clutch any easier. Foot on a 6-round CT streak, holding their own in these retakes as well.
Piecing that together so nicely. Every bit of util purposeful. The final player trying to find a one-on-one quickly, and Sampai's given nothing. Suddenly 3 players on his screen. Foot just trading out so nicely, and Demon, those 2 retakes where he has found double kills has absolutely changed the game. Foot full control, 6 rounds in a row here. No sign of them stopping either. Not seeing G2 really brawl in middle. Foot, the same story. This time gamble on B. As G2 threw a lot of util early, throw a cave smoke, make it look like a rush, but with Mattis wallbanging, Foot call it off. They send Jukes back, knowing this is only a fake out right now. Demon, if he dies for nothing, Foot are in trouble.
Hear that util. Demon spotted on the jump. Might not even hang around to fight this. Mattis, that double could have ended the round before it even gets going. Now on to a late retake. That's what Foot are going to have to attempt with Krebeni so far out of the action. We've got 2 smokes here for this retake. Bunch of flashbangs too. First one comes out over towards main. They're going to save the next for that bomb, but it might never make it that far because Heavy God nails the first 2 players around that corner. It's a 6-round streak broken on the back of this A hit. Gotta love what Heavy God's giving you, man. Everyone else kind of struggling right now to find their footing in this game, but not that guy. High impact double kill ends the round in its tracks.
Oh my god, the disrespect. One way to... Ooh, Hunter called a B-rush. One way to rob a kill away. I wonder if they're going to throw that same cave smoke that was just part of the fake last round. It forced a 4th rotation from Foot, but if G2 do throw it, how will Foot react? Only 2 strong on B at the start. G2 just go for it.
Yeah, straight through the util. Nade finds good damage, but now you need the rifles to deliver. Line up for Krebeni. Lonx's turn, doesn't get anything done. Cemetery, as he began this rotate, able to pluck one out of the herd, but now he's feeling pressure. Has some relief as Demon moves in, and these rotates have just been bailing each other out. It's Heavy God, though, the big threat, the big man. What's he made of? 1v3 as this one gets going. Goes back. Smoke dropped in his way, and Heavy God gets iced out. Feel like he has to be the hero right now for G2, just trying to buy time for the rest of the team to get switched online.
Very nice try for G2. They just eat utility in this hit. The HE bonks them, the flash full blinds him. Krebeni even lets it expire. This has multiple kills on his screen. And of course, Heavy God, they throw everything at him. Double smoke as he tries to go back for the bomb. No way to win that round on his own. Yes, you did. But it all worked out. G2 timeout here as Foot respond to their single gun round in this game. What a level up from Foot. Consider how demolished they just got on Overpass. Past the 5-0 start, it was a feckless game.
And if you're Foot right now, you've got to be telling yourselves, you know, keep your head screwed on. Don't get ahead of yourselves. This isn't the time to be taking any wild risks. If you win this one, G2 are broke, and you've solidified a very strong half.
Well, Krebeni is a nightmare to deal with right now. He's 15-5. He's pushing through his own smoke in the cave. We've also got the orb. Oh no, just looked away. Was trained in on Heaven. Careful. No one's here yet, but they're about to all start swinging together. They line up for symmetry. Krebeni comes through on Heaven, and it is poetry in motion right now for Foot. 4 kills in the blink of an eye. What looked so wrong went so right.
Heavy God's been the only guy with output. 15-8, doing everything he can just to keep G2 in the conversation.
Impossible.
But you look at the minimap, you tell yourself, this is one clutch too far. Shut down in mid as soon as the smoke fades. And now looking like a very strong half for Foot in this third and final map.
Cannot believe that. The perfect counter. And Nert is shocked. G2 dealt a heavy hand here come the end of this first half. Foot have absolutely banged them out. Is there any salvation in this T side? A feels almost predictable, but not the Foot. They're very scared of middle right now. G2 have done a good job of drawing their attention. The AWP isn't even on this. There's 3 players in red. Sure, these rotates will be quick, but right now there's no one here to stop them. G2 are in.
How long does Demon hold this for? Because Mattis is waiting in that smoking donut and might just cause chaos. He's just heard players run on past him. Yeah. Lonx and Demon get their entries.
Good luck.
So now you're pinned in. You are stuck in the site. starts to feel so small when you're trapped in these positions. Battling back, it's Heavy God looking down the barrel of a 1v2, much needed, but he can't get a grip on it. Foot, mop up, 9 rounds on this CT side, a runaway half, and now just rounds away from a flawless run into stage 3.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of got the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's one around, we go to overtime!
Well, the youngest team at this major looks to make an impression right now. 3rd map of the series, and it is a wash. Foot on the CT side of Ancient, showing up in a big way right before midnight and sending G2 to bed. This is a 3-0 game, winner straight through to the final stage. And can you believe it? It's the major debutantes doing it in style.
That they are. This is after having a comeback from a dominant turnaround on Overpass, getting wrecked in that head-to-head. Coolio trying to keep everyone on the same page. Not necessarily telling them to reel it in, but telling them to do it together.
Whoa! Almost a 4th. Right there for the taking. Hunter has had a phenomenal series as an individual across all 3 maps now, and that is one way to reignite Captain shows them how it's done once more. Triple kill headshot from Hunter, and G2 reason to fight.
I think Heavy God's likely just happy to have some support in this as well, right?
Sure.
Finally, another teammate entering double digits. It's Hunter with a big mow down in the pistol. Without that, this series was going to be over. And G2 would have gone through to play tomorrow, but now the chance reopens, an opportunity to try and save themselves on Ancient.
I'm surprised to see this for
oh dear!
Round. That is a backbreaker.
And after the win in the pistol, you're finally feeling like things might start looking up, but boy, do you get slammed back down to earth.
They've just done it again, haven't they? That's why this team is so exciting. That's a almost nonsensical force, right? Getting a Galil in round 2, getting 4 Tech 9s. They didn't get that previous particularly close. And foot force up, they run out middle, they find a double entry off Demon. One hell of a statement. That's both pistols in this third map for G2, and foot win force buys.
I think it makes a lot of sense to want to be exploiting mid right now. Nerds has been completely missing throughout this entire game. Couldn't find his impact T-side. Had some of these lurks get off when Foot weren't playing for the mid control. Really struggled to do much with them. And the rounds where he did face combat, the rounds where he did get stuck in mid fights, never panned out for him. I think you want to be taking full advantage of that. Usually Nerds is such a force to be reckoned with in this part of the map. But not now, not in this game.
I mean, show me that double entry. Was that just full speed out middle, first timing with flashes from Zhugs, and Demon gets 2 kills like it's nothing. G2 not expecting that.
Terrorists win.
I don't even know how he makes it look so easy. What a fearless team this is. Doesn't get quicker than that. Blink and you miss it. This is Foot 3 rounds away.
Force up for G2 around the saved guns out of necessity. But as they lose opening fights on every end of the map, Foot are in full control.
Oh, there's no respect right now from Foot. Krebeni is 20-7. Demon 17-7.
And Nerds is dangerously close to having to remember the name of the team that get him a frag movie. He will break the curse. Second kill found, but it will just be a save here, you'd like to think. Other end of the map, bomb going B, out of position. And so this rifle is all G2 are going to have to work with up against 11. He is still committed to his timing on the backstab.
Yeah, if they offer up a quick kill here, can run in with it, but needs that prerequisite. And it's not his game, is it? Walks right into the angle, Lonks on the line. 11-4. G2, they want both pistols here on Ancient. They have nothing to show for it. Third round force from Foot. Remember the back-to-back that got them in? Or they do it straight away on the T side.
This type of a scoreline gets way uglier when you take that into account. Both pistol rounds. 1 rifle round in this game for G2.
Oh. When you put it like that. Great show of resilience, right? I think at the beginning we were, not of this series, but a few months ago we were worried about Foot in these high pressure moments. You know, would they choke? Would they crumble? They proved they had it in them at EPL, managing to play in front of a crowd and give us good games. Winning out in the quarterfinals there. Shocking mouths while they did it. They went on to Bucharest, took a trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that is why this team was kind of so hotly anticipated. That's why they've garnered so much attention in 2026. Just the idea that, you know, some squads, it can take them years even to build up into those moments. Sometimes it's not the same set of individuals, right, that started a run as the ones to finally break through and close on one. But with Foot, it was just straight away an adjustment to being able to hang with the top dogs in high-pressure moments. And so this is an earned victory, shut down out in middle. A series that went the distance, one where Foot gets swept and frustration was setting in that second map. Big questions on if they could bounce back from it, but boy, did they. Looking like the team that started this series by the end of it. And that's Foot flawlessly through into stage 3.
Just a phenomenal run from this team, the youngest team at the major, their first major on 4 players. They forge a path through the major stage into stage 3. This is a squad and a core that has been together for over 2 years. It has been a grind for Foot, not just making it to a major, but making it through into the top 16. A phenomenal story, a phenomenal uptick in performance across this year, and a phenomenal shutdown of G2 come this third and final map. When you factor in Anubis in the pocket of this team, clearly prepped for the major, they are starting to look like a serious threat.
Yeah, for G2, you see some disappointment at the end of this one. Didn't have the fight in them to take it the distance. And so now, even though they're meant to be one of these safe bet teams for stage 3, they'll have to keep fighting and earn that spot.
They will indeed have to fight and earn that spot. However, Foot in this game made no doubt whatsoever that they were the better team over the course of all 3 maps. Not gonna lie, I expected a more competitive affair on Ancient. We built it up as a map that both teams likes to play, but at the end of the day, Martin, there was only one team on the server.
Only one team on the server. This third map decider kind of left us a little bit, you know, in the heartbreak in the whole best of 3. It was just way too one-sided. Some individuals decided to take a break from G2, and I'm looking at you nerds, but also some players took matters in their own hands, and Carbeni was just stunning. And obviously we have another guy slowly coming in, so we will see who has any say about that.
Speaking of stunning guys, first and foremost, congratulations, Jukes, on qualifying and progressing to stage 3 at the major. Your first major ever, and already a bit of a success.
Yeah. Feels good, bro.
Feels good, yeah? Honestly, I think the 3 of us have labeled you guys as one of the most interesting teams to follow right now. You're a young team, you're full of rookies at a major, but you're playing like you've been here before, right? Are you surprised by how well you guys are doing, or is this just business as usual for Foot?
I think I'm not surprised. Like, we prepared good for this tournament, and we're not taking it as something special, so we don't have the extra pressure. So, it's fine.
How's the voice?
A bit tough, but it's fine.
Perfect. You get to recover a little bit from that. I have a couple of questions because obviously a lot of the players will be tuning in for the major. They will see you guys play for the first time. It's a new name, it's new players, and you guys are the rookies. So to get to know you a little bit better, can you compare your style to any other tier 1 player? Someone that you're like illustrating as a kind of a hero, or someone that you're like kind of watching his demos a lot of, someone who inspires you as a player?
To be honest, I don't have a guy.
You just have your own style.
Yeah, I watch everyone.
You watch everyone, whoever is good on your position, so you don't like copying, but you're like kind of taking information from every single one. This is pretty good. This is exactly what Foot actually gives me, like kind of a vibe that you're just pathing your own way. Because, you know, we're talking about Carbeni as well as like highest fragging output IGL, and it's just so rare to see nowadays in a Tier 1 Counter-Strike, something like that.
Yep. I'm curious with Overpass, because you had a 5-0 lead, and if everything looked good, what changed? Why didn't you get more rounds?
So basically, we started hesitating a lot. Like we went into a setup, then we switched it, then we did something else, and that's how it went basically after the 5-0.
And then coming into Ancient, you guys looked stunning. All of you really performed, and it just looked really good. Did you have any special talk like in between the maps? Like, did you just say that, hey guys, it was just a one-off, now we're going to Ancient, everything's good, or did someone say something special to you?
No, it was nothing special. Just our coach said that we just reset for the next map. We're really good on Ancient. We practiced it good, and yeah, we just went in, we showed our CS, and we fucked them.
Jukes, I'm curious, you know, the Anubis pick as well, first map. You said that you are well prepared for this tournament. Obviously had a good practice leading up to it. Anubis, is that something you've had a lot of focus on? Because you haven't played it that much, you know, up until now.
Yeah, we practice Anubis also a lot, and we also saw that G2 are not that good on that map. They didn't play also, I think, so we just picked it, yeah.
Yeah, and you felt comfortable from the get-go on Anubis?
Yep. We practiced quite a few days on Anubis.
Quite a few days. All right, you went 3-0 here. You know, you are a major rookie. You're yet to lose a game at a major. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to break it to you. At some point, you will have to lose a game. When is that going to be, though? Like, you're heading into stage 3 now. Do you think FUT, from your point of view, is competitive enough to be challenging for the playoff as well? Is that the goal, or where are you at right now?
Yeah, so I think I will lose my first game in major, probably next major.
Okay, he's going all the way.
Yeah.
I like the confidence. So, yeah. That's great.
This is good. He's on the hunt for your 5 majors now.
That's fine. I have another guy that's closer to me, so I gotta worry about this guy.
Don't worry, he will beat him.
Yeah. Maybe like, you know, that's the thing with all the new players coming. You never know if they're gonna be like this massive star that's gonna win more than me. So I hope so.
Yep. 17 years old, one of the youngest players of the major. So this is huge already for you. The experience you're amassing in the past couple of months with events that you're attending, trophy in Bucharest as well. So this is something that a lot of players at your age only dream of, and you're here competing. So again, most big congratulations to you and FUT.
I have one last question that I want to pose to you, because you know this is your rookie major. It's the first one. And I think we've talked a lot about pressure. We've talked a lot about expectations, you know, with a lot of young guys coming in playing their first one. Do you personally feel that this tournament is anything different from all the Tier 1 tournaments you play? Can you feel that it's a little bit different?
No, like honestly no, but the first game when we played, I was quite nervous, let's say. But after that, I talked to myself and yeah, I just feel that I need to play the game, that's all. Right.
Can you elaborate? What did you say to yourself? Just like, little
it's just a normal tournament. Like it's just a normal tournament, you know. Like this tournament just happens twice a year. That's all. Like that's all about this tournament.
And that's what makes FUT so unique, you know. It also clearly shows on the server. We've seen how you play. We also want to pick your brain a little bit, because we do have a schedule, I believe, coming up on the Swiss system. Now, obviously, you made it through. You don't have to worry about playing anymore. You have a couple of days off where you get to practice. You get to, I guess, chill maybe a little bit and calm down, you know, rest your voice, which is much, much deserved. We also have the games on the screen for tomorrow right here. Astralis taking on Pain, Monte versus BetBoom, G2 versus Big. Any of those games that stands out to you? Are you curious to see which teams are going to follow your footsteps to make it through?
I think Astralis will win tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think Monte will win also. And
Great.
I feel Big will beat G2.
Really?
Ooh, wow.
Why is that?
That's interesting.
I don't know. We played practice against them. They played pretty good. They also, I think they have really good confidence right now after the comeback from 0-0. I think they will beat them.
All right, you've got a clear, hard-hitting opinion. Sometimes I have to drag it out of Stico. You know, I like that. You know, a clear answer. We also have the B stream schedule ready for you. So take it away, Jukes. MIBR versus Bait. Who's going to win that one?
MIBR.
MIBR. Tyloo versus 9C. Or Spot in stage 3.
9Z.
9Z. Yeah, they look great so far, huh?
Yeah.
M80 versus Legacy.
Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy is Legacy. I feel like Legacy is a team that everyone seems to respect. Have you practiced against them?
Right now, no, but I think they're pretty good. Like, when you watch them, they're pretty good.
Okay. I have one final question for you before we let you go and get some well-deserved rest. We asked a lot of different players about this. Obviously, a lot of practice leading up to the major. There's always that one team in practice who's insanely good. There's always the practice heroes, you know, the one that does well in practice, they go to the tournament, and then they crumble. Has there been any team in the lead up to the major where you're like, why are these guys beating us, you know?
I think we lost to Sinners.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, where's Sinners now, Stigo?
Where are they at?
In the airport.
Okay, all right.
Before you go, actually, how are your pick'ems?
I put FUT and Spirit 3-0.
Okay.
So it's
this is really good.
I got also one correct pick on 0-3, and yeah.
He's good. He's cooking.
All right, Jukes, thank you so much for joining us, and once again, congratulations for making it to stage 3.
Thank you.
All right. Perfect. Well, what a day of Counter-Strike it's been so far. We had FUT advancing to stage 3. Very confident. Jukes as well here in the desk. The first game he's going to lose ever at a major is going to be at the next major, he says. I'm not quite sure if I believe that, Peter, but I very much do admire the confidence. Give us the current standing right here with the Swiss format as well. FUT make it 3-0 together with Spirit. Let's be honest, Spirit didn't break a sweat. kind of what we expected, but nice to see them delivering. For Foot to go 3-0, I think people had a feeling that was possible, but for them to do it in this fashion, you know, relatively impressive, huh?
Definitely. Spirit didn't break a sweat. We don't. The only thing that we want to be mentioning is that Dong had a 2.26 rating or something coming out of the games here, which was mad. I'm surprised to see Astralis sitting in that one. I think that's a little bit disappointing, taking into consideration how well they were doing. And I'm curious to see if Jukes is right about the whole thing that Monte is going to beat BetBoom and Big is going to beat G2. I think that's a wild assumption, but you know, he probably knows better.
I was just about to say, I think outside of Foot going 3-0 here, the team that has impressed me the most has been Monte, to be completely honest. The way they played, they had a very narrow loss against G2 in an overtime game. They probably should have won when they were up 18-15 and a bit of knifing in the back of Heavy Guard. We won't forget that. Apart from that, they look super solid. They beat Legacy as well. I know it's only been best of one, but I don't know about you, Martin. I am super curious to see what they're like in a best of 3 scenario, because let's be honest, a lot of people at home may not be familiar with the names, may not be familiar with Monte, but what they show on the server is stellar.
Yeah, I think Monte stocks are rising today and yesterday especially. And it's not that they're doing a flawless run through these best of ones, but it's the fact that they are having clear issues, clear weaknesses, and they're fighting through them. They have a lot of, you know, tactical poses that we get in inside, and there's some players tilting, and they're immediately tackling that. They have some kind of gap, they're immediately tackling that. So they're like coming with pretty good game plans into these games, and honestly for Monte, they're a pretty solid team. A lot of them, a lot of the viewers actually put them 0-3 in the pick'ems that I saw, and was that you?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I did as well. I did them extremely dirty.
Well, you get what you deserve.
I saw there were 2 British players, and I was like, nah, they're not gonna make it. So I'm sorry, England.
All right, this is huge bias, but honestly, Monte is playing pretty well, and today they only proved it. So I'm curious to see how they fare in best of 3s.
One final note before we call it a day. It's been a long day of Counter-Strike, fun day of Counter-Strike. He also did say that he thinks G2 will lose to Big. I find that statement quite interesting. Do you agree with that? Do you think G2's at a point now where they can basically lose to anyone?
That's a cap. I think G2 are taking 3-1, no matter who would they face in that pool. Apart from maybe 9Z, that would be like a pretty close one. But I think G2 are going to win tomorrow. And if not, they deserve to be in stage 3. So I definitely see them going through.
Yeah, I've seen enough from G2. They will make it as well. I think they've proven that they have what it takes to make the next stage. But beating Big should be a fairly easy thing for them to do, I think.
And one thing I've learned in my life is never to underestimate Blame F, to be completely honest. Never to underestimate what happens at the major. With that said and done, I think it's time that we call it a day before it actually becomes tomorrow in roughly 10 minutes where we're sitting right now. Thank you so much for tuning in at IEM Cologne 2026. As said, we'll be back with more Counter-Strike tomorrow.
It's okay. It's okay. Rain, we got this, okay? Relax. You need to reset right now. It's the major, okay? It's the major reset. We got this, okay? Everything is fine. Listen to each other. Play with each other. That's the only thing we need to do here. But we need to be here for each other. Let's enjoy the fucking moment. It's not over. We can win this, okay?
Looking for something, anything. He's got the first kill. Now dangerous for Tyloo. If he can get one more, and he will. Oh! And then he gets the dink on top. No way. And that's going to help out Stat with a grenade. And there's Hooksy fired up.
This is Legacy holding on. Satin on the peak, doesn't get the shot. Awkward fights now. Rainwaker in the donut needs, can't handle it. Now a clutch for Gizmy. Can Captain come up clutch? Looks good. Looks real good up against Dart. He's off the bomb in time. Art has saved them.
It's the dashboard shining bright. It's the miles we could track. Don't slow down.
You just fake a reload with one bullet.
Yes, 3 shots left. No way. 2 of the kills. USP gets the job done. He had 3 shots and still delivers.
Why is he ready? Why is Hypex and Kansas are about to close? Oh, he's missed it! This was allowed to get another round. Okay.
We don't slow when the lights go cold. Chasing what we started for. Voices rise. Time is what we're fighting for. We don't slow when the lights go down. Chasing what we started for. Voices rise, hear the echoes grow. Time is what we're fighting for.
And that's put flawlessly through into stage 3.
Were you expecting a little bit more in the server from 9Z today? Anything you want to say to the fans out there? That's right. Thank you so much for your time.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him in